Chapter 1823. Hiss. They're all from the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. And each of them donated more than 10,000 strings of cash. TSK. Together, that's more than 100,000 strings of cash, right? They're too generous, aren't they? That's more than 10,000 strings of cash. Ha! What's so strange about that? The flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce monopolizes the trade of bicycles, new carriages, celestial tea, footballs, and other exotic items in the Great Tang. The members of the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce earn huge profits every year. Naturally, it's not something small shops like ours can compare to. TSK. I wonder how I can become a member of the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. This world was like a pyramid. Those who stood at the top of the pyramid were always in the minority. The merchants who came to the fundraiser today were the same. Wealthy people like Lin Wenyuan and Chao Wendong were in the minority after all. Most of them belonged to the category of those who had little family wealth. After the grand opening of the fundraiser, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in private. Wang Ping of the Treasure House donates 30,000 strings of cash. At this moment, when the name Lin Wenyuan read out was finally not from the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce, his next sentence caused another huge uproar. Wow! 30,000 strings of cash. Did I hear wrongly? Oh my God! It's finally not from the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce, but this person actually donated 30,000 strings of cash, the same amount as Marquis. Where did this Wang Peng of the Treasure House come from? He's actually willing to donate so much money. The merchants sitting in the hall on the first floor of the inn were in an uproar. What did they hear? Someone actually donated 30,000 strings of cash, an amount comparable to Li Sichuan. More importantly, this person was not from the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. Where did this Wang Peng of the Treasure House come from? For a moment, this question surfaced in everyone's mind. But after regaining their senses, many people immediately reacted. After all, most of the people present were merchants from Chang'an City or nearby Chang'an. If I remember correctly, this treasure house belongs to the eldest son of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Rinbiao. Wang Rinbiao. Isn't Wang Rinbiao also from the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce? After all this time, he's still from the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. Wang family of Taiyuan. Did that mean that the Wang family of Taiyuan was also participating in this fundraising event? TSK. With the Wang family's financial resources, they can really take out 30,000 strings of cash. No. This treasure house is the private property of the Wang family's eldest young master. It doesn't belong to the Wang family of Taiyuan. Then why didn't young Master Wang donate in his own name, but in the name of the treasure house's shopkeeper? Yes. If I could donate that much money, I would definitely donate it in my own name. Soon, someone revealed the background of the treasure house. Wang Rinbiao, the owner behind the scenes, also surfaced. However, many people were somewhat puzzled. Why did Wang Rinbiao give this opportunity to make a name for himself to his own shopkeeper instead of himself? However, there was no lack of smart people present. An old man explained to his companion in a low voice, the eldest young master of the Wang family is now the provincial governor of Qizhou and represents the Qizhou officialdom. This donation drive is mainly for us merchants. It will be inconvenient for the eldest young master of the Wang family to donate money in his own name. Therefore, he can only participate in the name of his shop's shopkeeper. His words were reasonable and instantly received the agreement of many people. Now, looking at the whole Tang dynasty, it was extremely rare to see someone like Li Sichuan, who was a high official in the imperial court and openly engaged in the business of merchants among the people. Most people in the officialdom would only let their family members or subordinates engage in the business of merchants behind the scenes and would not put it out in the open. The following facts prove that it was indeed as the old man had guessed. Li Jingchu of the Li Family Carriage Company of Yong County in Chizhou donates 2,000 strings of cash. While the crowd was discussing in low voices, Lin Wenyuan did not stop and immediately read out the next name. The reason why he was so anxious was because the client of these two donations was the same person. In the middle back row, a fat middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood up and walked forward with 2 cards in his hands. Then, the old man showed the cards in his hands to the crowd. One of them had 30,000 strings of cash written on it and was signed by Zhu Baozhai, while the other had 2,000 strings of cash written on it and was signed by Li Jingchu of the Li Family Carriage Company. After showing the cards, the old man put the cards in his hands into the cardboard box. Then, under the guidance of the venue staff, he went up to the second floor of the inn to pay the corresponding donation amount. This old man was actually the client of both donations. Seeing this, the people below could not help but discuss again. What is the relationship between the Li Family Carriage Company and Zhu Baozhai? No, it should be the relationship between the eldest son of the Wang family and this Li Jingchu. Why did they let Wang Ping donate their money? Li Jingchu. From the name, it sounds like a girl. TSK, 2,000 strings of cash, this girl is really generous. I think I have heard of this Li Jingchu. A few days ago, I sent the shopkeeper to Chizhou to deliver a batch of goods. At that time, I heard that the governor of Chizhou, Wang Rinbiao, would be marrying a commoner girl in a few days. That girl is called Li Jingchu. Ha! So the two of them are husband and wife. Then why are they donating separately? They can just be combined. Hee hee. Who knows? For a moment, the crowd started to gossip about Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu in private. Very soon, the truth of the matter was more or less restored. After all, they were businessmen. In this world, they were the ones with the most up-to-date information. At that moment, Lin Wenyuan threw out another bombshell. Li Cheng, the shopkeeper of the Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion, donates 30,000 strings of cash. Whoosh! This time, Xiao Yu, who was sitting in the first row on the left, could not help but narrow his eyes, and he looked slightly shocked. At that moment, not only were the people in the hall shocked, but even the onlookers outside the Long Men Inn were also in an uproar. 30,000 strings of cash, another 30,000 strings of cash. What's the background of this Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion? However, this time, the background of the Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion was dug out very quickly. The Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion. The Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion in Chang and West City. Isn't that the shop of that person in the palace? That person in the palace. Who is it? It's His Highness the Crown Prince. What? His Highness the Crown Prince. How is that possible? Sure. Lower your voice. I heard that His Highness the Crown Prince is also a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. If that's the case, it's not surprising that he donated. What? His Highness the Crown Prince is also a member of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce. How much money did the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce donate? Let me count this, it's actually 190,000 strings of cash. The crowd discussed fervently. With Wang Rinbiao as an example, everyone understood very well why Li Qingqian did not use his own name but someone else's. As they discussed, a pale, beardless old man walked up with a card in his hand. It was the shopkeeper of the Ingenious Craftsman Pavilion, Li Cheng. At this point, the first batch of members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce had all donated. The donation amount was 190,000 strings of cash. Everyone who thought of this was shocked. Even Xiao Yu was no exception. He had expected the people from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to be rich and would be the main force of this donation drive. However, he never expected the people from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to be so generous. The donation drive had only started for less than 15 minutes, and they had already donated 190,000 strings of cash. To be precise, it was 190,000 strings of cash, including Li Jingchu's 2,000 strings of cash. A few days ago, he had made a bet with Li Er that the donation drive would not be able to raise enough money for the military. However, in such a short period of time, he had already raised 190,000 strings of cash. He was only 58,000 strings of cash away from the small goal of 250,000 strings of cash that he and Li Er had set. There were a total of 600 to 700 people attending the donation drive today. The remaining people donated an average of 100 strings of cash each, which was enough to reach the small goal of 250,000 strings of cash. The power of merchants. For the first time, Xiaoyu realized that when merchants united, they could also exert a force that could not be ignored. The donation drive continued. Lin Wenyuan's voice was still echoing in the hall. Qingji Winery's Qing Ruisong donates 5,000 strings of cash. Qingji Clothing Shop's Yu Guangxian donates 5,000 strings of cash. Qingfeng Grain Shop's Yin Shixiang donates 5,000 strings of cash. Hengli Satin Shop Su Hongyu donates 5,000 strings of cash. Baochang Pawn Shop's Lu Yuchuan donates 4,000 strings of cash. Yifeng Ironware Shop's Zhang Sun Chao donates 4,000 strings of cash. As Lin Wenyuan's voice rose and fell, the people sitting in the hall and outside the Dragon Gate Inn were not idle either. Everyone was amazed by the tycoons of the donors while secretly guessing the background of the shops. Although some of the shops had mediocre backgrounds, some of the shops had deep backgrounds. Most of the people present were merchants near the capital, so they were naturally well informed about Chang'an. Soon, they had dug up the backgrounds of some of the shops. Isn't this Duke Lu's winery? He also sent people to donate money. Hey! Isn't this Duke Yi's shop? This shop belongs to Duke Yi's family. There's actually a shop belonging to Duke Xiao's family. Everyone was shocked to discover that not only did Wang Rinbiao and Li Qingqian from the imperial court send people to participate in this donation drive, but other civil and military officials like Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingde, Zhang Sun Wuji, and others also sent people to participate in this donation drive, and all of them donated a considerable amount. Sitting on the left side of the row, Xiaoyu finally could not remain calm. His eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. If Wang Rinyi and Li Qingqian were to participate in the donation drive because they were members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, it was still reasonable. However, Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Yuqi Jingde, Zhang Sun Wuji, and other civil and military officials also came. That was completely out of his expectations. Crazy. Crazy. This was clearly a donation drive that was open to the merchants of the Great Tang. Why did all the civil and military officials of the imperial court come? That's not right. Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others all donated money. If I don't donate, then wouldn't. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's hand that was stroking his beard trembled violently, and he almost pulled his beard out. This was because he suddenly realized a problem. He had been scammed. Chapter 1824. Taiyuan City, the Wang clan's ancestral home. Master, there's someone outside who says he wants to see you. In a courtyard near the northwest of the Wang clan, a manservant walked into a side hall and reported to Wang Yu. Who wants to see me? Wang Yu was in the middle of resolving family matters. Speaking of which, since his second son had requested to be adopted by the second branch, as his father, he naturally had to ask Wang Rinyi's birth mother, Madame Cui, about this. His intuition told him that Wang Rinyi's adoption was not as simple as it seemed, and Madame Cui had returned to the ancestral home several months ago. In theory, she should know some secrets. But before he could ask a few questions, the manservant said that someone was looking for him. He couldn't help but be surprised. He had only returned to Taiyuan a few hours ago, so why was someone already looking for him? The manservant held an item in his hand and bowed to Wang Yu. Master, that person did not say. He only asked this lowly one to present this item to Master. He said that once Master sees this item, you will definitely see him. Oh. Let this old man see. Wang Yu raised his brows and ordered the manservant. Yes. Master. The manservant naturally accepted the order and stepped forward to hand the item in his hand to Wang Yu. Wang Yu stretched out his hand to receive it. The manservant handed over a token wrapped in brocade. Wang Yu lifted the brocade and focused his eyes to see that it was actually a token. After clearly seeing the words engraved on the token, his eyes trembled, and then he quickly wrapped the token up again. He then instructed the manservant, "Take a look at the token. Hurry and invite him in." "Yes. Master." The manservant obeyed and left. Wang Yu turned to Princess Tong and Wang Rinny's birth mother, Cui Qinfang. After a few moments of thought, he said, "Madam, Qinfang, return to the rear courtyard and rest. This old man has some matters to take care of." Princess Tong had wanted to ask Wang Yu what had happened, but when she heard this, she stood up and looked at Wang Yu, then at Cui Qinfang, who was sitting across from him. Without saying anything, she turned and left. Cui Qinfang bowed and said, "Yes. Master. This concubine will take her leave." After bowing, Cui Qinfang followed Princess Tong out the door. Although Wang Rinny had been adopted by the second branch and had completely become a member of the second branch, as his mother, as long as Wang Yu did not divorce her, she would always be a member of the eldest branch and had to live under the roof of the eldest branch. After the two women left, Wang Yu was the only one left in the room. Not long after, the manservant from before came in with a young man in tight clothes. Wang Yu waved his hand at the manservant and ordered, "You can leave first. Close the door while you're at it. Without my orders, don't let anyone come close to this place." The manservant's expression turned cold as he bowed to receive the order and said, "Yes. Master." The manservant left and closed the door. Only then did the young man cup his fists and bow to Wang Yu. "This general, Dugu Feiying, greets Provincial Governor Wang." That's right, the young man who came to see Wang Yu was Dugu Feiying. The fish talisman he had the manservant pass in was the Imperial Army's general. This could directly prove his identity. It was because of this that Wang Yu dismissed the others in the room. The Imperial Army would not leave the capital so easily. Now that an Imperial Army soldier had come to Taiyuan and had not revealed his identity to the manservant and only passed the fish talisman to Wang Yu, it meant that he did not want others to know his identity. At the same time, it also meant that this Imperial Army soldier did not want others to know the purpose of his visit. Haha. So it's a brat from the Dugu family. Have a seat. Hearing this, Wang Yu laughed and threw the fish talisman in his hand to Dugu Feiying. He pointed to the chair beside him and said, "The Dugu family was a noble family from the North Zhou to the Sui dynasty. The founding empress of the Sui dynasty and Li Yuan's first wife were all from the Dugu family. Although the Dugu family was not as powerful as the 5 families and 7 nobles, they were not far behind. Therefore, after hearing Dugu Feiying's identity, Wang Yu's attitude became very polite. However, Dugu Feiying did not sit down as he was told. He cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Thank you, Provincial Governor Wang. However, this general still has military affairs to attend to. I came here today to ask Provincial Governor Wang for a favor. After I'm done, this general will leave." Seeing that Dugu Feiying's tone was hurried, Wang Yu did not have the intention to continue the small talk. Instead, he went straight to the point and asked, "General Dugu, please tell me what you need. If I can help, I will do my best to help." Hearing this, Dugu Feiying was overjoyed. He quickly said, "To be honest, this general came to Taiyuan with my brother mainly to protect the safety of His Royal Highness Prince Wei and the people from Yanhuang College. This general brought people to Taiyuan yesterday. My brother, Prince Wei, and the others will only arrive at Taiyuan at dusk today." After this general arrived at Taiyuan City, he discovered a group of extremely suspicious people who were suspected to be Turkic spies hiding in Taiyuan. This general was worried that this person would harm Prince Wei and the others, so I sent people to monitor him. Who knew that he would disappear right under the noses of this general's subordinates? De Feiying made a long story short. He told Wang Yu about what he had encountered after arriving at Taiyuan City, as well as the two key suspects, Zhu Hongxing and Kong Chang'an. Hearing this, Wang Yu frowned. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and asked, "You said that His Royal Highness Prince Wei and the people from Yanhuang College are coming to Taiyuan? I wonder if you can tell me their purpose in coming to Taiyuan." It wasn't that he wanted to pry for information, but he didn't understand. Even if Zhu Hongxing and Kong Chang'an were Turkic spies in Taiyuan City, why would they harm Li Tai and the others? If he wanted to help De Feiying solve this problem, he had to understand the cause and effect of this matter. Hearing Wang Yu ask this question, De Feiying couldn't help but look troubled. Seeing this, Wang Yu waved his hand and laughed. "Ha! Since it's not convenient to say, then forget it. Don't violate military discipline because of this old man." Seeing that there was no one else in the room, De Feiying hesitated for a moment, then said, "There's no harm in telling you. His Royal Highness Prince Wei and the others have come to Taiyuan to complete a top-secret mission from Yanhuang College, which is to build a telegraph relay station in Taiyuan City. It will be used to quickly transmit information between the frontline soldiers and the imperial court when they attack the Turks in 2 months. His Majesty is worried that the Turks will send people to obstruct or harm His Royal Highness after learning of His Royal Highness's purpose, so he sent me and my brother to lead 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers to escort him. When we were in Shihe County Infan Province, my brother suspected that we were being followed, so he sent me to Taiyuan City first to clean up the hidden dangers in the city. Unexpectedly, the suspects escaped. The Wang clan has operated in Taiyuan for many years. If Provincial Governor Wang is willing to help, it won't be difficult to find those two people in Taiyuan City in a short time." As the head of the Wang clan and the Provincial Governor of Sui Province, Wang Yu couldn't be unaware of the pros and cons of this matter. Moreover, Wang Yu had a close relationship with the imperial family and Li Sichuan. He couldn't possibly reveal this secret and put Li Tai and the others in danger. It was precisely because of these prerequisites that De Feiying told Wang Yu the true purpose of Li Tai's trip. He believed that Wang Yu would definitely keep this secret. Yanhuang College. A telegraph relay station. Hearing this, Wang Yu's expression suddenly became serious. He said in a deep voice, "General Dugu, rest assured. This old man will do his best to help this matter that concerns Prince Wei's safety and Yanhuang College's mission." Just as De Feiying thought, Wang Yu was the emperor's son-in-law. His son and Li Sichuan were close friends. He was now firmly tied to the imperial court's war chariot. When it came to the safety of Li Sichuan's son and Li Sichuan's students, he couldn't just stand by and watch. At this point, Wang Yu muttered to himself for a moment before continuing, "This old man hasn't been in Taiyuan for a long time. The affairs of the clan are handled by second elder. You just said that you suspect that the Chuji Ironware Shop and Zhu Hongxing are accomplices, and the Chuji Ironware Shop's daily iron ore needs come from the Wang clan. This old man will immediately send people to the clan to investigate this clue. In addition, this old man will use all the resources of the Wang clan to find Zhu Hongxing and Kong Chang'an in Taiyuan City as soon as possible." Wang Yu's words meant that in the next few hours, all of the Wang clan's overt and covert spies, guards, servants, shopkeepers, and servants in Taiyuan City would be involved in the search for Zhu Hongxing and Kong Chang'an. De Feiying secretly let out a sigh of relief. He cupped his fists and said to Wang Yu, "Many thanks, Provincial Governor Wang." Since that's the case, this general will take his leave first. With the help of the Wang clan, who had been entrenched in Taiyuan City for many years, he believed that Zhu Hongxing and Kong Chang'an wouldn't be able to hide for long. Then, he would be able to free up his hands to investigate if there were any other hidden dangers in the city. Good. General Dugu, please go. This old man will arrange for people to help you. Wang Yu got up and sent him off. Dugu Feiying nodded and turned to leave. Wang Yu looked at Dugu Feiying's departing back inside, his expression grim. A moment later, he also left the room with his hands behind his back and walked toward the courtyard of the second branch. But neither he nor Dugu Feiying noticed that on the roof, there was an ordinary-looking man in gray robes. At this moment, he had also quietly left the courtyard. Chapter 1825. Young master, that's all. In the side courtyard of the Wang family's second branch, a thin man in gray robes greeted Wang Rinny. Oh, no, he should be called Wang Xinyuan now. The thin man whispered something into Wang Xinyuan's ear. In the end, he took a step back and cupped his fists. Wang Xinyuan's eyes flashed, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. After a moment, he said with a smile, "You did a good job. As for grandfather, I will ask for a reward for you after this matter is done." "Thank you, young master. But this is what I should do." The gray-robed thin man's face remained unmoved as he said indifferently. Wang Xinyuan didn't take it to heart. Instead, he asked with a smile, "You are Wang Li, right?" The thin man in gray's eyes flashed slightly and said, "You have a good memory, young master." He was a subordinate of the Wang family's second elder and belonged to the Wang family's shadow guard. Although the Wang family's shadow guard was a force that the Wang family had secretly nurtured for many years and directly took orders from the patriarch, the 5 branches of the Wang family all had their own forces within the shadow guard, and this Wang Li was the commander of one of the Wang family's shadow guard squads. His original name was Guo Li, and after his parents died when he was young, he was taken in by Wang Kuei and entered the Wang family. He first became a guard of the Wang family, and then, under Wang Kuei's arrangements, he entered the Wang family's shadow guard. Many years later, he actually became one of the 5 leaders of the Wang family's shadow guard, and was even bestowed the surname of the main family, becoming the current Wang Li. In terms of loyalty, Wang Li was naturally loyal to the Wang family, to Wang Yu, the head of the family, and to Wang Kuei. However, for him, loyalty to Wang Kuei took precedence over the other 2. Wang Xinyuan asked meaningfully, "I know a little about the realm of martial artists like you. I wonder what realm you are in now." Wang Li didn't understand why Wang Xinyuan asked this, but he still replied, "Fortunately, I was nurtured by second elder. I reached the peak of Qi transformation 3 years ago, but I didn't make any obvious progress in these 3 years. Now I am only half a step into the Guru realm." Half a step into the Guru realm. Wang Xinyuan's eyes flashed, and he couldn't help but murmur, "That's still far from Li Zishuan." Although his voice was soft, it was still heard by Wang Li. After all, those who practiced martial arts had sharper ears than ordinary people. The corner of the latter's mouth twitched involuntarily. It was rumored that Li Zishuan had stepped into the supreme power realm at the age of 20 last year. Such an amazing martial arts genius was rarely seen in hundreds of years. How could he compare with him? Speaking of which, if he had Li Zishuan's talent, there would be countless sect leaders fighting to recruit him. Why would he settle for being a lowly guard in the Wang clan? The atmosphere stagnated for a moment before Wang Xinyuan continued, "I know that you are loyal to grandfather, but since grandfather sent you here, did he tell you that you have to listen to my commands during this period of time? Second elder has already instructed this subordinate to be at young master's disposal for this month." Wang Li cupped his fists and said. In fact, he really looked down on Wang Xinyuan, who betrayed his father for glory, and took the initiative to be adopted by the second branch. However, due to Wang Kuei's orders, he didn't show his disdain on his face. Wang Xinyuan smiled, and then his face suddenly became serious. He said in a deep voice, I don't only want you to obey me on the surface, but I also want you to obey me in your heart. Listen, as long as you follow me and work hard, I will not only help you become the commander of the Wang clan's secret guards in the future, but I will also ask an expert to help you break through to the supreme power realm. How could someone as smart as him not see that Wang Li was only obeying him on the surface and was not convinced in his heart? It was because of this that he said these words to Wang Li. He had just arrived at the second branch and had no one to rely on. Although Wang Kuei was so good to him now, the two of them were mostly using each other. When Wang Kuei successfully took control of the family, where would he go and where would he go? Therefore, it was necessary for him to cultivate some forces for himself before that. Wang Li was moved, but the waves in his heart were quickly calmed down. He said lightly, Thank you for your kindness, young master. He didn't accept or refuse. His attitude was ambiguous and ambiguous. Ha! It's up to you whether you believe me or not. My words are always effective. However, the most important thing now is that you must help me with this matter in front of you. Wang Xinyuan knew that the other party didn't believe him, but at the moment he was really poor. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Fortunately, he didn't continue to force him, but said lightly. It's all up to young master. Wang Li cupped his fists and said. His attitude was no longer as frivolous as before. Wang Xinyuan nodded secretly and said, Continue to monitor the family head. Report to me immediately if there is any new situation. However, you must be careful to hide and not be discovered. Chapter 1826. Provincial Governor, the Wang family's shadow guards are out in full force. All the peddlers and servants in the city have also heard the news. Source Peak City is in chaos. Source Peak City, back hall of the Bing Province Provincial Governor's residence. An old man in scholarly robes cupped his hands at a dignified middle-aged man in official robes. This middle-aged man was the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan. When Li Zixuan intercepted Wu Jia at Longmen Pass, he had borrowed troops from him. The Wang family's shadow guards are out in full force. Hearing this, Wang Liaoyuan frowned and couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened that made all the hidden guards of the Wang clan come out and cause such a commotion? Although Wang Liaoyuan was a collateral descendant of the Wang family of Taiyuan, he was now the provincial governor of Bing Province, which meant that he represented the imperial court. The sudden appearance of the Wang family's shadow guards and such a big commotion put him in a difficult position. The scholar cupped his hands and said, This old man doesn't know. I only heard that the Wang family is searching for two people in the city. One is a Turkic merchant called Zhu Hongxing who just arrived in Source Peak 2 days ago. The other is the owner of the Chuji ironware shop, Kong Chang'an. Wang Liaoyuan was even more confused. He muttered, a Turkic merchant and the owner of an ironware shop. Why is the Wang family looking for them? After a moment of silence, Wang Liaoyuan stood up and said, Have someone prepare a carriage. This official is going to the Wang family ancestral residence. He had heard that Wang Yu had just returned to Source Peak and wanted to meet him. At this time, a soldier came in and cupped his hands at Wang Liaoyuan. Provincial Governor, the Wang family head has sent someone to deliver a letter. He says that it must be opened by you. Oh. Bring it here. Wang Liaoyuan's expression shifted as he hurriedly ordered the soldier. Here. The soldier came forward and handed the letter to Wang Liaoyuan with both hands. Wang Liaoyuan took the letter and saw that it was sealed with wax. His expression turned solemn. He did not immediately open the letter. Wang Liaoyuan said to the soldier, You can leave first. Yes. The soldier received the order and left. Only then did Wang Liaoyuan open the letter. There were only a few words in the letter, but Wang Liaoyuan's expression suddenly became more solemn. The scholar at the side couldn't help but ask curiously, "Provincial governor, what did the Wang clan's head say in the letter?" Wang Liaoyuan immediately put away the letter and said with his hands behind his back, "The Wang family's hidden guards have been mobilized under the orders of the imperial court. Tell the guards to not act recklessly and not to obstruct them. Do what you should do as usual." The imperial court's order. The old scholar was startled when he heard this. When he came to his senses, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Understood." With that, he turned around and left. Wang Yu had expected that the provincial governor's office would definitely receive news of the Wang clan's actions and take action. That was why he wrote a letter to Wang Liaoyuan. However, in this letter, he did not explain too much, nor did he ask Wang Liaoyuan to mobilize the bailiffs of the provincial government to help him search. This was because this matter concerned the safety of Li Tai and the others, as well as the Turkic spy. The fewer people who knew, the better. Dugu Feiying had told him to keep this a secret. In addition, the Wang clan's ability to find people in Taiyuan City was far superior to the provincial governor's office. There was no need for the guards of the provincial capital to get involved in this matter. Although Wang Yu's letter was abnormally simple, Wang Liaoyuan could tell from the few words that there was something unusual about this matter. As for what exactly was unusual, he could not guess. This Taiyuan city will probably be in chaos soon. Wang Liaoyuan stood with his hands behind his back and sighed. Chapter 1827. Yuzhou was located to the northeast of Chang'an. Together with Ji, Yun, and Feng provinces, they formed a firm military barrier on the northern border of the Great Tang. 70 li north of Yuzhou, one would enter the territory of the Turks. Another 30 li north would bring one to the Tuli Khan's Yadin. For a Khagan of the steppe to set up his tent on the border of the Great Tang seemed extremely illogical, but there was a reason behind it. The Tuli Khagan was a member of the Ashina clan named Shparga, and he was the son of Shibi Khagan. In the second year of Wuda, Shibi Khagan died of illness. Shparga was too young to succeed the throne, so his uncle, Silafoshi, succeeded him and was given the title of Chuluo Khagan. After Chuluo Khagan succeeded the throne, he appointed Shparga as Nibu Khagan and placed him in the eastern part of the Turks. The land bordered the northern part of Yuzhou. In this way, if the Great Tang attacked the Turks in the future, Shparga's subordinates would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack and be able to hold off the Chuluo Khagan for a while. If the Turks attacked the Great Tang, Shparga's subordinates would be the vanguard and charge into the enemy lines for Chuluo Khagan. If Shibi Khagan knew in the netherworld that his brother treated his son like this, would he be so angry that he would flip open his coffin lid? But this was not the end. In the fourth year of Wuda, Chuluo Khagan died, and Shparga's other uncle took over the throne, becoming the current Shili Khagan. After Shili Khagan took the throne, in order to win over the old subordinates of Shibi Khagan, he appointed Shparga as Little Khagan and put him in charge of the chitons and swans. However, the location of Tuli's tent did not change. It was still connected to Yuzhou in the south, located in the eastern part of the Turks. It was a special, military barrier between Li and Xieli. At this moment, a caravan was traveling on the steppe, and they were heading in the direction of Tuli Khagan's tent. There were 20-some people in this caravan. The leader of the caravan was slightly plump and wore a round collar made of green silk. A belt was tied around his waist, and his long hair was not tied up. Instead, it was tied into small braids that casually draped over his shoulders. This was the typical attire of the Turks. The 20-some people behind the merchant were all dressed in coarse leather clothes, their hair braided as style, with scimitars at their waists. All of them appeared Turks. Obviously, these people were the merchant's escorts. In addition to the people, there were more than 10 carriages accompanying the caravan. They were the kind of carriages that were used to transport goods, not people. Through the door of the carriage, one could see that the interior of the carriage was filled with a dazzling array of goods. There were silk, porcelain, and even daily utensils in the boiler. The caravan traveled on the prairie at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a group of soldiers wearing leather clothes and armor and holding curved sabers galloped towards them. "Stop right there." When the group of soldiers arrived in front of the caravan, they immediately reined in their horses and stopped. The leading soldier's face darkened as he asked loudly, "Who are you people?" As for the language spoken by the soldiers, it was naturally not Han, but Turkic. Ever since Tumun defeated the Ruran in 552 AD and established the Turkic Khaganate, the Turks had continued to expand for 200-some years until the Uyghurs defeated the white-browed Khagan in 745 AD. At their peak, they had occupied the Mongolian Plateau, the Yungar Basin, and the Central Asian steppe. As a powerful nomadic people active in the northern steppe of China, the Turks had an important influence on the history of China, Central Asia, and the rest of the world. In addition, the Turks were also the first nomadic people in China to possess their own writing system and language. Several hundred years ago, the Xiongnu and Ruran did not have their own language or writing system. They only used Chinese characters. "We're from the Pugha tribe. On the orders of our tribal chief, we've just brought back a batch of Great Tang specialties from Taiyuan to offer to the Great Khan." In the face of these soldiers, the merchant remained unperturbed. After sizing up these 10-some soldiers, he placed his right hand on his left chest, bowed, and then began to speak in fluent Turkic. What was strange was that this was clearly the territory of the Tuli Khagan, but this merchant was clearly standing on the side of Shiali Khagan. It was truly perplexing. Was he not afraid that these soldiers would kill or capture all of them and bring them to the Tuli camp? However, after hearing the merchant's reply, those soldiers didn't have any strange expressions on their faces, nor did they make any extreme movements. A hint of fear even flashed through the eyes of the leading soldier, but it was quickly concealed. He looked inside the carriage and said, "Servant Bone Division. What did you bring to the Great Tang? We want to inspect it." The merchant chuckled and said, "The things in the carriage are just some silk, porcelain, and iron. If you like them, you can each take a few with you. Just treat it as a gift from our Pugha tribe." "But which tribe do you belong to?" Switching from defense to offense, who would have thought that this merchant would actually start to take the initiative? Hearing the merchant say that everyone could choose a few items to take away, a hint of greed flashed across the eyes of the dozen or so soldiers. After all, the items mentioned by the merchant might be common in Great Tang, but on the plains, all of them were in high demand. There was a flash of greed in the eyes of the leader as well, but it quickly returned to normal. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. "We are from the Qian tribe, and are here to guard this place under the orders of the Great Khan. Since you are offering these things to the Great Khan, we naturally won't take more. One per person is enough." The Qian tribe, one of the 15 tribes of Tiela, was the closest tribe to the Tuli Khagan's Yashin that belonged to the Shiali Khagan's forces. It seemed that the merchant's decision to say that he was from the Pugha tribe was the correct one. Because the Pugha tribe was near the Turkic royal court, it was the direct subordinate force of Shiali Khagan. The merchant smiled and said, "So you are the warriors of the Qian tribe. Since you are under the orders of the Great Khan, please inspect these goods carefully." After saying that, he made a "please" gesture. Seeing the merchant being so magnanimous and being so polite, the leading soldier waved his hand at the people behind him and said, "All right. Since you are friends from the Pugha tribe, brothers, each of you can take a piece of ironware." After saying that, everyone cheered and hurriedly got down from their horses and walked towards the carriage loaded with goods. After a while, some of these people carried iron pots and some carried iron stoves. To the nomads living in the grassland, these ironwares from the central plains were very scarce. This was because the people of the grassland were not good at refining iron, let alone making ironwares. Take the iron pot for example. A good iron pot could easily be exchanged for dozens of sheep in the grassland. Some tribes that were not doing well could not afford to use iron pots, so they could only use stone pots. "All right. Brothers of the Puga tribe, you can go now. My name is Qianhe. You are very similar to my temperament, haha. There are still 3 checkpoints in front, but when the time comes, as long as you mention my name, they will not make things difficult for you. But you must not go near the little Khan's Yashin, otherwise you will be caught. The leader of the soldiers held a jet-black iron pot and grinned at the merchant. From the beginning to the end, these people only took one piece of ironware that they wanted and did not check the goods in the carriage one by one. The merchant smiled and bowed, "Thank you, brother Qianhe." The soldier by the name of He waved his hand and left with his subordinates in satisfaction. The merchant stood still for a while. When he saw that the soldiers had gone far, he then said to the guards behind him, "Let's go. We must reach Tuli Yashin before dark." Mandarin. At this moment, this merchant was actually speaking in Mandarin. Yes. The 20 guards behind the merchant cupped their fists and said in unison. What was even more bizarre was that these people were all speaking in Mandarin. It turned out that they were actually a group of Central Plains people who came to the grassland in disguise. But that merchant was from the Central Plains, so why was he able to speak Turkic so fluently? The group once again set out on their journey. Just as Qianhe had said, they encountered 3 more checkpoints in the following journey. But the name Qianhe seemed to have some effect on these Turkic soldiers. Those Turkic soldiers who had originally come to search did not make things difficult for this merchant group. But the merchant was rich and imposing. Although they did not make things difficult for him, he still left behind some ironware or silk for the soldiers at each checkpoint. These soldiers were all beaming with joy and declared that if they went to the Great Tang to buy goods again, they would definitely not stop them. Good. We should be safe from now on. After passing through the last checkpoint, the leading merchant finally let out a sigh of relief and said, "Ha! Duke Ju, you are truly formidable. Those Turkic soldiers were all fooled by you. At the start, this general was sweating for you." Hearing these words, the guards behind the merchant all let out a sigh of relief. Among them, the leading guard could not help but look at the merchant with a face of worship and sigh. Duke Ju. This merchant dressed as a Turkic was actually the Duke Ju, Tang Jian, who had secretly departed from Chang and 10 some days ago on a diplomatic mission to the Turks. Who could have imagined that the mighty Duke Ju of the Great Tang would disguise himself as a Turkic merchant and even speak fluent Turkic? At this moment, the other guards also looked at Tang Jian with admiration. This man had single-handedly led them through Xiali's checkpoints, making it difficult for them not to admire him. Tang Jian stood with his hands behind his back and faintly smiled. When we go on a diplomatic mission to the Turks, we are already dancing on the edge of the blade. In the future, we will definitely encounter many more dangerous situations than today. If we want to return alive, we must be extremely careful, and at the same time, we must also prepare ourselves mentally. At this moment, Tang Jian's hair and beard were blowing in the wind. He was just like Shou Yu, calm and composed, confident and at ease. This sort of mentality was simply explosive. Yes. Everyone agreed. The leading guard hesitated for a moment, then said, "Duke Ju, this general has a matter that I do not understand. Earlier, why did you tell that Chikaha that we were from the Boga tribe? This territory belongs to Tuli Kagan. When you said this, were you not afraid that Chikaha was one of Tuli's men and would kill us all?" He knew a little of the Turkic language, but he was far less proficient than Tang Jian. Just now, he had also understood a portion of the conversation between Tang Jian and Chikaha. It was precisely because of this that he was sweating for Tang Jian. Chapter 1828. Ha! In the past, the entire southeast region of the grassland was naturally Tuli's territory. But now, Shili Khan is amassing a large number of troops to encircle and suppress Tuli. Tuli has sent people to the Great Tang several times to ask for help, so Shili must be on guard against him escaping from the grassland and seeking refuge with the Great Tang. Therefore, Shili must have sent troops to guard the borders of the grassland to prevent Tuli from escaping. Since Shili sent troops to guard against Tuli's escape, he must have sent tribes closer to Tuli's house. Thus, this old man said that we came from the Puga tribe, and the Puga tribe is located in the heart of the grassland, far away from here. Even if the guards here find us unfamiliar, they probably won't find it strange, so they didn't make things too difficult for us. On the grassland, Tang Jian, who had passed through many checkpoints, was leading the group forward quickly while explaining to the guard beside him. The people accompanying Tang Jian to the grassland were all elites of the Imperial Army, and the guard beside him was a lieutenant general of the Imperial Army named Yu Minghu. During the Wuti years, he had followed Li Er to fight the Turks many times, so he knew a thing or two about the Turk language. However, compared to Tang Jian, the little bit of Turk knowledge in Yu Minghu's mind was completely lacking. During the Wuti years, Tang Jian had interacted with some Turk nobles and generals many times. Not only was he familiar with the Turk language and writing, he also knew the Turk tribal divisions and power relationships like the back of his hand. Therefore, after Li Er ascended the throne, whenever he sent an envoy to the Turks, Tang Jian would be among them. So that's how it is. After hearing Tang Jian's explanation, Yu Minghu couldn't help but be enlightened. He cupped his fists toward Tang Jian and said in admiration, "Duke Zhu is farsighted and insightful. This Yu admires you." This was sincere admiration. Although Tang Jian did not know martial arts and seemed to be in existence of fighting 5 dregs on this grassland, his brain and the knowledge in his stomach were completely comparable to a mighty soldier who had experienced hundreds of battles. Tang Jian waved his hand, not taking this matter to heart. He said indifferently, "If this old man remembers correctly, we should be able to see Tuli's house after walking a few more li to the north." After saying that, he added, "If it's not necessary, try to speak as little as possible to avoid being overheard and exposing our identities." Yu Minghu had long been convinced by Tang Jian, so how could he not agree? He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "Yes." The group of people rode their horses and pulled their goods towards the north. The afternoon sun shone on their bodies, causing the sweat on their faces to increase. Although the heat was unbearable, they were more confident that they could return alive. South of Taiyuan City, in the Yi Temple, under the incense burner table. At this time, there were also 2 people here who felt the unbearable heat. Not only was it unbearable, but it was also unbearable: hunger, thirst. This hunger and thirst was real hunger and thirst, especially for the fat middle-aged man. He was about to faint at this moment. He was not only suffering from the heat, but also hunger and thirst. Phew! He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't take it anymore. "Boss Kong, I need to go out for some fresh air and find something to eat and drink. Otherwise, I'll starve to death." Zhu Xiaqing moved his body and turned his head to speak to Kong Chang'an. As he spoke, he used his fat palm to fan his cheeks. Obviously, he was unbearably hot. He was just short of sticking out his tongue like a puppy in summer. Speaking of which, if sticking out one's tongue could cool down one's body, this guy definitely wouldn't mind sticking out his tongue. "Are you crazy?" Kong Chang'an couldn't help but scold him angrily. "The Wang family's people are looking for us all over the city now. Aren't you walking right into their trap if you go out now? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Although he was also unbearably hot now, compared to being caught by the Wang family, this stuffy heat was still within his tolerable range. Then what should we do? Are we going to hide here for the rest of our lives? Let alone for the rest of our lives, even if it's just for 2 days, we'll suffocate and starve to death here. I'll go out and see if there are any Wang family guards outside. They can't be nearby all the time, right? Zhu Xiaqing said impatiently. Chapter 1829. Reporting to Patriarch, Zhu Hongxing's attendants, as well as the manservant and shopkeeper of the Chu ironware shop, have all been captured by us. However, Zhu Hongxing and Kong Chang'an's whereabouts are unknown. Their attendants and subordinates are all stubborn and unwilling to divulge their whereabouts. Oh, right. And that Zhu Hongxing is a fake name. His real name is Zhu Shiqing. Taiyuan, the Wang family's ancestral home. A tall man in black with a round collar cupped his fist and reported to Wang Yu. Other than the two of them, Princess Tong and Wang Bing were also in the room. The pursuit of Zhu Shiqing and Kong Chang'an involved a secret mission of Yanhuang College, as well as the safety of Li Tai, the Tang Empire's prince. Therefore, Wang Bing had only used his authority as the master of the family to help Dugu Feiying catch the spies. As for the details, he hadn't told anyone else in the family. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but that he didn't dare to, because the slightest mistake could doom the Wang family. Even so, Wang Yu had still told Princess Tong and Wang Bing about the inside story. Firstly, these two were his closest relatives and were absolutely trustworthy. Secondly, these two were experienced and quick-witted people. After knowing the inside story, wouldn't they be able to help Wang Yu come up with a solution? Humph. Zhu Shiqing. I remember that there's a Turkic tribe called the Shatua tribe, and most of the tribesmen have the surname Zhu. Combined with today's situation, there's really something going on behind these two people. Wang Yu's expression turned cold. He snorted and said, since those servants refuse to speak, Chengguo, immediately hand them over to Dugu Feiying of Tongfu Inn. They're the Imperial Army, and they have plenty of ways to make those servants talk. After you go, report the current situation to Dugu Feiying. Tell him that the Wang family will do their best to pursue Zhu Shiqing and Kong Chang'an until they're found. Wang Chengguo. This tall man was called Wang Chengguo, and he was the commander of the Wang family's shadow guards. He was a grandmaster who had been trained by Wang Yu. Hearing this, Wang Chengguo saluted respectfully and said, yes. Master. Then, he turned and left. The room fell into a brief silence. With the revelation of Zhu Xiacheng's identity and the fact that Zhu Xiacheng and Kong Chang and subordinates refused to reveal their whereabouts, this undoubtedly confirmed that these two people's backgrounds were not clean. Master, do you think we caught the wrong person? Zhu Xiacheng and Kong Chang'an are just merchants. Maybe they aren't the Turkic spies the Imperial Army is looking for. Unexpectedly, Princess Tong suddenly spoke at this moment. When Wang Yu heard this, he frowned and said without thinking, Madam, how is that possible? If the two of them were not Turkic spies, why did they conceal their identities and hide now? If this was not a guilty conscience, what else could it be? This old man suspects that these two are not only Turkic spies, but Turkic spies that have been hiding in Taiyuan City for many years. Otherwise, how could my Wang clan not have found their whereabouts even after mobilizing all its forces? This group of people must have accomplices in the city. Even though Wang Yu's words were reasonable, Princess Tong still shook her head and said, Master, they concealed their identities and hid here and there. Perhaps they did something illegal in their daily lives, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they are Turkic spies. Moreover, Master, don't you think that they were exposed too easily? If they were Turkic spies, how could the Imperial Army, which has only been in Taiyuan City for a day, have caught them? Wang Yu couldn't help but be taken aback by Princess Tong's words. This was a contradictory topic. According to his previous analysis, Zhu Xiacheng and Kong Chang were Turkic spies who had been hiding in Taiyuan City for many years and had many accomplices. But if this was the case, how could they have been discovered as soon as Dugu Feiying and the Imperial Army arrived in Taiyuan City? Then weren't these two Turkic spies too weak? Wang Bing was an experienced and knowledgeable man, and he had seen all sorts of monsters in his life. Seeing Wang Yu's conflicted expression, he said, the princess's words are not without reason. In this old man's view, whether it was Zhu Xiacheng or Kong Chang they were exposed too easily. It's like someone behind the scenes deliberately pushed them out to draw the attention of the Imperial Army and the Wang clan. If this is true, then the faction hiding in Taiyuan City cannot be underestimated. King Wei's party will probably be in trouble on this trip to Taiyuan. But regardless, Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang are the only clues we have. If we find them as quickly as possible, we might be able to find a clue to the person behind the scenes. Chapter 1830. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the cold light outside the field was only 3 feet away from Zhu Huiqing. At this moment, no one had time to react. Some people didn't even notice the cold light in the air. First, it was because the speed of the cold light was too fast. Second, it all happened too suddenly. The figure outside the window appeared without any warning. At the same time, the cold light also appeared. The cold light pierced through the paper window and went straight for Zhu Huiqing's throat. Silencing. Someone actually dared to kill someone right under the nose of the Imperial Army. Bastard! Du Feying was the first to react. Seeing this, he was both shocked and angry. At this time, he didn't have time to call for help. Even if he did, it would be useless. No one present could be faster than him. Du Feying, who had just reacted, stretched his right hand towards his calf like lightning. In an instant, a mystic leaf flying knife appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the flying knife shot towards the trajectory of the cold light. He wanted to use the flying knife to stop the cold light in the air. He was only a few steps away from Zhu Huiqing. However, he didn't know where the cold light came from. He didn't dare to use his body to block it. He could only use the flying knife that he was best at in his life to block it. At the same time, he finally had the time to shout to the Imperial Army inside and outside the house, "Assassin!" At the same time, Du Feying's flying knife met the cold light in the air. The expected sound of metal clashing did not appear. The cold light seemed to have pierced through the body of the flying knife and continued to fly towards Zhu Huiqing's body. At this time, at this distance, even if Du Feying wanted to use his body to help Zhu Huiqing block it, it was already too late. The cold light that should have shot into Zhu Huiqing's neck instead shot into Zhu Huiqing's shoulder blade above his chest. It seemed that although Du Feying's flying dagger didn't succeed in stopping the cold light, it had slightly changed the direction of the cold light's flight. At this time, Du Feying finally saw what the cold light was. It was a thin needle that emitted a cold light. Seeing that half of the needle had already sunk into Zhu Huiqing's shoulder blade, Du Feying secretly let out a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as the needle didn't pierce his throat. Catch the assassin! At this time, Du Feying was both shocked and angry. He roared and turned his head to look out the window, but at this time, there was no one outside. It turned out that the moment the assassin made his move, he didn't look at the result and immediately fled. At this time, if Du Feying wanted to capture him, where would he start? Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, he would immediately flee. Was this assassin a professional or not? Or perhaps, the opponent was confident that he could kill the target with this move. Quick! Catch the assassin! Madhav *Ker, how are the people outside guarding? At this time, the rest of the people finally reacted. Zhang Dafu roared and led the people directly out of the house, cursing and swearing. There was a commotion outside the house, followed by a series of hurried footsteps that gradually went further and further away. Back in the house, Zhu Huiqing's shoulder blade was hit for a while, but he didn't cry out in pain. He only groaned. Du Feying felt a little strange, but then he saw Zhu Huiqing's neck quickly turn black. There's poison on the needle. Almost instantly, Du Feying reacted. He quickly squatted down, grabbed Zhu Huiqing's shoulder, and shook it, saying, "How are you? The person you want to protect wants to silence you. Tell me quickly, why did Zhu Xiqing come to Taiyuan?" Where is he hiding now? He is taking revenge. At that moment, Zhu Huiqing could feel his life draining away rapidly. After hearing De Gufeiying's words, he opened his mouth, wanting to tell De Gufeiying about the matter. However, he suddenly felt his head become extremely heavy. He wanted to fall asleep right there and then. He opened his mouth for a long time, but he couldn't even say a complete sentence. After spitting out 4 words intermittently, this guy's eyes rolled back, and he finally stopped breathing. At this time, not only did his neck turn black, but his entire face also turned black, and black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. De Gufeiying was very unwilling, and he shouted in a low voice, "Where are you? What revenge? Wake up quickly." As he spoke, De Gufeiying reached out to check Zhu Huiqing's breathing, but he didn't feel anything. De Gufeiying's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. What a strong poison, it actually kills the throat as soon as it touches blood. De Gufeiying muttered to himself and stood up, while Zhu Huiqing, who had no one to support him, fell to the ground. De Gufeiying stood with his hands behind his back, his face as calm as water. He didn't say a word, and he was waiting for his subordinates to return. In the small house, the rest of the people saw Zhu Huiqing's tragic death, and all of them were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. De Gufeiying didn't have to wait for long. After about 15 minutes, Zhang Dafu brought a group of Imperial Guards back. "How was it? Did you catch the assassin?" De Gufeiying's face darkened as he asked. Zhang Dafu's face was full of shame as he cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to General, that person's martial arts is very strong, especially his Qinggong is very good, and he should be a Grandmaster expert. I brought people to chase him down 2 streets, but in the end, he disappeared." Grandmaster expert. De Gufeiying was shocked when he heard this. Although Grandmaster experts were the most powerful in this world, if a mortal wanted to reach the Grandmaster realm, talent, hard work, and opportunities were all indispensable. In this way, Grandmaster experts represented the top of the martial arts world, and there were only a few Grandmaster experts in this world. They were definitely not some common trash. To be able to send a Grandmaster expert to assassinate a person, how powerful was the other party? This question appeared in De Gufeiying's mind, and it was terrifying to think about. From the martial arts, can you tell where the other party came from? After thinking for a while, De Gufeiying frowned and asked. Zhang Dafu thought for a while, and said shamefully, "We didn't fight with that person, and we were in a hurry to catch up to him, so we didn't look carefully." What he meant was that he couldn't tell. When De Gufeiying heard this, he was instantly disappointed. He turned around and said sternly, "Set up defenses in this house. If anyone else sneaks in without a sound, you will all be punished according to military law." Zhang Dafu's face turned serious, and he quickly said, "Yes, General." Then, he looked at Zhu Huiqing, who was lying on the ground, from the corner of his eye, and mumbled, "General, he's dead. That person's needle is highly toxic, and it will kill the moment it touches blood. Later, use something to remove the needle, and then bury him." Without waiting for him to finish, De Gufeiying said coldly, "Yes, General." Zhang Dafu cupped his fists and agreed, and then quickly went to arrange for people to do so. At this time, De Gufeiying turned around and looked at the other people who were tied up. He said coldly, "Now you know how the person you want to protect treated you, right? If you don't want to end up like Zhu Huiqing, tell me what you know immediately, and I will ensure your safety. Otherwise, even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." Chapter 1831. A living person was still stubborn in front of De Gufeiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact made the people who were caught by the Imperial Guards all change their expressions. Especially De Gufeiying's last sentence, "Even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you. It directly broke down their inner defenses. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. Now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Perhaps anyone with a normal IQ could think of it. Under the immense fear of death, many people immediately took the initiative to jump out. The manservant named Xiao Fugue wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing over and over again. He repeatedly said, he kept saying, "General, please spare me. I'm really from Wutai County in Daizhou. I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. Please be merciful and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, "General, I'm also from Wutai County in Daizhou. Like Xiao Fugue, I was recruited by Boss Xu to transport goods in Taiyuan. However, there was one night when I woke up in the middle of the night and heard Boss Xu and Zhu Huiqing talking. However, I didn't dare to get close at that time. I only vaguely heard Boss Xu say, 'Big business. Contact. I have already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have old and young to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the accountant of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. So, driven by the desire to live, what was supposed to be an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Shiqing's followers and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's employees all rushed to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. He wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Axayan's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly went forward and grabbed that person's shoulder, asking, "Since you're the ironware shop's accountant, do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he usually? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely. "General. General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner behind the scenes of the ironware shop, he rarely shows himself. I've been the ironware shop's accountant for 2 years, and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, let alone speak to him. So, I don't know Boss Kang's background." Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart thumped. He thought quickly, then said, "General. Although I don't know, our ironware shop's shopkeeper, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi and Boss have the most dealings. If there's anyone in our ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him." Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "Okay. Then, who do you think is your ironware shop's shopkeeper among these people?" Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, "General, shopkeeper Yi is on sick leave today. He should be at home now." "Then, where does Yi Funian live?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment, then immediately made a decision. He roared, "Zhang Dafu!" Someone immediately ran in and shouted, "I'm here." A living person was still stubborn in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact caused the faces of those who were caught by the Imperial Army to change color. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, "Even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." It directly broke the line of defense in their hearts. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. And now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Anyone with a normal IQ would be able to figure it out. Under the immense fear of death, instantly, many people took the initiative to jump out. The servant called Xiao Fugue wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing again and again. He repeatedly said, "General, please forgive me. I'm really from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. I beg you to be magnanimous and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, "General, I'm also from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm the same as Xiao Fugue. I was recruited by Boss Xu to transport goods in Taiyuan. However, there was one night when I woke up in the middle of the night and heard Boss Xu and Zhu Huiqing talking. However, I didn't dare to get close at that time. I only vaguely heard Boss Xu say, 'Big business. Contact. I have already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have old and young to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the accountant of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there." These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. Thus, driven by the desire to live, what was supposed to be an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Shiqing's followers and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's employees all scrambled to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words all fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. This was because he wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Axayan's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly went forward and grabbed that person's shoulder. "Since you're the accountant of the ironware shop, then do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he normally interact with? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely. General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner behind the scenes of the ironware shop, he rarely shows his face. I've been the accountant of the ironware shop for 2 years, and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, let alone speak to him. Thus, I don't know Boss Kang's background. Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart skipped a beat. He thought quickly and hurriedly said, "General. Although I don't know, our ironware shop's shopkeeper, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi and Boss usually interact the most. If there's anyone in the ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him." Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, "All right. Then tell me, who among these people is your ironware shop's shopkeeper?" Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, "General, shopkeeper Yi is on sick leave today. He should be at home right now." "Then where does Yi Funian stay?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. He roared, "Zhang Dafu!" Someone immediately ran in from outside and shouted, "General is here." A living person was still stubborn in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact caused the faces of those who were caught by the Imperial Army to change color. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, "Even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." It directly destroyed their inner defenses. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. And now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Anyone with a normal IQ would be able to figure it out, right? Under the immense fear of death, many people immediately took the initiative to jump out. The servant from before, called Xiao Fugue, wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing over and over again. He repeatedly said, "General, please forgive me. I'm really from Daizhou's Wutai County, I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. Please be magnanimous and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, "General, I'm also from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm the same as Xiao Fugue. I was recruited by Boss Xu to transport goods in Taiyuan. But one night when I woke up, I heard Boss Xu and Zhu Huiqing talking. But at that time, I didn't dare to get close. I only faintly heard Boss Xu say the words big business. Contact. I've already told you everything I know. I begged the general to protect my safety. I have elders and children to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the bookkeeper of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. Thus, driven by the desire to live, what was originally an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Huiqing's subordinates and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's workers and servants all rushed to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. This was because he wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Axayan's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly went forward and grabbed that person's shoulder, asking, "Since you're the bookkeeper of the ironware shop, then do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he normally interact with? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely as he said, "Ji General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner of the ironware shop, he rarely shows his face. I've been working as an accountant for the ironware shop for 2 years and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, much less spoken to him. That's why I don't know anything about Boss Kong." Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart skipped a beat. He thought quickly and quickly said, "General. Although I don't know, the shopkeeper of our ironware shop, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi has the most dealings with Boss. If there's anyone in our ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him." Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "All right. Then tell me, who among these people is the shopkeeper of your ironware shop?" Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, "General, shopkeeper Yi is on leave today due to illness. He should be at home now." "Then where does Yi Funian stay?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment and immediately made a decision. He shouted, "Zhang Dafu!" Someone immediately ran in from outside and shouted, "General is here." A living person was still stubborn in front of Dugu Feiying just a moment ago, and the next moment, he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. This kind of strong impact made the people who were caught by the imperial army change their expressions. Especially Dugu Feiying's last sentence, "Even if I don't kill you, your boss will send people to kill you." It directly broke down their inner defenses. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhu Huiqing's death was definitely caused by another group of people. And now, who wanted Zhu Huiqing to die? Anyone with a normal IQ would be able to figure it out, right? Under the immense fear of death, many people immediately took the initiative to jump out. The servant called Xiao Fugue wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Dugu Feiying, but because his hands and feet were tied, he couldn't make any large movements. Thus, kowtowing became bowing again and again. He repeatedly said, "General, please forgive me. I'm really from Daizhou's Wutai County, I'm not a Turk. I've already told you everything I know. Please be merciful and let me live." After he finished speaking, another servant said, "General, I'm also from Daizhou's Wutai County. I'm the same as Xiao Fugue. I was recruited by Boss Shu to transport goods in Taiyuan. But one night when I woke up, I heard Boss Shu and Zhu Huiqing talking. But at that time, I didn't dare to get close. I only faintly heard Boss Shu say the words big business. Contact. I've already told you everything I know. I beg the general to protect my safety. I have elders and children to take care of. General, my name is Chu Mingxian. I'm the bookkeeper of Chuji Ironware Shop. I know where the ironware shop's account book is hidden. I can take you there. These years, Boss Kong has done business with some unknown people many times. It's all recorded in the account book. In the face of a choice between life and death, no one wanted to die. Thus, driven by the desire to live, what was supposed to be an interrogation session turned into a confession session. 5 of Zhu Shiqing's followers and 6 of Chuji Ironware Shop's workers and servants all rushed to confess what they knew, hoping that Dugu Feiying could protect them from being killed. Naturally, these people's words fell into Dugu Feiying's ears. Hearing these fragmented clues, Dugu Feiying suddenly felt a headache. This was because he wasn't good at finding the truth from fragmented clues. This kind of thing should be his brother Dugu Axayan's specialty. Suddenly, after hearing Chu Mingxian's confession, Dugu Feiying's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly went forward and grabbed the man's shoulder, asking, "Since you're the bookkeeper of the ironware shop, then do you know Kong Chang'an's background? Where is he from? What kind of people does he normally interact with? How many people does he have under him?" Chu Mingxian was sweating profusely. "General. General, please forgive me. Although Boss Kong is the owner behind the scenes of the ironware shop, he rarely shows his face. I've been the bookkeeper of the ironware shop for 2 years, and I've only seen Boss Kong less than 10 times, let alone speak to him. That's why I don't know Boss Kang's background." Seeing Dugu Feiying's face darken, Chu Mingxian's heart skipped a beat. He thought quickly, then quickly said, "General. Although I don't know, the shopkeeper of our ironware shop, Yi Funian, definitely knows. Shopkeeper Yi and Boss usually interact the most. If there's anyone in our ironware shop who knows Boss's background the most, it's definitely him." Dugu Feiying's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, "All right. Then tell me, who among these people is the shopkeeper of your ironware shop?" Chu Mingxian shook his head and said, "General, shopkeeper Yi is on sick leave today. He should be at home right now." "Then where does Yi Funian live?" Dugu Feiying's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dugu Feiying pondered for a moment, then immediately made a decision. He shouted, "Zhang Dafu!" Someone immediately ran in from outside and shouted, "General is here." Chapter 1832. I am the County Magistrate of Lantian County. Today, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce is holding a donation event in Lantian County. I represent the County Magistrate of Lantian County and the people of Lantian County to welcome everyone and thank everyone for your generosity. County Magistrate, he did not act like the other merchants who wanted to donate and directly walked to the donation box with the donation board. Instead, he walked to the side of Lin Wenyuan. The latter understood and passed the loudspeaker in his hand to County Magistrate He. County Magistrate He took it and then used the loudspeaker's amplification function to speak loudly to the people present. At the beginning of this year, Marquis established the Department of Commerce in Lantian County. The purpose of the Department of Commerce is to create a good business environment for merchants. Although the business tax rate has been raised, the status of merchants has also been raised. In Lonteon County, merchants, farmers, and craftsmen are all classified as commoners and the government treats them equally. Furthermore, the children of merchants can also enter the school. In this way, merchants can do business in Lonteon County with peace of mind and will not be disturbed. In less than a year, Lonteon County's business has flourished and the county magistrate's treasury still has a lot of surplus. Previously, Marquis had told me that the county magistrate's office usually collects taxes from merchants and commoners, but the taxes collected must all be taken from the people and used by the people. Today, the Northern Turks are eyeing Tang. Although my Lonteon County magistrate is not as wealthy as everyone here, we are still willing to contribute to the imperial court. Therefore, I will donate 10,000 strings of cash from the county magistrate's treasury to the imperial court in hopes that the imperial court can defeat the Turks and completely pacify the Northern Turks. This is also the sincerity of the people of Lonteon County towards Tang and His Majesty. As the host, it was understandable for county magistrate he to say some pretty words in front of these merchants who came from afar. However, what he said wasn't just for show. There was a deeper meaning behind it. That was to use this fundraising event to spread the signboard of Lonteon County, attracting more merchants to do business in Lonteon County. Sure enough, as soon as county magistrate he finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers from the audience and outside the inn. Wow! Lonteon County magistrate is so generous, donating 10,000 strings of cash. Good. Take from the people and use it for the people. Marquis said it well. County magistrate you did well. The current Lonteon County has really changed a lot. There are more and more shops and people. This is all thanks to Marquis' Department of Commerce. Yes. Yes. But why did I hear that the Department of Commerce changed the business tax ratio from 1 in 30 to 1 in 6? It's increased by 5 times. It has indeed increased by 5 times. But the status of us merchants has also increased. Furthermore, you're doing business in Lonteon County, so you don't have to worry about your safety. There's no ruffians or gangsters who would dare to cause trouble for you. You can be at ease. In the long run, I can only earn more every month than before. Of course. Just look at the number of merchants in Lonteon County, and you'll know. None of us are fools. If there are no benefits, who would be willing to do business in Lonteon County? That's right. The discussions of the merchants naturally fell into county magistrate's ears, but he didn't have the time to enjoy the praise. After he finished speaking, he returned the loudspeaker to Lin Wenyuan. As the time for the fundraiser was very tight, it was already very rare for Lin Wenyuan to give him a chance to speak alone. Furthermore, he had to deliver the fundraising signboard and go to the second floor to handle the procedures for the transfer of funds. At this moment, Xiaoyu was sitting on the ground in a daze. County magistrate's words just now had already set off a huge wave in his heart that was as calm as an ancient well. The purpose of the Department of Commerce is to create a good business environment for merchants. In Lonteon County, merchants, farmers, and craftsmen are all classified as commoners. The government treats them all equally. Take from the people and use it for the people. Every decree of Lonteon County would cause a huge uproar in other counties. This was because every decree, to the traditional old pedants, was considered to be treason and heresy. It was only because this was Lonteon County, Li Zishuan's fief, that no one cared about it. This was because as long as Li Zishuan didn't rebel in his fief, Li Er wouldn't do anything to him even if he did something out of line. Since ancient times, the vassal kings and important ministers were all like this. Previously, when the Department of Commerce was established in Lonteon County, Xiaoyu, as the Minister of Revenue, had more or less heard about it. However, at that time, he didn't pay much attention to the Department of Commerce. He thought that it was just a playful move by Li Zishuan, and that it wouldn't amount to much. But now, after hearing County Magistrate He's systematic explanation of the government decrees issued by the Department of Commerce and the administration philosophy, coupled with the indisputable fact that Lantian County's business was flourishing, Xiao Yu's shock and sudden enlightenment were indescribable. It turned out that merchants could exert such great power. To think that as the Minister of Revenue, his main duty was to manage the Great Tang's purse for Lier. But now, the achievements of Lantian County made him, a veteran of 3 dynasties, feel ashamed. In the entire Great Tang, Lantian County was considered a middle-class county. But this middle-class county's annual business tax revenue was far more than 10,000 strings of coins. The reason why it was far more than 10,000 strings of coins was because the Department of Commerce had only been established for half a year. But now, County Magistrate he was able to donate 10,000 strings of coins to the court. What did this mean? This meant that through a series of business tax reforms, Lantian County's county office had collected more than 10,000 strings of coins in just half a year. Didn't this mean that Lantian County's annual business tax revenue was more than 20,000 strings of coins? One had to know that this was only the first year of Lantian County's business tax reform. As the reputation of Lantian County spread among the merchants, the business of Lantian County was bound to flourish. When the time came, no one could predict how much business tax this middle-class county would collect in a year. But it would definitely be more than now, not less. Just imagine, if all the provinces and counties of the Great Tang were as awesome as Lantian County, no, even if they were only 1/5 as awesome as Lantian County, given that the Great Tang currently had more than 1,500 counties, just the tax on commerce alone would add up to 6 million strings of coins. 6 million strings of coins. Thinking of this number, Xiao Yu found it difficult to breathe. If the Great Tang's imperial court could collect 6 million strings of coins every year, it wouldn't be a problem to arm 10 elite troops like the Black Armored Army. At that time, wouldn't fighting a mere Turkic barbarian be as easy as beating up a son? Xiao Shangshu. Minister Xiao. Just when Xiao Yu's imagination was running wild because of the county magistrate's words, the low-ranking official beside him woke him up from his beautiful fantasy. After coming back to his senses, Xiao Yu frowned and said unhappily, "What is it?" It turned out that this old man was still angry that his beautiful dream of Great Tang was disturbed. Minister Xiao, County Magistrate he bid farewell to you just now. You didn't hear him. He told me to tell you that he still has work to do in the county office, so he'll be leaving first. Also, Boss Lin is about to call out shopkeeper Mo's name. Seeing Xiao Yu's displeased expression, the low-ranking official's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know how he had offended Xiao Yu, but he still mustered up his courage and spoke carefully. Speaking of which, Xiao Yu had been in a daze for quite a long time. He didn't even hear County Magistrate he greet him when he returned to his seat. At this moment, the fundraising event was nearing its end. Oh. Then prepare yourself and go up in place of shopkeeper Mo later. Hearing this, Xiao Yu calmed himself down and said to the low-ranking official. Yes. The low-ranking official replied. Then, he calmed himself down and sat by the side, waiting silently. Clear Ink Shop, Mo Tongming, donates 500 strings of coins. Not long after, Lin Wenyuan shouted from above. The low-ranking official beside Xiao Yu immediately stood up and walked forward. At this moment, the people below couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Clear Ink Shop. If I remember correctly, isn't this Clear Ink Shop a shop in Xiao Ji's hometown? That's right, that's right. It's Minister Zhao's family. I heard that Minister Xiao likes calligraphy and painting, so he opened this shop. Hiss. Does that mean that Minister Xiao is also donating today? Businessmen were indeed the most well-informed. As soon as Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, some people had already guessed the owner behind Clear Ink Shop. That's right, Xiao Yu is also donating today. He had asked the low-ranking official to withdraw the money and also gave the low-ranking official the deed of Clear Ink Shop so that the latter could register the donation in Clear Ink Shop's name at the entrance of the inn. Although 500 strings of coins wasn't much, it was his way of expressing his sincerity to Lier. Although he was an elder of 3 dynasties, he had always been an honest official. His family's wealth couldn't compare to these rich businessmen in the inn's lobby. As for his identity being guessed, Xiaoyu didn't care at all. It was even better if someone guessed it. He thought to himself that no one would say that he was stingy, disloyal, and patriotic, right? On Lin Wenyuan's side, after reading out Clear Ink Shop's name, he read out 2 more names. Finally, everyone on the list was read out. Lin Wenyuan pursed his dry lips and heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Everyone, today's fundraising event ends here." Wait. Lin Wenyuan was about to announce to everyone that the fundraising event was about to end, but before he could finish speaking, 2 youths walked in with 2 servants. One of the older youths said loudly, "Boss Lin, please bring us along. The 2 of us also want to donate money." As the youth spoke, he waved the fundraising card in his hand. Everyone took a closer look and gasped. They saw the words, 30,000 strings of coins, written on the card. A young man actually wanted to donate 30,000 strings of coins to the imperial court. Who exactly was this young man? Chapter 1833. Fanyang Lu family donates 30,000 strings of cash. At the same time as the 2 youths walked in, a page boy quickly walked up to Lin Wenyuan and handed him a piece of paper. Lin Wenyuan's expression changed when he read it. After a moment, he calmed himself down, put the loudspeaker to his mouth, and shouted. "Wow! Fanyang Lu family. Why are they here to join in the fun?" "Yes. The Lu family is one of the 5 surnames and 7 watches. Why would they come all the way here to participate in the fundraising event and send money to the court? How is that possible?" "Ha! It's not the 5 surnames and 7 watches anymore, but the 3 surnames and 4 watches now. So what? Right now, the Lu family is not something that ordinary people like us can associate with. Looks like the Lu family is planning to side with the court. Isn't that the Lu family's young master, Lu Qingqing? Why is he here personally? Lu Qingqing. TSK, if this young man is Lu Qingqing, then who is the other young man beside him?" The crowd inside and outside the inn was in an uproar again. Everyone was deeply surprised by the arrival of the Fanyang Lu family. Of course, some of them actually recognized the young man's identity. He was the eldest son of the Fanyang Lu family, Lu Qingqing, who had just rushed to Lantian County from Qizhou. As for the person beside Lu Qingqing, it was the eldest son of the Li family from Zhao County, Li Jingxian. The 2 of them had rushed all the way from Qizhou and finally made it to today's fundraising event. The Lu family and the Li family from Zhao County had many businesses in Chang'an. It was not difficult for them to get a few store deeds. With the deeds, they quickly completed the registration for the fundraising event. However, Lu Qingqing insisted on donating in the name of the Fanyang Lu family and not one of the Lu family stores during registration. The staff member, at the entrance of the inn who was in charge of registering the participants was firstly intimidated by the Lu family's immense power and influence. Secondly, when Lu Qingqing signed up, he showed several store deeds. If Lu Qingqing were to participate in the fundraising event under the name of one of the Lu family stores, the staff member wouldn't know how to choose. Coincidentally, the fundraising event was coming to an end and he didn't want to waste any time. Therefore, Lu Qingqing was able to participate in the fundraising event under the name of Fan Yang's Lu family. The reason why he insisted on doing this was very simple. He was attending the fundraiser today for Li Zishuan and Li Zishuan to see. Since that was the case, why would he participate in the fundraiser in the name of his shop like Qin Qiong, Xiaoyu, and the others? He didn't want to and couldn't conceal his identity because there were many shops under the Liu family's name. If he attended the fundraiser under the name of one of the shops, it was hard to guarantee that everyone would recognize him. He wanted everyone present today to know that Fanyang's Liu family had participated in the fundraiser and had donated 30,000 strings of cash. Since he had done a good deed, he had to leave his name behind and let everyone know. From a certain perspective, Liu Qingxing's concept of doing good was somewhat similar to Li Zixuan's. However, Liu Qingxing did it more for the sake of his family, while Li Zixuan did it to create a virtuous cycle in society. That was why he fought for more benefits for those who did good, such as how he treated those who donated to the Warm Tang Foundation. Before leaving Qizhou, Liu Qingqing and Li Jingxian had both sent the news of their intention to participate in the fundraising event back to their ancestral home. After arriving in Chang'an, they had received a reply from their respective families' information channels. Both of them had received the support of some of the elders in their family. That was why they were now so openly and with such great fanfare, wanting to participate in the fundraising event under their family's name. Amidst the exclamations and discussions of the crowd, Liu Qingqing personally held the donation card in his hand and walked toward the donation box. When they were registering, the person in charge of registration outside the inn had already explained the general process of the fundraiser to the two of them. The Li family of Zhao County donates 30,000 strings of cash. After seeing Liu Qingqing throw the donation card into the donation box and follow the venue's staff to the second floor, Lin Wenyuan took a deep breath and shouted. The Li family of Zhao County. This person is actually from the Li family of Zhao County. Hey! What's so strange about that? Since the young man from before is the eldest son of Fanyang's Liu family, that means that this young man's status isn't low. If that's the case, it's not strange at all that this person is from the Li family of Zhao County. Who knows, he might even be the eldest son of the Li family of Zhao County. Tisk tsk. The Wang family of Taiyuan, the Liu family of Fanyang, and the Li family of Zhao County are all here. Today, 3 of the 4 great 1,000-year-old families in the world are here. Chapter 1834. What? There's actually such a thing. Dragon Gate Inn, in a room on the second floor. Lin Wenyuan was slightly shocked when he heard the servant say that the commoners outside the inn were clamoring to come in and donate money. Xiao Yu muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Let's go. Let's go out and take a look." Lin Wenyuan naturally had no objections. Then, under the servant's lead, the two of them went down the stairs and quickly arrived outside the inn. They saw that the open space outside the inn was filled with all sorts of people. These people had been outside the inn to watch the show earlier, but they didn't immediately leave after the donation gathering ended. Many of them felt empty in their hearts, as if something was missing. Immediately after, a scholar in the crowd stepped forward and wanted to enter the inn, but he was stopped by the inn's guards. The guard said that the inn wasn't receiving guests today, but the scholar said that he wasn't here to stay but to donate money. This made things very difficult for the guards. Because this donation gathering was only open to merchants, the youth in front of them was clearly a scholar. Moreover, the donation gathering had already ended, so the guards knew that Lin Wenyuan was definitely ordering people to count the money in the inn. At such a critical moment, how could they let some unrelated people in? If something happened, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Therefore, no matter what the scholar said, the guards in front of the inn refused to budge an inch. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of the crowd outside the inn. After the crowd asked for the reason, they all began to support the scholar, because what the scholar said was exactly what they were thinking. That's right, most of them also wanted to donate. Although these people weren't as rich as the merchants, just as Lin Wenyuan had said at the start of the donation gathering, the rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of all citizens. The Great Tang is not the Great Tang of a single person, but the Great Tang of millions of people. Now that the country is facing a crisis, if we don't prioritize righteousness over righteousness, how can we talk about benefits in the future? Even the merchants, who had always prioritized benefits over righteousness in the eyes of the secular world, could be so generous when the country was in danger. If these people still remained indifferent, wouldn't they be even more prioritizing benefits over righteousness than the merchants? In the beginning, there were only a few people who agreed with the scholar, but slowly, more and more people joined in. Half an hour later, there were nearly 1,000 people blocking the entrance of Dragon Gate Inn. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, the guard at the entrance of the inn hurriedly sent someone to inform Lin Wenyuan. When Xiao Yu and Lin Wenyuan arrived at the entrance of the inn, this was the scene that greeted them. Boss Lin is out. Great. Boss Lin is out. Seeing Lin Wenyuan walk out, there was a commotion in the crowd. In their opinion, Lin Wenyuan was definitely more reasonable than the guards at the door. Moreover, Lin Wenyuan had the right to decide if they wanted to donate money. This Elder Xiao has also come out. Soon, the crowd noticed the dignified old man wearing a scarlet official's robe beside Lin Wenyuan. Many people had seen Xiao Yu before the donation gathering, so he was quickly recognized. The crowd, which had been noisy a moment ago, immediately quieted down. They were just ordinary people. They didn't have to fear Lin Wenyuan, but they had to respect Xiao Yu, a high official of the imperial court. Chapter 1835. Someone actually dared to kill someone right under the nose of the imperial army, and that person is definitely related to that mysterious Shatua man. Madam, where do you think the killer is from? Taiyuan, the Wang family's ancestral home, in a side hall in the backyard of the Wang family's residence. Wang Yu could not help but frown as he looked at the slip of paper that the Wang clan's secret guard had just sent over. As he spoke, he handed the note to Princess Tong An, who was sitting next to him. Princess Tong An took the note, and when she read its contents, she couldn't help but frown. Things are getting more and more unpredictable. On the surface, the killer is probably that Shatua man named Zhu Xiaqing. If that's the case, then my previous deduction might be wrong. Zhu Xiaqing is a Turkic spy hiding in Taiyuan City, and his status might not be low. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a Grand Master-level assassin to kill a key witness right under the nose of the Imperial Army. When Princess Tong An and Wang Bingjun learned that Dugu Feiying had come to ask for help, they had thought that the possibility of Zhu Xiaqing being a Turkic spy was low, because a true Turkic spy wouldn't be exposed so easily. However, now that the only person who could identify Zhu Xiaqing had been assassinated, Zhu Xiaqing naturally became the most suspicious person. According to the intelligence, the person who had assassinated the witness was a Grand Master-level expert. For such an expert to be willing to follow Zhu Xiaqing's orders meant that Zhu Xiaqing's identity and status were not as simple as a Shatua merchant. In the current perilous situation, the possibility of Zhu Xiaqing being a Turkic spy was many times higher than before. After hearing Princess Tong An's words, Wang Yu nodded slightly. Indeed. However, the most important thing right now is to find Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an as soon as possible. King Wei and the others will arrive in Taiyuan City soon. If we can't catch Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an before then, Your Highness and the people from Yanwang College will be in trouble while they are in Taiyuan. The Turks won't let this matter rest, and they might have already found out some information. Princess Tong An was slightly surprised. Master, are you saying that the Turks have already found out the purpose of Qin Ke and the others heading north? According to seniority, Princess Tong An was Li Tai's aunt and Li Er's great-aunt. Thus, it was not inappropriate for her to call Li Tai Qin Ke. Wang Yu sighed and said, even if they don't know everything, I'm afraid they've found some scattered clues. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much effort to set up an ambush at the place where King Wei and the others are staying this time, Tongfu Inn. Wang Yu suddenly thought of something. He turned to Princess Tong An and asked, Madam, since the inn isn't safe, why don't we let King Wei and the others stay in the Wang estate? This way, Even if there are Grandmaster-level experts among the Turk spies, they won't be able to harm King Wei and the others under the heavy protection of our Wang estate's hidden guards. Wang Yu's idea was not bad. Since the danger of the Tongfu Inn had not been completely eliminated, they could settle Li Tai and the others in the Wang estate's ancestral home. In any case, the Wang estate had plenty of empty courtyards, and with the Wang estate's hidden guards protecting them, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens for the Turk spies to do anything to Li Tai and the others. Unexpectedly, Princess Tong and shook her head. Absolutely not. Wang Yu was puzzled. What do you mean, madam? Princess Tong and was a strong-willed and opinionated woman, so Wang Yu would often seek her opinion of his own accord. Has husband ever thought about what would happen if something happened to Qin Kai and the others while they were staying in the Wang estate? Princess Tong and frowned. Letting Qin Kai and the others stay in the Wang estate will reduce their danger, but that doesn't mean that there won't be any danger at all. If something happens, the Wang estate will suffer His Majesty's wrath. Thus, even if this concubine agrees to husband's plan, the clan elders and the rest of the Wang estate will not agree. Because the Wang estate cannot bear this risk. Wang Yu frowned for a moment before sighing. Madam is right. While this plan will reduce the danger to His Highness and the others, it will also put the Wang estate in danger. As the head of the Wang clan, Wang Yu understood the responsibility on his shoulders, and he also understood that the clan's interests were paramount. Thus, this plan was quickly discarded in his mind. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by a familiar voice. Reporting to Patriarch, King Wei's convoy is only 2 li from the city gate and will soon enter the city. The person outside was the Grand Commander of the Wang clan's hidden guards, Wang Qingwu, a trusted aide of the chief branch. Wang Yu's heart trembled as he called out, "Come in." Yes. Creak. Wang Qingwu pushed open the door and entered, closing it behind him. Wang Yu immediately asked, "How is General Dugu's side? Did you manage to capture the shopkeeper of the Chuji ironware shop and obtain the account books?" Wang Qingwu bowed. Replying to Patriarch, according to the report, by the time the Imperial Army arrived at Xuanren Market, the shopkeeper of the Chuji ironware shop, Yi Funian, had already died in his home. His throat had been slit by a sharp blade, and this matter had already alerted the county yamen and the provincial governor's residence. In addition, by the time General Dugu and the others arrived at the Chuji ironware shop, the account books had already been found and burned in the hole. Fortunately, General Dugu was fast enough, and only the first half of the account books were burned. What? Wang Yu was overwhelmed with shock when he heard this. Princess Tong and waved her hand at Wang Qingwu and said, "All right, Qingwu, you may leave first." "Yes. Your Highness." Wang Qingwu bowed and accepted the order, then turned and left. Wang Qingwu bowed and left as well. "Madam, why does this old man feel like the mastermind behind the scenes has been spying on our every move this entire time, and is always ahead of us in every matter?" Wang Yu frowned after a few moments of silence. Princess Tong and paused for a moment, and then she probed, "Master, do you mean to say that there are Turk spies at our side or General Dugu's side?" Wang Yu shook his head. "It's probably impossible with the Imperial Army, and as for us, forget it. Let's not talk about this for now." Wang Yu suddenly paused. He looked at Princess Tong and asked, "King Wei and the others are about to enter the city. Does Madam want to accompany your husband to the city gates to take a look?" Princess Tong nodded without hesitation. "Of course. This humble one is Qingchue's elder, and this is the first time this child has come to Source Peak City. You and I just happen to be here, so we should act as hosts." "Ha! Since that's the case, let's go together," Wang Yu said with a chuckle. On the other side, Dugu Feiying, who had split his men into 2 groups, found nothing. Well, it could not be said that they found nothing. At the very least, he managed to snatch back half of the account book. At this moment, Dugu Feiying was extremely gloomy. He felt like his every move was known in advance, and there was always someone ahead of him to obstruct him from investigating what he wanted to investigate. From the looks of the wound, the person who killed Yi Funian used a knife and not a sword. However, the authorities have searched the entire Yi residence, but they did not find the murder weapon. Now, the entire Xuanren market has been sealed off. The county Yamen constables are searching from house to house, and asking the people if they have seen any suspicious characters. Zhang Dafu was reporting the latest progress of the case to Dugu Feiying, whose face was dark. Dugu Feiying let out a deep sigh and said, "From the looks of it, the person who killed Yi Funian and the person who tried to assassinate Zhu Huiqing aren't the same person." Zhang Dafu thought for a moment and said, "From the weapons used by the murderer, it does seem like they are not the same person, but we can't rule out the possibility that the murderer used both weapons to confuse the public." Dugu Feiying shook his head and said nothing. His intuition told him that these two murders were not done by the same person, but he could not find any direct evidence at the moment. As for the names listed in the account book of the Chuji ironware shop, this general has already sent people to investigate with Chu Mingxian. Seeing that Dugu Feiying was silent, Zhang Dafu continued to report. Continue to investigate. Remember, you must protect that half of the account book well. Dugu Feiying nodded and gave his orders. He had brought 30 Imperial Army elites to Taiyuan City a day in advance so that he could eliminate the hidden dangers in Taiyuan City before Li Tai and the others arrived. But now, not only had he failed to capture a single Turkic spy, key witnesses had been killed one after another. This made him feel very embarrassed, and this half of the account book was the only thing that could comfort him. This general obeys. Zhang Dafu bowed. It's getting late. His Highness's group should be arriving soon. Take a few people and follow me out of the city to welcome them. The rest of you, stay here and watch over Chu Mingxian's group. Dugu Feiying looked out the window and said, his hands behind his back. Yes. Soon, they came out of a house near the Tongfu Inn and went straight to the southern city gate. At this moment, in a private room on the third floor of a restaurant near the southern city gate, a middle-aged man wearing a scholarly robe and holding a feather fan stood by the window. He looked at the faint appearance of a group of people outside the city. He waved his feather fan and chuckled softly. Ha! The real big fish has finally taken the bait. King Wei. Ha! Since you've entered the game, no one can save you. Just relax and be a fish that has taken the bait. A gust of wind blew through the middle-aged man's hair. The way he stood against the wind and gently waved his feather fan was somewhat similar to the legendary Zhuge Kongming, who had a feather fan and a silk scarf. Everything was under his control. Cough cough, but when he looked at that person's appearance again, it was an ordinary face that couldn't be any more ordinary. It was completely incompatible with his ethereal temperament. Chapter 1836. Big Brother. You finally arrived. On the road 2 li to the south of Taiyuan City, Dugu Feiying had arrived with 3 Imperial Army soldiers and was about to welcome Dugu Axian's group. Dugu Feiying hurriedly stepped forward. Upon seeing his big brother, Dugu Feiying inexplicably felt a sense of relief. This was the trust he had built up in Dugu Axian as a child. Although Source Peak City was in a perilous situation, he was confident that with Dugu Axian here, those demons and monsters hiding in the shadows would be exposed. Dugu Axian nodded and went straight to the point. What is the situation in Source Peak City? Dugu Feiying's face instantly turned grim, and after a few moments of silence, he said, Big brother, the situation in the city is not optimistic. Yesterday, after we entered the city, we began to secretly investigate the new guests of the inn. In the end, we discovered a Turkic merchant disguised as a Han. His name was Zhu Hongxing, and his movements were extremely suspicious, so I sent people to keep an eye on him. Today, that Turkic merchant went to an ironware shop in the city, but not long after, that merchant and the shop's owner and workers all disappeared into thin air under the eyes of our brothers. Later, through investigation, we discovered that there was a secret passage in the ironware shop that led directly to another house to the west of the ironware shop. The Turkic merchant and the ironware shop's workers had escaped through that secret passage, but by the time our men reached the house on the other side of the secret passage, there was not a single person inside. At the time, I felt that there was something wrong with that Turkic merchant and the shopkeeper of the smithy, that they were probably spies the Turks had planted in Source Peak City. Thus, I had Zhang Dafu and the others pursue the two of them. But my manpower was limited, and finding the two of them in Taiyuan City in a short amount of time was far too difficult. It just so happened that at noon, the head of the Wang clan, Governor Wang Yu of Suizhou, returned to Taiyuan. Thus, I went to the Wang clan to request assistance from Wang Yu, hoping that the Wang clan's guards could join us in pursuing that Turkic merchant and the shopkeeper of the ironware shop. What? You went to the Wang clan to ask for reinforcements? Does this mean that Governor Wang already knows that Your Highness has come to Source Peak? Hearing this, Dugu Aksayan's face was filled with shock. He interrupted Dugu Feiying and questioned. Hearing Dugu Aksayan's unfriendly tone, Dugu Feiying couldn't help but shrink his neck in fear. Big brother, Provincial Governor Wang is a member of the imperial family, and his son, Wang Rinbiao, is on good terms with the Marquis of Yong'an. Be it for public or private reasons, he should stand on our side on this matter. Moreover, the situation at the time was truly urgent. If I hadn't been able to quickly track down that Turkic merchant and the owner of the ironware shop, they might have escaped the city, making it even harder to capture them. At this point, Dugu Feiying didn't dare to continue because he noticed that Dugu Aksayan's face was ashen. Nonsense. Hearing this, Dugu Aksayan couldn't help but reprimand in a low voice. The objective of His Highness's expedition to the north is a top secret among top secrets. How could you tell others so easily? If Your Highness falls into danger because of this, not to mention me, even father won't be able to protect you. Big brother, what should we do now? Dugu Feiying hesitated for a few moments before asking. Dugu Aksayan helplessly said, now that things have come to this, there's no point in saying anything more. For now, we can only take things one step at a time. Continue speaking. After you asked the Wang clan for help, did you manage to capture that Turkic merchant called Zhu Hongxing and the owner of the ironware shop? Seeing that Dugu Aksayan had no intention of pursuing the matter, Dugu Feiying breathed a sigh of relief and continued, strangely enough, after Provincial Governor Wang agreed to help us, quite a few factions appeared in Taiyuan City, both on the surface and in the shadows. Countless people were searching for the Turkic merchant and the owner of the ironware shop, but even so, we were unable to capture them. However, we managed to capture their retainers. Through torture and interrogation, we learned from those retainers that the Turkic merchant was called Zhu Shicheng, a member of the Shatua tribe. The owner of the ironware shop was called Kong Chang'an. This man has always been mysterious, and very few people know of his background. In the end, with the help of the bookkeeper of the ironware shop, we managed to obtain the books of the ironware shop, but the process did not go smoothly. At this point, Dugu Feiying briefly told Dugu Aksayan about how the key witness, Zhu Huiqing, was killed and the account books were almost completely burned. After listening, Dugu Aksayan deeply furrowed his brows. At this time, he realized just how complicated the current situation in Source Peak City was. It was as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything in the dark. The other party had probably laid down a dark net in Source Peak City and was just waiting for them to crawl in. Seeing Dugu Aksayan's frown and silence, Dugu Feiying, who believed that he had messed up, didn't dare to say anything. The two brothers rode at the front of the convoy. Suddenly, Dugu Aksayan's eyes focused and he sternly said, Feiying, quickly enter the city and seek an audience with the Bing province governor. Say that the Northern Yamen Imperial Army has been ordered to protect His Highness King Wei's group and needs to enter the city. Dugu Feiying was alarmed. It was true that the 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers had been protecting Li Tai's group, but when Li Tai's group was resting in the county, the main force of the Imperial Army would camp outside the city and not follow them into the city. Only a small portion of the Imperial Army would be led by Dugu Axayan to protect Li Tai. If there was an emergency inside the city, Dugu Axayan would use fireworks as a warning, and only then would the soldiers outside enter the city. Dugu Axayan was now ordering all 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers to enter the city. This abnormal action left Dugu Feiying very confused. "Big brother, why do you want to do this? With so many of us entering the city, the Turkic spies will definitely notice us. Isn't it said that spears are easy to dodge but arrows from the shadows are hard to guard against?" Dugu Axayan snapped, "The reason we didn't allow anyone to enter the city in the past was indeed to avoid being noticed by the Turkic spies, lest they cause trouble for us on the road. But now that you've caused such a huge commotion in Taiyuan City with the help of the Wang clan, unless the Turkic spies in the city are deaf and blind, they will definitely notice that something is amiss. We've already moved from the shadows to the light. I even suspect that the Turks already know part of the goal of the Academy's group." At this point, Dugu Axayan could not help but feel a headache coming on. He had sent Dugu Feiying to Source Peak City first, intending to let him operate in secret. However, Source Peak City had been turned upside down by Dugu Feiying and the Wang family's forces. It was impossible for him to operate in secret like before. They had been forced from the shadows into the light, and they were now in a passive position. They didn't even know who their enemy was or what their goal was. Then what do we do? If the Turkic Khagan learns of the goal of your highness and the Academy's group, won't he go mad and send soldiers to Taiyuan City to capture your highness and the Academy's teachers and students? Dugu Feiying inexplicably panicked at Dugu Axayan's words. A little more than a month ago, the state teacher of the Turkic Khaganate, Wu Jia, had risked his life to infiltrate the Cloud Mountains for the sake of obtaining confidential information from the Academy. If the Turkic Khagan learned of the goal of Li Tai's group, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't send elite soldiers to cause trouble. When the time came, Li Tai and the Academy group would either be captured or killed. No matter what the outcome was, it was not something they could bear. So before you left, I warned you that no matter what, you were not allowed to tell anyone about the mission of your highness's group. Dugu Axayan glared at Dugu Feiying and angrily said, "At this point, the spies the Turks have planted in Taiyuan City must know something, but Taiyuan City is several hundred li away from the Turkic Khaganate, so they won't have time to send back the news. Since this is the case, there is no need for us to continue hiding. We might as well bring out all our strength. This is Taiyuan City, not the border of the empire. Even if the Turks have some spies in Taiyuan City, as long as we protect your highness and the Academy, they won't be able to find us. Immediately enter the city and head to the provincial governor's residence to inform the Bingzhou governor. Since the danger in Tongfuan has yet to be eliminated, once we enter the city, we won't stay in the inn. We'll stay in one of the relay stations in the city. It will be easier for our brothers to set up defenses there." Dugu Feiying felt that his brother's words were reasonable and hurriedly cupped his fists. "Yes, big brother. I'll go to the provincial governor's residence." Seeing that Dugu Axayan had nothing else to say, he urged his horse to leave the group and gallop toward the city gate. Actually, with Dugu Feiying's personality, he preferred to fight in the open. Hiding in the dark was not his forte. Now that Dugu Axayan had decided to reveal his identity and lead the army into the city, this was exactly what he wanted. After Dugu Feiying left, Dugu Axayan rode his horse to Li Tai's carriage. After briefly introducing the complex situation in Taiyuan City to Li Tai, Dugu Axayan proposed to lead his army into the city and move to a relay station instead of an inn. The mood in the carriage suddenly turned solemn. Iron Egg, Qin Huayu, and Meng Wenhao all turned to Li Tai, waiting for his decision. After a few moments of silence, Li Tai sternly said, Since that's the case, we'll follow General Duga's arrangements. We have to be extremely careful in these unusual times. Seeing that Li Tai was willing to cooperate, Dugu Aksayan let out a sigh of relief. If this was the Li Tai of 2 years ago, he would definitely not be so understanding. After all, in terms of comfort, a relay station was definitely far inferior to a large and like Tongfu Inn. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Please rest assured, Your Highness. We will protect Your Highness and the others with our lives. Dugu Aksayan cupped his fists. General Dugu is too polite. Li Tai smiled and said softly. A trace of worry appeared between his brows. Li Tai of the past was indeed a person who only cared about his own enjoyment, but it was different now. As the commander-in-chief of this northern operation, he had the responsibility and obligation to ensure the safety of these people from the academy. Chapter 1837. This subordinate is the Bing Province Governor, Wang Liaoyuan. Greetings to Your Highness, Duke of Wei. The sun was setting in the west and the sky was about to turn dark. The southern gate of Taiyuan City opened. King Liaoyuan and his subordinates hurried out of the city. As for the county officials, he didn't even bother to inform them. At this moment, he saw a young man around 10 years old standing in front of the carriages. He had a calm expression and a noble aura. The soldiers beside him protected him tightly. In addition, Wang Liaoyuan had seen Li Tai a few times when he entered the court a few years ago. Thus, he directly walked up to Li Tai and bowed. Your Highness, King Wei. The aides and subordinates of the provincial governor behind Wang Liaoyuan also bowed. With Wang Liaoyuan leading the way, they didn't have to search for Li Tai in the crowd. Everyone, there's no need to be so courteous. Li Tai raised his hands and smiled warmly at Wang Liaoyuan and the others. This king has come to Taiyuan City to carry out an important mission under the orders of my imperial father. These 1,000 imperial army soldiers will follow this king into the city. I hope that Provincial Governor Wang can make things convenient and cooperate with this king to complete the mission given by my imperial father. Hearing this, Wang Liaoyuan frowned. When Duga Feiying entered the provincial governor's residence with the imperial army token, he told him that Li Tai was going to lead 1,000 imperial army soldiers into Taiyuan City. However, Duga Feiying didn't have a real imperial edict. They were only following Li Er's verbal order. Letting an unfamiliar army into the city was a serious matter. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan had to personally go out and investigate. Otherwise, what if this army had other motives? At that time, he would really be dead. After seeing that the leader of this army was indeed Li Tai, Wang Liaoyuan's vigilance was lowered. This was because Li Tai couldn't possibly rebel. Even if he wanted to rebel, he couldn't have brought the imperial army with him. This was because the imperial army was under Li Er's direct command. Since that was the case, then Li Tai really did lead the army into the city under the emperor's orders. Your Highness is too polite. We will do our best to assist Your Highness in completing His Majesty's mission. After pondering for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan cupped his hands and said. At this moment, he thought of how the Wang clan's elites had entered and exited the city in the afternoon, searching for 2 people. He wondered if this matter had anything to do with Li Tai's arrival. Ha! Wang Yu greets Your Highness, Duke of Wei. Speak of the devil. Just as Wang Liaoyuan was thinking this, a burst of hearty laughter came from behind the officials of the provincial governor's office. Soon after, Wang Yu walked out with Princess Tong and clasped his hands at Li Tai. Of course, he was the only one who bowed. Princess Tong stood in front of Li Tai and looked at the little fatty with a smile. After Wang Yu bowed, she smiled faintly and said, Qin Ke, why didn't you tell me you were coming to Taiyuan? I could have sent someone to fetch you. Upon seeing Wang Yu and Princess Tong Li Tai's dignified expression instantly vanished, replaced by the docility of a junior in front of his elders. He first bowed to Wang Yu and said, "Uncle-in-law, there's no need to be so courteous." Then he replied to Princess Tong and "Grand-aunt, please forgive me." Tai only left Chang and on the spur of the moment. Besides, Tai didn't know that Grand-aunt and uncle-in-law were in Taiyuan right now. Otherwise, I would have definitely sent someone to inform you. Princess Tong and Li Er had an extremely good relationship. Even though Princess Tong and was already married, Li Er would still send someone to Suizhou to deliver gifts to her and Wang Yu during festivals. As a result, Li Tai naturally did not dare to slight this grand-aunt of his. In terms of seniority, Princess Tong and was truly his grand-aunt. Ha! We're all family, so why are you taking offense? When Rinbiao got married a few days ago, your uncle-in-law and I just came to Taiyuan from Qizhou. You've been spoiled since you were young and have never traveled far. You must have suffered quite a bit along the way, right? Princess Tong and smiled and stroked Li Tai's head out of habit. Speaking of which, when Li Tai was still young, Princess Tong and had often stroked his head like this. Li Tai felt a wave of helplessness. He wanted to hide, but he was afraid that he would hurt this grand-aunt's heart. He could only stand there and let Princess Tong and torment him. Seeing the two of them chatting about domestic trivialities, the others, especially Wang Liaoyuan and some of the people from the provincial governor's estate, instantly felt that their presence was unnecessary. Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but muster up his courage and remind, "Has your highness arranged a place to stay in the city? If not, this official will immediately have someone tidy up a courtyard in the provincial governor's estate." Unexpectedly, before Li Tai could say anything, Princess Tong and couldn't help but say to Wang Liaoyuan, "Humph. Since Qin Ke has come to Source Peak City, she naturally has to stay in the Wang clan." Could it be that the Wang clan was lacking a few residences? Or is it that the Wang clan's residence can't compare to your provincial governor's estate? As soon as he said this, Wang Yu, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but have a strange expression. Just a few minutes ago, Princess Tong and had clearly stated that she did not agree to Li Tai's group staying in the Wang clan. It had only been a short while, so why had she suddenly changed her mind? Although he thought this, Wang Yu did not step forward to undermine Princess Tong and. Meanwhile, Wang Liaoyuan, who was standing in front of Li Tai, had an awkward expression at Princess Tong An's words. He hastily said, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Even as the provincial governor of a province, he did not dare to provoke this woman in front of him. Li Tai and Dugu Axayan secretly exchanged glances, then stepped forward to smooth things over. "Many thanks for Grand-aunt's good intentions, and many thanks for Provincial Governor Wang's good intentions. However, this lowly prince is planning to stay in the relay station in Source Peak City. This will make things more convenient, so I hope that Grand-aunt and Provincial Governor Wang will not take offense." Wang Yu, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but inwardly sigh in relief. Wang Liaoyuan said, "Since your highness has made up your mind, this official will immediately have someone bring you to the relay station in the city." Princess Tong and frowned, her expression faintly displeased. However, after a moment of hesitation, she finally nodded. Forget it, forget it. Qin Ke, you must be tired from the journey. Quickly enter the city and rest at the relay station. Once you've rested up tomorrow, I'll hold a banquet to welcome you." Li Tai inwardly sighed in relief and cupped his hands. "Many thanks, Grand-aunt." Thus, the group of people moved and walked into the city. As for the 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers led by Dugu Axayan, they naturally followed along. "Halt! Who are you people?" As time passed, the setting sun gradually disappeared from the horizon, and the entire grassland was about to be plunged into darkness. A caravan was still resolutely heading north on the grassland. At this moment, they could faintly see the scattered white tents not far ahead. But at this moment, a group of people suddenly galloped in their direction and surrounded the caravan. the leader urged his horse forward and shouted. This person naturally spoke in Turkic, and this caravan was the Turkic caravan that Tang Jian and the others had disguised themselves as. We are traveling merchants of the grassland. May I ask which tribe this brave warrior belongs to? Tang Jian had already dismounted from his horse. He gave the man a grassland salute and asked instead of answering the question. People on the prairie liked to be called warriors because only the bravest and fiercest people were worthy of the prettiest girls. Seeing Tang Jian's good attitude, the man proudly puffed out his chest and snorted, "Humph! I am Abdang of the Blackwater tribe of Bai'an. I am guarding this place on the orders of the chieftain. Are you spies sent by the Great Khan?" Bai'an, Blackwater tribe. Tang Jian's heart skipped a beat. The Bai'an tribe could be said to be the direct line of the Tuli Khan's army, and the Bai'an tribe could be said to be one of the strongest tribes in the grassland. At the beginning, the Bai'an tribe had dozens of tribes and gradually developed into 7 tribes. They were mainly distributed in the Sumo River, present-day Songhua River, and Black River, present-day Heilongjiang River, regions. The Sumo River and Blackwater tribe were the strongest. Chapter 1838. You're the one who wants to see Little Khan. On the prairie, 1,000 feet away from Tuli Yiting, Abdang was walking towards Tang Jian and the others with a big bearded man. The big man was nearly 7 feet tall, with a stocky back and a bare waist. He was born tall and powerful. Coupled with his rough face, he was the typical, tough man of the prairie. The bearded man, under Abdang's guidance, asked Tang Jian loudly when they got closer. What are you doing? Tang Jian's eyes flashed. He thought that this man should be the Bai and Blackwater tribe chief that Abdang mentioned just now. So, he replied calmly, that's right. I'm the one who wants to see Little Khan. The man glanced at Tang Jian and said coldly, Little Khan is busy with military affairs. How can you see him just because you want to? Just because of these few carriages of Central Plains goods behind you. Besides, who knows if you're a spy sent by Great Khan? Obviously, before coming over, Abdang had already introduced the situation of Tang Jian and the others to this burly man. However, he was not as talkative as Abdang. As the chieftain of a tribe, he had many more problems to consider. Tang Jian seemed to be prepared for the bearded man's difficulties. He replied with a normal expression. A few years ago, when I was doing business in the prairie, I was taken care of by Little Khan many times. Later, I settled down in Central Plains for a period of time. A few days ago, I heard that Little Khan was besieged by Great Khan's army, so I specially brought a few carriages of Central Plains treasures to Little Khan, hoping to help Little Khan survive this calamity. As for whether I'm a spy sent by Great Khan, dare I ask your excellency, now that Little Khan is besieged by Great Khan's army of hundreds of thousands, does your excellency think that Great Khan would take the extra step of sending a spy to Little Khan's camp? Tang Jian's words were reasonable and his thoughts were clear. Especially the last sentence, it was simply an interrogation to the bearded man's soul. Indeed, in the current situation, to Xieli, who had a lot of soldiers and generals, as well as sufficient provisions, Xieli was at an overwhelming advantage. If this situation continued to develop, perhaps Tuli's destruction was only a matter of time. It seemed that Xieli indeed did not need to send spies to infiltrate Tuli's main camp. Although the bearded man was angry, he obviously understood that Tang Jian's analysis was reasonable. But even so, he did not intend to let Tang Jian go so easily. His face was calm as he continued to ask, so, what do you think of this? Which tribe are you from? Also, you said that you were taken care of by the Little Khan when you were doing business in the grasslands. I have followed the Little Khan for almost 10 years, why have I never heard of you? Hearing this question, before Tang Jian could say anything, Yu Minghu and the others behind him felt a chill in their hearts. This was because everyone knew that the bearded man's question was very difficult to answer. If they were not careful, they would be completely exposed. Tang Jian, on the other hand, was still as calm as ever. He replied, I am from the Shi tribe, my name is Su Bujin. Moreover, I am just a nameless soldier. Because the little Khan is not like the great Khan who oppresses and collects taxes, we, the traveling merchants of the grasslands, are able to survive. You should be the chief of the Blackwater tribe, right? You're a big shot, so it's normal that you haven't seen a nobody like me. The Shi tribe was also a tribe under Tuli Khan. However, compared to Bai An's Blackwater tribe, the Shi tribe could only be considered a small tribe with very weak influence. Therefore, it was impossible for the bearded man to be familiar with everyone in the tribe. Chapter 1839. Su Bujin, a traveling merchant of the Shi tribe, greets the Khan. Under the lead of a soldier, Tang Jian entered this palace on the grassland. After entering, he didn't have time to admire the luxurious furnishings in the palace. In fact, there wasn't much to admire here. Although this palace could be said to be prosperous in the grassland where resources were scarce, it couldn't be compared to the past imperial palaces of the Central Plains. He directly walked up to the man sitting at the head of the table and performed a special greeting of the grassland people. He directly addressed Tuli as Khan, instead of Little Khan, which was an invisible flattery to Tuli. This made Tuli's mood, no need to be so polite. An indifferent voice came from above. Tang Jian straightened his body and finally had time to size up Tuli sitting at the head of the table. He saw that Tuli had a broad face, a high nose, and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's. However, there was also a hint of depth and wisdom in them. In addition, there was a half-inch long stubble on Tuli's chin. Because he had not taken care of it for a long time, the stubble grew chaotically like weeds. This made his originally heroic and extraordinary face look somewhat decadent. Presumably, the recent situation on the grassland made Tuli feel powerless and desperate. Tang Jian thought to himself. In fact, he had met Tuli once before. That was when Xieli led hundreds of thousands of soldiers to Chang'an. Li Er led a group of officials out of the city and signed an alliance with Xieli. At that time, Tuli, as the second Khan of the Turkic Khans, was naturally present. However, at that time, Tuli, who had led his troops into the heart of the Great Tang, was in high spirits. How could he be as lethargic as he was now? I heard from General N.I. sure that you can help us out of our current desperate situation. Is that true? At this moment, Tang Jian was sizing up Tuli. Tuli was also sizing up Tang Jian. The more he looked at Tang Jian, the stranger he felt. It was not that he recognized Tang Jian, but he felt that Tang Jian looked very strange. He could not tell what was strange about Tang Jian, but he felt that Tang Jian's appearance was somewhat awkward. After sizing him up for a while, Tuli got straight to the point and asked. Actually, the reason Tuli felt strange and awkward when he looked at Tang Jian was because Tang Jian was a Tang. Although this time he entered the prairie in disguise, his face and facial features still had the distinctive features of people from the Central Plains. Replying to Khan, there is indeed such a thing. I can help you escape from the Great Khan's encirclement. Tang Jian smiled and replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Shi tribe's traveling merchant Su Bujin greets the Khan. Under the lead of a soldier, Tang Jian entered this palace on the grassland. After entering, he didn't have time to admire the luxurious furnishings in the palace. In fact, there wasn't much to admire here. Although this palace could be said to be prosperous in the grassland where resources were scarce, it couldn't be compared to the past imperial palaces of the Central Plains. He directly walked up to the man sitting at the head of the table and performed a special greeting of the grassland people. He directly addressed Tuli as Khan, instead of Little Khan. Unknowingly, he was flattering Tuli, which made Tuli's mood very bad. No need for formalities. An indifferent voice came from above. Tang Jian stood up straight. Only now did he have time to size up Tuli, who was sitting at the head of the table. He saw that Tuli had a broad face, a high nose, and a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle's, but they also revealed a bit of profundity and wisdom. In addition, there was a half-inch long stubble on Tully's chin. Chapter 1840. Your Majesty, Minister Xiao has returned to the city with the money from the fundraising event. Chang'an City, Taiji Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. The sky was getting dark. Li Er, who had just finished reading the memorials, was about to head to the back of the palace for dinner when Zhao Song walked in. Oh. The fundraising event in Lontian County has ended. How much money was raised? Li Er's eyes lit up when he heard that. He asked with great interest. He hadn't forgotten about his bet with Xiao Yu. Zhao Song smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the fundraising event ended at 4:45. As for how much money was raised, I don't know. But from the rumors, it should be quite a lot. Li Er nodded and chuckled, Ah. Then we'll talk about it when Minister Xiao enters the palace. He then stood up from the dragon couch and walked towards the door. Since Xiao Yu hadn't arrived yet, he had to go and eat dinner. Li Er wasn't too worried about the bet. Firstly, he believed in Li Zishuan's ability to create miracles. Even if he couldn't raise 250,000 strings of cash, Li Zishuan would definitely have other tricks up his sleeves. Secondly, even if Li Zishuan couldn't do it, Li Er had other ways to raise 250,000 strings of cash. The Bureau of Commerce in the Guangdong region would send the tax revenue to the imperial court every 3 months. He could have Li Xiaogong hand over the tax revenue to the national treasury a month in advance. This wasn't a small sum of money and could completely make up for the deficit from the fundraising event. Actually, Li Er had another trick up his sleeve, which was to have the Yanwang Bank print money like crazy. Tang Yuan had become popular in all 300 states of the Great Tang and had gradually replaced copper coins. In times of war, Li Er could have the Yanwang Bank print more Tang Yuan to expand and equip the army. However, when Li Zishuan established the Yanwang Bank, he had solemnly said that the amount of money that the Yanwang Bank printed every year had to be determined by the Great Tang's annual gross domestic product. Unauthorized printing of Tang Yuan would not only destroy the credit system of Tang Yuan, it would also destroy the foundation of the Great Tang. Once this move was implemented, the Great Tang dynasty would not be far from destruction. As intelligent as Li Er was, it was impossible for him not to know that Li Zishuan's words made sense. Now that the Great Tang was fighting the Turkic Khaganate, although it was difficult, it was not completely impossible. Therefore, Li Er felt that it was not yet time to use the money-printing machine that was the Yanhuang Bank. In his view, the Yanhuang Bank and Tang Yuan would be of great use to the future prosperity of the Great Tang. They must not be destroyed so easily. Arriving at Empress Zhangxuan's residence, Li Er immediately ordered the palace maids and eunuchs to serve the dishes. Halfway through the dinner, Zhao Song hurriedly ran over and said, Your Majesty, Minister Xiao requests an audience. Ha! He came rather quickly. Bring him to the Ganlu Palace, I will be there in a while. Hearing this, Li Er smiled and said to Zhao Song. Yes. Zhao Song received the order and left. At this moment, Li Er looked at Empress Zhangxun and sighed. Sigh, I wanted to have a good meal with Maid Guanyin, but it seems like I won't be able to. Empress Zhangxun smiled and said, Your Majesty, go quickly. For Minister Xiao to enter the palace at this time, it must be something important. Oh, it seems like Lontian County is holding a donation gathering today. I believe that Minister Xiao must be here for this. Li Er took advantage of the gap between their conversation to eat 2 more mouthfuls of food. Then, he stood up and praised, Ah! My Empress is indeed intelligent. This Xiao Yu is most likely here for the donation gathering. Alright, Maid Guanyin, take your time to eat. I will be going to the front hall. Empress Zhangxun nodded. Li Er stood up and headed in the direction of Taiji Palace. Speaking of which, it wasn't easy for him to be the emperor, especially during this period when the Great Tang was preparing for the war with the Turkic Khaganate. There were many times when he couldn't even have a proper meal. It was no wonder that Li Er would become a sage in history. Attitude determined everything. This old subject greets your majesty. Arriving at the Ganlu Palace, Xiao Yu, who had been waiting for a while, quickly bowed and greeted. Minister Xiao, you may dispense with the formalities. Li Er waved at Xiao Yu as he walked toward the dragon couch. Since he had already guessed Xiao Yu's intention for entering the palace, Li Er sat on the dragon couch and looked at Xiao Yu. He didn't keep him in suspense and directly asked, "How is it, Minister Xiao? Has the money raised from this donation gathering been enough to fund an army of 150,000 soldiers?" Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed as he clasped his hands at Li Er and sternly said, "This donation gathering has raised a total of 428,500 strings of cash, far surpassing this old subject's estimate. Your Majesty has won the bet, so this old subject congratulates your Majesty." What? 428,500 strings of cash. Even though Li Er had already mentally prepared himself, he still couldn't help but be taken aback by such a massive number from Xiao Yu's mouth. Just 15 minutes ago, he had been considering what to do if the money raised from this donation gathering wasn't enough, but now, happiness had come a little too suddenly. Truly so. In this donation gathering, not only did many merchants donate generously to the country, there were also many people this old subject didn't expect to participate. Speaking of this, Xiao Yu took out a book from his bosom and held it up with both hands. He said, "This old official has brought back the 428,500 strings of coins from the fundraising event and handed it over to the officials of the Ministry of Revenue to be counted and added to the national treasury. This is the detailed account of the fundraising event. Your Majesty, please take a look." Good. My dear subject, you've worked hard this time. Li Er's eyes lit up as he sighed with emotion. Without his instructions, Xiao Song took the account book from Xiao Yu's hands and handed it over to Li Er. Li Er reached out to take the account book and began flipping through it, ignoring Xiao Yu in the whole. Due to the lack of time, the account book wasn't arranged according to the amount of donations. It was completely based on the order of the people who had appeared at the donation gathering. Li Er recognized many of the people at the front of the list, such as Li Sichuan, Lin Wenyuan of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce, and the world's righteous merchant, Feng Zhihua, whom he had personally conferred the title of world's righteous merchant. These people had all donated a considerable amount, with Li Sichuan taking the lead. Not only had he donated 30,000 strings of cash, but his Warm Tang Foundation had also donated 20,000 strings of cash. Altogether, they had contributed 50,000 strings of cash to the imperial court. Li Er couldn't help but be moved by this. He thought to himself Li Sichuan might be a playboy most of the time, but when it comes to national interests and foreign wars, he's more attentive than anyone else. Li Er thought this way not only because Li Sichuan had started the donation gathering and contributed 50,000 strings of cash to the imperial court, but also because Li Sichuan had offered to forge new high-quality equipment for the expanded Black Armored Army. After that, Li Er had done some calculations in private. The new equipment worn by the 5,000 Black Armored Army from head to toe, from man to horse, would definitely be worth no less than 100,000 strings of cash. There weren't many people in the Great Tang who could fork out such a large sum. Even if there were people who could, they wouldn't offer to gift money like Li Sichuan had done. This was because not only would this money not benefit him, it might even arouse the suspicions of the emperor. Li Er knew that Li Sichuan, who had always been shrewd, would do such a foolish thing because of his sincerity towards the Great Tang. He wanted the Great Tang to prosper, and he didn't want the Great Tang to fall into the hands of foreign races. It was precisely because of this that Li Er had always regarded Li Sichuan in a different light and promoted Li Sichuan as an exception. Furthermore, whenever Li Sichuan made a mistake, Li Er would do his best to lighten the punishment on Li Sichuan. It was also because of Li Zishuan's sincerity that Li Er was willing to place his two favorite sons by Li Zishuan's side to learn and grow. Treasure House. What's the background of this shop? They can actually donate 30,000 strings of cash. Also, this name sounds familiar. Li Er skimmed through the list and saw that other than Li Zishuan, there was someone else who had donated 30,000 strings of cash. He couldn't help but take a second look at the list. Then, he frowned and muttered in confusion. Xiao Yu smiled and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, this treasure house is the property left behind by Wang Rinbiao, the governor of Qizhou. As for Li Jingchu, who donated after him, she is Wang Rinbiao's new wife. The couple donated a total of 32,000 strings of cash. Oh. It's Wang Rinbiao. Hearing this, Li Er was suddenly enlightened. I heard that he was getting married a few days ago. I didn't expect that he would come with his new wife to donate money right after he got married. Wang Yu gave birth to a good son and a good daughter-in-law. Then, Li Er temporarily put aside Wang Rinbiao's matter and continued to read. The more he read, the more surprised he became. Slowly, he finally understood why Xiao Yu had told him that many unexpected people have come to this fundraising event. Qingji Winery. Isn't that the winery of Qingji Jia's family? He also donated 5,000 strings of cash. Qingji Clothing Shop. This is Xu Bao's shop. Baochang Pawn Shop. This is Jingda's pawn shop. Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Chu Suiliang, Kong Yingda, all the civil and military officials seem to have secretly participated in the fundraising event. Unlike other emperors, Li Er had subdued a large group of civil and military officials in the process of conquering the world. These people had worked with Li Er for so many years and had a very good relationship with him. Li Er knew most of the private lives of his officials like the back of his hand. Therefore, although Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the others had participated in the fundraising event in the name of their own shops, most of them were still recognized by Li Er at a glance. Seeing that his officials were so supportive of him, Li Er couldn't help but feel touched. However, when he saw the next name, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Wei's Winery, isn't this Wei Zhang's winery? No, didn't this winery close 2 years ago? Donation of 10 strings of cash. When he saw the words Wei's Winery, Li Er was a little surprised. However, when he saw the donation of 10 strings of cash, he almost vomited blood. This was because the people before him had donated tens of thousands of strings of cash. When it was Wei Zhang's turn, he only donated 10 strings of cash. This contrast was too big. Cough cough. Xuanqing's family's resources are limited. Your Majesty, please forgive us. Seeing this, Xiao Yu coughed dryly and pleaded for Wei Zhang in a low voice. Li Er secretly rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to say anything. Lantian County's government donated 10,000 strings of cash. What's going on? Li Er read 10 lines at a glance and quickly flipped to the last page of the account book. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a line in the middle of the last page of the account book and he exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 1841. Lantian County was only a middle-sized county. Among the 1,500-plus counties in the Great Tang, Lantian County was definitely not one of the wealthiest counties. Of course, this was the Lantian County of the past. The current Lantian County was filled with shops and pavilions. The crisscrossing bluestone streets had all been changed to smooth cement roads. According to rumors, the Lantian County Yamen had the intention to expand Lantian County. The entire Lantian County had undergone huge changes in less than a year. Li Er was naturally aware of these changes, but he did not know that the Lantian County Yamen had the ability to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court. 10,000 strings of cash. What kind of concept was this to a county yamen? In the entire Great Tang, the number of counties that had an annual tax income of more than 10,000 strings of cash could be counted on one hand. For example, Chang'an County and Wanyan County. These two counties had the advantage of being the capital of Chang'an, and the taxes collected every year were the highest in the entire Great Tang, exceeding 20,000 strings of cash. But how could a middle-sized county like Lontian County casually donate 10,000 strings of cash? Where did they get so much money? More importantly, the entire Lontian County was Li Sichuan's fief. Under such circumstances, shouldn't the taxes collected by the Lontian County Yamen all go to Li Sichuan's pocket? Why did the Lontian County magistrate dare to donate 10,000 strings of cash to the imperial court on his own initiative? Could it be that this was instructed by Li Sichuan? The moment he saw the donation information on the Lontian County Yamen in the account book, many questions surfaced in Li Er's mind. In this hall, the only person who could answer his questions was Xiao Yu, who had been to the donation event. In fact, when Xiao Yu heard that county magistrate he had donated 10,000 strings of cash on behalf of the Lontian County Yamen in the afternoon, he was also in a daze. On the way back to Chang and from Lontian County, Xiao Yu had also been thinking about some questions regarding Lontian County. After cupping his hands, he said, "Your Majesty, ever since Lontian County became the fief of Marquis Yong, and the officials of the Lontian County Yamen have begun to develop businesses in the city according to Marquis Yong and's wishes. For this reason, at the beginning of this year, the Lontian County Yamen established a Department of Commerce to ensure that merchants receive fair treatment in Lontian County and to ensure that they can do business normally. However, the Department of Commerce increased the tax rate of Lontian County by 5 times. But even so, there are still merchants from all over coming to Lontian County to do business. This is because in Lontian County, merchants are the same as commoners and craftsmen. They are all commoners and there is no distinction between them. Cases regarding merchants will be handled by the Department of Commerce. Furthermore, the children of merchants can enter official schools in Lontian County and can also be admitted to Yanhuang College in the future. As a result, shops and restaurants in Lontian County sprang up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The business in the city is also flourishing day by day. In addition, the Department of Commerce increased the tax rate by 5 times. As a result, the monthly tax revenue of Lontian County is more than 10 times higher than before. This old subject heard from County Magistrate He of Lontian County that Marquis Yong, and did not take a single cent of the tax collected by the Lontian County Yamen and left it all in the Yamen. He ordered County Magistrate He and the others to use this money to improve the livelihood of the people in the county. This is called taking from the people and using for the people. Chapter 1842. In truth, before the Song dynasty, the nomads of China basically did not have any iron smelting skills. The Xiongnu, Xinbei, Ruren, and the Turks of the Sui and Tang dynasties were all like this. They usually obtained their iron from 2 sources. One was through plundering the settled tribes, such as the people of the Central Plains. The second source was through secret transactions with special merchants, somewhat similar to modern weapons smuggling. By the Song dynasty, the northern nomads were unprecedentedly powerful. The Khitans, Jin, and Xixia could no longer be considered nomads. They had their own iron smelting skills, and Xixia had even developed the more advanced cold forging technology of the time. Cold forged armor was once the strongest armor of the time. At that time, the Chinese Empire's control over iron was also much more lax, which was why cooking was so popular. As for the Mongols after the Song dynasty, as the peak of nomads, they obtained iron through trade. At that time, there were many countries that could trade with the Mongols, so the Chinese Empire's unilateral control over the export of iron was meaningless. However, the Mongols were not good at smelting iron, but this did not stop them from plundering all sorts of people who knew how to smelt iron. Thus, the Mongols were able to grow stronger and control the Central Plains. Dugu Aksayan deduced that the assassin was not from the Turks, but from the Central Plains based on the needle-shaped weapon in his hand. This deduction was completely reasonable. In ancient times, when technology was not mature, it was not as easy to make a needle as it was in the modern era. Moreover, the needle in Dugu Aksayan's hand was not ordinary iron, but special steel. It was undoubtedly more difficult to make than the embroidery needles that the common people used. Based on this, one could basically conclude that the person who made this weapon was from the Central Plains. The situation in Taiyuan City is not as simple as you think it is. Dugu Aksayan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at his younger brother and sighed. Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an are just two outsiders, while the Wang family has been operating in Taiyuan City for many years. Whether it is on the surface or in the dark, they are abnormally powerful. However, these two were actually able to escape the Wang family's pursuit in Taiyuan City. This is enough to show that the two of them are not alone in Taiyuan City. There must be other forces helping them. Big brother, who is this faction you speak of? Who dares to oppose the Wang family and His Majesty? Dugu Feiying asked in confusion. Dugu Aksayan rolled his eyes. If he knew who the hidden force was, he would have led his troops to capture them long ago. Where would he find the time to chat with Dugu Feiying? Dugu Feiying immediately regretted his question. After a moment of awkward silence, Dugu Feiying straightened his face and asked again, Big brother, when we were outside the city gates in the afternoon, why did you suggest that His Highness stay at the post house and not at the Wang family? Do you not trust Governor Wang? But even if you don't trust Governor Wang, you have to trust Princess Royal, right? She wouldn't harm your highness, would she? If he could, Dugu Aksayan really wanted to say, my silly little brother, you're too young. It's not that I don't trust Provincial Governor Wang or the Grand Princess. It's just that the Wang clan is a 1,000-year-old clan with many assets and descendants. Even though Provincial Governor Wang is the current head of the Wang clan, it's impossible for everyone in the clan to be of one mind. Chapter 1843. Xieli's Tyranny, Heaven's Wrath and People's Resentment. At the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Lier's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Xieli but did not dare to rebel because of Xieli's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, the other two people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. You said that there would be midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that there would be midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was not afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was simply impossible for him to convince Tuli and Ni Shirtua that the prairie would have frost in midsummer with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this language from Lier's mouth, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtua's. He thought it was simply absurd. But Li Er had assured him with certainty that before the end of July or August, there would definitely be abnormal weather phenomena of midsummer frost on the prairie. At that time, old Li nearly swore an oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er, as well as his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shili's tyranny, heaven's anger and people's resentment, midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shili but did not dare to rebel because of Shili's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet, you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing next to Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them get out of trouble. Now, hearing from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and Ni Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtua's, that it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er, as well as his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shili's tyranny, the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shili but did not dare to rebel because of Shili's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the Great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible to make Tuli and Ni Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words from him. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtua's. He thought it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost falling on the grasslands. At that time, old Li had almost directly made a vow. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er and his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands. Moreover, it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shelley's tyranny, the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided him to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shelley but did not dare to rebel because of Shelley's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people could not predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost falling on the grasslands at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet, you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them get out of trouble. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the Great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. But at this time, silence was basically indulgence or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and Ni Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtua's, that it was simply absurd. But Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er and his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shelley's tyranny, heaven's wrath and people's resentment. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. Inside the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to Li Er's plan. He guided Tuli Khan to unite with those tribes on the prairie who originally wanted to rebel against Shelley but did not dare to rebel because of Shelley's great power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy about the midsummer frost on the prairie at the end of the 7th month. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible for him to make Tuli and Ni Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtua's, that it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that before the end of July and August, there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands. At that time, old Li had almost directly sworn a poisonous oath. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er, as well as his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe in this absurd prophecy. He resolutely embarked on the long road to the grassland, and it was very likely to be a road of no return. Shelley's tyranny, the wrath of heaven and the resentment of men. At the end of July, midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands. In the Tuli Yadong, Tang Jian guided Tuli Khan according to the plan that Li Er had previously formulated. He had him unite with the tribes on the grasslands who originally wanted to resist Shelley but did not dare to because of Shelley's power. As for how to persuade those tribes to cooperate with Tuli, the biggest trump card was the prophecy of midsummer frost on the grasslands at the end of July. After Tang Jian finished speaking, except for him, the remaining 2 people in the room were all stunned. Ni Shirtua and Tuli both looked at Tang Jian as if they were looking at a madman. It was said that the weather was unpredictable. Ordinary people would not be able to predict whether it would be sunny or rainy a few days later. Tang Jian actually told them that there would be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost at the end of July. How could they believe this? There are only a few days left until August, and the sun has been shining brightly on the grasslands for the past few days. Yet you say that midsummer frost will fall on the grasslands at the end of July. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Without waiting for Tuli Khan to speak, Ni Shirtua, who was standing beside Tang Jian, could not help but sneer. When he learned that Tang Jian did not bring a large number of troops to the grasslands this time, Ni Shirtua had already lost hope that Tang Jian could help them escape. Now that he heard from Tang Jian's mouth that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands at the end of July, Ni Shirtua completely despaired of Tang Jian. He was no longer afraid of offending Tang Jian and the great Tang, so his words were not polite at all. Tuli Khan's gaze was faint, but he did not speak. However, his silence at this time was basically equivalent to connivance or acquiescence. Obviously, his thoughts were the same as Ni Shirtua's, but it was inconvenient for him to say it out loud. Tang Jian also understood that it was impossible to make Tuli and Ni Shirtua believe that midsummer frost would fall on the grasslands with just a few words from him. Speaking of which, when he first heard this from Li Er, his first reaction was the same as Tuli and Ni Shirtua's, that it was simply absurd. However, Li Er had assured him that there would definitely be an abnormal phenomenon of midsummer frost on the grasslands before the end of July and August. At that time, old Li had almost directly made a vow. Relying on his many years of friendship with Li Er and his understanding of Li Er's character, Tang Jian chose to believe this absurd prophecy and resolutely embarked on the long road to the grasslands. Moreover, it was very likely to be a road of no return. Chapter 1844. Was the Turks at this time superstitious? Of course, they were superstitious, and in this aspect, the Turks were not inferior to the people of the Central Plains. In modern times, many people thought that the Turks believed in Islam, but that was not the case. In China's history, the Turks during the Sui and Tang dynasties were influenced by Buddhism, Manichaeism, and Nestorianism, but most of the tribes actually practiced shamanism. Those who believed in shamanism were foreign Turks, not China's. The Turks claimed to be the descendants of the Turks. In the 10th century, when they migrated west from Central Asia, they met the Arabs who believed in shamanism. Shamanism had an unprecedented impact on them. Almost all the Turks who claimed to be the descendants of the Turks converted to the new religion, and played a major role in the history of shamanism. From then on, their religion always maintained the characteristics of shamanism in the border areas, simple martial arts, using creeds as war cries, seeing doctrines as mobilization orders, taking the territory of shamanism as their responsibility, filled with the fiery, straightforward, and confident appearance of the first generation of shamanism. But in China's history, it was impossible for the Turks to believe in shamanism, because shamanism was introduced into China around the 10th century. The Han dynasty at the same time was the Northern Song dynasty. This was common knowledge in history. At this time, the Turks mainly believed in shamanism. Shamanism had a long history, originating from the primitive fishing and hunting era. Before Genghis Khan established the Mongol Khanate, the dominant religion among the nomads in the northern grassland was shamanism. According to the records in the secret history of the Mongols, the shaman at that time made Talyui drink the cursed water and die in place of his elder brother Ojidai. As the strongest warrior in the grassland empire who controlled 80% of the Mongol army, Talyui did not resist at all. It could be seen, the position of shamanism at that time. According to the teachings of shamanism, Tingri was the eternal highest god. In the thinking of the grassland people, the supreme power in the world was bestowed by the eternal highest god, Tingri. Therefore, in the grassland, from the Khan to the commoners, no one did not believe in Tingri, and no one did not hope to obtain Tingri's protection. If the abnormal weather phenomenon of midsummer frost was given a special meaning of longevity, heaven's dissatisfaction with the prairie's current ruler, it was believed that even Xieli, who had millions of control warriors, would also feel a huge headache. Tang Jian's stratagem seemed absurd, but after careful consideration, they realized that this stratagem was indeed feasible. Just as he said, if the midsummer frost fell and the stratagem succeeded, Tuli's troops would be able to escape from Xieli's siege. If the stratagem failed, Tuli would not suffer too much loss, because they were already trapped in a desperate situation. The situation could not possibly get any worse. Haha. Since that is the case, then this Khan can rest assured. Inside Tusk, Tuli Khan chuckled. Then, with a concerned expression, he said, "Emissary, you must be tired from the journey. This Khan will have someone bring you to the tent to rest." Tang Jian saw that he had said what he needed to say, so he cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Khan." Tuli Khan nodded and shouted towards the outside. Not long after, 2 maidservants came in and led the 2 maidservants into the hall. Tang Jian exited the hall. "Khan, are we really going to do as Tang Jian said?" After Tang Jian left, Ni Shichuo could not help but ask. Tuli Khan frowned and did not speak. After a moment of silence, he said, "Now we are like caged beasts. If we don't try, how can we escape? From tomorrow onwards, you will arrange for people to spread the news among the tribes about Xieli's misconduct. Longevity heaven is furious, and frost will fall at the end of July. Remember to arrange for some clever people, don't let the cat out of the bag." Seeing that Tuli had made up his mind, Ni Shichuo could not persuade him anymore. He could only nod and say, Ni Shichuo obeys. After hesitating for a moment, he could not help but say, Khan, the Tangs are cunning. I think we can't fully believe Tang Jian's words. Tuli nodded thoughtfully. After a moment, he ordered, send someone to watch Tang Jian and his followers. Without this Khan's permission, they can't leave Tusk. No matter what, this person is still a duke of the Tang Empire. With him in our hands, he may be of some use in the future. Ni Shichuo's eyes lit up. He immediately understood and said, don't worry, Khan. I will definitely send someone to keep a close eye on Tang Jian. Your Majesty, why are you so happy? Did you encounter some good news? In the backyard of the palace, Empress Zhangsun was reading a book in boredom in her bedroom. She saw Li Er humming a tune and walking in from outside in high spirits. She could not help but put down the book in her hand and ask Li Er with a smile. In this boudoir, she and Li Er had always treated each other as husband and wife. Naturally, they did not need to greet each other like outside. Ha! Good news. Great news. Li Er laughed and walked quickly to Empress Zhangsun. He sat on the couch and reached out to hug the beauty beside him. Chapter 1845. What? The Liu family of Fanyang and the Li family of Zhao County are also participating in the donation gathering. In the bedchamber, Empress Zhangsuan's exclamation instantly attracted Li Er's attention. He couldn't help but exclaim. Earlier, when he and Xiao Yu were in the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er saw that the Lantian County government had donated 10,000 strings of cash. He took the opportunity to discuss with Xiao Yu the way to get rich of Lantian County. Then, he went directly to the harem. As for the last few lines of the account book, he didn't look carefully, so he didn't know that Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian were participating in the donation gathering. Hearing Li Er's question, Empress Zhangsun pointed at the last two lines of the account book and said, yes. This account book says that the Liu family and the Li family of Zhao County each donated 30,000 strings of cash. It's really strange. Didn't these aristocratic families all have their noses in the air before? Why are they so kind now, donating so much money to the court? At the end, Empress Zhangsun couldn't help but sigh. Li Er followed the voice and saw that the last two lines of the account book said, the Liu family of Fanyang donated 30,000 strings of cash. The Li family of Zhao County donated 30,000 strings of cash. These people are just fence-sitters. They will naturally stand on whichever side is stronger. Li Er frowned and snorted coldly. A mere 30,000 strings of cash. They want us to forget all the things they've done and let down our guard against them. What wishful thinking. Empress Zhangsun was puzzled. Your Majesty thinks that the Liu and Li families are donating money at this donation gathering to make peace with the court. Make peace? Li Er shook his head. Rather than making peace, it's better to say that they want to temporarily lower our guard against these two aristocratic families. In the Battle of Guan City, the strongest Kingeki, Bolinkwi, and Xinyangjing families were all defeated and executed. The Liu family and the Li family of Zhao County should have felt the danger, right? However, this situation is only temporary. We believe that once the imperial court is weakened, these two families will immediately turn hostile and return to their original arrogant thousand-year-old families. Empress Zhangsun nodded thoughtfully, but then she smiled and said, Your Majesty is right. But no matter what, the Zhang and Li families have donated 60,000 strings of cash, which can more or less alleviate the urgent situation of the court. They are helping the court to support the army. When the Tang Empire returns victorious from the northern expedition to the grasslands, the imperial power will be at its peak. I believe that at that time, even the Zhang and Li families will not dare to be disloyal. Hearing this, Li Erzuo paused for a moment and then laughed out loud. Ah! Maid Guanyin is right. Regardless of whether or not these two families have ulterior motives, the 60,000 strings of cash is real. How can the court not accept money that is given away for free? The couple looked at each other and smiled. Lu Qingqing and Li Jingxian, who were staying at the Longmen Inn in Lantian County, did not know of the conversation between Li Er and Empress Zhongsun. Otherwise, the two of them would have shouted, "This is a huge loss," or "We've been tricked." Although their participation in the donation gathering this time was indeed to gain the favor of the imperial court and let the imperial court relax their vigilance against the Liu and Li families, Li Er and Empress Zhongsun had seen through their goal without any effort. This was not fun. Brother Liu, Lantian County is indeed different from other places. There are many shops in the city, and the streets are crisscrossed. It is said that all the streets are made of cement developed by the Curious Pavilion. And this Longmen Inn, whether in Zhao County or Fanyang, there is no one as grand and imposing as this. Of course, the most important thing is that it is comfortable to live in. In the guest room on the third floor, Li Jingxian sighed to Lu Qingqing, who was sitting beside him. Chapter 1846. The second day. As expected, the fundraising event held by the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce was on the front page of Datong Daily. Yesterday, Li Yu, as the top reporter of Datong Daily, participated in the entire fundraising event. She knew better than anyone else what happened at the fundraising event, so today's headline article on Datong Daily was undoubtedly written by Li Yu. The title of the article was, "The Most Adorable Person." There was a very touching paragraph in the article, which was written as follows: "When the country is in trouble, countless farmers who were busy in the fields put down their hoes when they heard the call. Sons bid farewell to their fathers, husbands bid farewell to their wives, and fathers left their children. They resolutely put on simple armor and picked up the modeo that had not been used for a long time but was not rusty at all. They mounted their horses and embarked on the journey of uncertain life and death. They sacrificed their lives for the country and regarded death as a return home. They are the most adorable people. When the country was in trouble, the call was made. Countless merchants, who in the eyes of the world only cared about profit, came from all directions and gathered together. They donated generously to raise military funds for the country. In just a short day, they raised 428,500 strings of cash. Usually, they don't eat the imperial court's salary and are looked down upon by everyone. But at the crucial moment, they all took the sarira for righteousness and shared the country's worries. They are also the most adorable people. This article was not written by Li Yu specifically for the fundraising event, but she combined it with a major event that was currently happening in the Tang dynasty. She integrated what she saw, heard, and felt into this article. Several days ago, Li Er had issued an edict to select 150,000 elite soldiers from more than 300 provinces of the Great Tang and send them to Chang'an for training. 2 months later, these 150,000 local elite soldiers would gather together with 300,000 Chang and 12 sentinels and march north to have a showdown with Shili. The second day. As expected, the fundraising event held by the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce was on the front page of Datong Daily. Yesterday, Li Yu, as the top reporter of Datong Daily, participated in the fundraising event. She knew better than anyone what happened at the fundraising event, so today's headline article on Datong Daily was undoubtedly written by Li Yu. The title of the article was, "The Most Adorable Person." There was a very touching passage that went like this: "When the country is in trouble, countless farmers who were busy in the fields put down their hoes when they were summoned. Sons bid farewell to their fathers, husbands bid farewell to their wives, and fathers left their children. They resolutely put on simple armor and picked up the modeo that had not been used for a long time but was not rusty at all. They mounted their horses and embarked on the journey of uncertain life and death. They sacrificed their lives for the country and regarded death with equanimity. They were the most adorable people. When the country was in trouble, the call was made. Countless merchants, who in the eyes of the world only cared about profit, came from all directions and gathered together. They donated generously to raise military funds for the country. In just one day, they raised 428,500 strings of cash. Usually, they don't eat the imperial court's salary and are looked down upon by the people. But at the crucial moment, each and every one of them takes the sarira for righteousness and shares the country's worries. They are also the most adorable people. This article wasn't written by Li Yu specifically for the fundraiser. Instead, it was written based on a major event that was happening in Tang Dynasty. She incorporated everything she saw, heard, and felt into this article. Chapter 1847. There are a total of 718 people who participated in the donation assembly. The total amount of military funds raised is 428,500 strings of coins, far exceeding the military expenditure of 150,000 soldiers for 3 months. These merchants who participated in the donation assembly can be considered to have resolved the urgent situation of the imperial court, allowing the imperial court to focus on preparing for the war against the Turkic Khaganate. We wish to award these 719 people. Does anyone have any objections? Yesterday's donation assembly wasn't just the topic of discussion among the commoners. In Taiji Palace, the donation assembly had also become the main topic of discussion during the morning court assembly. After Minister of Civil Affairs Xiao Yu reported the grand occasion of yesterday's donation assembly, Li Er, who was seated high above, slowly spoke. The officials in the hall had different expressions when they heard this. In the end, everyone turned their gazes to Zhang Sun Wuji, who was seated in the first row of the civil officials. Feeling the burning gazes behind him, Zhang Sun Wuji felt extremely helpless. He could only stand up and clasp his hands. How does your Majesty intend to award the merchants? Yesterday's donation assembly may have resolved the urgent situation of the imperial court, but our great Tang is a country founded on martial arts and governed by civil officials. I hope that your Majesty can consider the big picture and not forget the country's roots. Although Zhang Sun Wuji had also secretly contributed to the fundraising yesterday, he didn't wish for Li Er to lavishly reward the group of businessmen yesterday. This was because to the Zhang Sun family, being a businessman was only a dispensable side business. Being in politics was the foundation of the Zhang Sun family's life. From Li Yuan's military uprising at Taiyuan to the establishment of the Great Tang, from the Great Tang's sweeping of the universe to Li Er's ascension to the throne, Zhang Sun Wuji had contributed greatly. It could be said that he was the beneficiary of the current order of the world. Naturally, he didn't wish for the merchants to be able to obtain the credit that he had risked his life for just because they donated some money. Zhang Sun Wuji wasn't the only one who thought this way. Most of the civil and military officials in the hall also thought this way. Li Er was acting out of character today. He actually said that he wanted to reward the 700 merchants who donated yesterday. How could this be tolerated? How could they, who had worked so hard to obtain their official positions, endure this? Thus, they all turned their gazes to Zhang Sun Wuji. Everyone was anticipating that he, the head of the civil officials, would speak some fair words for the great Tang officials. Duke of Zhao is right. Your Majesty, please consider the big picture. I agree. I second the motion. When all the people in the royal court joined forces, even Li Er, the emperor of Great Tang, had to give way to them. Li Er frowned slightly. To be honest, Li Er did not like to see the officials in the court huddle together. But now, Li Er did not have a better solution. He also understood that this was a stage that had to be experienced when the political power had developed to a certain extent. We plan to award the 712 merchants who participated in yesterday's fundraising event collectively. As for how the award will be given, other than praising them, we will also order Datong Daily to write an article praising them and publish it to the world. In addition, I have also decided that the merchants who donated yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. That is to say, the amount of money they donated yesterday will be the same amount that can be used to offset this year's business tax. Duke Xiao, what do you think? As he finished speaking, Li Er turned his gaze towards Zhang Sun Wuji, and his tone was cold while his face was expressionless. Chapter 1848. Li Er's rewards for the 700-plus merchants were not out of line. The only thing that might cause people to hesitate was the last reward. The merchants who donated money could enjoy the same amount of tax exemption this year. Yesterday, these 700-plus merchants donated a total of 420,000 strings of coins. Didn't this mean that the Great Tang Imperial Court would have to pay less than 400,000 strings of coins in tax this year? How could this be? But the reality was not like this. This time, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce held a large proportion of the participants were merchants from Lantian County. Firstly, it was because of the geographical advantage of being the host. After all, Datong Daily's promotion of the charity fundraiser had only started 3 days ago. For those provinces and counties that were further away from Lantian County, these 3 days might not even be enough time for the news to reach their local area, let alone travel thousands of miles to Lantian County to donate money. Secondly, Lantian County had a unique business environment. Moreover, the business atmosphere was very strong. The number of merchants in the city could be 10 times more than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention Lantian County, even in the entire Great Tang, which merchant would dare to not give face to the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce? Therefore, of the 700-plus merchants who participated in the charity fundraiser yesterday, nearly half of them came from Lantian County. Moreover, the total amount they donated accounted for at least 60% of the total donations. What did this mean? It meant that once Li Er's rewards were implemented, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would not be the imperial court, but Li Sichuan. Because Lantian County was Li Sichuan's fief, the taxes collected every year were not handed over to the imperial court, but to Li Sichuan. Of course, as the landlord, Li Sichuan could very well refuse to implement Li Er's rewards. According to convention, the policies of the fief could be different. However, if he did so, it was inevitable that many people would secretly say that Li Sichuan was stingy. This was something that Li Sichuan could not tolerate. Therefore, although the last reward of Li Er's reward seemed excessive, no one objected. This was because everyone was clear in their hearts. Li Er's rewards for the 700-plus merchants were not excessive. The only thing that might cause people to hesitate was the last reward. The merchants who donated money could enjoy the same amount of tax exemption this year. Yesterday, these 700-plus merchants donated a total of 420,000 strings of coins. Didn't this mean that the Great Tang Imperial Court would pay less tax this year by 400,000 strings of coins? How could this be? But the reality was not so. This time, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's fundraising event was organized by the merchants of Lantian County. Firstly, it was because of the geographical advantage of being the host. After all, the Datong Daily's promotion of the fundraising event had only started 3 days ago. For those provinces and counties that were further away from Lantian County, these 3 days might not even be enough time for the news to spread, let alone travel thousands of miles to Lantian County to donate money. Secondly, Lantian County had a unique business environment. Moreover, the business atmosphere was very strong. The number of merchants in the city might be 10 times more than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Let alone Lantian County, even the entire Great Tang had 10 times more merchants than other counties. Moreover, Lantian County was the headquarters of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Let alone Lantian County, even the entire Great Tang was like this. Chapter 1849. Wow! The houses here are so tall and magnificent. How can the buildings here be so tall? How can the ground be so flat? Wow! Why are the windows shining? Is there glass hanging on the windows? This is Yanhuang College. How did senior brother do it? How can he build an immortal palace on this mountain? Mo Huai led Xianqing and the others into Yanhuang College. The group of celestial master Taoists behind Xianqing widened their eyes when they stepped through the gate. Everyone was so shocked by the magnificent scene in front of them that they could not close their mouths. Some of the younger ones could not help but exclaim softly, "Junior uncle, why is senior brother's Yanhuang College so much more magnificent than our Jingyi Temple?" The youngest Taoist, who seemed to be around 10 years old, saw that the distance between Xianqing and Mo Huai had widened. He hurriedly walked behind Xianqing, grabbed the latter's wide sleeve, and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, Xianqing did not know whether to laugh or cry. The Jingyi Temple that the little Taoist mentioned was the cultivation place of the celestial master Taoists in this era on Mount Longhu. The celestial master Taoists originated from the second year of Yongyuan in the Eastern Han Dynasty, 90 AD. Zhang Daoling had been practicing alchemy and teaching in the Mount Longhu area for more than 30 years. He had left many relics and legends of his cultivation and alchemy in the Mount Longhu area. These included the alchemy stove in front of the alchemy rock, the Zhuoding pool, the sword testing stone, the Western immortal source, the Bailu cave, the celestial master cottage, and so on. Mount Longhu also became the birthplace of Taoism. After that, through the Jin dynasty, Tang dynasty, Song dynasty, Yuan dynasty, and Ming dynasty, the celestial master Taoists had always been the center or dominant position of China's Taoism. The celestial master Taoists had been passed down for 3 generations in Sichuan. Ling passed down to Ziheng, Heng passed down to Zilu. The 4th generation, Zhang Xingqian, still lived in Mount Longhu in Jiangxi. After Zhang Xingnan went down to Mount Longhu, he built an ancestral temple at the place where Zhang Ling refined elixirs, which later became the Jingyi Temple. He also built a seal teaching altar nearby and honored Zhang Ling as the leader of the Jingyi Celestial Master. He also used the Jingyi Celestial Master as the main scripture, and used the Jingyi Celestial Master as the main scripture to pass the seal on the altar on the 3rd day of the Yuanchi Celestial Master to impart knowledge to scholars from all over the world. From then on, he gradually established the Longhu sect of the Jingyi Celestial Master, which had a great influence in China's history. In history, after the Celestial Master sect moved to Mount Longhu, they had been in a state of seclusion for a long time. There were few records of them in the history books. In the Tang dynasty, Taoism was revered and was almost established as the national religion. The Celestial Master Taoism gradually emerged in the world because of the support and use of the imperial court. However, the famous Taoist master mansion on Mount Longhu was not built before the Tang dynasty. It was built in the 1st year of Emperor Hongwu of the Ming dynasty. After that, it was rebuilt more than 10 times. It was rumored that the Taoist master mansion was the place where the descendants of Zhang Xing lived and worshipped the gods. It was known as the office of the Jingyi sect Zhu Ting and the Yuan and Ming dynasties that managed the affairs of Taoism. Hang, don't talk nonsense. Xianqing could not bear to see the little Taoist make a fool of himself outside the sect. He could not help but scold him in a low voice. Cultivation is about following the heart and not being disturbed by the secular world. How can you be disturbed by external things? The little Taoist frowned and thought seriously for a while. He retorted, "But why did senior brother build such a beautiful and imposing academy here? Could this also be considered cultivation?" Xianqing was silent for a moment and said, "Your senior brother is now cultivating the path of the mortal world. You are still young and don't understand." After that, he no longer cared about the little Taoist. He lifted his feet and quickly chased after the black scholar in front of him, leaving the little Taoist alone behind to ponder. The current head of the Celestial Master Taoist sect on Longhu Mountain was called Feng Lingzi. His real name was Zhang Zixiang, and he was the 10th Celestial Master in the history of the Celestial Master Taoist sect. The little Taoist was Zhang Zixiang's grandson. His name was Zhang Heng. He had been quite intelligent since he was a child and followed Zhang Zixiang to learn Taoist skills. When Li Zixuan joined Longhu Mountain with spiritual master Ling Su, Zhang Heng was only 3 or 4 years old. But at that time, he began to read the Taoist scriptures. Therefore, in terms of Taoist skills, this child's talent could be said to be far superior to Li Zixuan and anyone on Longhu Mountain today. Let's go. Junior brother. If we don't go now, we'll lose them. Yanhuang College is not small. Don't get lost later. A young Taoist priest walked over and patted Zhang Heng's shoulder. He was amused by Zhang Heng's words. Although Zhang Heng was the grandson of the current head of the Celestial Master Taoist sect, he did not receive any special treatment in the sect. The disciples in the sect had always treated this clever junior brother as their own younger brother. This time, Feng Lingzi selected a group of elite disciples to follow Xianqing down the mountain to experience the world. Because of Zhang Heng's outstanding talent, and because this little guy had always wanted to go down the mountain to see the world, Feng Lingzi let him go down the mountain with him. Oh! Zhang Heng nodded his head and quickly followed her. In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Yen Silu, Mo Huai, Wang Ji, and the other higher-ups of the academy sat down with the disciples of the Celestial Master Taoist sect brought by Xianqing. After exchanging greetings, the door of the conference room was pushed open from the outside. Li Gang walked in with the help of Hu Jingjing. The person standing behind them was actually Sun Simiao. Li Gang's body was not as healthy as before. He usually lived in the courtyard of Yunshan. Although he often came to the academy when he was free, the number of times he came was getting less and less. Xianqing and the others suddenly visited Yunshan today. Li Gang hurried over after hearing the news. Sun Simiao and Hu Jingjing happened to be doing a routine physical examination for Li Gang at that time, so they came together. Taoist Master Xianqing, long time no see. How have you been? Walking into the conference room, Li Gang looked at Xianqing who was about to get up. He left Hu Jingjing's help and bowed to Xianqing. When Wu Jia attacked Yunshan, Li Gang was accidentally injured. When his life was hanging by a thread, Li Zixuan and Xianqing rushed back from the Longmen Pass more than 600 miles away and pulled him back from the gates of hell. If it were not for Xianqing, he might not be alive now. In front of his savior, it was not too much to salute, even if Xianqing was much younger than Li Gang. This humble Taoist is fine. Has Teacher Wenji been well recently? In front of Li Gang, Xianqing, who had always been cold and aloof, did not dare to be arrogant. He stood up and bowed solemnly, then asked. The group of Longhu Mountain disciples sitting next to Xianqing now knew that the old man who came in was the famous Li Gang. Li Gang, who had been the teacher of 2 princes, was also the one who, in the face of the invasion of the foreign races, shouted to the invincible Wu Jia, "This old man respects the heavens and the earth, respects morals, and fears the people. You are just a barbarian, how can I be threatened by you?" Li Wenji, Li Gang. The Battle of Yunshan that night had evolved into many different versions through word of mouth. Some said that Wu Jia had 3 heads and 6 arms, and his eyes were filled with lightning. Some said that the academy was full of masters, and that the heavens and the earth changed color. However, one thing did not change, and that was when Li Gang faced the great grandmaster Wu Jia that night. His fearless and awe-inspiring shout had been widely spread among the people without missing a word. Countless people of Tang, as well as scholars, were in awe of the old man because of this. Although the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain lived in seclusion, Xianqing had led these disciples all the way here and had more or less heard about this matter. When they saw the kind old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles, all the disciples of Longhu Mountain were in awe. They all stood up spontaneously and respectfully saluted Li Gang. Greetings, Teacher Wenji. Since Zhang Daoling founded the Celestial Master sect, the disciples of the Celestial Master sect had not cared much about worldly affairs for hundreds of years. However, one thing was undeniable, and that was that the disciples of the Celestial Master sect were all Han people, descendants of the Yen Emperor and the Yellow Emperor. Although their national consciousness was relatively weak, they still had a strong racial consciousness in their minds. Otherwise, spiritual Master Lingxia would not have killed more than 200 Turkic wolf riders in a rage because of the Turkic wolf riders plundering the border villages of Tang. Although Li Gang did not have the strength to truss a chicken, he was fearless in the face of the invasion of foreign tribes. He raised his head and angrily rebuked the enemy leader, which had greatly increased the prestige of the Han people. In the face of such a righteous old man, the disciples of Longhu Mountain all respected him from the bottom of their hearts. Ha! These must be the outstanding disciples of the Celestial Master sect, right? Ha! Sit down. Quickly sit down. Li Gang looked at the disciples of Longhu Mountain beside Xianqing and said with a kind smile. After a round of pleasantries, everyone sat down again. This time, I am under the orders of the sect leader to bring 22 disciples of the Celestial Master sect down the mountain to gain experience. Since the Celestial Master sect has not been in contact with the secular world for many years, I'm afraid that I will cause a lot of trouble for you in the future. After everyone was seated, Xianqing cupped his hands in greeting to Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others. It was rare for him to say such polite words. However, these words sounded incomparably stiff coming from his mouth. It was likely that Feng Lingzi had taught him to say such words before leaving. Hearing this, Li Gang waved his hand and said, "Haha. Taoist Master Xianqing's words are too polite. Not to mention that the Celestial Master sect is the sect of the Yamacho. If it wasn't for Taoist Master Xianqing's help last time, I'm afraid that I would be dead by now. This time, the Celestial Master sect's disciples are going down the mountain to gain experience, so the academy should receive them. What's more, Taoist Master Sun's medical center and medical school are short of manpower now. The Celestial Master sect is the orthodox Taoism in the world, and its disciples must have dabbled in divination. If you can help, it will be the fortune of the joint medical center of Yanhuang College and Tang Empire. I should thank you instead." Sun Simiao also nodded at this time and said, "Mr. Wenji is right. Now, whether it is the joint medical center of Tang Empire or the medical school of the academy, they are in urgent need of medical masters with superb medical skills. And to be honest, I have been writing a medical book these years. It is a medical book that integrates some of the diseases and treatment prescriptions that I have encountered in my travels over the years. It is a medical book that will be passed down to the future generations. But recently, I have been entangled with the affairs of the medical center and the academy. It is really difficult for me to concentrate all my energy on writing a medical book. Although the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain is good at Taoism and martial arts, its medical skills are still the best in the world. If I can get your help, I will definitely be relieved a lot. And I can finish writing this medical book a few years earlier." The medical book that Sun Simiao was talking about was the half-finished prescriptions for 1,000 gold that Li Zixuan had seen in the courtyard where he lived. Since he was tricked into Yanhuang College by Li Zixuan, although Sun Simiao felt that he was getting closer and closer to his ideal, the progress of writing this medical book was getting slower and slower, because the burden on him was getting heavier and heavier. Unlike Xianqing, who was born in a famous sect, Sun Simiao was also a cultivator, but his medical skills were summed up from countless practice experiences. Strictly speaking, Sun Simiao could only be regarded as a casual cultivator, because he did not belong to any sect. But even so, none of the disciples of the Celestial Master sect present dared to despise Sun Simiao, because Sun Simiao had practiced medicine for decades and saved countless people. He had a great reputation among the people. He was a person who devoted all his energy and all his passion to the medical career, and deserved everyone's respect. Oh. Taoist Sun is writing a medical book. I wonder if it is convenient for us to have a look. Hearing this, Xianqing's eyes lit up and he asked aloud. In his life, Qianqing had devoted 99% of his energy to the Tao of the Sword, so in the Celestial Master sect, he had the title of Sword Maniac. In terms of understanding of the Tao of the Sword, even Spiritual Master Spirit Su could not compare with him. And the other 1% of Qianqing's energy was devoted to the Tao of the Medicine. Although it was only 1%, Qianqing's Tao heart was extremely pure. For such a dedicated and pure person, even if he only devoted 1% of his energy, it was still stronger than ordinary people who devoted 100% of their energy. His attainments in the Tao of the Medicine were currently second only to Sun Simiao, but far inferior to Spiritual Master Spirit Su. Therefore, when he heard that Sun Simiao was writing a medical book recently, Qianqing was immediately interested. Because in terms of medical experience, 10 of him could not compare with Sun Simiao, who had saved countless people. And this medical book that gathered Sun Simiao's years of medical experience would definitely be of great help to improve his medical skills. Haha. Since Taoist Qianqing is interested, why not? After Mr. Kong Gue has settled you down, Taoist Qianqing can directly come to my courtyard to have a look. Seeing that Qianqing was interested in his medical book, Sun Simiao was not unhappy, nor did he want to hide it. He smiled calmly and said. He had been practicing medicine for half his life, and his ambition was to cure the suffering people of the world who were suffering from the pain of illness. However, he also understood that it was impossible to achieve this goal by himself. Therefore, he had agreed to join the Imperial Medical Bureau with Li Er, and this year, he had been bewitched by Li Zixuan to join the Yanwang Academy and the Tang Alliance Medical Center. His goal was to impart his medical skills to more people who had the same ambition as him. Qianqing's eyes flashed, and he cupped his hands and said, "Senior, Qianqing admires you for your noble character and unquestionable integrity." Sun Simiao smiled and did not take it seriously. At this time, Yen Silu said, Taoist Qianqing led 22 disciples of the Celestial Master sect down the mountain this time. It happens that there are a few vacant courtyards on Yunshan Mountain. Yamacho is not in the academy at this time, so I will make a decision on behalf of the Yamacho to let your disciples temporarily live in the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th courtyards on Yunshan Mountain. In this way, Taoist Qianqing and your disciples can go to the medical center and the Tang United Medical Center easily. What do you think, Taoist Qianqing? Qianqing did not have any special requirements for the residence of his disciples. Hearing this, he nodded and said, I will follow Mr. Kong Gui's arrangement. Chapter 1850. This courtyard is so unique. The porcelain white tiles are as smooth as mirrors, the walls are as hard as rocks, the clear and empty windows, and the soft and comfortable couch. Even the toilet is as white as jade, and there is no stench at all. Also, I heard that this thing is an electric lamp, which is driven by electricity and can make the night as bright as day. Everything in Yunshan is so magical. Youngest uncle said that senior brother cultivates the mortal Taoism, but what kind of mortal Taoism can make senior brother create such a magical Yunshan? In the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, the people of Yanhuang College and the disciples of the Celestial Master Taoism led by Qianqing had a brief meeting. After that, Yen Silu ordered people to bring Qianqing and the others to the courtyard. After all, they came to Yunshan from Longhum Mountain this time with luggage. Only after settling down could they have time to do other things. After visiting the courtyard inside and out, Heng couldn't help but sigh with emotion in a low voice. Yen Silu assigned a total of 5 courtyards to the disciples of the Celestial Master sect. Of course, the interior of the courtyards were all renovated, and they could move in directly. Heng and Qianqing were assigned to 1 courtyard, and the other 21 disciples of the Celestial Master sect were assigned to the other 4 courtyards. Each courtyard had about 5 people living in it, and 1 courtyard had 6 people living in it. This arrangement was not because Heng was a disciple of the head, but because Qianqing, as a teacher, was usually cold and strict. Ordinary disciples did not dare to live with him, of course, except for Heng. The disciples of the celestial master Taoism were generally afraid of Xianqing, but Heng was not afraid of him since he was young. On the contrary, he was particularly close to Xianqing. Perhaps it was because they were the same kind of people. Fortunately, the interior of the Cloud Mountain courtyard was extremely spacious. Even if a dozen or so people lived in each building, it wouldn't seem crowded. Otherwise, wouldn't Li Sichuan have innocently ended up with the infamy of abusing his fellow disciples? Uncle, what is the mortal Taoism? Why haven't I heard of it after reading the Taoist canon? Heng really couldn't hold back his curiosity, or maybe Heng didn't want to suppress his thoughts at all. He went upstairs and opened the door of Xianqing's bedroom, asking Xianqing, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Read the Taoist canon thoroughly. If these words were said by other children of the same age, Xianqing would only think that this person was really arrogant. This was because there were more than 1,000 scrolls in the Taoist collection. How could a young boy read through all of them? But the person who said this was Zhang Heng, so Xianqing naturally didn't find it strange at all. It was just that he didn't know how to answer Zhang Heng's question. It was hard for Xianqing to tell what Li Sichuan was cultivating now. After a long silence, Xianqing closed his eyes and said faintly, "I'm not sure what Li Sichuan was cultivating now. I'm not sure about the secular world path either. You should go back and ask the sect leader." Heng was disappointed that he didn't get the answer he wanted from Xianqing. He frowned and replied, "Oh. But grandfather is far away in Mount Longhu. If you want to ask, you can only wait until you return to the sect. However, if this matter is not discussed clearly, it will affect my Tao heart and hinder my cultivation. I hope that martial uncle can enlighten me." Obviously, Heng felt that it was not that Xianqing didn't know, but that he was hiding something from him. Hearing this, Xianqing still said faintly, "I can't help you with this matter. Either you go back and ask the sect leader, or you find a chance to ask your senior brother directly." Xianqing was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life and didn't care about the secular world. How could he explain clearly what the secular world path was? Heng really asked the wrong person this question. Seeing that Xianqing insisted on not telling him, Heng had no choice but to leave. But when he turned around and left, he couldn't help but murmur, "The secular world sect is truly miraculous. It actually allowed senior brother to create such uncanny workmanship. There's even electricity and electric lamps. Senior brother seems to know some truths of the human world that we don't, which prompted him to create all these miraculous things on Cloud Mountain. Also, when I was in the academy just now, I heard the words that the teachers in the academy talked about the most. What is the secular world path? Could it be that Gong Shui was the way of the mortal world that martial uncle mentioned? It would be great if I have the opportunity to read the classics of the Academy's secular world path." Heng's low murmur naturally couldn't escape Xianqing's sharp ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Heng's back. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Who would have thought that someone as cold as Xianqing, who usually didn't care about anything except swordsmanship, would show a worried look at this time? If Feng Lingzi, the sect leader of the Celestial Master sect who was familiar with him, saw this, he would be shocked. But if Feng Lingzi knew the cause and effect of this matter, he would have a different feeling. After a night's rest, everyone should be almost recovered, right? In a wing room of the courier house in Taiyuan, 32 students gathered together. This wing room, which was originally relatively spacious, seemed a little crowded at this time. Li Tai looked around at everyone and asked aloud. These days, they had been rushing all the way and were tired. Although everyone ate well and slept well along the way, the long journey inevitably consumed a lot of their energy. Now that they had arrived at their first destination, Taiyuan, they didn't need to hurry for a short time. So this morning, Li Tai and Mo Chui deliberately didn't wake everyone up early as usual, which made the teachers and students of the academy sleep in. Although we haven't fully recovered, after a whole night's rest, we are much more energetic now. We all know that time is tight. Qin, you can assign tasks to everyone. Qin Huaiyu knew why Li Tai asked this question, so he stepped forward and cooperated. As the representative of the teachers of the academy, Mo Chui also said, Huaiyu is right. Time is tight on this trip to the north, and the tasks are heavy. All of us are shouldering the heavy responsibility of the Yamacho and the teachers of the academy. Since everyone has rested enough, let's officially begin the mission today. Qin, you arrange it. The teachers and students of the academy remembered the earnest requests of Li Gang, Mo Huai, and Yen Silla before they left, and also remembered that their Yamacho was in the army, contributing to the imperial court's war against the Turks, so they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Seeing this, Li Tai breathed a sigh of relief and said with a straight face, "Good. Since that's the case, let's begin the mission today. In the morning, the members of the first group will follow me to the provincial governor's mansion to participate in the selection of the telegraph relay station. We must finalize the specific location of the telegraph relay station before noon." This time, the Academy had dispatched a total of 32 elite members of the Trump Card Project, and these 32 people had been divided into 8 groups of 4 before they came. As soon as Li Tai finished speaking, Qin Huaiyu, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg stepped forward and cupped their hands in obeisance. Yes. The 3 of them, together with Li Tai, were the members of the first group. Li Tai nodded and then ordered, the members of the second, third, and fourth groups will be led by Li Yan and Jia Jiayin. Your task today is to count the supplies we brought north this time and see if there is anything missing. The second is to assemble the machines needed to build the telegraph relay station, such as the firepower generator, telegraph transceiver, battery pack, and so on, in advance. Li Yan, Jia Jiayin, Xing Ziren, and the other 12 people cupped their hands in obeisance and said in unison, "Yes." The members of the 5th and 6th groups, after confirming the location of the telegraph relay station in the morning, follow the members of the first group to the destination to survey. Remember, our goal is very simple, that is, to make our telegraph relay station meet the parameters set by Yamacho with the smallest amount of work and the shortest construction time. Yes. The members of the 7th and 8th groups, led by Mr. Mo Chui, are responsible for coordinating the transportation of supplies and the feasibility evaluation of the early stage of the project. If you find anything unreasonable, please raise it as soon as possible and participate in the discussion and correction. Try to minimize the delay of the project as much as possible. Yes. Li Tai spoke confidently and frankly. Perhaps, it could be said that he'd already rehearsed and planned this in his heart many times before this, so he was able to clearly assign today's mission to everyone in a few words. It had to be said that this trip to the north was a very good opportunity for Li Tai to train his leadership ability. An engineering student who only knew how to do experiments and analyze the results of experiments was not what Li Zixuan urgently needed. However, if this engineering student not only had good grades and strong practical skills, but also had outstanding leadership ability, then Li Zixuan needed him too much. With the development of engineering, there were bound to be many scientific research projects with interdisciplinary disciplines. It was impossible to complete them with the strength of one person. At that time, a scientific research team would be needed. Only a leader who was proficient in technology and had strong leadership ability could lead a scientific research team to overcome one problem after another. And Li Tai was currently making progress in this direction. Mo Chui couldn't help but nod with gratification when he saw Li Tai had finished distributing the missions in a short period of 15 minutes. Moreover, he distributed them in an orderly and reasonable manner. All along the way, he'd always been witnessing Li Tai's growth and improvement. In addition, for everyone's safety, each group must have an Imperial Guard by your side when you are on the move. No one is allowed to act alone at any time, under any circumstances. This is an iron law that everyone must abide by. Including me. After assigning the tasks, Li Tai's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at the crowd and said, "In a moment, General Dugu will assign guards to each group. Our actions must not be out of the line of sight of the Imperial Guard guards. In addition, General Dugu will distribute signal fireworks to each group. If there is an emergency in the city, you must immediately use the fireworks to signal for help." In order to arouse everyone's vigilance, Li Tai emphasized, "This is not alarmist talk, nor is it making a mountain out of a molehill. This is for the sake of the Academy's mission and for everyone's safety. Please remember that the war between the Great Tang and the Turks is imminent. Taiyuan City may not be as safe as before." Chapter 1851. With the war between the Great Tang and the Turks imminent, Taiyuan City might not be as safe as it was in the past. This short sentence instantly made the originally tense atmosphere a little more dignified. Everyone present was an elite student or teacher of Yanhuang College, so they were naturally no fools. They could all sense the danger lurking in Li Tai's words. "Qingke, be at ease. Everyone understands the severity of the situation. We will be careful in all matters," Meng Wenhao said. The others agreed, "That's right. We will be careful in all matters." Li Tai turned to Mo Chue, asking with his eyes if there was anything he needed to add. Mo Chue lightly shook his head. Li Tai took in a deep breath and said, "Okay. Everyone, begin to move out according to the tasks you've been assigned. Remember, safety comes first." When he had left Cloud Mountain, Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the other esteemed teachers of the academy had repeatedly urged him to ensure that all the teachers and students returned safely. As the commander of this operation, Li Tai felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. This was especially true after Dugu Axayan and Dugu Feiying had informed Li Tai of the treacherous situation in Taiyuan City yesterday. Li Tai had sensed a thick sense of danger, so he had repeatedly emphasized the importance of safety to the members of the academy. Since he was the commander of this northern expedition, he had the responsibility and obligation to ensure that everyone in the academy returned safely. Yes. Everyone clasped their hands and then left to carry out their respective tasks. As Li Tai walked out of his room, Dugu Axayan walked over and clasped his hands to Li Tai. "Your Highness, this general has followed your orders and divided the Imperial Army into 8 teams to protect the 8 teams of the Academy. In the future, no matter where the teachers and students of the Academy go in Taiyuan City, the Imperial Army will follow. We will not give the enemy a chance to strike." This morning, the teachers and students of the Academy had all slept in. Only Li Tai and Mo Chue had woken up early to discuss with Dugu Axayan and the other generals about the arrangements and deployment for the safety of the teachers and students of the Academy. Li Tai nodded and clasped his hands. "Very good. Thank you for your trouble, General Dugu." Li Tai knew that the 2 brothers of the Dugu clan had a close personal relationship with Li Sichuan, so he had always been very courteous to these 2. Moreover, the safety of the 32 teachers and students of the academy all depended on Dugu Axayan and Dugu Feiying, so Li Tai had no choice but to treat Dugu Axayan with respect. "Your Highness. This is this general's duty." Dugu Axayan clasped his hands and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Taiyuan City is currently in a state of chaos. Your Highness, with your precious status, is putting yourself in danger. For the next few days, to ensure your Highness' safety, this general will have to stay by your Highness' side and protect you. No matter where your Highness goes, this general will have to stay by your Highness' side and protect you. I hope your Highness can grant my wish." The members of the royal family had been subjected to all sorts of restrictions since young, so the members of the royal family did not like restrictions when they grew up. This was also the main reason why Li Tai did not like to bring guards with him when he went out. Dugu Axayan also understood this point, but with the current situation, if he did not stay by Li Tai's side at all times, he had no confidence in bringing Li Tai safely back to Cloud Mountain. As such, he could only try to reason with Li Tai. Li Tai frowned. He did not like restrictions. If someone stayed by his side 24 hours a day to protect him, he would feel uncomfortable all over. However, seeing the faint pleading look in Dugu Axian's eyes, Li Tai hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right then. I'll have to trouble General Dugu for the next few days. I'll treat it as giving face to the Yamacho. Li Tai secretly added in his heart. If it were anyone else who asked to stay by his side and protect him at all times, he would definitely reject without hesitation and send that person away. It was not that he did not care about his life or was not afraid of death, but that no one would like to have someone by their side at all times unless it was a matter of life and death. However, this person was Dugu Axian, Li Zishuan's good friend, so it was a different story. Chapter 1852. In the history of China, there were many famous temples in Taiyuan, such as Yongzhou Temple, Chongshan, White Horse Temple, Longquan Temple, Kaihua Temple, Jingyin Temple, Bu Temple, Mingxiu Temple, Qianfu Temple, Foguang Temple, Puguang Temple, Tongzi Temple, and so on. However, most of these temples were built after the Tang dynasty, or to be precise, after the Jingguan Temple. What Wang Liaoyuan said was completely true. In this era, only the Puguang Temple and the Tongzi Temple remained intact in Taiyuan City. You said that the Tongzi Temple is located at the top of Longshan, which is very high and has been abandoned. Does that mean that there are no monks living in the Tongzi Temple now? And there are no incense offerings? Li Tai frowned when he heard Wang Liaoyuan's explanation. However, after hearing Wang Liaoyuan's introduction of the Tongzi Temple, Li Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. Li Tai knew that there were no tall pagodas in the Puguang Temple, which did not meet the requirements of building a telegraph relay station. Even if there were, the abbot of the temple would definitely not allow Li Tai to bring people in to build a telegraph relay station. This was because the process of building a telegraph relay station, as well as the guards and logistics, would greatly affect the lives of the monks in the temple and the pilgrims who came to the temple to pray. After all, after the telegraph relay station was built, it would not be left alone. First, the technical staff would be responsible for the daily maintenance, and second, the army would be stationed there to protect the telegraph relay station from being destroyed by people with bad intentions. Although Li Tai was a prince and bore the emperor's orders, this action was related to the iron rice bowl of many monks in the temple. The other party would definitely not give in. Even if Li Er was here, he would not dare to do anything to those monks who disobeyed the emperor's orders. Otherwise, it would cause a huge public uproar. Therefore, compared to the Puguang Temple, the Tongzi Temple was undoubtedly a more perfect location. It could meet the requirements of building a telegraph relay station, and it would not involve the complicated demolition problem. Yes, as far as I know, the Tongzi Temple was abandoned in the late Sui dynasty. The monks in the temple were nowhere to be found, but the buildings in the temple were not damaged much in the war. It was just that no one took care of it for a long time, so there was a lot of dust. Wang Liaoyuan nodded and replied. Hearing this, Li Tai could no longer hide his excitement. He stood up and said, "That's great. Governor Wang, please send someone to bring this prince to the boy temple to take a look." Although Wang Liaoyuan didn't know why Li Tai was in such a hurry to go to an abandoned temple, he knew that it had something to do with the important mission that Li Er had given Li Tai. Thus, he didn't ask any further and stood up to reply. "This lowly official will order the accompanying guards to bring your highness to the boy temple." However, Dragon Mountain is located in the southwest corner of Taiyuan City. It's a remote location. The mountains are high and the forests are dense. There are very few people there. If your highness insists on going there, please allow this humble official to send a group of elite troops to escort you. Otherwise, if an accident happens, this humble official will die 10,000 deaths. Liao Wang Liao, Wang Wang, 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 Liao Yuan, and Wang Wang Wang, and Wang Liao, Wang Wood, and Wang Wood, and Wang, of course, of he. Wang Wood. Wang Wang. Wang Wang was. And Wang Wang would. To was Wang Temple, Li Wang was. Chapter 1853. Your Highness, Dragon Mountain is tall and surrounded by mountains on the south, north, and west. It's shaped like a dustpan. The trees on the mountain are lush and the environment is quiet. If you stand at the top of the main peak and look east along the Sulphur Ditch, you'll be able to see all of Taiyuan City. It's truly a place of beauty and beauty. It's said that when Zen Master Hongli traveled here, he saw a five-colored cloud of light shining from the ground. Within the cloud of light, there were 4 boys playing on the lotus seat, shaking the earth and causing rocks to crumble. On the shore, the image of Amitabha Buddha appeared, and the 3 jinn came to pay their respects. After Zen Master Hongli recorded this phenomenon, he reported it to the court and applied to build a temple here. Thus, the current Boy Temple was established. In the southwest corner of Taiyuan City, Li Tai, Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, Iron Egg, and the other Yanhuang College students were escorted by 300 Imperial Army soldiers led by Dugu Axian to the peak of Dragon Mountain. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking east, they could see the entirety of Taiyuan City illuminated by the morning sun. It was a dazzling sight. The provincial governor's guard sent by Wang Liaoyuan was now beside Li Tai, explaining to him with all his heart. Ha! You know quite a lot. Looking around, Li Tai was very satisfied with the environment. He couldn't help but praise the guard. When the guard heard this, he immediately beamed with joy and said, "Your Highness is too kind. This lowly one is a native of Source Peak Prefecture. I was born and raised here, so I naturally know more than others. This lowly one has been to the Boy Temple many times. Your Highness, please come this way. In front of you is the Buddha Pavilion of the Boy Temple, where the 3 sages of the West are enshrined." At this point, the guard pointed to the north and made an inviting gesture to Li Tai. It was a massive Buddhist pavilion with 2 floors. It was built against the mountain, and its scale was extremely grand. Dugu Axian gave a look to his left and right, and 2 groups of Imperial Army soldiers immediately filed out toward the Buddha Pavilion in the north. Li Tai saw this and said nothing. He stood to the side, quietly waiting for something. Not long after, an Imperial Army soldier ran out and cupped his fist at Dugu Axian. "General, everything in the Buddhist pavilion is normal. There's no danger." Dugu Axian nodded and then gave Li Tai a look. Li Tai understood and said to the guard from the Bing Province Governor's Mansion, "Since you are familiar with this place, then lead the way." "Yes. Your Highness." The guard cupped his fists and slowly walked towards the Buddha Pavilion on Li Tai's left. As Li Tai's group walked in, they realized that the Buddha Pavilion was made up of a front porch and the main part of the pavilion. The front porch was 5 rooms wide and 1 room deep. It was around 10 zhang wide and 20 zhang deep. There were 9 pillars, all of them in the shape of large lotuses. They were arranged in a north-south direction, and the lotus-covered part of the pillars was around 3 feet in diameter. The roof was made of stone and the floor was paved with stone, but the rooms were made of square bricks. The main part of the Buddha Pavilion was around 10 zhang wide and 50 zhang deep. It was even more spacious than the front porch. The walls were built vertically with stone strips, and the northern part of the wall was built directly on top of natural rock. In the middle part of the wall, the door to the room was open. There were no carvings on the outside, but the inside was filled with carvings of 1,000 Buddhas. These Buddhas were of different shapes and sizes, creating a magnificent sight. Inside the Buddha Pavilion, the 3 saints of the West were carved into the cliffs, Amitabha, Guanyin, and Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva. The 3 Buddhas were lofty, each more than 10 zhang tall. Just their heads alone were more than 20 zhang tall. These Buddhas were so dignified that one couldn't help but feel awe. This Buddha Pavilion is really magnificent. Just these 3 Buddhas and the thousands of Buddha carvings on the stone walls can be called a Buddhist holy land. It's a pity that it was abandoned and ruined because of the war in the Central Plains. After walking around the Buddha pavilion, Qin Huaiyu couldn't help but sigh. Qin Huaiyu's mother was a Buddhist, and the Qin family had even built a Buddhist hall in the backyard. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, Qin Huaiyu more or less had a good impression of Buddhism, which was why he sighed. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but nod. In all fairness, although this boy's temple was a little dilapidated on the surface, the majestic buildings, Buddhas, and exquisite carvings in the temple all showed its former glory and how much effort the founder of the temple had put in. Could its intrinsic artistic value be covered by the dust in the temple? Whether it was dilapidated or glorious, now that we can use this Buddhist temple, we can be considered to have made the best use of it. Because he had spent a long time hanging out with Li Zixuan, a disciple of the Celestial Master Taoist sect, Li Tai was not interested in Buddhism. Hearing Qin Huaiyu and the others sigh, he said somewhat disapprovingly, "Qin Ke, are you planning to choose here?" Hearing Li Tai's words, Meng Wenhao's heart moved and he asked aloud. When Li Tai assigned the task in the morning, he thought that it would take a lot of time to choose the location of the telegram relay station. However, he never expected that after just a trip to Dragon Mountain, Li Tai had the intention of finalizing the location. Wasn't this too smooth? However, although he was surprised, Meng Wenhao did not let down his guard. He did not say anything about the telegram relay station, because there was an outsider here, the guard of the Bingzhou provincial governor's mansion. It was related to the success or failure of the Academy's mission and the safety of the Academy's teachers and students. Every one of them had to be extremely cautious. More or less. However, before I decide, I have to confirm some things. Li Tai nodded and responded to Meng Wenhao. Then, he said to the guard of the Bingzhou provincial governor's mansion, "Is there another floor above this Buddhist pavilion?" "What's the floor above for?" The guard quickly replied, "Your Highness, I have been to the floor above. It's just a few meditation rooms. There's nothing special about it. It should be habitable after some tidying up." Li Tai nodded and said, "Good. I know. There's nothing for you to do here. You have done well. Go down the mountain and return to the city to receive your reward from Governor Wang." From the beginning to the end, he did not ask the name of the guard of the Bingzhou provincial governor's mansion because he did not need to know. "Yes. Thank you, Your Highness." The guard was overjoyed as he quickly bowed to express his thanks. After saying that, he bowed to Li Tai and turned to leave the mountain. Chapter 1854. Where are Mr. Ing Chui and the others? Back at the post house, Li Tai saw Dugu Feiying looking around in front of the post house. He was anxious to inform Ing Chui and the others about the location of the relay station, so he didn't take Dugu Feiying's abnormality to heart and asked anxiously, "Your Highness, big brother, you're back. Mr. Ing Chui." Mr. Ing Chui and the others are packing up in the backyard. When Dugu Feiying saw Li Tai and the others, especially when he saw that Dugu Axayan had returned, he immediately perked up and answered. Last night, other than the teachers and students of Yanhuang Academy and the Imperial Army led by Dugu Axayan, there were also the materials and machinery needed to build the telegraph relay station that they had brought from Yanhuang Academy on this trip to the north. These things were all priceless treasures in this era and couldn't be bought with money. In order to ensure that there wouldn't be any mishaps and that the purpose of their trip wouldn't be revealed, these materials and equipment were allocated a courtyard to store in the courier station. Furthermore, there were specialized Imperial Army guards guarding it day and night. This prince will go take a look." Li Tai nodded in response. After saying that, he directly walked into the courier station. Dugu Axian didn't follow. Firstly, the entire post house was under his control, so he didn't need to worry about Li Tai's safety. Secondly, Dugu Feiying's eyes clearly showed that something was wrong. This was something that Dugu Axayan, who had been his brother for many years, could easily tell. What's wrong? After Li Tai entered the post house, Dugu Axian looked at Dugu Feiying and asked calmly. Dugu Feiying said anxiously, Big brother, Provincial Governor Wang sent someone to the Wang family's ancestral home just now. He said that someone found the whereabouts of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an. The Wang family has already sent people over. Dugu Axian was shocked and said, What? The Wang family found the whereabouts of those two. Dugu Feiying scratched his head and said, Yes. Provincial Governor Wang's people just came to inform me. I also wanted to go over just now, but I remembered that Big Brother told me not to track down the whereabouts of these two people, so I didn't go. Big Brother, are we really not going to take a look? Yesterday, after Dugu Axian had led his army into the city, after learning about the current situation in the city, he had formulated a strategy of biding his time and not making any moves. He had completely given up on finding the whereabouts of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an and focused all his energy on protecting the safety of Li Tai and the others. Therefore, the task of tracking down the whereabouts of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an was left to the Wang family. However, Dugu Feiying was somewhat unwilling to give up because there were still many mysteries about Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an waiting for him to solve. If he didn't catch these two people, he always felt that something was missing in his heart. The reason why I didn't let you continue to investigate the whereabouts of Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an was that I didn't want to divide our forces. But now that the Wang family has found the whereabouts of these two people, we should naturally go and take a look. Perhaps we can really find some clues from these two people. Dugu Axian pondered for a moment and said unhappily to Dugu Feiying. Although in Dugu Axian's heart, Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an were most likely two small shrimps and not the real leader of the spies, now that the Wang family had helped them find these two people, there was no need for him to waste any more troops. Moreover, if these two people really did know something, then this trip would definitely not be a loss. Perhaps with the clues provided by these two people, they could follow the vine to the melon and catch the real mastermind behind the scenes. Good, good, good. The people sent by the Wang family told me that Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an are hiding in the basement of the 5th house on the east side of Shuoren Square in the south of the city. I'll bring people there now. Seeing that Dugu Axian had agreed to go and check on the two criminals, Dugu Feiying immediately said excitedly. Dugu Axian frowned because he suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong, so he interrupted Dugu Feiying and said, You and the rest of the brothers stay here to protect His Highness. I'll go and take a look alone. Dugu Feiying was unwilling and wanted to refute, but Dugu Axian glared at him sternly, so he could only reply in a muffled voice, Yes. Big brother. Dugu Axian nodded and asked an imperial guard to bring him a mount. He rode alone and sped toward the south of the city. Commander, these two people are Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an, whom the master is looking for. They were hiding in the cellar in the backyard. However, when I brought people here, the master of the house had already disappeared. In the backyard of the 5th house on the east side of Shuoren Square in the south of Taiyuan City. A thin young man dressed in black cupped his fists and bowed to another tall man dressed in black with a round collar. Grand Commander. This tall man in black with a round collar was Wang Qingguo, the Grand Commander of the Wang clan's Shadow Guards. He could be considered a legend among the Wang clan's Shadow Guards. At the age of 30, he had already reached the Grandmaster realm. With such talent, he could easily serve as a general in the Great Tang. Bai Qing, tell me, how did you find them? Wang Qingwu's eyes were like lightning. He glanced at Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an, who were tied up like dumplings, and then turned his eyes back to the thin man in black in front of him and asked in a deep voice. This Bai Qing was from the 2nd Division of the Wang family's Shadow Guards, which was under the control of the 2nd Branch. Yesterday, the Wang family had sent out all their forces to look for the suspects, but they still could not find them. However, this Bai Qing easily found them, which made Wang Qingwu suspicious. Bai Qing's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly bowed and said, "Commander, I was patrolling Shuoran Square this morning and saw that the door of this house was wide open. It was very unusual, so I went in to take a look and found that there was no one in the house. I was about to leave when I suddenly heard a noise from the backyard, so I went to the backyard to check. I didn't expect that there were people hiding in the basement of the backyard. After questioning, I found that these two people were wanted by the head of the family. I was worried that I couldn't deal with them alone, so I hurriedly sent someone back to the family to send a message to you." This guy's explanation could be said to be watertight, but Wang Qingwu looked at him suspiciously. After a moment of silence, Wang Qingwu waved his hand and said, "Take these two people back, and then go to the courier station to bring the accountant of the Chu Ironware shop back to the ancestral house. Verify their identities." "Yes." Four warriors in golden armor came out of the crowd and dragged Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an, who were tied up on the ground. Wang Qingwu waved his hand and said, "Let's go back to the ancestral house." A group of people immediately took Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an out of the house. Bai Qing followed behind, and a trace of excitement and greed flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "The head of the family gathered all the forces to arrest these two people, which means that these two people are very important, and the one who caught them is me, Bai Qing. I'm rich, I'm rich. Ha! The head of the family will definitely reward me a lot this time." In fact, the situation was not like what Bai Qing said just now. Bai Qing was indeed ordered to patrol Xuanren Mill in the morning, but just as he walked into the gate of Xuanren Mill, an arrow was aimed at his face. Although Bai Qing had some martial arts, he could not dodge this sudden arrow with his kung fu. Just as Bai Qing closed his eyes and shouted in his heart, "I'm going to die," the arrow did not pierce his head. Instead, it was an inch away from his ear. With a bang, it was deeply nailed to the wall. Bai Qing was still in shock, but after the person who had assassinated him shot the arrow, he did not do anything else. He turned his head to look at the arrow nailed to the wall and saw a piece of cloth tied to the arrow shaft. His heart moved, and he quickly went forward to take the arrow from the wall. He opened the cloth and saw the words written on it, "The person being chased by the Wang family is hiding in the basement of the backyard of the fifth house in the east of Xuanren Mill." After seeing this line of small words, Bai Qing subconsciously did not believe it. He thought that this was a prank by some bored person, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. Which bored person could shoot an arrow into a wall more than 2 inches deep? Then he thought of the fact that Wang Yu had mobilized the entire Wang family's power to search for Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an in Taiyuan City. If he caught these two people, he would definitely receive a lot of rewards from the family. Even his position among the Wang family's secret guards would be raised to a higher level because of this. Thinking of this, Bai Qing put away the cloth with the words and secretly went to the fifth house in the east of Xuanren Mill alone. Because he did not want others to share the credit with him, he did not plan to call any of his companions. But unexpectedly, he really did find Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an in the basement of the backyard of the house. Bai Qing could not help but be overjoyed. Thus, the scene just now happened. Obviously, the arrow just now was not meant to assassinate him, but someone had sent him a message. As for why Bai Qing lied to Wang Qingwu, the reason was because of benefits. If he told the truth that someone had sent him a message to point out Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an's hiding place, and that was why he caught the two people, then it would seem that he did not play any role in this matter. In order to show more of his credit, he could only say that he had found Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an's hiding place by himself. On the other side, he was experiencing a real assassination. Dugu Axayan rode alone from the center of the city to Xuanren Mill. When he was 3 houses away from Xuanren Mill, suddenly, dozens of arrows with cold light shot toward him from the surrounding walls of the houses. Dugu Axayan was a martial arts master at the Grand Master level, and his perception of danger was far more sensitive than Bai Qing's. The moment before the arrows were shot, he felt a sense of danger, and his heart skipped a beat. In the face of dozens of arrows, Dugu Axayan pulled out the sword at his waist. With the help of Li Zishuan, he had learned the 9 strategies beyond the swords, arrow-breaking style. There was a flash of sword light in the air, and the dozens of arrows were all broken by Dugu Axayan. Ding, ding, ding. The arrows fell on the bluestone with a crisp sound, and the space was instantly silent. Who are you, scoundrel? How dare you commit murder in Taiyuan City? Come out. Dugu Axayan had already dismounted. He stood with his sword in hand, glanced around, and shouted in a deep voice. Chapter 1855. Taiyuan City, on the streets outside Wenchang Square, was dead silent. Dugu Axayan, alone with his sword, was holding his breath as he faced off against the air. Just a moment ago, dozens of glowing arrows had been shot at him from the walls around him. If he had not been a grandmaster, and if it had not been for the exquisite swordsmanship of 9 strategies beyond the swords, that volley of arrows would have been enough to injure him. Due to this sudden attack from the dark, Dugu Axayan had focused all his attention on his swordsmanship and survival, so he had not paid attention to the enemy's specific location. Now that the enemy's attack had slowed down, Dugu Axayan finally had time to observe his surroundings. However, at this moment, there was no one around him. If it had not been for the dozens of broken arrows lying on the ground, Dugu Axayan would have thought that the frightening scene he had just experienced was an illusion. An expert. There was definitely a martial arts expert among the enemy, and there was more than one. When Dugu Axayan had blocked the volley of arrows, he had clearly felt that a few of the arrows carried a huge amount of true qi. The person who had shot the arrows was definitely at the peak of qi transforming stage or above. Moreover, other than the few extremely powerful true qi arrows, the other assassins who had shot the arrows were all above the qi transforming stage. How did such a powerful assassination team sneak into Taiyuan City? And why did they choose to attack him at this time? At this moment, many questions flashed through Dugu Axayan's mind. Since he had only gone to the south of the city to see if Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an had been captured, he had not brought any guards with him when he came out of the courier station. At this moment, he was alone, but he was still fearless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dugu Axayan happened to be standing at the intersection of 2 streets. His upper left, upper right, lower left, and lower right were all surrounded by the walls of the square. Just as Dugu Axayan held his breath and was on full alert, dozens of masked men in black suddenly popped their heads out from the top of the walls of the square. In response to Dugu Axayan's shout, they did not say anything. Instead, they responded with another volley of arrows. Humph. 9 strategies beyond the swords, arrow-breaking style. Dugu Axayan had not been on guard earlier, and that volley of arrows had not hurt him. Now that he was on guard, how could he be afraid of the black-clothed assassin using the same trick again? He snorted coldly, and then the tip of the sword in his hand trembled, pointing it at the arrows that were shooting towards him. The speed of his sword was too fast, and ordinary people could only see the countless blurry sword shadows in the air. Then, a series of ding-ding-ding sounds could be heard, and the dozens of arrows all fell on the bluestone floor. Compared to his previous response, Dugu Axayan's response this time was even more composed and casual. Obviously, under his full defense, these dozens of black-clothed experts could not hurt him. The arrow-breaking form of the Dugu 9 swords was a supreme sword technique that could break all kinds of hidden weapons. However, Dugu Axayan had only just begun to learn it. If he had mastered the Dugu 9 swords, not only would he be able to resolve the danger he was in, he would also be able to deflect the enemy's arrow and use it to injure the enemy. But even so, it was more than enough for Dugu Axayan at the moment. This arrow-breaking form could not only break the enemy's most threatening volley of arrows, but more importantly, the Dugu 9 swords was more focused on the intent than the form. Defeating a move without a move did not consume much of one's vital energy. Therefore, even if these black-clothed experts were to shoot at him with their bows for 2 hours, Dugu Aksayan was still confident that he could block them with the arrow-breaking form. This was Taiyuan City. Not only were there patrolling officers, there were also guards stationed in the city. As long as he delayed these black-clothed men for 15 minutes, he would definitely be able to wait for reinforcements. Therefore, Dugu Aksayan was not worried about his own safety. Unless these black-clothed experts had other tricks up their sleeves. The target is difficult to deal with. Scatter the smoke. On the eastern wall, a black-clothed masked man put away his longbow and quickly took out a small pouch made of fine grey cloth from his bosom. This man spoke in Turkic, and Dugu Aksayan could not understand him. From the looks of it, this man should be the leader of this group of masked men. Obviously, after witnessing Dugu Aksayan's exquisite swordsmanship and superb martial arts realm, he understood that it would be difficult to hurt Dugu Aksayan with the volley of arrows that they had used to assassinate Dugu Aksayan. Today's assassination had to be done quickly. Therefore, he had to change his strategy and abandon the vow to use poison. Since they were all masked, they would not be poisoned even if they used the smoke. In the blink of an eye, after the leader of the masked men gave the order, the black-clothed men on the walls around Dugu Aksayan took out powder wrapped in fine grey cloth from their bosoms and threw it in Dugu Aksayan's direction. All of this happened too quickly, and Dugu Aksayan was caught off guard. He could tell that these black-clothed men were not throwing hidden weapons at him, but it was definitely not something good either. It was very likely that it was some kind of medicine that could make him lose his ability to fight. 22 small pouches opened up above Dugu Aksayan's head, and the white powder in the pouches poured down. Dugu Aksayan's Dugu 9 swords, arrow-breaking style, could defend against a sky full of arrows, but how could it defend against a sky full of powder? Dugu Aksayan immediately held his breath and retreated like lightning. He was facing the east, so he was retreating to the west. Unfortunately, the east wind was blowing in Taiyuan City. Although Dugu Aksayan's speed of retreat was fast, when the wind blew across the sky, it was inevitable that he would inhale some of the powder. Kill! Let's end this quickly. The leader of the masked assassins roared and pulled out the sword at his waist. He leaped from the wall and slashed viciously at Dugu Aksayan. The other 21 assassins followed suit, pulling out their swords and slashing at Dugu Aksayan. Humph! Good timing. Lone wind swordsmanship. Dugu Aksayan was not afraid at all, and a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. Previously, when these assassins were attacking from afar, it was not easy for him to take them down one by one. That was because it was difficult to change directions in the air. If he used his qinggong to leap onto the wall and kill one of the assassins, the other assassins would definitely shoot at him immediately. At that time, not only would it be difficult for him to change his position in the air, but it would also be difficult for him to use 9 swords, arrow-breaking style. Now that these assassins had given up on long-range attacks and switched to close combat, it was exactly what Dugu Aksayan wanted. In terms of close combat, he had mastered both the lone wind swordsmanship and the lone wind swordsmanship. He was not afraid of these black-clothed assassins at all. Dugu Aksayan leaped into the air and spun in midair. A blinding sword aura shot up like a dazzling silver dragon. Pure and arrogant sword intent filled the entire alley. Immediately after, the dazzling sword aura clashed with the 22 sharp swords that were coming from all directions. Ding! 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 An ear-piercing sound of metal clanging instantly resounded through this area of the residential area. As it was almost 7 in the morning, those who were supposed to go out to work had already gone to work, and those who were supposed to go to the market had already gone to buy things. Therefore, there were not many pedestrians in the alley. However, the ear-piercing sound of metal had inevitably alarmed many of the residents. Some of the more daring onlookers were making their way over. Humph! What a futile struggle. At that moment, the leader of the masked assassins could not help but snort coldly. Dugu Aksayan could not help but be startled because the leader of the assassins was speaking in Han Chinese. You are Han Chinese. Dugu Aksayan could not help but exclaim in surprise. However, when he opened his mouth, he could not help but inhale some of the powder in the air. After realizing that something was wrong, Dugu Aksayan quickly shut his mouth. At that moment, the leader of the assassins snorted coldly. His aura suddenly changed, and his true chi surged. The long sword in his hand was filled with sword chi, and it let out a loud sword hum. Then, he suddenly disappeared from where he was. Yes. His entire body had suddenly disappeared. Dugu Aksayan was instantly alarmed. He instinctively used his footwork and leaned his body slightly to the right by 3 inches. At the same time, a long sword glowing with a faint blue light appeared on his left side without warning. It brushed past his belt and stabbed forward viciously. Clearly, the leader of the assassins who had disappeared had launched a fatal attack from behind. If Dugu Aksayan had not subconsciously leaned his body to the right just now, that sword would have pierced through his entire body. A Grand Master expert. This was the first time Dugu Aksayan had faced the leader of the assassins head-on. However, it was this exchange that made him realize that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. This leader of the assassins in black was actually a Grandmaster expert. Moreover, it seemed that he was a Grandmaster expert who specialized in assassination. At this moment, Dugu Aksayan suddenly felt a little dizzy. He understood that it was the effect of the powder that the other party had scattered. This caused him to feel a chill in his heart. Putting aside the fact that the other party's strength was higher than he had estimated, he had even been poisoned by the other party. It was truly a case of when it rains, it pours. Dugu Aksayan knew that if he could not escape in a short period of time, or if the reinforcements did not arrive before he fell, then it was very likely that he would die here today. The leader of the assassins exclaimed in surprise when his killing blow missed. Then, he gently raised his sleeve, and several cold lights shot out from his sleeve, heading straight for Dugu Aksayan's face. Hidden weapons. This leader of the assassins, as a Grandmaster expert, actually carried hidden weapons with him. This really refreshed Dugu Aksayan's 3 views. Generally, martial artists who had stepped into the Grandmaster realm had their own pride. Under normal circumstances, they disdained to use underhanded means such as hidden weapons and poison. However, the black-clothed assassin leader in front of him not only used poison, but also carried hidden weapons with him. He was really unscrupulous. Chapter 1856. Grand Commander. Grand Commander, bad news. Bad news. General Dugu, who entered the city yesterday, was attacked by a group of black-clothed masked assassins in the southern alley. The secret guard of the Wang family, who had run out from the place where Dugu Aksayan and the black-clothed assassins were fighting fiercely, had just passed through 2 houses when he ran into Wang Qingguo, who was escorting Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an back to the Wang family's ancestral home. He was startled at first, but then he hurried forward and cupped his fists. What? You're saying that someone tried to assassinate General Dugu in the city? Wang Qingguo was shocked when he heard this, and he hurriedly waved his hand to signal for the troops behind him to stop. He then looked at the shadow guard and asked in a low voice. The shadow guard panted as he said, "Yes. Grand Commander." There were more than 20 of them, and General Dugu was alone. When this subordinate arrived, General Dugu seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Should we go? Hu Daliang, Bai Qing, take 10 of your brothers and bring Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an back to the ancestral home. The rest of you, follow me. Without waiting for the guard to finish speaking, Wang Qingguo bellowed and ordered his subordinates. Yes. Grand Commander. A round-faced man with a full beard and Bai Qing hurriedly responded in unison. With that, the two of them called over 10 Wang family shadow guards and brought Zhu Xieching and Kong Chang'an back to the Wang family ancestral home. Wang Qinggu waved his hand, and the remaining 10 or so Wang family shadow guards followed him. Under the lead of the shadow guard who had reported earlier, they galloped wildly in the direction of the battle between Dugu Axayan and the black-clothed men. As Wang Yu's trusted aide, Wang Qinggu naturally understood Wang Yu's current attitude toward the imperial court and the imperial family. He also knew why the Wang family's forces, both on the surface and in the shadows, had mobilized in full force yesterday to search for two businessmen who had nothing to do with the Wang family. It was precisely because of this that Wang Qinggu had made the decision to rescue Dugu Axayan without any hesitation the moment he heard that someone had tried to assassinate him. Putting aside the fact that the Wang clan had mobilized all its forces yesterday mainly because Dugu Axayan's younger brother, Dugu Feiying, had personally come to Wang Yu's door to ask for help, given the current relationship between the Wang clan and the imperial court, Wang Yu could not possibly sit by and watch as the commander of the imperial army was assassinated in the Wang clan's headquarters, Source Peak City, was assassinated by an unknown group of people. If something were to happen to Dugu Xinjin in Source Peak City, the Wang family and the officials of Source Peak City would face endless trouble. Therefore, there was no need to report this matter to Wang Yu. Wang Qinggu could guess Wang Yu's attitude. Most importantly, there was no time for him to return to the ancestral home and report the situation to Wang Yu. On the other side, at the post house. After Li Tai returned, he immediately gathered everyone in the academy and informed them of everything he had seen on Dragon Mountain in the morning, as well as his decision to set the location of the telegram relay station at Dragon Mountain Boy Temple. After understanding the general topography of Dragon Mountain Boy Temple, the academy's teachers and students, including Imo Chue, unanimously agreed that the telegram relay station should be built on Dragon Mountain. At that moment, Li Tai led the members of Team 5 and Team 6 with measuring tools and prepared to go up the mountain for a field survey. Mo Chue also followed. He also wanted to see the terrain and discuss with Li Tai the future construction plan. After leaving the post house, Li Tai did not see Dugu Axayan. There was only Dugu Feiying and the imperial army guarding the door. Li Tai couldn't help but frown. He went up to Dugu Feiying and asked, "General Feiying, where is General Dugu Axayan? Didn't he come back with me just now?" Dugu Axayan had already told Li Tai about Zhu Xieching and Kong Chang'an before entering the city yesterday, so Dugu Feiying had nothing to hide. He told the truth, "Your Highness, I just received news that the Wang family's shadow guards found Zhu Xieching and Kong Chang'an's whereabouts at Xuanren Square in the southeast of the city and were preparing to capture them. After my brother heard about it, he went alone to check it out. He should be back soon. Zhu Xieching. Kong Chang'an. I heard that the Wang family had been looking for these two for almost an entire day yesterday, but they couldn't find their whereabouts. How did they suddenly find them today?" Hearing this, Li Tai frowned and muttered to himself suspiciously. Now that the situation in Source Peak City was treacherous, Li Tai had become paranoid. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but as for what was wrong, he couldn't put his finger on it. Dugu Feiying's ears were sharp, so he naturally heard Li Tai's muttering. However, he could only pretend that he didn't hear it, because he couldn't answer this question. "Did you just say that General Dugu Axayan went alone?" Suddenly, Li Tai raised his voice and asked Dugu Feiying. There was a faint nervousness in his expression. Dugu Axayan was the strongest fighting force in the Imperial Army, and he was also the brain of the Imperial Army. If something happened to him, it would be almost impossible for the people from the academy to complete their mission and return safely to the academy. Therefore, Li Tai couldn't help but feel nervous when it came to Dugu Axayan's safety. Dugu Feiying chuckled and said, "Your Highness, you don't have to worry. My brother is now a master. No one in Taiyuan City can hurt him." As Dugu Axayan's younger brother, Dugu Feiying had full confidence in Dugu Axayan's personal strength. Chapter 1857. Scorching Sun Saber Technique. The newcomer was none other than Wang Qingwu, who had just rushed over to help. When he saw the black-clothed man completely disregard him and insist on killing Dugu Axane first, Wang Qingwu was greatly alarmed and immediately used his trump card. Wang Qingwu held a large saber with both hands and spun it rapidly in the air. The scorching saber aura directly blasted away the other men in black who wanted to stop him. At the same time, his speed instantly doubled. He was originally about 30 meters away from Dugu Axayan and the leader of the men in black, but in the blink of an eye, the distance between them was less than 10 meters. What a fast speed! Feeling the biting cold murderous intent behind him, the leader of the men in black frowned slightly. He could not help but be secretly surprised by Wang Qingwu's extreme speed. Even when he was in his best condition, he could not reach such a fast speed, let alone when he was fighting with Dugu Axayan earlier. Not only did he expend a lot of vital energy, but he also suffered some minor injuries. At this time, he had to make a choice. Should he continue to swing his sword to kill Dugu Axayan, or turn around to block Wang Qingwu's swift and domineering saber? If he continued to kill Dugu Axayan, by the time he stabbed his sword into Dugu Axayan's throat, Wang Qingwu's saber would be close to his back. He would not be able to block it in time and would be seriously injured or even killed. If he gave up on Dugu Axayan and turned around to block Wang Qingwu's attack, he was confident that he could withstand Wang Qingwu's saber. However, if he did so, Dugu Axayan would be temporarily spared from death, and there would be many more variables in this assassination attempt. It was a difficult choice, but there was not much time left for the leader of the men in black to consider, because Wang Qingwu's saber was about to arrive. Concentrate all your strength and kill Dugu Axayan first. At this critical moment, the leader of the black-clothed men did not hesitate. Almost instantly, he made a decision. He turned around at lightning speed and quickly formed a sword move to meet Wang Qingwu, who was flying towards him. At the same time, he shouted to the rest of the black-clothed men around him when he was attacked. Only children could make choices. Of course, adults would want all of them. The leader of the men in black did not want to die, but he did not want Dugu Axayan to live either. Therefore, while turning around to block Wang Qingwu, he decisively ordered the rest of the assassins to surround and kill Dugu Axayan. Although Dugu Axayan was a master, at this time, he was not only severely poisoned, but also seriously injured. Any warrior in the Qi-forming realm could easily kill him, not to mention that there were at least a dozen assassins in the Qi realm around Dugu Axayan. Under the joint attack, Dugu Axayan would die. Therefore, the leader of the black-clothed men did not hesitate to turn around and block Wang Qingwu. You don't know your own strength. Seeing the leader of the men in black block with his sword, Wang Qingwu's eyes flashed with a trace of contempt and ridicule. He snorted coldly and pushed the genuine qi all over his body to the extreme. Suddenly, the temperature in the space around him rose sharply. The leader of the men in black was the closest. At this moment, he felt as if there was a big burning fireball smashing toward him. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated Wang Qingwu's strength. Wang Qingwu was definitely a master of martial arts close to the middle stage of the Grand Master realm. The leader of the men in black wanted to change his move and turn around to escape, but it was too late. Everyone only heard a loud bang. The saber and the sword only had a short collision in the air, and the leader of the men in black was directly shaken out. He also hit the other two assassins who were going to assassinate Dugu Axayan. Although the leader of the men in black was in the same martial arts realm as Wang Qingwu, he forgot that he was good at assassination, not head-on combat. Wang Qingwu, who was flying toward him, was very aggressive with his genuine qi and saber skills. Obviously, he was good at head-on combat. The leader of the men in black was using his own weakness against his opponent's strength. The outcome had already been decided before the fight. It had to be said that the previous battle with the drugged Dugu Axayan had given the leader of the black-clothed men a misconception that his direct combat strength was also very strong. However, He had forgotten that Dugu Aksayan had been drugged at that time, and had been relying on his strong willpower to stay awake. His strength was also much weaker than before, and there was no way he could beat Dugu Aksayan at his peak. Protect General Dugu. Try to keep one of these assassins alive. Wang Qingwu, who had shown his great power with one strike, did not stop. He swung his saber diagonally and split the two assassins who were surrounding him. He let out a loud cry and then rushed forward like lightning, trying to save Dugu Aksayan, who was struggling under the siege of the men in black. Seeing this, the dozen or so shadow guards of the Wang family hurriedly drew their weapons and joined the fray. Although the overall strength of these people was slightly inferior to the assassins, as the Wang family's shadow guards, they had all undergone many years of rigorous training. In terms of combat experience and tactical coordination, they were completely superior to these black-clothed men. Thus, the Wang family's shadow guards and the men in black were locked in a stalemate. On Wang Qingwu's side, this guy relied on his extraordinary strength to take care of the two assassins blocking his way and finally met up with Dugu Aksayan. As for the leader of the black-clothed men, the assassin, he didn't dare to face Wang Qingwu head-on. He could only use his own movement skills to constantly harass and assassinate Wang Qingwu and Dugu Aksayan. The scales of victory were slowly tipping in Dugu Aksayan's favor. General Dugu, how are you? Wang Qingwu asked Dugu Aksayan, who was barely standing behind him, during a break in the battle. I'm fine. Dugu Aksayan's sword was planted on the ground as he struggled to support his body. At this moment, not only did he want to sleep, but his eyelids were also struggling. He also felt that his vision was turning dark, and his physical strength was rapidly depleting. He was poisoned. General Dugu, hang in there. I'll open a bloody path for you. Wang Qingwu said to Dugu Aksayan as he focused and held the broadsword in his hand. He was trying to determine where the leader of the men in black would appear in the next moment. He was going to give him a fatal blow. As the saying went, capture the ringleader first to capture the bandits. As long as he captured or killed the leader of the assassins in black, the rest of the assassins would scatter like birds and the danger of Dugu Aksayan would naturally be resolved. Obviously, Wang Qingwu could see that Dugu Aksayan was not in a good condition. He had to end the battle as soon as possible and bring him back for treatment. Otherwise, even if he did not die under the enemy's sword, he would die from the poison later. Sneaky bastard, let's see where you can hide this time. Suddenly, Wang Qingwu's eyes flashed. He quickly infused his true qi into his broadsword. Then, he disappeared from the spot like a flash of lightning. His entire body was covered in a blazing radiance as he slashed at Dugu Aksayan's right rear. Chapter 1858. What? General Dugu was attacked by a group of assassins in the southern part of the city. The shopkeeper of the Chu ironware shop, Kong Chang'an, was ambushed by 3 black-clothed men on his way back. At the same time, in the Wang clan's ancestral home, after listening to Bai Qing's report, Wang Yu abruptly stood up from his seat, his face ashen. The Wang clan had been in Taiyuan for many years, but this was the first time someone had slapped them in the face. This subordinate is incompetent. Patriarch, please punish me. Bai Qing and the other Wang clan covert guards got down on one knee and bowed. Where's Qingwu? Wang Yu walked up to Bai Qing with his hands behind his back and asked coldly. Patriarch, the Grand Commander received the news and went to the southern part of the city to rescue General Dugu. We brought Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an's corpses back first. Bai Qing replied in full detail. Quickly bring people to the southern part of the city. Wang Yu was silent for a moment, then he ordered, in addition, bring people to the provincial governor's residence and inform Provincial Governor Wang. Wang Yu knew very well that this was not the time to hold these people accountable. The most important thing now was to ensure Dugu Aksayan's safety. If something happened to Dugu Aksayan, then the Wang family would not be able to clear their name even if they jumped into the Yellow River. Zhu Xiacheng and Kong Chang'an had been found and escorted back by the Wang clan, but one of them had been killed right under the eyes of the Wang clan guards. Logically speaking, the Wang clan had to bear the main responsibility. And if something happened to Dugu Axayan, the commander of the imperial army, in Taiyuan City, the Wang clan would not be able to escape responsibility. After all, who told the Wang clan to be the local tyrant of Taiyuan City? Yes. Patriarch. Bai Qing and the others left with the order. Inside the room, Wang Yu paced around the hall with his hands behind his back. Princess Tong An, who was sitting to the side, frowned and said, Dugu Axayan was attacked, and the key suspect they were looking for was ambushed. Who are these people? How dare they commit murder in public in Taiyuan City? And even make a move against our Wang clan? Wang Yu paused and sighed. No matter where they come from, since they dared to behave so atrociously in Taiyuan City, this old man will definitely ferret them out. Moreover, I'm afraid that this group of people's goal isn't so simple. Their true goal should be. At this point, Wang Yu turned to look in the northwest direction. That was the post house in Taiyuan City. Li Tai and the other Yanhuang College teachers and students were staying there. Princess Tong naturally understood what Wang Yu was trying to say. Her heart sank slightly as she revealed a worried expression. The other party wants to harm Qing Ke. In this way, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to Sui province for the time being. Speaking of which, she and Li Tai had returned to their ancestral home from Qizhou. Originally, they had planned to settle Wang Rinbiao's matter and then immediately return to Suizhou. However, Li Tai was her grandnephew. Whether it was due to emotion or reason, whether it was public or private, she had to look after Li Tai. After all, this was Taiyuan, the territory of her husband's family. We definitely can't return to Suizhou for the time being. Nothing must happen to King Wei and the others in Taiyuan City. Right now, he had to see if Qing Wu could save Dugu Axayan and capture one or two of them alive. From the looks of it, we are in the open while the enemy is in the dark. Moreover, the enemy knows everything about us like the back of his hand. We must grasp the enemy's situation as soon as possible. Wang Yu sternly said, his eyes blazing. As the saying went, know thyself and know thy enemy, and thou shalt be victorious in every battle. Although the Wang clan was powerful, if they knew nothing about the enemy's situation, they would be constantly on the defensive. This was something that Wang Yu did not wish to see. Princess Tong silently nodded. Reporting. Patriarch. The Grand Marshal has rescued General Dugu. Hurried footsteps came from outside the room. Soon after, Bai Qing, who had left earlier, ran into the hall and cupped his fists to Wang Yu. Wang Yu, who was anxiously pacing back and forth in the hall, suddenly had his eyes light up. He turned around and said with a face full of joy, "Good. That's great. Where is Qing Wu now? And how is General Dugu? Is he injured?" Although he and Princess Tong had analyzed that the enemy's target was likely Li Tai, they had no good ideas. After all, the heavy responsibility of protecting Li Tai's group could only be shouldered by Dugu Axayan and the other Imperial Army soldiers. The Wang clan could not shoulder this responsibility. Thus, nothing could happen to Dugu Axayan. Moreover, no matter what, Dugu Axayan was the commander of the Northern Imperial Army. If he were to die in Taiyuan City for no reason, no one would be able to bear Li Er's wrath. After all, the Northern Imperial Army was Li Er's trump card, and the commander of this army represented Li Er to a certain extent. Chapter 1859. Whoever could cure Dugu Axayan would be rewarded with 3,000 strings of cash. Hearing this, the doctors who had yet to take Dugu Axayan's pulse froze, their breathing quickening. Doctors were humans too, and they had emotions and desires. Almost no one would not be tempted by a reward like 3,000 strings of cash. After all, That was a fortune that could allow them to live comfortably for several lifetimes. However, the prerequisite for all of this was to cure Dugu Aksayan. This old man is quite knowledgeable in detoxification. May I take a look at General Dugu? Just as everyone was about to give it a try, an old man stroked his beard and said, "Old sir, please." Dugu Feying hurriedly gestured for the old man to go ahead. The old man nodded, and then he slowly walked over to the bed. He first took Dugu Aksayan's pulse, and then he looked at the wounds on Dugu Aksayan's arms and back. His expression instantly changed when he saw them. Dugu Feying hurriedly asked, "Old sir, what poison was inflicted on my brother? Is there an antidote?" Everyone in the room, including the doctors, turned to look at the old man. Although the doctors could tell that Dugu Aksayan was poisoned, they didn't know what kind of poison Dugu Aksayan was poisoned with. This was also the main reason why they couldn't do anything about it. After all, if they did not even know what poison the patient was inflicted with, how could they possibly cure it? The old man calmly returned Dugu Aksayan's body to its original position on the bed, then said with a serious expression, "General Dugu was inflicted with 3 poisons. The first is a knockout powder, which should have been inhaled through the nose and mouth, causing General Dugu to be unconscious. As for the second poison, if I'm not wrong, it should come from the devil's snare flower in India. Moreover, it's taken from the devil's snare flower seed and not its petals, so it's more poisonous. The person who injured General Dugu should have smeared this poison on their weapon. Those who are poisoned will first feel dizzy and have a headache, followed by tachycardia, hallucinations, delirium, and convulsions. If the poison isn't detoxified as soon as possible, it will take at most 2 days to half a day for the poisoned person to slowly die in their sleep. The third poison is the strong poison hook kiss, which should have been smeared on the weapon. The victim will first feel dizzy, then have their heartbeat slow down and then speed up. Their limbs will also feel cold. This poison is extremely strong, and if the antidote is not cured within 2 hours, the victim will definitely die. Not even a deity can save him. Hook kiss, also known as heartbreak grass, humang vine, etc., is highly poisonous. The moment the old man finished speaking, the doctors in the room were shocked. They could not help but whisper, "What? Devil's snare and hook kiss. Both of them are rare poisons in the world." That's right. No wonder I didn't see it earlier. It turns out that General Dugu was poisoned by these 2 poisons. I'm afraid he's done for. Sigh. These 2 poisons, I'm afraid no one in this world. I don't know if half-immortal Lu can cure them. He is an expert in detoxification. Hearing these people's private discussions, even if Dugu Feying didn't know how to treat illnesses and save people, he still knew his brother's current situation. However, he still looked at the old man unwillingly and asked, "Old mister, since you already know what kind of poison my brother is suffering from, then you must have a way to cure my brother's poison, right? Don't worry, as long as you can cure my brother, the Dugu family is willing to take out 3,000 strings to express our gratitude." When Dugu Feying said this, the doctor standing at the side immediately felt uncomfortable. What was the most uncomfortable thing in the world? There was money to be earned, but he couldn't earn it himself. The old man bitterly laughed, shook his head, and said, "The people of Tai Yuan City call me half-immortal Lu, but this old man is just a mortal with a mortal body. How can I be considered a half-immortal? I'm afraid that only a true immortal can cure General Dugu's poison. This old man is really powerless. I hope that your highness and young general can find someone else as soon as possible. Don't delay General Dugu's treatment." Hearing this, the doctors in the room were relieved, but also sighed with some regret. Even half-immortal Lu can't cure the devil's snare and hook's kiss poison. In order not to delay Dugu Aksayan's treatment, half-immortal Lu cupped his hands and left. The other doctors knew that their medical skills were not as good as half-immortal Lu's, so they also left the room. Perhaps, only Mr. Gongsun can cure this poison. When a doctor walked out of the room, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Mr. Gongsun. Which Mr. Gongsun? When Dugu Feiying, who was in despair, heard this, it was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He quickly wanted to chase out of the room, but when he went out, the doctors were already far away. He pulled over the constable of the provincial government office standing at the door and asked, "Who is this Mr. Gongsun they were talking about? Can he cure the poison in my brother's body?" Chapter 1860. 1 coin of skullcap root, 1 coin of gold thread, 2 coins of philodendron, 1 coin of licorice, 1 coin of mung bean, 1 coin of honeysuckle, half a coin of forsythia. Inside the Taiyuan courier station, Gong Sun Liang picked up a brush and wrote 2 prescriptions on a piece of paper without hesitation. The alchemy apprentice who came in with him frowned, but due to Gong Sun Liang's prestige, he didn't say anything. After a while, Gong Sun Liang finally put away the brush and handed the prescriptions to the medicine boy, saying, "Xiao Bao, take these 2 prescriptions and quickly go back to the medicine hall to get the herbs. Let your senior brother pick the best herbs. Go and come back quickly." "Oh. Yes. Master." The medicine boy wanted to say something but hesitated, but in the end, he took the prescriptions and turned to leave. Dugu Feiying stepped forward and grabbed the medicine boy, saying, "This place is not close to the rejuvenation hall, I will ride a horse and take you there. This way, we can save a lot of time." He did not forget that before Master Lu left, he said that if the hook kiss poison in Dugu Axayan's body was not cured within 2 hours, he would die without a doubt. Although Gong Sun Liang in front of him had promised to save Dugu Axayan, Dugu Feiying did not dare to risk his brother's life. In fact, since Gong Sun Liang could boast, then the 2 hours were invalid. Even if the medicine boy could not come back within 2 hours, he had his own way to ensure that Dugu Axayan would not die. The medicine boy looked back at Gong Sun Liang and saw that Gong Sun Liang was smiling without saying anything, so he nodded in agreement. "Thank you, General." After saying that, the 2 walked out of the post house together. Inside the room, Gong Sun Liang opened the medicine box and took out a wooden box with 24 gold needles. He waved to Iron Egg, who was standing beside Li Tai, and said, "Kid, come and help this old man lift this general up and take off his clothes. This old man wants to give him the needles." Li Tai frowned and complained in his heart, "Is this old man still holding a grudge? Is that why he's called Iron Egg and not me?" In fact, this was completely Li Tai thinking too much. Although Gong Sun Liang had an eccentric temperament, he was already 70 to 80 years old. His tolerance was not small to the point of being angry with a child. The reason why he called for Iron Egg to come over and help instead of Li Tai was because in terms of physique, Iron Egg was stronger than Li Tai. Moreover, Li Tai was the king of Wei. Even if he did not put him in his eyes, he could not so blatantly order him around. Otherwise, Li Tai's subordinates would jump out and accuse him. He did not want to cause trouble. "Oh." Iron Egg, who was suddenly called out, was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he quickly walked forward and helped Dugu Axayan up from the bed. He also took off the latter's shirt. Suddenly, Dugu Axayan's strong muscles and the wounds on his body that had only been treated were exposed to the air. "This old man is going to perform acupuncture. I need some peace and quiet. The fewer people in the room, the better." Gong Sun Liang took out a golden needle from the needle box. He did not immediately insert it but turned to Li Tai and the others. Li Tai frowned, but he did not say anything. He waved at the guards in the room and said, "All of you, leave." "Understood." Although the Imperial Guards were worried about Dugu Axayan's injuries and Li Tai's safety, they still left. Apart from Dugu Axayan and Gong Sun Liang, only Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Wang Yu were left in the room. As for Qin Huaiyu, Meng Wenhao, Mo Chue, and the others, they were at the Longshan Boy Temple. After learning of Dugu Axayan's assassination, Li Tai did not stop their plan to build a telegraph relay station. On one hand, he arranged for Qin Huayu, Mo Chue, and the others to proceed as planned. On the other hand, he and Dugu Feiying rushed back to the courier station to rescue Dugu Axayan. Seeing that the room was finally spacious, Gong Sunliang nodded in satisfaction. He held his breath and focused his mind. His aura suddenly changed, becoming serious and serious. He was like a completely different person from before. Then, he raised the golden needle and inserted it into the Tianta acupoint on Dugu Axayan's chest. The speed of his insertion was as fast as lightning. It was not a speed that an old man of his age could possess. Then, Gong Sunliang took out the golden needles from the wooden box and inserted them into Dugu Axayan's Xuanji acupoint, Shenzang acupoint, Wagai acupoint, Shanzhong acupoint, and Jiawei acupoint. The 6 golden needles stood proudly on Dugu Axayan's chest. Immediately afterward, Gong Sunliang placed his right hand an inch above the 6 golden needles. The 6 golden needles seemed to be driven by an invisible force and began to vibrate rhythmically. A few drops of sweat appeared on Gong Sunliang's forehead at this time. Controlling the needles with qi. Who would have thought that this frail old man in front of them was actually a martial artist? He could even control the needles with qi. Iron Egg, who was closest to Gong Sunliang, could not help but widen his eyes in shock. Obviously, he did not expect Gong Sunliang to practice Nigong. Looking at Dugu Axayan's chest, the chest that was originally covered in black gas was gradually returning to its normal color. After a while, Gong Sunliang let out a sigh of relief and put down his palm. The golden needles naturally stopped vibrating, but the old man had no intention of withdrawing the needles. Taking advantage of this gap, Iron Egg could not help but ask, "Mr. Gong Sunliang, did you use qi to control the needles?" Could it be that Mr. Gong Sunliang also practiced Nigong? Iron Egg was also a martial artist. Although his martial arts realm was not high, he could still clearly feel that Gong Sunliang had transferred his qi into Dugu Axayan's acupoints through the golden needles. That was why he asked this question. Gong Sunliang was sitting on the couch with his eyes closed at this time. When he heard Iron Egg's question, he opened his eyes and looked at Iron Egg with interest. Then, he smiled and said, "Oh, I didn't know that you were also a martial artist. Moreover, your eyesight and knowledge are good. At such a young age, you actually know how to control the needles with qi. Who is your master?" Although Gong Sunliang did not directly answer Iron Egg's question, he tacitly agreed with Iron Egg's guess. Hearing this, Li Tai, who was standing to the side, widened his eyes in shock. Although he was not a martial artist and had never practiced medicine, he had still heard of using qi to control needles. Previously, when Li Gang was injured by Wu Jia, his life was in danger. It was Sun Simiao, Li Zixuan, and Xian Qing, these 3 top medical masters, who worked together to control the needles with qi, that pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell. Li Tai never expected that on this trip to Taiyuan, he would meet a master like Sun Simiao who could control needles with qi. At this moment, Li Tai didn't dare underestimate Gong Sunliang in the slightest. Iron Egg thought for a moment and answered truthfully, "My master is the current Marquis of Yong, and Li Zixuan, who is also the Yamacho of Yanhuang College. My master and Daoist son of the college both know how to control needles with qi, and I have seen both of them before, so I could recognize them." "Oh." Gong Sunliang let out a long "oh." It was unknown whether he had really heard of Li Zixuan or was pretending to have heard of him. After a moment, he asked, "The Daoist son you are talking about, is it Sun Simiao?" "He actually went to Yanhuang College." Li Tai couldn't help but say at this time, "Daoist son is naturally the doctor's son that everyone praises. He is now in the medical school of our college. In addition to Dr. Sun, our medical school has many masters with superb medical skills. Even many respected doctors from the Imperial Medical Department have joined our medical school." In time, our medical school will definitely be able to cultivate many students with superb medical skills. As a student of Yanhuang College, naturally, he was proud of Yanhuang College. Moreover, Li Tai had another intention in saying this, which was to make Gong Sunliang interested in Yanhuang College. If he could directly attract Gong Sunliang to join Yanhuang College, that would be even better. He believed that Li Zixuan would definitely remember his merit. After all, although the words of this old man in front of him were not very pleasing, he still had some real skills. Oh! Yanhuang College. Gong Sunliang smacked his lips and didn't say anything more. After adjusting his breath for a moment, he stood up and said to Wang Yu, "This old man just used a golden needle to protect the general's heart meridian to ensure that the poison won't enter his lungs in a short period of time. The poison of datura is relatively mild in nature, but it is like a gangrene attached to the bone and is extremely difficult to eradicate. The poison of hook kiss is extremely poisonous, like a flood or a fierce beast. These two poisons, under normal circumstances, are difficult to achieve the effect of fighting poison with poison. However, the two medicines this old man prescribed are used to induce the two poisons in the general's body and balance the power of the two poisons so that they can be used to fight poison with poison. After Xiao Bao brings the herbs here, boil the medicine near the post house and then feed it to the general. This old man will administer the needles from the side to ensure that the two poisons will not harm the general's heart meridian." Hearing this, whether it was Wang Yu, Li Tai, or Iron Egg, all of them gasped. Under normal circumstances, when a patient was poisoned, the first thing a doctor would do was to detoxify the patient. However, this old man in front of them not only did not detoxify Dugu Axian, but also directly used the power of the medicinal stone to induce the poison to act up in advance for fear that it would take too long for the poison to take effect. This kind of medicine was simply too radical and too bold, wasn't it? Wang Yu looked at Gong Sunliang with a strange expression and then asked tentatively, "Mr. Gong Sun, are you confident?" Gong Sunliang smiled confidently and said, "Of course. Didn't this old man say at the beginning that I have a 90% chance of eliminating the poison in the general's body?" Hearing this, everyone was speechless again. At the very beginning, Gong Sunliang did say this, but at that time, this old man didn't even take Dugu Axian's pulse. Everyone knew that it was just a formality and couldn't be taken seriously, but who would have thought that this old man would actually take it seriously? Could it be that no matter what kind of person he treated, he would say that he had a 90% chance? Or was it that for him, 90% and 10% were almost the same, with the probability of failure? At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by someone saying, "Reporting to Your Highness, the Bing Province Provincial Governor requests an audience." Chapter 1861. There's no need for you to follow me. The Imperial Army will be responsible for my safety. You are the provincial governor of a province and have a lot of work to do. I don't want Bing Province to fall into chaos because of me. I can't bear the responsibility. In Taiyuan Post Station, Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in Bing Province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Wang Liaoyuan was relieved to hear Li Tai's tone soften. He looked at Dugu Axian on the bed and asked, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need me to find a famous doctor in the city?" "Ha! There's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gongsun here, he will be fine." Li Tai smiled faintly. After seeing Gongsun Liang's medical skills, Li Tai's trust in the old man increased. Although Gongsun Liang's explanation of the detoxification process was shocking, in Taiyuan City, only Gongsun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. "Mr. Gongsun. Gongsun Liang." Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gongsun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he had also heard of Gongsun Liang's strange temper and his treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and did not make house calls. But now, Gongsun Liang had appeared in this post station. What was going on? Wang Liaoyuan's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. But when he saw Wang Yu, who was stroking his beard and smiling silently at the side, the bewilderment in his eyes instantly vanished, and it was replaced by a wisp of relief. Since Mr. Gongsun is here, General Dugu will definitely be fine. Wang Liaoyuan nodded after a moment of shock. Master, I've brought the medicine back. At this time, Dugu Feiying came in with Gongsun Liang's little apprentice. The little apprentice carried a few large and small oil paper packages and said to Gongsun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gongsun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Take it to the kitchen immediately. Little Bao, decoct the medicine yourself. First, use martial fire to decoct it for a quarter of an hour, then slowly decoct it for half an hour. Then, bring it over and feed it to this general." Yes, Master. The little medicine apprentice accepted the order. Dugu Feiying quickly said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the kitchen of the post house." Your Majesty, look. Today's Datong Daily's headline is very interesting. After the morning court, Li Er, who had just finished dealing with the court officials, rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to the Lijing Hall in the west court of the Imperial Palace. When Empress Xiangsun saw Li Er come, she first bowed and then had a maid bring the newspaper she had just read. She handed it to Li Er and said with a smile. She also saw that Li Er looked tired and wanted to let Li Er read the newspaper and relax. Oh. What news? I'll take a look. Hearing what Empress Xiangsun said, Li Er was really interested. He sat on the couch and reached out to take the newspaper from Empress Xiangsun. He glanced at the eye-catching headline on the front page of the newspaper, "The cutest person." Li Yu. Was it this girl who wrote the news again? After seeing the headline and the author of the news, Li Er couldn't help but whisper. He had a deep impression of Li Yu, not only because he had personally made Li Yu the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily, but also because almost every issue of Datong Daily had news written by Li Yu. The most important thing was that after the victory of the Battle of Guan City, Li Yu entered the palace to accept the reward. At that time, Li Yu gave Li Er a very familiar feeling. Li Er had never forgotten it. Empress Xiangsun smiled at this time and said, "Yes. It was written by Li Yu. This concubine feels that this lass is quite smart and intelligent. There's no need to follow me. My safety is the responsibility of the imperial army. You are a provincial governor and busy with government affairs. I don't want the entire Bing province to be in a mess because of me. I can't bear this responsibility." Taiyuan Post Station. Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in Bing province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Hearing Li Tai's tone soften, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. At this time, he looked at Dugu Aksayan on the bed and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need this official to find a famous doctor in the city to treat him?" "Haha. There's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gongsun here, he will be able to turn the situation into safety." Li Tai smiled faintly and said. After seeing Gongsun Liang's treatment methods, Li Tai couldn't help but trust this old man a little more. Although Gongsun Liang's words about the detoxification process were shocking, in Taiyuan City, perhaps only Gongsun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. "Mr. Gongsun. Gongsun Liang. Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gong Sun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he had also heard of Gong Sun Liang's strange temper and treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and never visited patients. But now, Gong Sun Liang appeared in this post station. What was going on? A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Liaoyuan's eyes at this time. But when he saw Wang Yu stroking his beard and smiling silently, the doubt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a touch of relief. Since Mr. Gong Sun is here, General Dugu will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan nodded. Master. I've brought the medicine back. At this moment, Dugu Feiying pushed open the door from outside with Gong Sun Liang's little medicine boy. The little medicine boy held a few large and small oil paper packages and said to Gong Sun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gong Sun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Take it to the kitchen immediately. Xiao Bao, boil the medicine yourself. First use martial fire to fry it for 15 minutes, then slowly fry it for half an hour. After that, bring it over and feed it to this general." Yes. Master. The little medicine boy obeyed the order. Dugu Feiying hurriedly said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the back kitchen of the post station." Your Majesty, look, today's Datong Daily's headline looks very interesting. After the morning court, Li Er, who had just finished dealing with the court officials, rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to the Lijing Hall in the west court of the Imperial Palace. When Empress Xiangsun saw Li Er coming, she first bowed and then had a maid bring the newspaper she had just read. She handed it to Li Er and said with a smile. She also saw Li Er's tired face and wanted to let Li Er read the newspaper to relax. Oh. What news? I'll take a look. Hearing Empress Xiangsun's words, Li Er was really interested. He sat on the couch and reached out to take the newspaper handed over by Empress Xiangsun. His eyes swept over the eye-catching headline on the front page of the newspaper, "The cutest person." Li Yu. Was it this girl who wrote the news again? After seeing the headline and the author of the news, Li Er couldn't help but whisper. He had a deep impression of Li Yu, not only because he had personally made Li Yu the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily, but also because almost every issue of Datong Daily had news written by Li Yu. The most important thing was that after the victory of the Battle of Guan City, Li Yu entered the palace to accept the reward. At that time, Li Yu gave Li Er a very familiar feeling. Li Er had never forgotten it. Empress Xiangsun smiled at this time and said, "Yes. It was written by Li Yu. This concubine feels that this lass is quite smart and intelligent. There's no need to follow me. My safety is the responsibility of the imperial army. You are a provincial governor and busy with government affairs. I don't want the entire Bing province to be in a mess because of me. I can't bear this responsibility." Taiyuan Post Station. Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in Bing province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Hearing Li Tai's tone soften, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but sigh in relief. At this time, he looked at Dugu Aksayan on the bed and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need this official to find a famous doctor in the city to treat him?" "Ha! There's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gong Sun here, he will be able to turn the situation into safety." Li Tai smiled faintly and said. After seeing Gong Sun Liang's treatment methods, Li Tai couldn't help but trust this old man a little more. Although Gong Sun Liang's words about the detoxification process were shocking, in Taiyuan City, perhaps only Gong Sun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. "Mr. Gong Sun. Gongsun Liang. Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gongsun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he also heard of Gongsun Liang's strange temper and treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and didn't make house calls. But now, Gongsun Liang appeared in this post station. What was going on? A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Liaoyuan's eyes at this time. But when he saw Wang Yu stroking his beard and smiling silently, the doubt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a touch of relief. Since Mr. Gongsun is here, General Dugu will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan nodded. Master. I've brought the medicine back. At this time, Dugu Feiying pushed open the door from outside with Gongsun Liang's little medicine boy. The little medicine boy held a few big and small oil paper packages and said to Gongsun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gongsun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, "Take it to the kitchen immediately. Xiao Bao, boil the medicine yourself. First use martial fire to fry it for 15 minutes, then slowly fry it for half an hour. After that, bring it over and feed it to this general." Yes. Master. The little medicine boy naturally obeyed. Dugu Feiying hurriedly said, "Let's go. I'll take you to the back kitchen of the post station." Your Majesty, look, today's Datong Daily's headline looks very interesting. After the morning court, Li Er, who had just finished dealing with the court officials, rubbed the space between his eyebrows and came to the Lijing Hall in the west court of the Imperial Palace. When Empress Xiangsun saw Li Er coming, she first bowed and then had a maid bring the newspaper she had just read. She handed it to Li Er and said with a smile. She also saw Li Er's tired face and wanted to let Li Er read the newspaper to relax. Oh. What news? I'll take a look. Hearing Empress Xiangsuan's words, Li Er was really interested. He sat on the couch and reached out to take the newspaper handed over by Empress Xiangsun. His eyes swept over the eye-catching headline on the front page of the newspaper, "The cutest person." Li Yu. Was it this girl who wrote the news again? After seeing the headline and the author of the news, Li Er couldn't help but whisper. He had a deep impression of Li Yu. Not only because he had personally appointed Li Yu as the gold medal reporter of Datong Daily, but also because almost every issue of Datong Daily had news written by Li Yu. The most important thing was that after the victory of the Battle of Guan City, Li Yu entered the palace to receive the reward. At that time, Li Yu gave Li Er a very familiar feeling. Li Er had never forgotten it. Empress Xiangsun smiled and said, "Yes. It was written by Li Yu. This concubine feels that this lass is quite smart and intelligent. There's no need to follow me. My safety will be taken care of by the imperial guards. You are also a provincial governor and busy with government affairs. I don't want the entire Bing province to be in a mess because of me. I can't bear this responsibility." Taiyuan Post Station. Li Tai hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't speak ill of Wang Liaoyuan, but he still rejected Wang Liaoyuan's good intentions. After all, Wang Liaoyuan was the highest official in the entire Bing province. It was unrealistic to have him by his side 24 hours a day. Hearing Li Tai's tone soften, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but sigh in relief. At this time, he looked at Dugu Aksayan on the bed and couldn't help but ask, "May I ask how General Dugu's injuries are? Do you need this official to find a famous doctor in the city to treat him?" "Ha! There's no need for that. Although General Dugu's injuries are serious, with Mr. Gongsun here, he will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety." Li Tai smiled faintly and said. After seeing Gongsun Liang's medical skills, Li Tai couldn't help but trust this old man a little more. Although Gong Sun Liang's words about the detoxification process were shocking, in Taiyuan City, perhaps only Gong Sun Liang was worthy of Li Tai's trust. Mr. Gong Sun. Gong Sun Liang. Hearing Li Tai's words, Wang Liaoyuan noticed Gong Sun Liang sitting cross-legged on the side. As the provincial governor of Bing Province, Wang Liaoyuan naturally knew of such a person in Taiyuan City. At the same time, he also heard of Gong Sun Liang's strange temper and treatment rules. He only sat in the hall and didn't make house calls. But now, Gong Sun Liang actually appeared in this post station. What was going on? A trace of doubt flashed in Wang Liaoyuan's eyes at this time. But when he saw Wang Yu stroking his beard and smiling silently, the doubt in his eyes dissipated and was replaced by a touch of relief. Since Mr. Gong Sun is here, General Dugu will definitely be able to turn the situation into safety. After being stunned for a moment, Wang Liaoyuan nodded. Master. I've brought the medicine back. At this time, Dugu Feiying pushed open the door from the outside with Gong Sun Liang's little medicine boy. The little medicine boy held a few large and small oil paper packages and said to Gong Sun Liang, who was sitting cross-legged on the couch. Gong Sun Liang suddenly opened his eyes and ordered, immediately take these to the kitchen. Xiao Bao, boil the medicine yourself. First use martial fire to fry it for 1/4 of an hour, then slowly fry it for half an hour, then bring it over to feed this general. Chapter 1862. County Magistrate, His Majesty has issued a decree to reward the merchants who participated in the charity event yesterday. Other than publicly praising them on Datong Daily, the merchants who donated money yesterday will receive the same amount of tax exemption this year. However, more than half of the merchants who donated money yesterday came from Arlantian County. The total amount of money donated by these merchants is close to 260,000 strings of cash. If Arlantian County collects taxes according to His Majesty's decree, won't we collect less than 260,000 strings of cash in business tax? The county office's treasury is already not abundant, and we even donated 10,000 strings of cash yesterday. After that, the county office still has to expand the city and assist Yunshan in laying electric wires for the county. Now that His Majesty has issued a decree, the business tax collected by our county office will be reduced sharply in the future. What should we do? In the back hall of the Lantian County office, County Deputy Meng held a notice in his hand as he worriedly spoke to County Magistrate He. In the hall, other than the two of them, there was also Registrar Zhang and County Lieutenant Wang. It could be said that all the administrative officials of the Lantian County office were present. As for Dian Hu and Constable Sun, they were in charge of the prison and public security, so they did not participate in this small-scale meeting within the county office. The notice in County Deputy Meng's hand was naturally the notice of commending merchants that was posted in Chang and the surrounding counties after the morning court. The 4 people present had all seen it. After County Deputy Meng finished speaking, Registrar Zhang could not help but speak up. County Magistrate, County Deputy Meng's worries are not without reason. Back then, Marquis returned the financial authority of Lantian County to the county office and instructed us to collect and use the taxes collected by the county office for the people. Seeing that the business in the city has just picked up and the business tax collected is increasing month by month, the county office dares to start many large and small projects. Right now, we have such a big business and borrowed a lot of money from Yanhuang Bank. Furthermore, the expansion of the city walls and the laying of electric wires will require a lot of money. If we follow His Majesty's decree to collect taxes, in the remaining 5 months of this year, I'm afraid we will only be able to collect 1 or 2,000 strings of cash in business tax, which is just a drop in the bucket. In this way, not only will the 2 projects be stopped, but the money that our county office owes Yanhuang Bank will also be difficult to pay off. Therefore, I think that if we don't follow the Emperor's order to collect taxes, we will continue to collect taxes according to the original policy. It had to be said that Li Er's imperial edict to reward the merchants who participated in the donation gathering yesterday had somewhat disrupted the development of Lantian County. If the tax reduction decree was implemented according to the imperial edict, Lontian County would suffer a huge financial loss. First of all, there were currently more than 600 merchants in Lontian County. However, there were more than 300 merchants who participated in the fundraising event yesterday. Overall, the merchants who were willing to participate in the fundraising event at least proved that their shops were on the right track and were even making a lot of profits. These merchants were currently the largest taxpayers in Lontian County. The reason why the other 300-plus merchants did not participate in the fundraiser was that, apart from a few people who were naturally stingy, most of the merchants had just moved to Lontian County. Their shops had already established themselves in Lontian County. In other words, they were not making any profits or were making very little profits, causing them to be short on cash. These merchants were the ones that Lontian County's county government needed to support. At present, they could not contribute much to Lontian County's tax revenue. If they were to collect taxes according to Lière's tax reduction decree, the financial situation of Lontian County's county government in the next few months could be imagined. In addition, the tax collection rate in Lontian County was 1 out of 6, while the tax collection rate in the other provinces and counties in Tang Dynasty was 1 out of 30. This would lead to a problem. 2 merchants had participated in the fundraising event yesterday and donated 1,000 strings of coins. However, one of them was from Lontian County while the other was from another county. According to Lière's edict, the 2 of them would receive a tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins for the rest of the year. This might not seem like a problem, but if one were to combine it with the different tax collection rates in Lontian County and outside of Lontian County, there would be a huge problem. According to the tax collection rate of 1 out of 30 for most provinces and counties in Tang Dynasty, as long as the merchant from another county who donated 1,000 strings of coins did not make a total profit of more than 30,000 strings of coins for the remaining 5 months of the year, he would not have to pay any additional tax to the imperial court. In other words, only when he made a total profit of 30,000 strings of coins in 5 months would he be able to use up the tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins that he received from the fundraising event. But in reality, there were very few merchants in the entire Tang Dynasty who could make a profit of 30,000 strings of coins in 5 months. In other words, even though the merchant from another county who donated 1,000 strings of coins received a tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins, he would not be able to use up this tax exemption because his profits in 5 months were likely to be only 10,000 strings of coins or less. In this way, the imperial court's actual loss of tax from this merchant was only 1 out of 30 of 10,000 strings of coins, which was around 300 strings of coins or less. But the Lontian County merchant who donated 1,000 strings of coins was different. According to the tax collection rate of 1 out of 6 in Lontian County, as long as his total profit in the next 5 months of the year could reach 6,000 strings of coins, he would be able to use up the entire tax exemption of 1,000 strings of coins. At this time, the Lontian County's official loss of business tax from this merchant was a solid 1,000 strings of coins, without any discount. Chapter 1863. In some TV series, there was often such a scene, when the male lead, female lead, was seriously injured and unconscious, it was difficult to feed the medicine. Therefore, the female lead, male lead, would first pack the medicine into her mouth, and then feed the male lead, female lead, the medicine mouth to mouth. Putting aside the need of the plot for the time being, from a pure medical point of view, did this method have a scientific basis? Obviously not. Not to mention that when a person was lying down, it was very easy to reflux and accidentally inhale the liquid into the trachea. Even if the medicine was fed mouth to mouth, it would not change this reality. In addition, feeding medicine to a patient in a coma, no matter what position, lying down or sitting, was an extremely dangerous behavior in itself. In modern medicine, coma refers to the complete loss of consciousness. It is a serious vision of a person who has completely lost awareness of things. It is a high degree of mental breakdown due to the serious suppression of the higher nerves for various reasons. The cause must be found as soon as possible, and effective measures must be taken in time to save the patient. Generally, coma is divided into two types, shallow coma and deep coma. Shallow coma refers to the patient losing consciousness, but the pharyngeal reflex, corneal reflex, and pupil reflex still exist. The patient will still have a painful expression and slight movement in response to strong stimuli such as compression of the eye socket and stimulation of the nerves of the eye socket. In deep coma, the patient does not respond to various stimuli. The clinical symptoms are muscle relaxation, incontinence, and so on. It is impossible for such a patient in a deep coma to spontaneously swallow. Once the liquid is poured into the mouth, because the patient does not have the basic swallowing reflex, the liquid will not squirm along the esophagus to reach the stomach. Instead, a large amount of liquid will gather in the throat, making it very easy to reflux and accidentally inhale due to choking. In other words, these things will mistakenly enter the trachea and reach the lungs, resulting in aspiration pneumonia. In this case, a lung infection is often life-threatening. Therefore, in modern hospitals, as long as the patient's swallowing reflex is not good, such as the neurological department's medulla oblongata paralysis, the doctor will consider feeding the patient with a gastric tube and nasal feeding diet as well as medicine and water. They will not risk the patient's life. Although Gong Sun Liang did not know the professional terms such as swallowing reflex and advanced nerves, nor did he know that there was such an alternative method of feeding drugs through a nasogastric tube, it did not mean that one's personal problem-solving ability would be limited even if one's knowledge was limited by the age when one reached the peak of one's expertise in a certain field. When he first examined Dugu Axayan's injuries, Gong Sun Liang had not only checked Dugu Axayan's pulse, but also checked Dugu Axayan's eyelids, mouth, and other parts of his body. He wanted to confirm whether Dugu Axayan was still conscious and whether he could swallow medicine on his own. It was because he was certain that the unconscious Dugu Axayan still had a certain level of consciousness that Gong Sun Liang gave him the prescription and dared to let the little medicine boy decoct and feed the medicine to Dugu Axayan. "All right, little treasure. I won't feed him for now. Take the bowl of medicine and wait at the side." Under the care of the little medicine boy, Dugu Axayan barely managed to drink half a bowl of medicine. If he was fed any more, the medicine would all flow out. Seeing this, Gong Sun Liang spoke up to stop him. In his opinion, half a bowl of medicinal soup was enough for the two poisons in Dugu Axayan's body to take effect. "Yes, Master." The little medicine boy did not hesitate. After wiping the medicine from the corner of Dugu Axayan's mouth with a handkerchief, he decisively took the bowl of medicine and stood aside. Chapter 1864. Your Majesty. His Highness King of Wei has sent an urgent report. In the hall of Ganlu, Li Er, who had received spiritual comfort from Empress Zhongsun, was reviewing memorials. A young eunuch from the imperial astronomer urgently requested an audience. After the young eunuch entered the hall, he held a slip of paper in his hands and bowed to Li Er to report. An urgent report from Azure Sparrow. Li Er raised an eyebrow, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He hurriedly said to the young eunuch, "What urgent report? Quickly bring it up for us to see." "Yes, Your Majesty." The young eunuch raised the slip of paper over his head. Zhao Song hurriedly walked over, took the slip of paper, and then quickly walked forward and handed it to Li Er. "What? Dugu Axayan was assassinated in Taiyuan City." After taking the slip of paper from Zhao Song and reading its contents, Li Er's face suddenly paled and he cried out in alarm. His voice was thick with anger and disbelief. Just a few minutes ago, he had declared in front of Empress Zhongsun how many guards Li Tai had in Taiyuan City and how safe he was. But in just a few minutes, the cruel reality had viciously slapped Li Er in the face. Li Tai's strongest fighting force, the commander of the Great Tang's Northern Yamen Imperial Army, had been assassinated in Taiyuan City. Although he didn't know Dugu Aksayan's current condition, whether he had been injured or whether his injuries were fatal, the assassination attempt on Dugu Aksayan meant that there was a faction in Taiyuan City that was resisting the Great Tang Imperial Court and plotting something. They had even dared to assassinate a general of the Imperial Court. This meant that Li Tai was not absolutely safe in Taiyuan City and might be the next target of the assassins. This also reflected the grim situation in Taiyuan City. Xiao Song, who was standing next to Li Er, also revealed a look of shock upon hearing Li Er's words. Xiao Song was well aware of Dugu Aksayan's strength. He was a grandmaster-level martial arts expert before the age of 30. Apart from Li Zixuan, Dugu Aksayan's martial arts talent was probably the best among all the generals in the imperial court. Moreover, after Li Zixuan's guidance, Dugu Aksayan's swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. If he used his full strength, even Xiao Song would have a headache. How could such a great expert encounter an assassination attempt in Source Peak City? Just how powerful and confident was the enemy? Send a telegram quickly. Tell Qing Ke to tell me the details of Dugu Aksayan's assassination. Also, order Bing Province's Governor Wang Liaoyuan to capture the assassin within 7 days. Otherwise, I will not let him off easily. Fang Gongting of Bingzhou's Shichong residence was temporarily given the title of commandant. He also had the authority to command the troops to assist Wang Liaoyuan in maintaining the security of Taiyuan and protect the safety of the King of Wei and the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. The imperial edict of appointment will be sent to Taiyuan City by carrier pigeon. After reading the contents of the note, Li Er's face darkened. After thinking for a moment, he gave the order to the young eunuch from the imperial astronomer. It was a military taboo to change generals in battle, so Li Er did not directly remove Wang Liaoyuan from his position. Instead, he gave the latter a chance to make up for his mistakes. Yes. Your Majesty. The young eunuch replied, then quickly left the hall. Xiao Song, write what I just said into an imperial edict. Then, use the Wang family's carrier pigeon to send it to Taiyuan as quickly as possible. After the young eunuch left, Li Er instructed Xiao Song, who was beside him. This matter concerned the appointment of generals and the mobilization of troops. It was impossible to rely on telegrams alone. An official imperial edict was required. Chapter 1865. Fei. Feiying, have you caught Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an? Hurry. Interrogate them as soon as possible. Long delays may cause trouble. In Taiyuan City, in the inn, Dugu Aksayan, who had just woken up, felt weak and thirsty. After drinking 3 cups of water from Dugu Feiying, Dugu Aksayan felt a little better. He had recovered some of his strength, so he grabbed Dugu Feiying's arm and said, "Brother Dugu Feiying, let's go." The first thing on Dugu Aksayan's mind when he woke up was not his injuries, but the person behind the scenes. Obviously, this assassination had given him a strong sense of urgency. Since the hidden force dared to jump out and assassinate him directly, it meant that the other party's layout in Taiyuan City was basically complete. Their next target was probably Li Tai and the students and teachers of Yanhuang College. Therefore, he had to catch them before they made their next move. Otherwise, Li Tai would be in danger. Big brother, we did catch Zhu Xiecheng and Kong Chang'an, but on the way back, Kong Chang'an was killed. Dugu Aksayan was killed before he reached Xuanren Square, so he did not know that the Wang family's shadow guards were also attacked on the way back. Therefore, Dugu Feiying hurriedly explained. "WH. What? Kong Chang'an was killed." Cough cough. When Dugu Aksayan heard this, he almost jumped out of bed, if his body's condition allowed it. Perhaps because he was too agitated, his breathing became unstable, and he began to cough. Dugu Feiying hurriedly stepped forward and patted Dugu Aksayan's back. He said anxiously, "Big brother, don't be so agitated. Although Kong Chang'an was killed, we still have Zhu Xiecheng. We can definitely get some information from him. Wang Yu, who was standing to the side, could not help but say, Commander Dugu, you may not know this, but our Wang family's shadow guards were attacked by 3 black-clothed masters on the way back from escorting Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an. The 3 men's martial arts were extremely high, and the leader of the Wang family's shadow guards, Wang Qingwu, happened to be at Wenchang Square in the south of the city, so they succeeded in killing Kong Chang'an. After all, it was the Wang family's fault. The Wang family will definitely take good care of Zhu Xiaqing and won't let anything happen to him again. General Fei Ying is right. Right now, Commander Dugu should focus on recuperating. Zhu Xiaqing is under the care of the Wang family. It won't be too late to interrogate him after he recovers. Dugu Axayan, who was lying on the bed, felt a jolt in his heart when he heard that. He struggled to wave his hand at Wang Yu and said, Patriarch Wang, you're exaggerating. The Wang clan isn't at fault here. Furthermore, when I was ambushed in the southern alley, the one who came to my aid at the crucial moment should be the head of the Wang clan's guards, right? How could Dugu Axayan dare to lightly blame him when he has yet to repay the favor of saving his life? Wang Yu's words revealed a very important piece of information. When the Wang family was escorting Zhu Xiaqing and Kong Chang'an back, Wang Qingwu was not present. Instead, he went to the Wenchang workshop in the south of the city. Coincidentally, the location where Kong Chang'an was attacked was right outside the Wenchang workshop. Putting the two together, it wasn't hard to deduce that the peerless swordsman who suddenly descended from the sky when Dugu Axayan was at the brink of death was the head of the Wang family's guards, Wang Qingwu. Although Dugu Axayan was a little displeased that Kong Chang'an had been assassinated despite being heavily guarded by the Wang family, he had saved his life. If Wang Qingwu hadn't gone to save him, how could the 3 black-clothed experts have succeeded in killing Kong Chang'an? Dugu Axayan was still clear about the cause and effect of this matter. Commander Dugu's guess is correct. The one who went to the Wenchang workshop to save you was the head of the Wang family's guards, Wang Qingwu. The Wang family has lived in Taiyuan for generations. Although they don't have the responsibility of guarding the city like the government, they still don't allow anyone to behave atrociously at their doorstep. Therefore, it is the Wang family's duty to save Commander Dugu. Commander Dugu, you don't have to be so polite. In the face of Dugu Axayan's thanks, Wang Yu spoke with a righteous expression. Wang Liao Yuan, who was standing at the side, suddenly felt a little ashamed. Speaking of which, maintaining the law and order of Taiyuan City should be the responsibility of the provincial government or the county government. Dugu Axayan had been assassinated in the city, and the person who had saved him wasn't someone from the government, but the head of the Wang family's guards. This made the government lose face. Fortunately, Constable Feng from the provincial government had brought people to the scene at the last moment and had more or less contributed some effort. Otherwise, Wang Liao Yuan's expression would have been even uglier. No matter whether it is the Wang family's duty or just following orders, to me, Dugu Axayan, it is still a life-saving grace. How can this life-saving grace just be taken lightly? When I'm feeling better, I will personally visit Brother Qingwu to thank him. Dugu Axayan shook his head and insisted. Without waiting for Wang Yu to say anything, he changed the topic and said in a low voice, but the most important thing right now is to interrogate Zhu Xiaqing as soon as possible. Among the assassins that appeared in the city today, the strongest one was a grandmaster. Their origins are probably not simple. We have to find out their identities and hiding places as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will always be in a passive position. Li Tai, who had been standing at the side for a long time, spoke up at this time. General Dugu, don't worry about your injuries. Leave the matter of tracking down the assassins to us. But Dugu Axayan wanted to say something else, but Li Tai firmly cut him off. No buts. This is my order. Dr. Gong Sun said earlier that General Dugu needs to rest more for the next few days, and you can't use force. I'm still waiting for General Dugu to recover as soon as possible so that you can lead the Imperial Army to protect me. General Dugu, please don't disappoint me. During this time, the Imperial Army will be led by General Feiying. It was rare for Li Tai to be so forceful. His resolute words left Dugu Axian with no room to refute. After that, Li Tai turned to look at Wang Yu, Wang Liaoyuan, and the others, and said solemnly, General Dugu still needs to recuperate. We won't disturb him. In addition, my father has just sent an imperial edict through the telegraph. Everyone, please follow me to receive the edict. When they heard that Li Er had sent an imperial edict, everyone in the room couldn't help but look solemn. Wang Yu's heart was as clear as a mirror. After all, Li Tai had suddenly left the room just now because the telegraph had rung. It must have been a telegram from the palace. Moreover, when Li Tai had replied to the telegram, he must have reported what had happened in Taiyuan City to Li Er. Therefore, Li Er's imperial edict must have had something to do with Dugu Axian's assassination. Yes, sir. Everyone in the room, except for Dugu Axian, who was lying on the bed, cupped their hands in acknowledgement and followed Li Tai out the door. After a while, the crowd arrived at a side hall. Li Tai stood in front of the crowd and took out a piece of paper from his bosom. He faced the crowd and read it aloud. Father has ordered Bing Province's provincial governor, Wang Liaoyuan, to investigate Dugu Axian's assassination with all his might. The murderer must be caught within 7 days. Otherwise, he will be severely punished. Fang Gongting of Bing Province's Shichong residence will be temporarily promoted to the rank of commandant. He will also temporarily have the authority to command the army to assist Wang Liaoyuan in maintaining the security of Taiyuan City. He will also protect the safety of Yanhuang College's teachers and students. The content of the imperial edict was very short. It was so short that it didn't seem like an imperial edict at all. There were no pleasantries or anything difficult to understand. It was more like Li Er was giving orders in front of everyone. Although this was only an imperial edict in the form of a telegram, no one could tell if it was real or fake. Whatever Li Tai said was the truth. However, no one questioned the authenticity of the imperial edict. This was because the person who announced the imperial edict was Li Tai, Li Er's favorite son. It was impossible for Li Tai to lie about this matter. This was because lying about this kind of thing could be easily exposed. Moreover, once exposed, his political career was basically over. Moreover, Li Tai had no reason to lie about this. There was no benefit to lying to him. Your subject, Wang Liaoyuan, obeys the imperial edict. Listening to the imperial edict, Wang Liaoyuan couldn't help but feel relieved that Li Er didn't dismiss him directly. Instead, he wanted him to make up for his mistakes. However, the 7-day deadline made him nervous again. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep in the next 7 days. Li Tai nodded and said, although this imperial edict came from a telegraph, you don't have to doubt its authenticity. The imperial edict with the imperial seal has already been sent here by the Wang family's carrier pigeons in the capital. It will probably arrive at noon. At that time, granduncle, please pay more attention. The cultivation of carrier pigeons couldn't be done overnight. The imperial court couldn't cultivate a batch of carrier pigeons to cover every province and county in the Tang Empire. Not only the imperial court couldn't do it, but even a 1,000-year-old clan like the Wang family couldn't do it. At present, the Wang family could only cultivate some carrier pigeons to send messages to the ancestral home in Taiyuan. Wang Yu nodded and said, Your Highness, don't worry. Once the Wang family receives the imperial edict, it will be sent here immediately. In addition, when Provincial Governor Wang needs any help in tracking down the assassin, please don't hesitate to ask me. The Wang family will do our best to help. Thank you. Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands and thanked Wang Yu gratefully. He was a distant collateral descendant of the Wang family, so he didn't receive much help from the Wang family in his official career. Especially after he became the provincial governor of a province, he took the initiative to reduce his contact with the Wang family to avoid suspicion. However, Wang Yu was willing to spare no effort to help him in this matter, which made him very touched. Li Tai said in a clear voice, "Good. In that case, I hope that all of you can work together to catch the assassin hiding in the city as soon as possible. The first thing is to interrogate Zhu Zeqing and see what we can get out of him." Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands and said, "I will do as you command. I will send people to the Wang family to detain Zhu Zeqing in the prison of the government office and immediately interrogate him. We will set up a heavy guard and won't let anything happen to him." Li Tai shook his head and said, "There is no need to set up a heavy guard. I think that we shouldn't have too much hope for Zhu Zeqing. The reason why the assassin only killed Kong Chang'an and let Zhu Zeqing go means that they are not afraid of Zhu Zeqing falling into our hands. In other words, Zhu Zeqing probably doesn't have the information we want. So, for this person, we just need to interrogate him briefly. At the very least, he should know Kong Chang'an's identity. Let's not waste too much time and energy on this person." Calm and wise. While everyone was clamoring to interrogate Zhu Zeqing and try to get information about the assassin from him, Li Tai remained absolutely calm. It had to be said that Li Tai was much calmer than before. The people present were not stupid. After hearing Li Tai's words, they all reacted. Indeed, according to the description of the Wang family's secret guards, after the 3 black-clothed masters killed Kong Chang'an, they had the strength to kill Zhu Zeqing as well. But why didn't they do that? The only possibility was that Zhu Zeqing was just an abandoned pawn that they had pushed out. An abandoned pawn that was useless and didn't know anything about their identities. Your Highness is right. I am ashamed that I almost fell into their trap. Wang Liaoyuan clasped his hands and said, "Ashamed." After a pause, he continued, "After I transfer Zhu Zeqing to the prison, I will personally go to the Bing province camp and pass on the Emperor's decree to Fang Zicheng. Then, I will ask Fang Zicheng to immediately mobilize the troops to protect Your Highness and the others, as well as to track down the assassin in the city." Although Li Tai hadn't stamped the imperial edict of appointment and mobilization of troops, Li Tai had just said that the imperial edict would soon be transported to Taiyuan City. Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu had no choice but to believe it. Fang Gongting wouldn't dare to doubt it either, because they had already learned from the mistakes of the past. When Li Zishuan mobilized troops from Taiyuan City to stop Wu Jia, he also mobilized troops in the same way. Therefore, in Wang Liaoyuan's opinion, this imperial edict in the form of a telegram could definitely allow Fang Gongting to mobilize the troops in advance. Good. Let's move out immediately. This time, Li Tai didn't reject Wang Liaoyuan's request to have the provincial government's troops protect the academy. Because by now, he also felt the seriousness of the situation. Your Highness, please excuse us. Wang Liaoyuan and Wang Yu cupped their hands and left. Suddenly, only Li Tai, Iron Egg, and Du Guifeiying were left in the studio. Li Tai then turned to Iron Egg and said, "Iron Egg, you are good at martial arts. Go to Dragon Mountain for me. These men in black are so arrogant and vicious. I'm worried that they will harm Mr. Imo Chue and the others. Immediately lead a group of Imperial Guards to Dragon Mountain Boy Temple." Iron Egg hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No. I have to stay by your side and protect your safety. This is the task my master gave me." Li Zishuan had asked Iron Egg to follow the academy north not because he wanted Iron Egg to contribute to the construction of the telegram relay station, but because Iron Egg's martial arts were the best among the students of the academy. In addition, he had a good relationship with Li Tai, so he was the most suitable person to protect Li Tai. Li Tai heard this and couldn't help but feel speechless. Du Guifeiying cupped his fists and said, "Let me lead the troops to Dragon Mountain. Brother Iron Egg should stay by His Highness's side." Although Du Guifeiying wanted to stay and look after Du Guaxian, he didn't forget the mission on his shoulders. Good. Then I'll have to trouble General Fei Ying. Chapter 1866. Guard Lord, we failed to assassinate Dugu Axian. He escaped. In the heavenly guest room of Tongfu Inn, a man in martial attire lowered his head and bowed slightly. He cupped his fists at the middle-aged man in white standing by the window with a fan in his hand. The middle-aged man remained silent. He continued to look at the scenery by the window as if he didn't hear the voice behind him. The man in martial attire tensed up. Thinking of the ruthless methods this man in front of him usually displayed, a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. He hurriedly said, because at the critical moment, the Wang family's secret guards and yamen runners rushed over. We had no choice but to retreat. However, Dugu Axian was poisoned by our weapons and hidden weapons. Even if he was saved by the Wang family and the yamen, he won't live long. Naturally, these words were meant to offend the group of people. Listening to his words, the leader of the group of assassins who tried to assassinate Dugu Axian in the South Alley was undoubtedly him. However, this fellow had kept his head lowered since he entered the room. No one could see his face clearly. They could only vaguely feel that this person was definitely not old. The middle-aged man by the window still didn't speak. He didn't turn around either. An invisible pressure slowly came from his body. The man in martial attire couldn't hold it in anymore. He hurriedly knelt on one knee and said, "This subordinate was incompetent and couldn't complete the mission. Please punish me, Guard Lord." Oh. Incompetent. What a good incompetent. The middle-aged man finally turned around. While waving his feather fan, he said in a cold voice, "I've given you 21 experts, and you've already reached the Grandmaster realm. So many people trying to assassinate Dugu Axian, but you still failed. Do you think this is a place to raise trash?" Although the middle-aged man's voice was calm, everyone could hear the anger hidden in his voice. However, he tried his best to control his volume. After all, this was an inn. If he was too loud, it would inevitably alarm the people in the next room. Hearing this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on the man in martial attire's forehead. He hurriedly said, "This subordinate was careless and couldn't kill Dugu Axian immediately. As a result, he was rescued. However, I am confident that no one can cure the poison on my weapons and hidden weapons. At the latest, before the sun sets tomorrow, you will definitely hear the news of Dugu Axian's death." The middle-aged man closed his folding fan and paced 2 steps in front of the window before he said, "All right. I'll believe you one more time. If Dugu Axian doesn't die before the sun sets tomorrow, I'll hold you responsible." "Yes, yes, yes." The man hurriedly agreed. At this time, the middle-aged man looked at him and said with deep meaning, "Xian Yi, you should know that we, the Wolf Guards, never raise trash. Although you are a master of the Grandmaster realm, you always like to do things sloppily. In the long run, I'm afraid even I can't protect you. Take a look at Heavenly Eagle, Twilight Wirm, and Cloud Scorpion. Even though their strengths are slightly inferior to yours, they were able to kill their targets and escape unscathed from the Wang clan's secret guards. This is not the first time they have successfully completed a mission. I hope you remember that we, the Wolf Guard, do not lack experts. What we lack are people who know how to do things. If you want to live, if you want to stand out, then don't make any more mistakes. Do you understand?" Xian Yi. So this assassin's name was Xian Yi. Moreover, from what the middle-aged man had said, it seemed that they all came from an organization called the Wolf Guard. However, almost no one in the world knew what this organization did, who it served, when it was founded, or where it was located. However, the middle-aged man's words were biased. If not for this master assassin called Xian Yi drawing the attention of the Wang clan's most powerful secret guard, Wang Qingguo, those 3 peak chi transformation assassins would never have been able to successfully kill Kong Chang'an and escape unscathed. Yes. This subordinate understands. Xian Ye's body trembled slightly, and then he cupped his fists and replied. Who would have thought that a master martial artist would bow and scrape before a middle-aged scholar who didn't seem to know any martial arts and didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? If this scene were to spread, who knew what the world would make of this middle-aged scholar's identity? Did you reveal your identities during the assassination? The middle-aged man asked after a moment of silence. Xian Yi didn't immediately answer. He paused for a moment before replying, we did not. This subordinate and the others had our faces covered the entire time. Dugu Axayan, the Wang clan's secret guards, and the Yamen runners never saw our faces. In truth, during the assassination attempt, Xian Yi and the other assassins had revealed a flaw. They had first spoken in Turkic, and then Xian Yi had spoken in Han. This sort of abnormal behavior was certain to have attracted Dugu Axayan's attention. However, Xian Yi was certain that the poisoned Dugu Axayan would die. Moreover, even if the other party grasped this point, they wouldn't be able to find anything, so he didn't mention it. That's good, the middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction. Lord Wei, according to this subordinate's investigation, King Wei and Dugu Axayan went to Dragon Mountain earlier today, and then they returned to the city. However, after they returned, even more Yanhuang College's teachers and students went to Dragon Mountain. Dugu Axayan is currently on the verge of death, and their defenses are at their weakest. Should this subordinate take some men to Dragon Mountain and capture the Yanhuang College's teachers and students? Seeing that the middle-aged man didn't speak, Xian Yi probed. The reason he was so proactive was that he wanted to find an opportunity to atone for his crimes. Although he had made a solemn vow to the middle-aged man that Dugu Axayan would die, he wasn't very confident. Although everyone who had been poisoned by his weapon had died, what if a miracle happened to Dugu Axayan? Then he would definitely be punished by the middle-aged man. Rather than that, he might as well make some contributions in advance so that he could atone for his crimes later. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, no. Those Yanhuang College's teachers and students have many of the Northern Yamen's imperial army by their side. The Wang clan's secret guards can't compare to the Northern Yamen's secret guards. Right now, our hidden forces in the city aren't enough to face the imperial army head-on. We must avoid them and find an opportunity in the shadows to act. Yes. Xian Yi replied in a muffled voice. Then, he said, Master Wei, after the 2 assassinations in the morning, Taiyuan City is now under full martial law. Moreover, the Bing Province Barracks has also sent out many troops to search for our whereabouts in the city. Should we move to another place? The place they were in now was the heavenly guest room of Tongfu Inn. Not only was the decoration luxurious, but the interior space was also extremely large. There were a total of 4 to 5 rooms including the inner and outer rooms. It was completely like an independent house. Of course, more importantly, Zhu Xiaqing, who was now detained in prison by the government, used to live in this guest room. Therefore, Xian Yi suggested that they move to another place to stay. Move to another place. Why do we have to move to another place? The middle-aged man chuckled and shook his head. Haven't you heard that the most dangerous place is the safest place? Next, the Wang family and the people from the provincial government will definitely focus on the big houses. Even if they search here, they won't be able to find anything. It had to be said that this guy was really brave. Speaking of which, if a normal person wanted to lurk in Taiyuan City and cause trouble, they would definitely rent a remote house to stay. After all, there were too many people in a place like an inn, not to mention that the guest room he was staying in now had just been occupied by a suspect from the government. Xian Yi didn't try to persuade him again, but he was a little puzzled. Master Wei, did we make such a big fuss today just to kill Kong Chang'an and Dugu Axayan? Now that the whole city is under martial law, it will be very disadvantageous for our next operation. Humph. Only by stirring up the water will the fish come out and swim. Only then will I know where the fish are and where they are going. The middle-aged man waved his feather fan lightly and smiled confidently. Kong Chang'an's identity is not as simple as it seems. Now that he died in Taiyuan City under the heavy protection of the Wang family's shadow guards, the ones who will have a headache next are the Taiyuan government and the Wang family, not us. And this is just a test of the fish's purpose in coming to Taiyuan City. But there is no need to test them now, someone has already come to tell us the answer. How interesting, it seems that there are some smart ones in this school of fish. These words were very vague, but Xian Yi understood. He asked tentatively, Master Wei, that Wang, that person, can we trust him? Will he betray us? The middle-aged man frowned slightly, but after a moment, he smiled faintly. If he wanted to betray us, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. In the end, he and I are the same kind of people who don't want to be trapped in this small Taiyuan city. He is also a smart person. And with him secretly helping us, it will be easier for us to succeed. At this point, the middle-aged man turned to look at Xian Yi and said with a serious face, Go back now and watch over them. Tell them to bury their weapons properly. Be careful for the next 2 days, don't cause any trouble. I will send a messenger pigeon later and inform the Great Khan of the situation here. I believe that the Great Khan will be interested in this matter. We will hide in the city first and wait for an opportunity to move. Messenger pigeon, the Great Khan. The amount of information hidden in the middle-aged man's words was not small. Just the 3 words Great Khan showed that his allegiance was not to the Central Plains, but to the Great Khan of the Turks, Xieli. Not only could this fellow speak fluent Chinese, but he also knew how to send a messenger pigeon. Obviously, he was a man from the Central Plains. Why would a man from the Central Plains work for the Great Khan of the Turks? And his status in the Turks was not low either. Who was this person? There were too many mysteries in this, waiting for Li Tai and the rest to solve. If they could not solve it, it would be difficult for them to complete their mission. Yes. This subordinate obeys. Xian Yi bowed and was about to leave when the middle-aged man stopped him. Wait. Xian Yi paused, and the middle-aged man said lightly, If there is nothing important in the next 2 days, try not to come here and bother me. Yes. Master Wei. Xian Yi replied and turned to leave. The door creaked open from the inside and then closed from the outside. The room regained its peace, and only the fragrance of tea lingered in the air. Creak. After some time, the door was pushed open from the outside again, and a tall man with eyes as bright and spirited as a nighthawk walked in and ran straight into the room. Master Wei, we just received news that the post house has invited all the famous doctors in the city, including half-immortal Lu from Taiyuan City and Gong Sunliang from Huichan Hall in the north of the city. It is said that the 2 of them are famous miracle doctors around Taiyuan, and they are only slightly inferior to miracle doctor Sun Simiao. Therefore, this subordinate estimates that Dugu Axian might not die. When he saw the middle-aged man sitting on the couch and sipping tea, the tall man quickly bowed and cupped his fists. All right. I got it. The middle-aged man unhurriedly swallowed the tea in his mouth, then put down the teacup and said lightly, Xian Yi is an idiot. He has good skills, but he can't do anything right. He is far inferior to you 3 brothers. When the tall man heard that, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He quickly lowered his head and cupped his fists. Master Wei, you flatter us. It is our honor to serve Master Wei and Khan. We will do our best to serve Master Wei. Good. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction and said, Sky Eagle, when this matter is over, I will promote you to be the deputy leader of the Wolf Guards. When I help Khan take over the Central Plains and become the state preceptor, the position of Master Wei will be yours. When that time comes, you will live a life of riches and honor and rest with the country. The tall man was immediately mesmerized by the beautiful future described by the man in front of him, but he came to his senses a moment later and quickly said, "Sky Eagle doesn't dare. There will always be only one master way of the wolf guards. Sky Eagle doesn't dare to overstep." The middle-aged man's eyes showed a hint of admiration. He smiled and said, "All right. You can leave now. While you're at it, tell Xianyi this news and let him receive 30 lashes. Tell him that he failed this mission and couldn't kill Duguaxian. I will let him live for now. If he fails again next time, he won't be so lucky." Actually, it didn't matter to him whether Duguaxian died or not. What was important was to kill Kong Chang'an. However, it was a good choice for him to use this as a warning to his subordinates. "Yes. Master Wei." The tall man's lips curled slightly, then he cupped his fists and left. What? There was an assassin in Taiyuan City, and Duguaxian was injured. In the west court of the Imperial Palace, Li Er was in a dilemma for a long time. He first let Empress Zhangsun mentally prepare herself before telling her the information he had just received. When Empress Zhangsun heard this, her heart jumped to her throat. She suddenly stood up and said with a face full of shock, "Doesn't that mean that Qin Ke is now in great danger in Taiyuan City?" At this moment, Empress Zhangsun almost fainted from fright. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of that dream again. That dream was so real that it made her want to suffocate. Although she tried her best to change it, the reality was developing step by step towards that dream. She could only watch from the side and was powerless to do anything. Chapter 27-29. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Target, Black Mosquito Tribe. So, I have to go to the Black Mosquito Tribe first, obtain the qualification to be the Holy Son of the Black Mosquito Tribe, and then go to the Demonic Emperor planet in the center of the Demonic Star area with the other trial takers. It seems a bit cumbersome. After hearing Li Mosquito's explanation, Yi Xian finally understood, but he immediately frowned. After thinking for a while, he looked at Li Mosquito again and asked unwillingly, "Is there no other way to enter the forbidden land of the Demonic Emperor planet other than the trial takers?" The forbidden land of the Demonic Emperor planet is not a place that can be entered casually. It is said that even the inheritance of the demonic tribe originated from there. Therefore, it is the most important place in the entire Demonic Star area. Besides the trial takers of the 10 tribes and the Demonic Emperor clan, only the 10 great commanders and 10 high priests of the 10 tribes and the direct descendants of the Demonic Emperor clan are qualified to enter. But even these people can't enter at any time. They only have a chance to enter once every 100 years. Even the Demonic Emperor himself is the same. The forbidden land of the Demonic Emperor planet is a very mysterious and independent void. The once-a-century restriction is one of the rules of this void. It is like the great Tao that everything in the universe follows. It is not something that can be changed or reversed at will. "I see," Yi Xian nodded, and then a bitter smile appeared on his face. He shook his head and continued, "It seems that we can only go to the Black Mosquito tribe to obtain the qualification to be the Holy Son of the Demonic Emperor planet. There is no time to lose. Let's go now." As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to Bachai. "You stay on the Black Wind. The supply of black crystals of demonic wool on the 3rd floor of the warehouse has been opened. Increase the combat strength of the 4,000-man demonic slaves on the 2nd floor as soon as possible. As for the 1,000-odd Federation prisoners on the bottom floor of the Myriad prison, ignore them for now. There is no need to send the jailers. Let them be for a while. After the trial takers of the Black Mosquito tribe are over, I will come and deal with them." After that, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Wind with Li Mosquito and Naboshin. After stepping out of the Black Wind, the 3 of them appeared in the void of the universe in the blink of an eye. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the Black Wind ship, which had been refined into a magic treasure, instantly entered Yi Xian's body and was kept in his undying world. Then, Yi Xian took out the Black Mosquito ship again. After giving a few instructions to Naibua Shan, he let him return to the Black Mosquito ship and take charge of it. The reason why Yi Xian didn't want Mount Naibua to stay outside and head to the Black Mosquito tribe with him was actually a decision he made after careful consideration. In fact, if not for the fact that he was familiar with the Demonkin star field and needed a guide by his side, he would even want to drive Lizzie back to the Black Mosquito ship. Although with their powerful black hole realm strength, if they stayed by Yi Xian's side, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety when he walked through the Devil Domain. However, this kind of reliance was definitely not a good thing. Moreover, there would be great consequences. Yi Xian had just entered this starry sky world with the universe galaxy as the background, and his cultivation realm was still at the first great realm at the bottom. It was the golden period when he should face difficulties, experience trials, and grow, and quickly improve his cultivation realm. It could be said that everything was starting from the beginning. If there was a black hole realm powerhouse by his side at all times like a flower in a greenhouse, it was tantamount to destroying his future. Soon, as Yi Xian opened the black channel of the Black Mosquito ship, Mount Naibua's figure flashed, and he instantly turned into a stream of light and shot in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After putting the Black Mosquito ship into the undying world in his body, Yi Xian turned his head and instructed Lizzie to hide her cultivation realm at the third great realm, the satellite realm, and told her some things to pay attention to when traveling in the Demonkin star field in the future. Then, he waved his hand and took out an ordinary private battleship that had just been refined, which was inconspicuous in both appearance and performance. He entered the battleship with Lizzie and quickly headed toward the star field where the Black Mosquito tribe was located. The Black Mosquito tribe was located in the northwest of the Central Territory's Demon Emperor planet. The territory ruled by the tribe occupied 1/10 of the vast void of the entire Demonkin star field. In this vast star field, there were countless large and small stars scattered about, but the overall situation was basically similar to that of Universe 3, which was occupied by the human race. Most of the large and small stars distributed in the void were extremely desolate. Not to mention intelligent life, there weren't even any plants. At most, they were rich in all kinds of rare minerals and resources. This kind of desolate mineral star occupied about 90% of the total. The remaining 10% of the stars were divided into two types. One was the demonic beast star that was occupied by various demonic beasts. Li Mosquito was captured by the great commander of the Black Mosquito tribe from the Mosquito star. That was her ancestral land. The entire Mosquito star was filled with countless Black Mosquito demonic beasts. Among all the demon beast stars in that star field, the demon beast star was the largest and most eye-catching. This was why the Black Mosquito tribe was called the Black Mosquito tribe. The demon beast star occupied more than 90% of the small 10% of the stars that had life. The last 10% of the stars was where the demons of the Black Mosquito tribe lived and reproduced. It was called the demon beast star. There were only 10 of them. The 10 demon beast stars were respectively commanded by the 10 great leaders of the Black Mosquito tribe. There were hundreds of thousands of demons under their command. The demon beast warriors, which were similar to the human race's army, were all in the tens of thousands. Among the 10 demon beast stars, the one called the Black Mosquito star was the headquarters of the entire tribe. The great commander and high priest, who had the most authority in the entire tribe, were in charge of the Black Mosquito star. The demon beast great leader of the Black Mosquito star, Naboshan, was sent out to represent the Black Mosquito tribe to control a space fortress and go to Universe 3 of the human race as a frontline scout. Apart from the Black Mosquito tribe, the other 9 demon tribes were basically the same. Those who were sent out to represent the tribe to control a demon beast scout space fortress were all demon beast great leaders of the tribe's main stars. As for the trial test for the Holy Sun, generally speaking, the trial takers were selected from their own tribes. Each demon tribe only had one place for the trial test. That was to say, in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, only 10 demon dwellers could enter the forbidden land of Saint Devil in the Demon Royal Star. Yi Xian had just arrived, and he was a new face. It wasn't an easy task for him to obtain a share of the spoils from the 10 outer trial spots. It could even be said that there was not much hope. Yi Xian learned all this from the Li Mosquito tribe while he was on his way to the Black Mosquito tribe. Only now did he know that the 9th realm after the Black Hole realm was called the Origin Realm. The great leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Zhuo Fengtai, and the High Priest, Hue Gulei, were both in the Origin Realm. Chapter 2730. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The first appearance of strangeness. Although Zhuo Fengtai, the Black Mosquito tribe's great commander, had a powerful cultivation base of origin level 3 and walked the path of physical strengthening, in fact, Zhuo Fengtai might not be a match for High Priest Huigul, who was only at origin level 1, if he went all out. This kind of situation was also common in the other 9 demon tribes. The great commander of a tribe usually had a powerful cultivation base and held real power. Although the high priest's cultivation base was lower and did not care about worldly affairs, his status was extraordinary. This was because to become a high priest, one must first become a tribe's holy son. After becoming a holy son, one must also obtain some kind of spiritual power inheritance from the Saint Devil Forbidden Land or a secret method to use spiritual power. Only then could one become a high priest. Among the 10 demon tribes, apart from the great commander and the high priest, the holy son was also qualified to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, but he could only enter once every century. Because of this, every time a tribe's holy son died and a new holy son had to be selected, almost all the demons in the tribe were tempted. After all, if one became a holy son, they would have the opportunity to become the tribe's high priest, which was a step to the sky. Considering that there were too many competitors, and the overall strength of all the demon tribe powerhouses under the Black Mosquito Star, which was the tribe's main planet, was definitely better, Yi Xian decided to choose one of the 9 demon tribes as the starting point. 2 days later, Yi Xian's private warship finally entered the Black Mosquito tribe's territory. The closest demon tribe star in the void ahead was the Black Mountain Star. After Yi Xian asked Li Mosquito for the direction, he immediately urged the warship to rush over. The leader of the Black Mountain Star was called Sha Ming, and he was a demon tribe powerhouse who walked the path of body cultivation. His cultivation base was at Black Hole Realm Level 2, which was 2 levels lower than the Black Mountain Star. Not long after, a huge planet with an atmosphere appeared in the endless void ahead. According to the direction that Li Mosquito had pointed out, this planet should be one of the 10 demon planets of the Black Mosquito tribe, the Black Mountain Planet. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito immediately exited the private battleship. Ji Air waved his hand to put away the battleship and went straight ahead. In the Demonkin Star area, and even in the First Universe, where the other slaves belonged to the Tianji clan, things like battleships and magic treasures were very common. In the context of the Star Age, even different universes could be traveled back and forth through wormholes. Therefore, whether it was a cultivation system or anything else, as long as there was something extraordinary about it, it would spread quickly. In fact, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito had encountered quite a few Demonkin warships on their way here from the very edge of the Demonkin Star region. At first, Yi Xian was a little surprised, but he got used to it after seeing so many of them. However, although the Tianji clan, the overlords of the First Universe, had achievements in science and technology that surpassed the human races, the Demonkin were nothing more than a slave race of the Tianji clan. For a slave race like this, the Tianji clan would not spare any effort to take care of them. Therefore, none of the Demonkin planets in the Demonkin Star area had anything like the defensive formations of the human race's administrative planets. However, the star network still existed. After all, the First Universe was so big that if the star network was not popularized, the Tianji clan would not be able to easily control all the slave races under their command. Moreover, the star network of the First Universe also used the star superbrain as a biological intelligence center. Even the planets of the Third Universe's human race's science and technology faction only used ordinary superbrains as the intelligence center of the Starry Sky network. As for the Demonkin, as the servant race of the Tianji race, the superbrains used by the ordinary Demonkin planets in their Starry Sky field were naturally not high-quality goods. In fact, it was very likely that the star superbrains used by the 10 bastions of the Demonkin Scout Corps were the lowest of the low. If that was the case, then Yi Xian could refine the Blackwind star superbrain as well as he did the Blackwinds. The idea flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly discarded it. Black Mountain was an enormous Demonkin planet. Unlike a bastion, it didn't even have a defensive formation. Even if Yi Xian did refine the star superbrain, he couldn't do what he did with the Black Wind. He couldn't seal off all of the Demonkin and imprison them like he did with the Black Wind. In fact, all he needed was the Holy Sun trial spot on planet Black Mountain. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble to refine their superbrain. All he needed to do was connect to their network and get some information. Once the decision was made, Yi Xian sent a command to the communication system to search for the star superbrain's frequency, then select the nearest channel to connect to the star network. Moreover, considering the fact that after the Black Wind battleship superbrain was successfully connected to the Starry Sky superbrain, before Yi Xian could react, countless information and data instantly entered his brain, almost causing his mind to become unstable. This time, after Yi Xian gave the order, he specially added a sentence at the back. There was no need to rush the transmission of all the information and data. If he needed anything, he could give the search conditions at any time. At that time, he could just search on the spot. A moment later, the sound of a system notification filled his mind. Ding! Beginning search for star network frequency, search complete. Beginning screening, ding. Screening complete. Connection successful. Network attribute, low star network, Black Mountain. Superbrain grade, normal damaged. Will you refine it? Or consume it? Refine it? Or consume it? Hearing the last sentence, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. After that, a few black lines crawled out of his forehead. Could it be that he had let that immortal rank space super brain fragment astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection astral projection? The last time he contacted the central superbrain of the Black Wind, it didn't give him such a notification. As the AI core of a communication system, it was not right for it to want to devour other superbrains of the star network. Why did he feel like he had encountered a bandit who had just left the mountain? Just as these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind and he was slightly stunned because of this, the system notification sounded again in an extremely unusual manner. Ding! Host, please confirm. Do you want to refine it? Or devour? What was going on? This time, Yi Xian was completely suspicious. This was clearly not normal. He was just stunned for a moment and did not respond immediately. At most, it would only take 2 or 3 seconds. There was no need to be so anxious, right? A ravenous wolf that had just come down from the mountains after starving for 10 days was nothing more than this. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immediately responded. His attitude was very clear. He would neither refine nor devour. Chapter 27:31. Weeping Soul Beast. Soon, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito passed through a layer of gray-black atmosphere and entered the interior of Black Mountain Star. What appeared before them was a world with a black color. Whether it was the sea or the land, everything was black. Even the plants on this star were basically the same. Yi Xian immediately understood the origin of this star's name, Black Mountain Star, because at a glance, all he could see were continuous black mountains. The entire Black Mountain Star's land was basically not too vast and flat. In addition, everything on Black Mountain Star was not much different from the planets inhabited by the human race. There were also many cities, and the buildings and roads in the cities were similar. In addition, the demon dwellers that could be seen were completely no different from humans. Even their clothing was not much different. If it wasn't for the strong and strange aura emitting from the black-themed environment, Yi Xian would have suspected that he'd returned to the third universe and entered an administrative planet of the human race. The entire Black Mountain star was extremely vast, but because most of the areas were undulating mountains, it was not suitable to build a city as a place to live. Therefore, there were not many cities on Black Mountain star, only a dozen or so. However, there were only 300,000 to 400,000 demon dwellers on the entire Black Mountain star. A dozen or so cities were obviously enough to accommodate them. Moreover, it seemed a little cold and cheerless. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito chose to go to Black Mountain City, which was located in the center of the continent. Black Mountain City was not only the largest among the dozen or so demon dweller cities, but also the largest area. It was the main city of Black Mountain Star. The leader of the Black Mosquito tribe, Xiong Haizi, and the more than 10,000 demon dweller scouts under his command, who were equivalent to human soldiers, were all in Black Mountain City. Yi Xian obtained this information through his personal star communication system from the star network of Black Mountain Star. With the level of that immortal rank cosmic super brain fragment, there was no way the other party could detect him invading this kind of cosmic network that used a low-level black sky super brain as its intelligence center. At this moment, while Li Mosquito was flying to Black Mountain City, Yi Xian once again issued a conditional search command to the communication system. This time, he wanted to know the details of the trial quota for the Black Mountain planet Saint. Less than half a minute after the command was given, the search of the communication system was completed. A large amount of data poured into Yi Xian's mind, allowing him to learn all the details in an instant. The trial period for the Black Mosquito tribe's holy sun was 3 months and 10 days, which was exactly 100 days later. However, since it would take some time to get to the Central Territory's Demon Emperor planet, the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Wigiliai, had set a deadline of 3 months for the 10 Demon Emperor planets. Within 3 months, the 10 Demon Emperor planets had to send their chosen trial takers to the Black Mosquito planet. Being late means forfeiting. The final candidate who would represent the Black Mountain planet to the Black Mosquito tribe and then rush to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Holy Sun trial would be determined in 30 days. However, the intense competition for this trial spot had already begun a month ago. Moreover, according to the data obtained by the communication system, a month ago, the number of Devil Cultivator rankers that entered the Weeping Soul Cave in a grandiose manner to compete for a spot was actually over 10,000. The Weeping Soul Cave was a vast natural cave that was thousands of meters below the surface of the Black Mountain planet. Its size was impossible to determine, and its entrance was located in the northern wilderness region of the Black Mountain planet continent. The reason why the Black Mountain planet had set this place as the place to compete for the trial quota was because there were a large number of Weeping Soul beasts wandering in this vast cave. Weeping Soul beasts did not have flesh and blood, but were incorporeal creatures similar to spirits. This kind of existence could only be captured with spiritual power. A month later, among all the competitors who entered the Weeping Soul Cave, the person who captured the most Weeping Soul beasts would be the holder of the trial quota for the Black Mountain planet's Holy Sun trial. There was a reason why the Black Mountain planet's leader, Xiong Haizi, chose to use the method of capturing Weeping Soul beasts to determine the final trial participant. In order to successfully pass the trial and become the Holy Son of the Demon Emperor tribe, one of the prerequisites was to have a certain level of spiritual power talent. Otherwise, it would be useless even if one went to the Demon Emperor planet and was destined to fail. We seem to be late. I don't know if we can still enter the Weeping Soul Cave. After browsing all the information, Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. His feet suddenly sped up, and soon landed in the Black Mountain City with Li Mosquito. They immediately rushed to the Black Mountain City's administrative center. Entering the Weeping Soul Cave was simple. The entrance to the cave was in the northern wastelands of the continent, and anyone could go there. However, if one wanted to participate in the trial quota competition this time, one must first register at the Black Mountain City's administrative center, and at the same time, obtain a space magic treasure used to store weeping soul beasts. This kind of space magic treasure was all made in a rush. After the applicant refined it, he could only stuff weeping soul beasts in it, but he could not take them out from it. In this way, there was no need to worry about the competitors in the cave using the method of killing and robbing to accumulate a large number of weeping soul beasts, because it was useless to rob them. In the end, it was impossible to bring a lot of space magic treasures to hand in the task, right? Feeling a little nervous, Yi Xian quickly entered the Black Mountain City's administrative center with Li Mosquito. After finding the processing window and asking, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down completely. Although he was late by a month, if he wanted to participate in the trial quota competition, not to mention now, he could even register one day before the deadline. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you to register me. Although I'm a little late, at least there's still a month's time. With a faint smile, Yi Xian immediately requested to register. At the same time, he casually gave himself a name. Oh, right, I'm Zhang Wuji. The demon race did not have a household registration system like the 10,000 Luo Federation citizenship, because they did not need to use such a thing to determine their identity. To prevent spies from sneaking in, the demon race's unique mental power was the best distinguishing feature. The staff at the Black Mountain City's administrative center quickly completed the necessary registration procedures. In fact, it was just a simple form to register. Then, he raised his hand and took out a palm-sized pagoda-shaped magic treasure from a small cabinet, and motioned for Yi Xian to leave a mental imprint on it. This was obviously one of the methods to prevent people from cheating. Yi Xian immediately activated the mental power source core in his sea of knowledge, shooting out a mental imprint and branding it on the pagoda-shaped space magic treasure. Then, the magic treasure was handed over to Yi Xian to use. With this pagoda-shaped magic treasure in hand, he had the qualifications to enter the Weeping Soul Cave to participate in the trial qualification competition. Considering that he was a whole month late compared to the other demon powerhouses, Yi Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately left Black Mountain City with Li Mosquito and went straight to the northern wastelands of the Black Mountain Star Continent. Chapter 2732. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. A pleasant surprise. Yi Xian and the Black Mosquito Master and servant only used less than 2 hours to enter the northern wastelands and rush to the entrance of the Crying Soul Cave that led to the vast underground world. The entrance was located between two giant peaks in the northern wilderness. It was actually just a huge abyss with a radius of a few kilometers. It was pitch black down there and nothing could be seen. No one knew how deep it was. The demon race's holy sun did not have any cultivation realm restrictions. Even the supreme beings of the black hole realm could participate in the holy sun trial. Therefore, among the more than 10,000 demon race experts in the cave below them, there were bound to be quite a few of them with profound cultivation realms. Even if there were no black hole realm experts, there were definitely many planet realm and even star realm experts. Therefore, Yi Xian did not intend to enter alone and decided to let Li Mosquito accompany him. It was not that he was not confident in his strength, but the key was that he was determined to obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain planet. Therefore, he could not reveal his identity. In this way, when he encountered danger, many of his methods could not be used at all and would be restricted. He could only bring Li Mosquito with him. At this moment, as the two of them rapidly descended, their vision became darker and darker. When they reached a depth of about 300 meters, their surroundings were pitch black and they could not even see their own fingers. Fortunately, they could still use their spiritual power to replace their eyes to identify the way. After a short while, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, who had descended about 1,300 meters, finally reached the bottom of the abyss. The entrance to the Weeping Soul Cave was located on the wall of the abyss right in front of them. It was a cave with a diameter of about 1,000 meters. It was also pitch black inside and there seemed to be some faint, sharp and strange cries faintly coming from it. Yi Xian immediately rushed into the cave and moved forward quickly. The deeper they went, the wider the space became. In the end, they could not even see the walls of the cave on both sides. It was as if they were in a vast underground city. At the same time, the sharp cries that could only be faintly heard before became clearer and clearer as Yi Xian and Li Wuo went deeper into the cave. They were densely packed and continuously transmitted over from all directions. These cries are from those weeping soul beasts, right? Judging from the commotion, there are indeed a lot of them. Yi Xian randomly chose a direction and continued to move forward. He turned to look at Li Mosquito and asked, "Have you ever come into contact with this kind of thing before?" "I've never even heard of it, let alone come into contact with it." After casually replying, Li Mosquito seemed to feel that something was wrong and immediately explained, "Although we are all in the same demon domain, all the high-level demon beasts in the demon beast star that have developed intelligence cannot have any contact with the demon beasts. This is because in the eyes of the demon beasts, all the demon beasts in the demon beast star are just prey to be hunted. In fact, this is indeed what they do. After so many years of accumulated hatred, it has reached an irreconcilable point." Screech. Before Li Mosquito could finish speaking, an extremely sharp howl suddenly sounded out without any warning. Moreover, the distance was very close, only a few thousand meters, to the right and front. Yi Xian and Li Mosquito immediately looked towards the direction of the sound. Although the surroundings were still pitch black, because they had gradually adapted, even with the naked eye, they could already vaguely see things. Coupled with the assistance of the spiritual energy identification, at this moment, the weeping soul beast that was pouncing towards them at an extremely fast speed from a few thousand meters away was instantly seen clearly by Yi Xian and Li Mosquito. This weeping soul beast was indeed not a life form of flesh and blood. Its entire body was completely translucent, like a ghost. At this moment, it was moving at an extremely fast speed with a violent howl. It was completely floating in the air, extremely strange. However, in terms of appearance, this beast was 90% similar to an ordinary monkey. The only difference was that it had a black horn that was about half a foot long on its head. Its eyes were completely red, and they were bursting with a bloody light that was filled with a murderous intent. It seems that its temper is a bit violent. It didn't even have a single word of disagreement. It directly pounced on us from a few thousand meters away. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, and as he spoke, his figure flashed and moved forward. The spirit source core in his sea of consciousness also began to rapidly rotate, releasing a powerful spirit source core that was like a large net that quickly flew out. Screech! In the next moment, the weeping soul beast that was flying over at an extremely fast speed once again let out a shrill howl that resounded endlessly. Its body had already been completely wrapped up by the invisible net that was falling down from above. As it screamed, it continued to struggle, but to no avail. Ding! Discovered a spirit source that can be absorbed. Do you wish to absorb it immediately? When Yi Xian activated his spirit source core and quickly pulled the trapped weeping soul beast in front of him, preparing to study it for a while before directly storing it into the pagoda-shaped spatial magic treasure. At this moment, the notification of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his mind without any warning. Yi Xian was caught off guard and was stunned. This fierce monkey with a long horn on its head actually had a spirit source like the brain of a demon. As this thought rapidly flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who was stunned for a moment, was immediately overjoyed. Could it be that a meat pie had fallen from the sky? How could he actually encounter such a thing? Before this, among all the cultivation resources that Yi Xian had come into contact with, only the brain of a demon contained a spirit source. Even the demonic black crystal, which was used by demons to increase the level of their spirit source, did not contain a spirit source. Instead, it was a special kind of energy that stimulated a demon's spirit source core, causing it to vibrate and increase, thereby achieving the effect of accelerating the growth of spirit source core. To put it bluntly, it was actually a kind of stimulant for spirit source core. In addition to the demonic black crystal, Yi Xian had also tested the massive amount of resources that he had obtained from the third story of the Black Mosquito ship. All kinds of rare and strange resources and minerals were thrown to the devouring system, but in the end, the system did not respond at all. This result almost made him give up hope. He thought that the only way to obtain a spirit source was to hunt demons and cut open their brains to obtain their cores. He did not expect that he would unintentionally make a new discovery today. After all, the brain of a demon was not a resource that could be obtained as much as one wanted. It was simply unrealistic to hunt a large number of them over a long period of time. However, this weeping soul beast was different. Not only could it be hunted wantonly, the key was that there was a large number of them. The entire Weeping Soul Cave was filled with these beasts, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Even the population of the entire demon race was less than a fraction of these beasts. In the future, as the level of Yi Xian's spirit source continued to increase, the amount of spirit source he would need would also increase. It was precisely because of this that when the search for a replacement for the brain of a demon ended in failure, this had become a hidden worry in his heart. Now, with the appearance of the Weeping Soul Beast, there was finally hope for a complete solution to this problem. This made him extremely excited. With this kind of excitement, Yi Xian immediately ordered the devouring system, absorb at full force immediately. Screech. Chapter 2733. Little Black Horn, Screech. Screech, the weeping soul beast that had been enveloped by Yi Xian's spiritual energy continued to shriek in a shrill voice. At the same time, the incomparably familiar energy in Yi Xian's mind continued to flow into the spiritual origin core that was suspended in the air above his consciousness. Previously, Yi Xian had extracted the spiritual origin from the system by dissecting a large number of demonkin brains. Because the amount of spiritual origin that entered his mind in such a short period of time was too great, the impact on his consciousness was too great. As a result, the process was extremely painful. But now, even though the spiritual origin aura from the illusory body of the weeping soul beast was exactly the same and equally pure, it was slowly trickling into Yi Xian's consciousness. Not only was there no pain, there was even a warm and comfortable feeling, as if his consciousness was enjoying some sort of meticulous nourishment. The former was a large and broad knife that had immediate effects. It was like a great tonic that had strong medicinal effects, but it couldn't be used for long periods of time. Otherwise, it would leave behind some undesirable side effects. The latter, on the other hand, was warm and gentle, like a bowl of light millet after a serious illness. Even though it didn't cure hunger, it could use a small fire to slowly nourish one's consciousness, soothing away some of the minor side effects and nipping them in the bud. After realizing this, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He had to capture a few more weeping soul beasts for future use. In the future, these two methods of absorbing spiritual origin could be used together. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, several minutes had passed. At this time, the weeping soul beast that had been enveloped by Yi Xian's spiritual energy had completely disappeared. All that was left was a small black horn the size of a thumb, still wrapped in Yi Xian's spiritual energy and suspended in the air. The beast's body was originally a form of energy. After it was absorbed by Yi Xian, it was impossible for any flesh or blood to be left behind. What was strange was that the half-a-foot-long black horn on its head was clearly an illusory energy state, but the small black horn that remained was clearly a miniature version of the half-a-foot-long horn on the weeping soul beast's head. Furthermore, it had actually transformed from an illusory energy state into a physical object. Yi Xian immediately activated his psychic power and took the small black horn into his hand. He felt its weight in his hand. Its weight and density were clearly not light, but he could not tell what material it was made of. It was neither gold nor stone, nor bone nor keratin. It was very strange. Although Yi Xian did not understand the purpose of this little black horn, or even how it was formed, he had an intuition that this thing would definitely be of use to him in the future. After a moment of hesitation, he threw the little horn into his undying world. Then, he and Lee Mosquito continued to search for other weeping soul beasts. Along the way, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem. Although this weeping soul beast was a good thing, it had only taken him 4 to 5 minutes to collect one. Furthermore, in the first minute or so, this beast had been howling mournfully continuously. Its movements could not be said to be small. Considering these circumstances, if Yi Xian wanted to catch a bento to collect in this weeping soul cave, it was obviously not a good time to show himself. Time was too short, and he would not be able to collect much in a month. That was fine, but more importantly, it was very likely that it would attract quite a bit of trouble. After all, there were quite a number of demon experts in this weeping soul cave, more than 10,000 of them. If someone heard the weeping soul beast's howl and rushed over, Yi Xian could directly use his psychic power to envelop this strange beast and absorb its body as his psychic source. The secret would be exposed on the spot, and the news would spread very quickly. If that was the case, it seemed that he could only try his best to catch a few and bring them out of this place, leaving them for future collection. However, he did not know if this strange beast could be stored in a spatial treasure or the undying world within his body. If not, wouldn't he have to stuff it into the small tower-shaped treasure specially made by Black Mountain Star? The key was that once it was stuffed in, it could not be taken out. Yi Xian did not have the authority to do so. Thinking of this, he immediately felt a little apprehensive. He could not wait to catch a weeping soul beast and test it out before he was satisfied. However, although the mournful howls of the weeping soul beast could be heard from afar, Yi Xian and Lee Mosquito could only hear the howls and not see them. This made him very depressed. Fortunately, a mere 10 minutes later, another weeping soul beast appeared not far from the right side. Yi Xian's spirit was aroused. This time, there was no need for the other party to take the initiative. He impatiently went up to them and quickly caught them. First, he tried to throw it into the undying world within his body, but the result was a failure. He could not store it. The weeping soul beast's existence was very unique, so it was impossible to determine its level of strength. However, since it could not be stored in the undying world, it should be at least a little bit stronger than Yi Xian's Star Core realm. The reason why it was so easy to capture it was probably because his mental power was coincidentally the bane of this beast. However, although this beast could not be stored in the body directly, it was still possible to store it in the space fortress and then store it in the undying world. However, the size of the Black Wind and the Black Mosquito were simply too large, so it was obvious that they couldn't be placed in this crypt. Although Yi Xian had already refined it into a magic treasure, it was indirectly done through refining the superbrain. Therefore, he was unable to control the shape and size of the two space fortresses. He could only give up on this idea. Following that, Yi Xian took out a large number of spatial treasures from the undying world within his body. They were all different shapes and sizes. There were normal small spatial boxes, wine cups, treasure gourds, and so on. Some were made by the humans of the third universe, while others were made by the demons. Unfortunately, even after he tried all of these strange and bizarre space magic treasures, the result was still the same. Not a single one of them was able to store the weeping soul beast he had just captured. Damn! What's going on? Didn't that little black horn just now go in? And it was directly stored in the undying world. They both have the same origin. Isn't the difference a little too big? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He muttered a few words to himself, but in the end, he could only store the second weeping soul beast to see if the little black horn would appear. After all, to analyze the cause, he had to at least confirm the basic situation. For minutes later, the second weeping soul beast disappeared completely as expected. All that was left was a little black horn. It was still the size of a thumb, slightly curved, and had a rough texture on its surface. Looks like little black horns are common. I wonder if this one can be stored in the undying world. If it can't, then it means that I'm unlucky to have encountered a strange creature when I caught the second weeping soul beast. But if it can be stored in the undying world like the previous one, at this point, Yi Xian's expression turned strange. Then this is really strange. You can't store it when it's alive, but when it's dead, the undying world is not a coffin. This is simply a scam. Chapter 2734. Level 4 Source Core. Yi Xian muttered a few words with a strange expression on his face. He ignored Li Mosquito, who had been watching him torment himself the whole time, and was now giggling with amusement. Then, he tried again. In the end, he was completely at a loss. With a thought, the second horn in his hand disappeared into his undying world. This is really an eye-opener. I didn't expect such a strange thing to exist in this world. There was no doubt about the result. There was no need to try again. This strange thing was born like this. When it was alive, it couldn't be put into a spatial treasure. But when it died, it left behind a small black object. It could. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly as if he had accepted his fate. The world was so big, and there were all sorts of strange things. Since there was a final result, the next problem was the most troublesome one. Since the undying world and all the spatial magic treasures couldn't be stored inside, then, could it be that he really had to stuff them into the little pagoda given out by the Black Mountain Star government? What was the difference between this and hitting a dog with meat buns? Something's not right. While he was at a loss, Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Among the space treasures that I tried just now, many of them were refined by the demon race, but none of them could be stored. Since that's the case, how can this small tower be stored inside?" The more Yi Xian thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was strange. In the next instant, the pagoda-shaped magic treasure was brought into his hand. After carefully fiddling with it, Yi Xian still couldn't see anything strange about it. He couldn't even determine what material it was made of. He immediately put the object back into his body and threw it to the Devour system for identification. At the same time, he ordered the Devour system to search for information about the Weeping Soul Beast and the pagoda-shaped space magic treasure in the Black Mountain Star's internal space network. Then, Yi Xian fell into deep thought again. Although this kind of small pagoda-shaped space magic treasure was a special item, it was obviously not a precious treasure. Otherwise, it would be impossible to throw out more than 10,000 of them so casually. The reason why it was able to subdue the Weeping Soul Beast was clearly due to the special material used to refine the tower. Here comes the problem. Among the spatial artifacts that Yi Xian had tested before, there were more than 20 different materials. One must know that it wasn't easy to refine a spatial artifact with just any random material. The various treasures he had collected could be considered as an ocean of treasures. There were treasures from both the human race and the demon race. Even so, all the spatial treasures added together only had over 20 different materials. This was enough to show how rare the materials used to refine spatial magic treasures were. Under such circumstances, to find a material that could successfully refine a spatial magic treasure and also contain the Weeping Soul Beast, and it had to be a material that wasn't too expensive and had to be in sufficient quantity. With such harsh conditions, the difficulty could be imagined. What was strange was that no matter how difficult this matter was, it had already become a reality. In this Weeping Soul Cave alone, there were over 10,000 finished products. It was hard to say how much stock the Black Mountain Star Government Center had left. Was there a need to go through so much trouble just to select a demon dweller to participate in the trial of the Black Mosquito Tribe Saint? While he was analyzing, the results of the devouring system's appraisal finally came out. Ding! Appraisal complete. Appraisal type, spatial magic treasure. Grade, normal. State, level 4 spiritual restriction seal. Material, unknown. Immediately after, the results of the communication system's search came back in time. Yi Xian checked the results and immediately frowned. There was no information about this pagoda-shaped spatial magic treasure in the Black Mountain Star's Starry Sky network. Although there were a few pieces of information about the Weeping Soul Beast, they were all vague and ambiguous. There was a faint hint of pretense and deliberate concealment. Sure enough, there's a problem, Yi Xian immediately sneered. Even the devouring system couldn't identify the material. How could the small Black Mountain Star coincidentally find such a material that meets all the requirements? If I'm not mistaken, the real purpose is to capture the Weeping Soul Beast. Using this to determine the qualification for the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint is just an excuse. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. That is to say, in a month's time, when the competition for the qualifications for the trial ends, Planet Black Mountain's big head, Tatar, and the guy hiding behind him will definitely use other excuses to distribute this kind of small spatial pagoda. The Weeping Star Beast has been targeted by someone. This is clearly the rhythm of hunting it all. After realizing this, Yi Xian immediately lost his composure. He originally planned to wait until the matter with the Demon Emperor planet was over before coming to Black Mountain Star to hunt for the Weeping Soul Beast. However, judging from the current situation, there was a high chance that this place would be completely looted before he could return. In short, if he missed this opportunity, there would not be another one. Yi Xian only had one chance to capture the Weeping Soul Beast, and he had 1 month's time. F***CK, this result gave Yi Xian a headache. He raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. In the end, he took out the spatial pagoda again. Since he could not stop this, nor could he change it, the only choice was to take advantage of this 1 month's time to capture as many Weeping Soul Beasts as possible. Therefore, he had to find a way to break the so-called level 4 spirit restriction seal of the spatial pagoda in his hand no matter what. Otherwise, it would be a waste of effort. While playing with the spatial pagoda in his hand, Yi Xian quickly fell into deep thought. The lack of authority of this pagoda was obviously because it was sealed by the so-called level 4 spirit restriction. This so-called spirit restriction should be a restriction set up with spiritual power, just like how human experts use their divine sense to carve array talismans to form various restrictions. But what the hell was this level 4? Could it be, as he thought about this, Yi Xian's mind lit up. He suddenly understood a little. Ever since the mind source core in his brain had been successfully condensed, it seemed to have leveled up twice. This sort of leveling up could be considered a type of metamorphosis. If the initial state of the mind source core was level 1, then after 2 metamorphoses, Yi Xian's mind source core should be level 3. Could the so-called level 4 spirit restriction be a restriction created by someone whose mind source core had undergone 3 metamorphoses? If that was really the case, then as long as Yi Xian's mind source core underwent another metamorphosis and became a level 4 source core owner like the other party, he might be able to get rid of the spirit restriction that the other party had left behind. At worst, he could just undergo another metamorphosis and try again when he was at level 5. As he thought about this, he immediately got excited. He turned to look at Lee Mosquito and blurted out, "Lee Mosquito, how many metamorphoses has your mind source core undergone? What level is it now?" Chapter 2735. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The third metamorphosis. What? Your spirit source core is only at level 2. Yi Xian nearly jumped up on the spot as he cried out in surprise. He stared at Lee Mosquito in shock. His mind was in a mess. He was only at the star core grade, yet his spirit source core was already at level 3. Lee Mosquito's cultivation base was at the black hole grade, so her spirit source core should be at least at level 17 or 18. How could it only be at level 2? How could it be lower than his? Level 17 or 18? How could you even think of that? As soon as Yi Xian voiced his doubts, Lee Mosquito laughed. Do you know what level the Demon King's spirit source core is? It's at level 6. The highest level of spirit source core in the history of the demons was only at level 8. That was the Demon King. Level 17 or 18. What a joke. That doesn't even exist. Hold on. Let me sort out my thoughts first. When he heard Lee Mosquito speak so seriously, coupled with her status as a demon slave, Yi Xian finally realized that he had misunderstood. It seemed like he didn't know much about the demon's spirit source cores. As soon as he thought about this, he immediately sent a conditional search to the communication system. This time, the search criteria were the level of the spirit source core. The results were quickly transmitted back. Yi Xian couldn't wait to check it. After a short while, he finally understood. Lee Mosquito was right. The highest level of spirit source core in the history of the demons had been the Demon King, who had been at level 8. The current Demon King of the demonic tribe also had a source core of a grade 6. Legend had it that the highest level of spirit source core could reach level 9, which was related to the demon saint Forbidden Land. The Demon King had obtained some sort of opportunity there, which had allowed his spirit source core to evolve to level 8. Ever since then, the demons had gradually grown stronger under his rule. Therefore, it wasn't completely unreasonable to say that the source of the demon's inheritance was the demon saint Forbidden Land. However, this was just a historical fact of the demon's history. Thanks to the conditional search, Yi Xian had a better understanding of the unique spirit source cores of demons and demonic beasts. In general, the level of a demon's or a demonic beast's source core didn't have much to do with its cultivation base. The level of a demon core was equivalent to quality, while one's cultivation base was equivalent to quantity. When a demon core's level increased, it underwent a qualitative transformation. This sort of transformation was triggered by luck. The level of the Demon King's source core was only affected by quantity. When the origin source energy source core had reached a certain level, a demon's cultivation base, regardless of whether or not the source core had undergone a transformation. That was why Lee Mosquito's demonic core remained at level 2 even though she was already at the late stage of the black hole realm. Most demons and demonic beasts were. As for Yi Xian, he was obviously an exception. He wasn't even a devil cultivator, yet he'd condensed a devil core. If that was the case, then it wasn't completely unacceptable for the magic core in his brain to transform at a slightly faster and more frequent rate. Of course, there was definitely something wrong with this, but he definitely wouldn't be able to figure it out in a short period of time. He could only slowly study it in the future. Anyway, it wasn't a bad thing. On the contrary, it was a great thing, so there was no need to be too anxious. Of course, no matter how high a demon core's level was, it was useless if it couldn't be accumulated. If a demon core with a grade 9 demon core was at the star core grade, he would be crushed if he faced a demon core powerhouse with a grade 1 demon core who was at the black hole grade. However, if this demon powerhouse with a grade 9 demon core was also at the black hole grade, the latter wouldn't even be considered a mosquito in front of him. At the end of the day, it could be summed up in one sentence. Although the grade of the magic core was important, it represented greater talent and greater potential. It meant a wider space for growth. However, one's cultivation base, or in other words, the amount of accumulation in the origin of magic cores, was equally important. It represented the power that was right in front of one's eyes and within reach. F***ck. In the end, we still have to catch the weeping soul beast. It feels more important than ever. We can't afford to lose it. After understanding everything, Yi Xian returned to the problem at hand. He muttered to himself for a while before coming to a decision. We only have 1 month. We have to catch the weeping soul beast and increase the level of our origin source core. Once we reach grade 4, we can try to remove the grade 4 spiritual restriction on the spatial mini pagoda. It's really urgent. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around to look at Li Ji. From the looks of it, we can only split up and act separately. First, we'll find a suitable area. Then, I'll stay there and catch the weeping soul beast and absorb it. You, on the other hand, will use all your strength to drive all the weeping soul beasts here. This will make it easier for me to catch them. This will save us a lot of time. As long as we can remove the grade for spiritual restriction on the spatial mini pagoda, then, at this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he laughed coldly. We can't leave a single one of the Weeping Soul Cave spatial mini pagoda behind. We have to snatch them all. There are more than 10,000 demons. Even if we only catch 100 of them each, we'll have more than 1,000,000 in total. The temptation of such a large number was shocking. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a strong desire to kill and steal the treasures. 2 days later, in a remote corner of the Weeping Soul Cave. Ding! Discovered spirit source that can be absorbed. Do you want to absorb it immediately? The familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. He immediately gave an affirmative answer. In the next moment, a weeping soul beast that was tightly bound by his mental energy let out a mournful howl that suddenly became even sharper. However, Yi Xian wasn't moved in the slightest. He and Li Mosquito had finally chosen this area after running around for half a day. There were almost no devil cultivator experts in the nearby area, but there were many weeping soul beasts. Therefore, no matter how loud this beast's howl was, he didn't have to worry. In the past 2 days, this was the 498th weeping soul beast that he had captured after the Li Mosquito had left. He was only 2 more away from reaching the 500th mark. Before this, Yi Xian had already absorbed quite a few spirit sources that he had extracted from the weeping soul cores of the demons. According to his calculations, the spirit source core in his knowledge sea only needed to absorb another 500 weeping soul beasts before the 3rd transformation of the source core would arrive. Right now, he was very close to the value he had estimated. The difference was so small that it was almost negligible. Because of this, as he absorbed the 488th weeping soul beast, the anticipation in Yi Xian's heart grew stronger and stronger with the passage of time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The level of the spirit source core has increased. Current level, grade 4. You have obtained a spiritual power skill. Do you wish to activate it? Chapter 2736. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Mind Suppression. When the familiar system beep rang out, Yi Xian's mind shook abruptly. The mind source core hovering above his mind started its 3rd metamorphosis. This metamorphosis process was actually very short. In just a few seconds, the weak throbbing sensation in his mind disappeared. Yi Xian suddenly felt that his mind power was somewhat different, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Pleasantly surprised, he immediately returned to his senses and started to check the situation in his mind. Soon, the demon's mind source core hovering above his mind was reflected in Yi Xian's probing consciousness. Compared to before, this mind source core had clearly changed quite a bit. The original purplish black had become a purplish black. In the past, there had been more black than purple, but now there was more purple than black. In addition, its volume had also changed. However, instead of increasing, it had decreased. At first, it had been the size of a thumbnail, but now it was only the size of a soybean. Its shape hadn't changed much, though. It was still elliptical and prismatic like a pigeon's egg. Its entire surface had countless refractive surfaces, making it look like a perfectly refracted purple diamond. Although Yi Xian was rather surprised that its volume had decreased instead of increasing, he quickly understood after thinking about it for a moment. Since this was a metamorphosis and its quality and grade had increased, its density and the power of the mind source core would naturally increase accordingly. It was just like compression. Under the circumstances, its volume would decrease instead, which was very normal. If Yi Xian wanted its volume to increase again, all he needed to do was accumulate quantity. This sort of accumulation was actually equivalent to an increase in Yi Xian's own cultivation base. After investigating for a while, Yi Xian's consciousness quickly retreated from his sea of consciousness. The reason why he was so anxious was because he was really looking forward to the mental strength skills that he'd obtained from the transformation of his source core. During the second metamorphosis, Yi Xian had obtained 4 types of mind power skills. All of them had been extremely useful secret techniques. If nothing unexpected happened, the third metamorphosis would result in even more mind power skills and even greater power. With this kind of beautiful anticipation, Yi Xian immediately gave the order to activate the system. In the next moment, the familiar system prompts sounded in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Activation successful. You have obtained the mind power secret technique, mind suppression. That's it. After this short sentence, there was no response. Yi Xian waited expectantly for 4 or 5 seconds before he confirmed that he might have been wrong. He had only obtained 1 mind power skill this time. In an instant, an extreme sense of loss welled up in his mind. Indeed, the higher the hope, the more the disappointment was indeed true. That wasn't right. As Yi Xian sighed, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up once again as a thought flashed through his mind. If I remember correctly, the system beep didn't say that I would obtain a mind power skill. Instead, it said that it was a secret technique. If there wasn't any difference between the two, the system wouldn't have needed to change its explanation. This meant that the mind suppression he had obtained this time wasn't just a mind power skill. It had risen to the level of a secret technique. This was definitely a qualitative leap. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian grinned as if he had picked up a precious treasure. At the same time, his consciousness couldn't wait to check the details of the mind suppression secret technique. After some investigation, Yi Xian quickly understood everything. The so-called mind suppression was actually the same as the cultivation suppression aura of a human powerhouse, but it was more thorough and overbearing. When a human cultivator faced an existence with a lower cultivation level than him, if he deliberately released his cultivation aura to form a kind of pressure, although he could suppress his opponent, it would only be a suppression of his physical body. Even if the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the suppressed side would involuntarily start to tremble. However, compared to the mental suppression secret technique that Yi Xian had just obtained, it was still more than just a little bit inferior. This was because the latter directly suppressed the other party on the spiritual level. Furthermore, it was silent. If used skillfully, it could even be used without anyone noticing. Moreover, once the spiritual level was completely suppressed, it was equivalent to controlling the other party's thoughts and consciousness. Whatever the other party wanted to do, it would be done with just a thought. This kind of effect was on a completely different level from the cultivation suppression aura formed by a human powerhouse deliberately releasing his cultivation suppression aura. On the surface, this secret technique and Yi Xian's slave seal seemed to have the same effect and function, but in reality, this wasn't the case. The two of them weren't on the same level, so the slave seal was much weaker. First of all, the slave seal had to be condensed and shot out into the other party's body to control their brain. Only then would it be effective. The mind suppression secret technique was different. It required a slave seal to be condensed. When one wanted to use it, it could be completed in an instant. When one's mind power was extended, they could directly control the other party silently. Basically, as long as the conditions for suppression were met, there was basically no chance of failure. The so-called conditions for suppression were the second advantage of the mind suppression secret technique over the slave seal. If a slave seal wanted to control a demon powerhouse, it had to be of the same rank. For example, if one wanted to control a black hole grade martialist with an 8th grade cultivation base, they would have to condense at least an 8th grade slave seal. If the situation was urgent and they didn't have a ready-made 8th grade slave seal, they could only watch helplessly. Although the mind suppression secret technique also had this restriction, Yi Xian clearly had an advantage over the other party. There was only one condition for the mind suppression secret technique, the level of one's source core, which was also the level of one's mind power. Yi Xian's source core was currently at grade 4, which meant that he could suppress anyone below grade 4. Although he couldn't suppress anyone above grade 4, given his abnormal source core transformation speed, he might be able to in the near future. Although he could only suppress 3 grades of demon powerhouses, even if he searched the entire demon race, how many powerhouses with source cores above grade 4 would he be able to find? The Demon King was only at grade 7, after all. Of course, apart from the rigid restriction of source core grade, Yi Xian's mind suppression secret technique also had an elastic effect on the difference in cultivation base between the two parties. If this difference was too great, it would also affect the effects of the suppression. For example, when the secret technique was unleashed, the other party would only be stunned for a moment before they regained their senses immediately. This was the only thing that Yi Xian felt regretful about. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he quickly felt relieved. After all, if he could ignore the difference in cultivation base and unleash suppression at will, wouldn't that mean that he would be able to suppress the Demon King if he transformed his cultivation base to grade 7 within a month? Chapter 2737. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Robbery. After obtaining the mind suppression secret technique, Yi Xian was looking forward to the 4th, 5th, and even more source core transformations. Not only would his mind suppression secret technique become stronger every time his mind source core transformed, but more importantly, he would obtain new mind techniques every time his mind source core transformed. No, it should be a secret technique or even a superpower. The first 3 transformations had all been techniques, but the third one had already given him a secret technique. Logically speaking, the 4th one would at least give him a secret technique, while the 5th one would at least give him a superpower. When the tide rose, the boat would rise. It didn't make sense for the boat to sink when the tide rose. A starry sky superpower. Plus, it was a mind power superpower. Just thinking about it made him impatient. After a short while, Yi Xian composed himself and took out the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure again. Then, he threw it to the devouring system for appraisal. The reason for this was that the grade of Yi Xian's source core had already increased, so the devouring system, which acted like a personal AI in his body, was naturally aware of this situation right away. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to give it a try and see if there would be any other hints or instructions after the results of this appraisal were out. This had happened before. When Yi Xian hadn't been able to obtain the same treasure, the notification hadn't appeared. This time, it was even faster. In less than a minute, the appraisal results of the devouring system were out. Appraisal complete. Appraisal attribute, spatial treasure grade, normal state, level 4 spiritual restriction seal. Material, unknown. Would you like to erase the level 4 mind restriction seal? Beautiful. When he heard the appraisal results, Yi Xian nearly cried out in surprise. Although all the appraisal results were exactly the same as before, after Yi Xian's source core had undergone the 3rd transformation and reached level 4, there was indeed an additional instruction at the end of the appraisal results. It seemed like his guess had been correct. If he hadn't been able to obtain the same treasure, even if the devouring system had been able to do something about it, there wouldn't have been a single notification. Even if there had been a notification, it would have been useless. If he hadn't been able to do it, he wouldn't have been able to. What a pragmatic guy. It seemed like he would have to take out some important treasures in the future and let the devouring system appraise them a few more times. It wouldn't be troublesome anyway, so he didn't want to make any mistakes. As he thought this, Yi Xian got ready to give the devouring system an order and get rid of the level 4 mind restriction seal on the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Yi Xian immediately stopped. A demon cultivator that could reach a level 4 origin core was definitely not someone from planet Black Mountain. If nothing unexpected happened, it was most likely the high priest of the Black Streak tribe, Grey Skull. This was because Yi Xian had already understood that existences like the high priest and the holy son of the tribe were all existences with extremely high innate talents in terms of spiritual energy. Therefore, the chances of their spirit cores transforming were much greater. If that was the case, did the word shamans leave a mind restriction seal on the pagoda-shaped spatial treasure just to prevent the weeping soul beasts inside from being taken out? One had to know that Yi Xian had already left a spiritual imprint that belonged to him on this spatial pagoda. If he were to erase the level 4 spiritual restriction now, what if the other party left behind some other secret door? Wouldn't he immediately know that he was the one who erased his spiritual restriction? When that happened, Yi Xian was afraid that trouble would befall him when he took the pagoda to complete his mission. As he thought about this, Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed like he couldn't use the pagoda. It would be best if he used it to complete his mission and obtain the Weeping Soul Beast qualification to enter the Black Mountain planet. As for the Weeping Soul Beasts he wanted to keep for himself, he would have to find a random demon powerhouse and rob them. He would snatch the pagoda and erase the level 4 mind restriction seal as well as his spirit imprint. This treasure would be his in the future. As he thought about this, Yi Xian was immediately moved. Although Li Mosquito hadn't returned yet, he didn't plan to wait any longer. If it was just a robbery, he was very confident. After all, he had the perfect vibration technique. After hiding all his aura and figure, he could quietly approach, rob, and run. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately activated the perfect vibration technique. His entire figure disappeared in an instant, not even revealing a trace of his aura. Then, he rushed to the distant area. After all, where he was now, Li Mosquito would drive a large number of weeping soul beasts over. He didn't want to eat the grass near his nest. He didn't want to arouse suspicion. Since his figure and aura were completely hidden, there wouldn't be any weeping soul beasts along the way. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to capture and absorb the weeping soul beasts, so he kept running at top speed. After 4 hours, he arrived at a rather distant area. Along the way, he had encountered many demon powerhouses. However, what made him depressed was that there wasn't a single core grade being among them. The weakest was a satellite grade being, while the strongest was a star grade being of the 5th grade. Yi Xian wasn't confident that he could succeed in robbing these demon dwellers, so he could only give up gloomily. It was also at this moment that a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Moreover, what was even more coincidental was that this fellow had just captured a weeping soul beast. At this moment, he actually took out the small spatial pagoda in his body and was preparing to collect the weeping soul beast. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the other party's cultivation was much higher than Yi Xian's and was a satellite realm 3rd realm being, Yi Xian didn't intend to continue. If Li Mosquito didn't see him when she returned, there might be other problems. With this in mind, he immediately approached quickly. When he got close, he didn't hesitate at all and directly released a wisp of mental strength. While the other party was unprepared, he suddenly took the pagoda in his hand. After withdrawing his mental strength, he turned around and quickly fled to the side. "Ha! Who's there? Come out! Damn! This is a robbery." Xiongdo was stunned at first. After all, there was no one around, and the pagoda in his hand suddenly disappeared. Anyone would be stunned. Then, in less than a breath, he suddenly reacted. He turned around and roared. At the same time, he waved his hand and threw out a wind blade of mental strength. However, what entered his eyes was an empty space. Even a ghost couldn't be found, let alone a person. Xiongda's expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared. He knew that he had been schemed against and had been targeted for a long time. Otherwise, why didn't they rob others, but only him? There were more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts in his pagoda, and more than 90% of them were stuffed in by his father, Xiong Haizi. Chapter 2738. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio, a profitable business with no cost, bastard. I don't care who you are. I, Xiongde, will not let you go. Ah. Robbery. Behind him, the devil cultivator with a satellite realm cultivation roared endlessly as if he'd gone mad. Yi Xian had already turned around and fled far away, but his voice still clearly entered his ears. However, he had already gotten what he wanted. Even if Baldi Chang came, he would not be able to take it back, let alone Xiongde. Soon, Yi Xian returned to the area where he had agreed to meet Li Mosquito. Li Mosquito was still not back yet. She was probably driving the weeping soul beasts away in a nearby area. Yi Xian immediately used his mind power to penetrate Xiongda's spatial pagoda. After a sweep, the restriction seal that could not be shaken was easily erased. Even the spiritual imprint left on it by the guy who called himself Xiongda was erased. At this point, the spatial pagoda was clean, and Yi Xian could use it at will. He was not in a hurry to check how many weeping soul beasts that guy had caught. Instead, he immediately refined the pagoda and left a spiritual imprint that belonged to him. It was the kind of spiritual imprint that had a restriction pattern. No one could open it even if they took it. After everything was done, Yi Xian immediately extended his mind power into the spatial pagoda that he had just refined to check the number of weeping soul beasts inside. He would not have known if he had not seen it, but when he saw it, he was shocked. There were almost 12,000 of them. Although Yi Xian was very happy to have gotten so many weeping soul beasts for free, he was more worried now. The guy he had robbed was only a demon dweller with a cultivation of the satellite realm. If he had caught more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts, what about the others? Yi Xian had met a competitor who was at the star realm. Did that guy not catch 70,000 to 80,000 weeping soul beasts? If that was the case, Yi Xian would have to pay at least 100,000 weeping soul beasts if he wanted to obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain planet. It seems that even with the Li Mosquito chasing the weeping soul beast away, this matter is not safe. Yi Xian furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. His eyes glowed. I must obtain the right to enter the trial. I came later, and they all came a month earlier. It's only right that they take care of those who came later. In short, I want to rob. In any case, he had the perfect shock, a cheating artifact. It would be a waste not to do such a profitable business with no cost. Even a satellite realm demon cultivator had captured more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts. Wouldn't these 10,000 demon cultivators be able to take away more than 100 million weeping soul beasts? At the thought of this, Yi Xian felt his heart throbbing in pain. Cultivators were meant to fight against the heavens. Everyone had to be mentally prepared to kill others for their treasures. In fact, this was a very common situation, so Yi Xian didn't feel embarrassed at all. If it were someone else with a cheating technique like perfect oscillation, they would have attacked him too. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately activated the perfect vibration skill again. His figure flashed as he rushed in another direction. Not long after, the second prey came into his sight. This fellow's cultivation was also at the third realm, the satellite realm. Just like Xiongde from before, Yi Xian quietly approached. After following him for a while, about half an hour later, when the other party caught a weeping soul beast and took out the small spatial pagoda, he suddenly made a move. After wrapping it with a strand of mental energy, he immediately withdrew it and turned around to run. Just like that, in a short period of time, Yi Xian had snatched a total of 26 spatial pagodas. This wasn't even the result of Big Bear at the beginning. When he thought about how close to 300,000 weeping soul beasts would be in his hands, Yi Xian felt as if he was floating in the air. After hurriedly returning to the area he had agreed upon with Li Mosquito, he immediately wiped away all of the spirit imprints and level 4 spirit seals on the 26 spatial pagodas. Then, one by one, he began to check the number of weeping soul beasts in them. 1132. 1657. 1862. 903. 2814. 1652. There were a total of 26 spatial towers, and Yi Xian checked the number of weeping soul beasts in them one by one. The more he looked, the more disappointed and puzzled he became. In the end, the total number was less than 50,000. To be precise, it was only slightly more than 40,000. This was not right. This was not logical. The one with the least was only 903. Yi Xian remembered that this guy's cultivation was also at the satellite realm, the same as Big Bear. Wasn't the difference too big with the same cultivation? In fact, although these 26 unlucky fellows were basically powerhouses at the second or third realm, Yi Xian had not found a suitable prey after searching for a while. In a fit of anger, he finally set his eyes on a powerhouse at the fourth realm, the planet realm. This guy's spatial tower only had 2,814 weeping soul beasts. Although he had the most weeping soul beasts among the 26 spatial towers, compared to Big Bear, he was still not at the same level. However, looking at the overall situation of these 26 fellows, taking into account the difference in their cultivation bases, these values were basically normal. In other words, this was the general situation of the 10,000 demon experts in the Weeping Soul Cave. Even the fifth major realm, the Stargrade existence, should have captured less than 4,000 weeping soul beasts so far. At most, 4,000 weeping soul beasts. Then there was a problem. Since everyone only had so few weeping soul beasts, why did that Big Bear guy have so few? Could it be that this person was a peerless genius whose spiritual power far exceeded that of ordinary weeping soul beasts? Or perhaps, he had some kind of special secret technique that allowed him to capture the weeping soul beast with half the effort. If it was the former, then forget it. No matter how good his spiritual power was, the beasts belonged to others, and it was useless to snatch them. However, if it was the latter, at this thought, Yi Xian was immediately tempted. No matter what, he would first sneak up to that guy and observe him. If he really did have this kind of secret technique, then he would ask Lee Mosquito to capture him and interrogate him before killing him. Just the death of a few weeping soul beasts should not attract too much attention. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately transferred all the weeping soul beasts from the 26 spatial towers into the spatial tower that he had already refined. After thinking for a while, he also stuffed 5,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial tower that he used to hand in his mission. Then, he threw all the spatial towers into the undying world within his body and activated the perfect vibration again. He turned around and rushed towards the location where he had robbed Big Bear. It had not even been a day, so he hoped that guy had not gone too far. Otherwise, looking for him in this huge weeping soul cave would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. After a short while, Yi Xian arrived at the area where he had first robbed. After searching for a while, he saw Big Bear. Chapter 2739. It turns out to be a combination of fathers. Seeing Xiong Da's figure, Yi Xian immediately relaxed. After thinking for a moment, he immediately approached him. The other party didn't have a spatial pagoda, so he probably didn't plan on capturing the weeping soul beast anymore. Therefore, Yi Xian planned to sneak up on him and throw a spatial pagoda that had already been stripped of its spiritual seal somewhere in front of him. This couldn't be helped. If he didn't give him a spatial pagoda to store the weeping soul beasts, this brat wouldn't be in the mood to continue capturing them. As such, Yi Xian couldn't be sure if he really had a secret technique that could quickly capture a large number of weeping soul beasts. Thinking like this, he immediately followed quietly. Just as he was about to bypass him and the other demon powerhouse in front of him and throw out a small space tower in advance, an unforeseen event happened. Without any warning, Big Bear, who was walking in front of him, suddenly jumped and directly blocked the path of another devil cultivator ranker who was more than 100 meters in front of him. He then roared loudly, "Stop, this is a robbery." Yi Xian was stunned. Suddenly, his mind felt a little confused and he was stunned on the spot. In less than a day, Xiongde was tortured to the point that he was about to collapse. Originally, he had thought that he had already obtained the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun Trial. After all, his father, who was the leader of the Black Mountain Star, had already stuffed 10,000 weeping soul beasts into his spatial pagoda before the start of the trial. Furthermore, Xiongde was indeed a demon with a bit of talent in terms of mental power, so he wouldn't be exposed if he looked back. Needless to say, if Yangming was not gifted in mental power, his father, who was the leader, would not have done that. However, his son had the talent to begin with, and he had the ability to help him go further. If he didn't help, it wouldn't make sense. But in the end, everything changed nearly a day ago. Xiongde felt a huge sense of loss as if he had fallen from heaven to hell all of a sudden. Throughout the day, his entire mind had been suffering tremendous torment. In the end, after searching the vicinity to no avail, Xiongde threw caution to the wind as a wave of resentment rapidly grew in him. If others can steal from me, why can't I steal from others? Even if the spiritual imprint on it wasn't his, so what? My father is the leader of planet Black Mountain. As long as I can take out a small space tower and hand it over, it will be fine. Even if there weren't many weeping soul beasts inside, it wouldn't be a problem. If his father could give him 10,000 weeping soul beasts before, why couldn't he do the same after? As these thoughts appeared, Xiongde once again pulled himself together. He knew that he still had hope, but before that, he had to snatch a spatial tower. Otherwise, when the competition was over and he returned to Black Mountain City in a month's time, he wouldn't even be able to take out a spatial tower. Wouldn't that be too fake? As he thought of this, Xiongde suddenly looked like he was possessed. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked around. He had encountered a few demon powerhouses previously, but they were all at the planet grade, so he didn't dare to make a move. After all, he had already been robbed once. He was already unlucky enough. If he were to be beaten up again and return with a swollen face, it would be even more depressing. It was also at this time that he saw a demon appear in front of him. His cultivation was only at the meteor grade, the second stage. This was an existence that could be easily bullied by him, so Xiongde was overjoyed and immediately followed. When there was no one nearby, he suddenly jumped out and revealed a ferocious expression. However, the next scene not only stunned him, but also made Yi Xian, who had been hiding nearby, feel awkward. Ha ha ha. Robbery. You're robbing me. I'm dying of laughter. I say, young Master De, if we really want to talk about robbery, shouldn't I be the one robbing you? This is too funny. You're the young master of Black Mountain City, the only son of the leader, Xiong Haizi. You're actually robbing me, an ordinary demon at the meteor grade, ha ha ha. Young Master De, you're too funny. Facing the ferocious Xiongde in front of him, this meteor grade first stage demon was stunned for a moment, then he held his stomach and laughed loudly. Such a scene made Xiongde dumbfounded. Only then did he suddenly remember that in Black Mountain City, ordinary demons seemed to recognize him, and this guy in front of him was obviously a demon from Black Mountain City. As for Yi Xian, after being stunned for a moment, he instantly understood. He thought that this guy had some secret technique, or that his spiritual talent was shockingly abnormal, so he caught over 10,000 weeping soul beasts. After all this time, it was a competition of fathers. Once he thought of this, he was instantly speechless. He was not interested in whether this big brother Xiong had really succeeded in robbing, so he took the opportunity to leave before he was exposed. Following that, after a moment of silence, Yi Xian decided to continue robbing. Although the rewards were completely different from what he had originally expected, at least it was better than him going to catch one beast after another without stopping, right? Furthermore, it was not just a little bit stronger. Previously, even an expert at the 4th level of the planet realm had been caught off guard by him. Yi Xian was still very confident in this matter. With this confidence, after searching for a while, a demon powerhouse finally appeared in front of him, catching a weeping soul beast. In fact, along the way, he had also encountered many other demon powerhouses, but after considering the issue of efficiency, Yi Xian would no longer choose a target and follow behind to commit crimes. Who knew when the other party would encounter a weeping soul beast and start to catch it? This was simply a waste of his time. In any case, he had already robbed a 4th stage planet-grade powerhouse, so there would not be any big surprises. Since that was the case, he would just roam around and approach those who were catching weeping soul beasts when he encountered them. This kind of roaming around would definitely be more effective than stalking. Because of this, Yi Xian did not pay much attention when he suddenly saw a suitable target. Although the other party's cultivation had reached the 5th stage, the star grade, he immediately took the pagoda quietly, raised his guard, and waited for an opportunity to act. After a short while, the demon powerhouse took out the small spatial pagoda. In the next moment, Yi Xian immediately made a move. A strand of mental energy instantly shot out and wrapped around his spatial pagoda. After retracting it back into the area enveloped by the perfect vibration, he immediately jumped onto the ground beside him and rolled. Bang! Sure enough, the moment he jumped, the demon powerhouse with a star-grade cultivation turned around and blasted out a spiritual wind blade. The ground where Yi Xian was standing immediately exploded into a large crater that was several feet in diameter. After all, when the wisp of spiritual power extended out from the area covered by the perfect vibration and wrapped around the small spatial pagoda and pulled it back, the other party could still roughly estimate his position based on the direction of the small spatial pagoda. Yi Xian was already used to this from his previous robberies. Therefore, although he had his eyes on a star-grade demon powerhouse this time, he had his eyes on a star-grade demon powerhouse. Chapter 2740. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Shrieking Soul Cave, come out. Get the F***CK out here. What the F***CK? How dare you rob me, Hong Dashin? Are you F***King blind? Get the F***CK out here. This is a robbery, he roared and bombarded the surrounding area, but to no avail. Then, the demon powerhouse, who was at the 5th grade of the star grade, shouted the word robbery at the top of his lungs. This was a sign that he had completely gone berserk. At this time, Yi Xian was already far away. Along the way, there were quite a few devil cultivator experts that heard the roars and slowly approached with curious expressions. This scene made Yi Xian, who was quickly leaving, suddenly feel an extremely urgent feeling. It seemed that he had to hurry. Although there were many demon dwellers in this underground shrieking soul cave, and the area was large enough, a robbery was not a small matter. News would probably spread quickly. Now, even an expert of the 5th major realm, the star boundary realm, had been robbed. Once this news spread, it would definitely shock everyone. At that time, the entire Weeping Soul Cave would be in a state of uproar. It wouldn't be so easy to succeed again. There was even a possibility of falling into a trap. At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately became anxious. He did not plan to return to the area where he had agreed to meet with Li Mosquito. Instead, he ran around the entire Shrieking Soul Cave at extreme speed without stopping to rest. After every shot, he would change locations. It was as if he had gone crazy, constantly, roaming around to commit crimes. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, half a month had passed. For the entire half a month, Yi Xian had not rested at all. He was constantly on the move, and whenever he found a suitable target, he would immediately take action. After that, he would quickly leave the area where the angry roars were wreaking havoc. From start to finish, he had robbed a total of 1,098 spatial pagodas. On average, there were more than 70 of them every day. He had robbed the weakest target, a second-stage Star Core Realm cultivator. This kind of action of bullying a child made him blush slightly. However, at that time, his eyes had indeed turned red and he had vaguely been possessed. When he suddenly saw someone take out a spatial pagoda, Yi Xian had not made a mistake. His hands were crawling with caterpillars, itching unbearably. In the end, he had still robbed it. Even if that poor Star Core Realm demon spatial pagoda only had a little more than 100 shrieking soul apes. This matter was still rather embarrassing. Yi Xian, he even felt a little guilty. However, the strongest one, Yi Xian, had even snatched a 6th realm Nebula Realm expert. This was also the strongest competitor he'd seen in this underground Weeping Soul cave. Even so, his opponent's spatial pagoda was snatched by Yi was caught. However, this was also the most dangerous time in Yi Xian's life of crazy robberies. After all, his opponent was a Star Core Realm cultivator. His reaction speed was too fast, and his methods were extremely shocking. Without waiting for Yi Xian to leap out, his opponent had already used his powerful spiritual power to shroud and bind the area around Yi Xian. If Yi Xian had not immediately used the secret technique he had just obtained to suppress his opponent's mind, causing his opponent to be momentarily dazed for a few breaths of time. Taking advantage of this time to quickly escape, he was afraid that he would have died that time. However, although it was dangerous this time, the harvest was also the greatest. There were actually 16,825 weeping soul beasts in this Nebula Realm Demon Cultivator's small spatial pagoda, far surpassing the previous Big Bear. It was likely that in this huge underground Shrieking Soul cave, this guy had already captured the most Shrieking Soul beasts. From this point of view, even if he hadn't stolen Big Bear's spatial pagoda, in the end, he still wouldn't have been able to snatch the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial qualifications. Therefore, in the end, relying on one's father wasn't the way to go. One still had to rely on one's own strength. For example, although Yi Xian was a robber, being able to rob to such an extent and realm was also a reflection of one's strength. In half a month's time, he had obtained 1,098 spatial pagodas. If he added the nearly 30 from before, Yi Xian already had more than 1,100 spatial pagodas in his hands. It was estimated that nearly 1/10 of all the demons in this underground Shrieking Soul cave had been robbed by him. Considering that it was too risky to continue, and that the deadline for this competition was only 11 days away, Yi Xian finally decided to stop. After finding a more remote area, he erased the last batch of spatial pagodas he had robbed of their spiritual restrictions. At the same time, he moved all the Shrieking Soul beasts into the spatial pagodas that he had refined. After that, Yi Xian checked the total number of Shrieking Soul beasts in his hands. The result was immediately shocking. The total number of Shrieking Soul beasts in his hands was actually close to 3 million. This was not even counting the 5,000 Shrieking Soul beasts he had used to complete the mission. Of course, in front of the enormous figure of 3 million, that small amount of 5,000 Shrieking Soul beasts was actually not very eye-catching. However, after a moment of shock, Yi Xian quickly calmed down. Although 3 million was a frightening number, when divided among the 1,000 or so demons that he had robbed, each of them only had around 2,000 Shrieking Soul beasts. Which one of them hadn't been here for more than a month and a half? Actually, it wasn't that much. The power of the masses was indeed limitless. No wonder the existence that created this batch of spatial treasure thought of such a method. They had seen it more clearly than he did. No matter how strong an individual's strength was, when it came to this kind of thing, it was ultimately still not enough. Even if a late-stage black hole realm expert like Mosquito were to hunt for Shrieking Soul beasts in this Shrieking Soul cave alone, she definitely wouldn't be able to catch more than a few million Shrieking Soul beasts in 2 months' time. Furthermore, Yi Xian had only robbed 1,100 people. The other party had mobilized more than 10,000 people. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately felt unbalanced. Just a moment ago, he had thought that he had made a windfall. Now, compared to that fellow, he was only a fraction of the other parties. Humph, you better not let me know who you are. Otherwise, based on the fact that you have tens of millions of shrieking soul beasts in your hands, it would be difficult for me not to set my eyes on you. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he said such words. It sounded as if he wanted to rob the mysterious expert that created these 10,000 shrieking soul beasts. It seemed that the recent successful experience of robbing had boosted his self-confidence by more than just a little bit. At this moment, Yi Xian's location was already in the depths of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. He didn't know if he'd walked this far while robbing others, but this was because he often went in a roundabout manner to find his target. Otherwise, he would have walked even further. After deciding to stop, Yi Xian immediately thought of Li Mosquito. He had been missing for such a long time. He didn't know if she had caused any trouble. Thinking of this, Yi Xian immediately became a little uneasy. He hurriedly turned around and quickly rushed to the area where he had agreed to meet Li Mosquito. According to his estimation, even if he didn't rob on the way back and continued to travel at full speed, it would probably take him about a day to reach his destination. And the area he was in now was not the end of the Shrieking Soul Cave, which showed how vast this underground cave was. Chapter 2741. Let go of that monkey. He hurried back to the area where he had agreed to meet up with Li Mosquito. The first half of the day's journey was fine, but after half of the journey, Yi Xian began to feel that something was wrong. Along the way, from time to time, he could see the figures of some devil cultivator rankers hurrying in the same direction as him. At first, Yi Xian did not pay much attention to it, but after a while, he became a little suspicious. Especially when he saw a few weeping soul beasts appear in the vicinity. A few demon experts clearly saw them, but did not pay them any attention. Instead, they hurried back. His suspicions finally reached its peak. One must know that although the Weeping Soul Cave was said to be filled with countless weeping soul beasts, there were still more than 10,000 demon experts who had been wantonly capturing them for more than a month. Even though the density of weeping soul beasts in the depths of the cave was not small, but in this area, the weeping soul beasts could not be seen just by looking up. Often, after capturing one, they would need to search everywhere for the next one. Under such circumstances, they had seen 4 or 5 weeping soul beasts in a row. Every time, there would be 2 or 3 weeping soul beasts, but no one paid them any attention. This was clearly not normal. However, although Yi Xian wanted to ask, he could not help but feel that everyone was in a hurry. Many demon experts were stronger than him, so naturally, they were faster than him. Therefore, Yi Xian could not find a chance to ask. Although this situation was helpless, Yi Xian was depressed for a while, but after a while, he threw it to the back of his mind and did not think too much about it. But after half a day, when he was only about 8 hours away from the area where he had agreed to meet up with Li Mosquito, Yi Xian finally realized that something was wrong. These fellows were clearly rushing to the same place as him. There were many forks in the road behind him, and there were several choices at each fork. But all along the way, every time he met a demon expert at a fork, they would choose the same path as him. Once or twice was fine, but 4 or 5 times in a row, this was definitely not a coincidence. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his robbery had been exposed? These guys are going to settle the score with me. No, they didn't know that he had arranged a meeting place with Li Mosquito. F***CK. Lizzie. Without a doubt, it was definitely the Li Mosquito that had caused a huge commotion. It was actually able to alarm half of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. Along the way, just the number of devil cultivator experts that Yi Xian had encountered that were rushing over numbered close to 1,000. Those who were faster than him and had rushed over earlier were obviously not fewer than what he had seen. In other words, there were at least 3,000 devil cultivator experts who were rushing over or had already arrived. What kind of trouble did that bitch cause? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately became a little anxious. His feet tightened as he sped back with all his might. What was originally a journey of nearly 8 hours was only completed in 6 hours by him. Following that, Yi Xian's line of sight was a large black mass of Devil Dwellers experts, all of them crowded together and looking in one direction. The feeling was as if he had returned to Earth and encountered a major car accident scene that was being watched by a large number of spectators. Among this large number of Devil Dwellers experts who were like a crowd of spectators, Yi Xian saw a large number of familiar faces, all of whom he had robbed before, such as Big Bear, and the existence of the strongest cultivation base, the Nebula Realm, who had reached the 6th Great Realm. But at this moment, even he was only a spectator, standing at the front of the inner layer. After all, the other party's cultivation base and strength were there for all to see. As for Big Bear, sorry, he could only wait at the periphery, occasionally jumping up to take a look inside. At this time, his face as the young master of Black Mountain Planet was no use. After all, not all Devil Dwellers experts were from Black Mountain City, most of them, in fact, did not recognize him. And these over 3,000 Devil Dwellers experts, at this moment, were watching Lee Mosquito. To be more precise, they were crowded together in a large number of densely packed weeping soul beasts that had driven her into a dead end formed by natural walls on both sides of the road. In fact, when Yi Xian was still far away, he had already heard the mournful cries of a large number of weeping soul beasts. Now that he was in front of them, he finally understood what was going on. These weeping soul beasts were all under Yi Xian's instructions. Lee Mosquito had gone to the surrounding areas, slowly herded them together with her powerful black hole realm cultivation base, like herding sheep, and finally herded them here. Right now, Lee Mosquito was standing alone at the entrance of the dead end. Although it was called a dead end, the entrance was actually 100 meters long, and the inside was even wider. However, Lee Mosquito stood alone at the entrance of the dead end, and no one dared to move forward. The Nebula Realm expert at the front of the crowd was more than 300 meters away from Lee Mosquito. His gaze flickered, and his eyes were filled with hesitation and fear. Although he wanted to attack, he did not dare to. And the number of weeping soul beasts in the dead end behind Lee Mosquito. Yi Xian thought about the size of the dead end and quickly got the answer. There were about 16 to 17,000 weeping soul beasts. It was no wonder that the 3,000 demon dwellers experts were crazily running over here. Over 10,000 weeping soul beasts were gathered together. This kind of scene could only be seen when they first came down. Even then, it might not have been possible. Furthermore, from the looks of it, there were already more than 3,000 devil cultivator rankers that were attracted here. Lee Mosquito should have driven these 10,000 weeping soul beasts here at least 7 or 8 days ago. Otherwise, the news would not have spread so far and wide. Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt a little ashamed, but also a little touched. This time, Lee Mosquito had made him very satisfied. On one hand, she had indeed completed her mission, herding 10,000 weeping soul beasts over in a few days. It must be known that this result was achieved by Lee Mosquito slowly herding over a large area, then slowly approaching the dead end. Who knew how many weeping soul beasts had slipped away along the way, but she had done her best. On the other hand, it had been 7 or 8 days since Lee Mosquito had herded these 10,000 weeping soul beasts to the dead end, but they still stood guard here, not ignoring his orders and leaving on their own accord after waiting for too long. This was very rare and commendable. As for why he felt ashamed, it was because Yi Xian was not being fair in this matter. They had agreed on a few days' time, but he had been gone for half a month. If the strongest person here was not a Nebula Realm expert, but a Black Hole Realm expert, or even a few Black Hole Realm experts, Lee Mosquito would have been in trouble long ago. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed, then threw these thoughts away and began to focus on the proper business. He decided to keep these 10,000 weeping soul beasts in front of everyone. This way, when the time came, he would obtain the right to enter the Holy Sun trial with the most weeping soul beasts, and no one would suspect that he was that mysterious king of robberies. After all, his cultivation was only at the 9th level Star Core realm. How could he take out 10,000 weeping soul beasts at once? Coincidentally, a weeping soul beast dashed toward Lee Mosquito from the dead end behind her. She sneered and waved her hand to envelop the beast with her mental power. It seemed like she was going to crush the beast and destroy it. Seeing how the weeping soul beasts in the dead end did not dare to approach, it was likely that they had been using this method to intimidate others for the past few days. Chapter 2742. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The reason why Yi Xian shouted so loudly wasn't because he wanted to use this opportunity to show off or something. It was because there were more than 3,000 demon powerhouses blocking the way. With his strength as a Star Core 9th stage cultivator, there was no way he could squeeze his way through. If he tried to force his way through, he might even provoke them. Although Yi Xian was not afraid, there was no need for him to cause trouble. Sure enough, at this moment, as his roar rang out, whether it was the more than 3,000 demon experts in front of him or Lee Mosquito, all of them looked at him. Of course, although Lee Mosquito did not say anything, there was a smile on her face. However, these 3,000 devil cultivator experts were different. All of them had strange expressions on their faces. Looking at Yi Xian's righteous and indignant expression, they all looked at him as if he was a fool. Many of them even looked like they were ready to watch a good show. It was precisely because of this that when Yi Xian maintained the righteous indignation on his face and walked forward, the 3,000 devil cultivators almost automatically opened up a path for Yi Xian to pass through. It was not that they were shocked by his show-off, but they wanted to see how badly he would die. You Demonis, such a cute little monkey. You're too cruel. Very quickly, Yi Xian passed through the area that was surrounded by over 3,000 devil cultivators and arrived at the entrance of the small alley. He directly walked in, and after arriving in front of Lee Mosquito, he still had a face full of indignation. He scolded Lee Mosquito and then took out the small spatial pagoda that was used to hand in the mission. Following that, he turned to look at the weeping soul beast, which was still enveloped by Lee Mosquito's mental power. He grinned and said, "Lilith monkey, it's too dangerous here. Come, let's move our nest." As he spoke, Yi Xian put the weeping soul beast into the spatial pagoda with a thought. Then, he glared at Lee Mosquito and said, "You are too much. Such cute little monkeys. I have to take them all away and save them from the abyss of suffering." After saying this, Yi Xian didn't pay any more attention to Lee Mosquito. He quickly dashed behind Lee Mosquito and smiled at the group of weeping soul beasts that were squeezed together. Come. It's safe enough here. Don't run, I'm not a pervert." As he spoke, he waved his hand and collected 4 or 5 beasts. Facing all this, Lee Mosquito remained unmoved. She turned around and watched as Yi Xian went to capture the weeping soul beast. She covered her mouth and laughed. He had a look of appreciation on his face. Bang! 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 In the face of such a shocking scene, a small portion of the 3,000-plus demon experts who were waiting to watch a good show rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. It was too unexpected. Everything in front of them was simply illogical. Although everyone was drooling over the 10,000 weeping soul beasts behind Lee Mosquito was standing at the entrance of the small alley. Not only did she emit the supreme aura of a black hole realm expert, but she would also release her mental energy to envelop any weeping soul beast that tried to rush out. Then, she would forcefully destroy its energy form. Such a cruel method made all the demon experts not dare to act rashly. Therefore, even as more and more people gathered outside to watch, no one dared to test the waters. Who would have thought that an ordinary demon at the perfect core state would be able to pass the test just by yelling out such a righteous sentence? This was simply unacceptable, such a result naturally caused the hearts of all the deviltry experts to become active. Some were tempted, some were suspicious. In short, everyone's eyes flashed, each with their own thoughts. However, no one knew what kind of thoughts were running through their minds. At this time, as Yi Xian began to capture the 10,000 weeping soul beasts in the small alley, the weeping soul beasts in the alley began to become restless. One of them suddenly tried to rush out. However, when it passed through the entrance of the alley, it was also enveloped by Li Mosquito's mental energy. In a fit of anger, it tried to destroy its form like before. It was also at this moment that Xiongde, who felt that he had waited for an opportunity, suddenly had his eyes light up. He immediately roared and followed suit. His voice was exactly the same as Yi Xian's from before. Which, let go of that little monkey. Then, under the shocked gazes of all the demon experts, Xiongde imitated Yi Xian's actions. His face was filled with righteous indignation as he parted the crowd and strode toward Li Mosquito. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Although he did not understand how a black hole realm powerhouse could behave like this, Yi Xian was a living example. In Xiongda's opinion, his actions, including his words and expressions, were exactly the same as the lucky guy from before. If that was the case, why couldn't he go over? As long as he could go over, he would be able to capture the weeping soul beasts faster than the guy from before with his satellite realm cultivation. However, he couldn't let his guard down. Although the 3,000 idiots behind him had been taken by him first, no matter how stupid they were, they should have come to their senses by now. He was afraid that there would soon be others who would follow his example. Therefore, when he entered the small alley, he had to be quick. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xiongde quickly arrived in front of Li Mosquito. Just as he was about to imitate Yi Xian's actions and reprimand Li Mosquito from a close distance, he turned his attention to the weeping soul beast that the other party wanted to kill. However, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. Bang! Who gave you the right to call me a demoness? If there's a next time, I'll skin you alive. You're crazy. As an irresistible and powerful mental force surged toward him, Xiongde spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a kite with a broken string and crashed into the large open space outside the alley with a loud bang. This scene stunned all the demonic powerhouses in the surroundings. Many of them had a look of realization on their faces. After all, the previous scene was too strange and abnormal. None of them were fools. Could it be that Xiongde was the only one who knew how to follow the trend? Everyone was just waiting for someone to take the initiative to jump into the trap. If the same thing happened a second time, everything would be clear, and everyone would swarm forward. However, the result proved another truth. Everything that happened before was just an act between the master and servant. It was more fun than fun. This made sense. After all, which black hole realm powerhouse would allow others to casually reprimand them? Chapter 2743. Xiongda's resentment as the truth of the matter was confirmed, the surrounding 3,000 demon experts were stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. On one hand, this matter was indeed laughable. On the other hand, some of the demon experts from Black Mountain City had already recognized Xiongda's identity. In the Black Mountain City, Xiongde was an extremely domineering existence. This was because he was the young master of the Black Mountain City, the only son of the leader, Xiong Haizi. Even if the demon experts in the city were bullied by him, they could only swallow their anger. They simply did not dare to say anything. Now that everyone was hiding among the 3,000 devil cultivator experts, they were not afraid that Tong Xiongde would recognize them and take revenge. Thus, some mocking and ridiculing sounds were unbridled, and for a time, it resounded endlessly. At this moment, Xiongde naturally reacted. He felt that he was really unlucky. In just half a month, he was continuously bullied in public. This kind of thing had never happened before. Forget about the robber from before. he was tactful enough to keep his face hidden. At least he did not dare to reveal his identity. Now, he could not even take revenge on him. However, the two in front of him were different. So what if he was in the black hole realm? Wasn't his father, Xiong also in the black hole realm? Furthermore, he was in the complete black hole realm, which was much more powerful than the damned female demon in front of him. She was only in the black hole realm level 7. As for the guy who was proudly capturing the weeping soul beast in the small alley, it was needless to say. A mere core realm level 9 demon, without his father, Xiong doing anything, Xiongde could take care of him with one hand. Thinking like this, Xiongde no longer cared about the ridicule of the more than 3,000 demons around him. After getting up from the ground, he stared fiercely at Lee Mosquito and then complained, "You will regret not killing me with one palm." Saying this, Xiongde turned around and pushed through the crowd, heading straight for the entrance of the Weeping Soul Cave. Although he had managed to obtain a spatial pagoda after some trouble, there were only a few days left until the deadline. There was no point in staying here. It was better to go back first and report to his father, Xiong about what happened here and think of a countermeasure. With this thought in mind, Xiongde quickly left the Weeping Soul Cave and hurried back to Black Mountain City. As for the 3,000+ devil cultivator experts in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, after confirming that Li Mosquito was Yi Xian's helper, they naturally no longer had any illusions about the 10,000 weeping soul beasts in the dead end. Although this method was a little shameless, after all, he was the one who had personally caught the beasts and stuffed them into the spatial pagoda. It could be considered as skirting the line. After all, he could only blame himself for being able to invite a black hole realm's supreme existence. He could only be envious of such a thing. With such thoughts in mind, the more than 3,000 demonic chi experts dispersed one after another. In the next few days, although there were more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts in the dead end, they could forget about obtaining the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. However, the Black Mountain Star's leader, Xiong had said that according to the number of weeping soul beasts captured, they would be given a corresponding amount of demonic wool black crystals as compensation. Since this was the case, they could not come here for nothing. They would try to capture as many weeping soul beasts as possible and exchange them for more demonic wool black crystals for cultivation. As for Yi Xian, who was in the dead end, he didn't pay any attention to the departure of the devil cultivator experts. As long as he showed his face before, it was fine. There was no need to let others see him capture all 10,000 weeping soul beasts and stuffing them into the spatial pagoda with their own eyes. They did not have the time to do that, unless there was something wrong with their heads. More than 10,000 of them were all squeezed together, and Yi Xian would capture them one by one. Almost every 2 or 3 seconds, a weeping soul beast would be stuffed into the small spatial pagoda. If such a thing were to happen to other devil cultivator experts, they might be so happy that they wouldn't be able to close their mouths. However, after Yi Xian caught them for more than 2 hours, he became bored. On one hand, he already had 3 million weeping soul beasts in his hands. These 10,000 weeping soul beasts were not even a fraction. Yi Xian did not care about them at all. On the other hand, capturing one weeping soul beast at a time was indeed a very boring thing. Yi Xian felt that he was wasting a lot of time. In addition, if he were to return to the Weeping Soul Cave in the future to continue capturing weeping soul beasts, he obviously could not use this method. If he really did so, how long would it take for Yi Xian to capture all the weeping soul beasts in the entire Weeping Soul Cave? He could not waste his time on this matter, could he? However, he had to get rid of all 10,000 weeping soul beasts. Otherwise, if they were to spread out and be discovered by the nearby devilish beings, they would most likely become suspicious. Capturing them was a must, but he could use a better method and see if he could increase his efficiency. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mind immediately spun as he started to ponder. After a while, he thought of mental suppression. Since these weeping soul beasts could be enveloped and controlled with mental suppression, would a secret technique level mental suppression be able to affect them? Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately invigorated. He turned back to look at the dead end and confirmed that there were no more devilish beings around. Only then did he feel relieved and immediately activate his spiritual suppression secret technique. An invisible wave of mental suppression spread out like a tide, quickly enveloping the 10,000 weeping soul beasts. Then, under the control of Yi Xian, he issued a command. In the next moment, the weeping soul beasts, who had been restless all this time, quieted down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The continuous mournful howls quickly disappeared, and the sudden silence made even Yi Xian a little uncomfortable. A smile appeared on his face. It was indeed effective. Immediately after, Yi Xian threw the small space box with his mental suppression imprint, causing it to hang in the middle of the 10,000 weeping soul beasts. The next scene caused Yi Xian to grin from ear to ear. After he threw out the small space box, coupled with the command given when he used the mental suppression secret technique, the 10,000 weeping soul beasts were scrambling to get into the small space pagoda. There was no need for Yi Xian to pay any more attention to them. Under such circumstances, more than 10,000 weeping soul beasts, in less than 10 minutes, had all drilled into the small spatial pagoda, and the dead end was instantly emptied. This is the real way of the king. If I really caught them one by one like before, wouldn't I be tired to death? Chapter 2744. Chapter 2744. Chapter 2744. Instructions of the High Priest. At this point, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. It seemed that he had been too happy with the collection just now, and forgot to leave some for the other spatial pagodas. One had to know that he had already stuffed 5,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial pagoda, and with the addition of 16,000 weeping soul beasts, the total number of weeping soul beasts exceeded the 20,000 mark. Based on Lee Mosquito's previous performance, no one would suspect anything even if he handed over 100,000. With a black hole realm existence as a shepherd, all he had to do was to catch as many as he could. After all, what was 100,000 for 2 months? Most importantly, Yi Xian felt his heart ache. In its opinion, it was more than enough to hand in 10,000. Now that it was given double the amount, it was really unwilling to accept it. But now that he had already stuffed it in, there was nothing he could do no matter how unwilling he was. He couldn't possibly erase the level 4 spiritual restriction seal in his spatial pagoda, right? If that was the case, this matter would really be exposed. Thinking of this, Yi Xian could only admit that he was unlucky. He sighed and struggled for a while before finally throwing this matter to the back of his mind. He took Lee Mosquito and rushed into the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. This was because it was truly difficult to find more Weeping Soul beasts in the periphery. Although Lee Mosquito was strong, there was nothing she could do if she couldn't find any sheep along the way. This time, Yi Xian and Lee Mosquito rushed as fast as they could, and soon they reached the deepest part of the Weeping Soul Cave. All around them, there were only a few more days until the deadline, so Yi Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately ordered Lee Mosquito to take action, while he coordinated from the side. Soon, in less than a day, the second group of Weeping Soul beasts had all entered a dead end. After making sure that no one was around, Yi Xian immediately mentioned the mind suppression secret technique, repeating the same process as before. Thus, in a short 10 minutes or so, the 10,000 Weeping Soul beasts entered another spatial pagoda that he had prepared. Yi Xian was very satisfied with this efficiency. The time spent on harvesting the Weeping Soul beasts was basically negligible. The only time they had was to herd them together. If he encountered a large group of Weeping Soul beasts that numbered in the thousands, he wouldn't even need to drive them away. He would just use his mental suppression, and then the large number of Weeping Soul beasts would cry and scream as they rushed into the small spatial pagoda that he threw out. It was impossible for such a situation to occur in the periphery. However, in the deepest parts of the Weeping Soul Cave, such a situation could often be encountered. In the next few days, the largest group of weeping soul beasts that Yi Xian's Li mosquito encountered was actually more than 100,000. If it wasn't for the Li mosquito protecting him, Yi Xian would have no choice but to turn tail and run for his life. However, this was also the most satisfying time he had ever caught one. After using the mental suppression secret technique, he simply threw the spatial pagoda outside. After that, he didn't need to care about anything else. He just had to wait for all the weeping soul beasts to enter by themselves. Then, he would take back the spatial pagoda. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. In these few days, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, master and servant, did not stop to rest. They were constantly moving around in the deepest parts of the Weeping Soul Cave. In the beginning, they even foolishly spent an entire day herding the Weeping Soul beasts. In the end, they only managed to get about 10,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Later on, they didn't even bother with herding the Weeping Soul beasts. They just wandered around. They didn't even bother with a few hundred Weeping Soul beasts. Only when there were at least 1,000 Weeping Soul beasts did they have some interest. And once they did, no matter if it was 1,000 or 10,000 Weeping Soul beasts, they were basically dealt with within 10 minutes. Even the largest group of 100,000 Weeping Soul beasts only took about 4 hours before they all automatically entered his spatial pagoda. With this kind of super high efficiency, Yi Xian managed to harvest several 100,000 Weeping Soul beasts in these few days. Right now, the total number of Weeping Soul beasts in his spatial pagoda had already exceeded the 4 million mark. However, in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave, there were still a large number of Weeping Soul beasts. According to Yi Xian's estimation, there were at least 10 million Weeping Soul beasts. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about where so many Weeping Soul beasts came from. However, now was obviously not the time to consider this question. In fact, as long as they were all caught, there was no need to care about where they came from. However, even if they wanted to catch them, they could only wait until later. Right now, there were less than 2 days left before the deadline. Considering that the return journey would take some time, Yi Xian could only helplessly stop the capture of the Weeping Soul beasts. Together with Li Mosquito, he hurriedly rushed back. On the way back, there were basically no more demon dwellers experts. Those fellows already had self-awareness. They knew that they were not fated to qualify for the Black Mountain Star Saint trial. Therefore, there was no need for them to work so hard. They all returned to Black Mountain City early. Nearly a day later, Yi Xian and Li Mosquito emerged from the Weeping Soul Cave. There was only half a day left before the deadline, and the rest of the demon dwellers were probably already in Black Mountain City. With this thought in mind, the two of them dared not delay any longer. They flew all the way back to Black Mountain City. As for Li Mosquito, she had already revealed her black hole 7th level strength in the Weeping Soul Cave, so she did not deliberately conceal her strength this time. However, when they returned to the Black Mosquito tribe's headquarters, Black Mosquito Star, they could not bring her along. They had to find a secluded place to release the Black Mosquito Bastion and have her wait inside. After all, Black Mosquito had been personally captured by the High Priest of the Black Mosquito tribe. If she appeared, all of this would be exposed. Black Mountain City. A large number of demon dwellers were gathered around the large plaza where the city's administrative center was located, waiting for the final result. In addition to the large number of demon dwellers, Black Mountain City's Grand Chieftain Xiong Haizi was also here. He sat on a makeshift platform in front of the administrative center. Around the platform and the plaza were a large number of demon dweller scouts. In fact, there were hundreds of thousands of demonkin on each demonkin star. The reason why there were 10,000 demonkin under the command of the team leader was because these 10,000 demonkin were demonkin scouts, which were equivalent to the human race's soldiers. The number of demon dweller scouts under the command of a head captain was around 10,000. However, almost all of the 10,000 demon dwellers on Black Mountain were gathered around the plaza. The atmosphere was tense, and Xiong Haizi's expression was not good. He already knew about the mysterious bandits that had appeared in the Weeping Soul Cave. Now, he even learned that more than 11,100 spatial pagodas had been stolen. In total, at least 3 million Weeping Soul beasts had been stolen. The high priest was very angry about this matter and ordered Xiong Haizi to thoroughly investigate. Chapter 2745. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Operation Hidden. These Weeping Soul beasts were indeed needed by the high priest, but even Xiong Haizi did not know what they were for. Hence, he did not think that the black hole rank 7 being that the demon called Zhang Wuji had invited was the one who had snatched the 1,000 spatial pagodas. How could a mere black hole rank 7 know something that even Xiong Haizi did not know about? What's more, if it was really this person who snatched the 1,000+ spatial pagodas, this person would be too late to keep a low profile. How could he be so high profile as to help Zhang Wuji in the underground Weeping Soul Cave? Of course, Xiong Haizi could not say anything about this. After all, it was true that Zhang Wuji had personally captured the 10,000 Weeping Soul beasts and stuffed them into his spatial pagodas. However, Xiong Haizi would not let this matter go so easily. Xiongda was his only son, and he was indeed gifted in mental power. Under such circumstances, if Xiong Haizi, as the leader of the Black Mountain Planet, could not even guarantee that the Black Mountain Planet's Holy Sun trial would be given to his son, then Xiong Haizi would be too useless as a father. However, regarding the matter of the Saint trial quota, whether it was the High Priest or the Great Commander, they had all given a strict order that the 10 great devil stars in the tribe had to go through a collective selection before they could finally decide on the quota. No one was allowed to arbitrarily decide on the quota. After all, the Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe was being selected this time, not just the Holy Son of one of the families. If there was indeed someone who was gifted in mental power among the 10 Holy Sons, perhaps the final Holy Son of the Black Mosquito tribe in the Demonic Emperor planet would be able to obtain some kind of mental power inheritance in the Demonic Emperor Forbidden Land during the selection process. If that was the case, the Black Mosquito Star would become one of the 2 tribes with the most potential among the 10 tribes of the Demonkin race, second only to the royal family of the Demonkin race. After all, among the other 9 tribes, only one tribe's Holy Son had obtained the inheritance the first time they entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land and confirmed their identity as the Holy Son. Right now, this person was already the number 1 among the 9 Holy Sons. Even the High Priest of the Demon Emperor planet was full of praises for his talent in spiritual power. As for the other 8 Holy Sons, it was either their second or third time entering the Saint Devil Forbidden Land before they finally obtained some kind of spiritual power inheritance. And if you couldn't obtain any kind of spiritual power inheritance after entering the Holy Devil Forbidden Land 3 times in a row, then I'm sorry, but the position of Holy Son would have nothing to do with you. The tribe's qualifications and opportunities couldn't always be tilted to one person, and that was unfair. You failed 3 times in a row. Go away, we'll choose a new saint. This was the case when the Black Mosquito tribe was electing a saint this time. The previous saint of the entire tribe had failed 3 times in a row, which was 300 years, but he still couldn't obtain a single mental power inheritance from the Forbidden Ground. Therefore, he was banished and executed. After all, the entire Black Mosquito tribe had been mocked by the other 9 great demon tribes for a full 300 years because of him. In a fit of anger, the Grand Commander had raised his hand and blasted that fellow into ashes. As the leader of the Black Mountain tribe, although Xiong Haizi couldn't directly appoint his son, Xiongda, as the candidate to participate in the Holy Sun trial, he could secretly manipulate the situation. This time, the High Priest had sent people to deliver a large amount of small spatial pagodas. Even though they were all sealed with restrictions and even he couldn't open them, as a reward for his great efforts in handling this matter, the High Priest had given Xiong Haizi an additional small spatial pagoda without any restrictions or seals. Although he didn't say anything, it was obvious that he was going easy on him. On one hand, Xiong Haizi's son, Xiongda, was indeed quite talented in spiritual power. On the other hand, even if he didn't, it wouldn't matter if a fake was among the 9 genuine ones. In any case, he wouldn't have a chance at the Saint Devil Forbidden Land on the Demon Emperor planet. The High Priest had given Xiong Haizi such a spatial pagoda so that he could go to the Weeping Soul Cave in advance to catch some Weeping Soul beasts to cheat. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it some grass. In fact, Xiong Haizi had indeed done so. At the beginning of the competition, he had ordered his demon scouts to secretly go to the underground Weeping Soul Cave and catch a total of 30,000 Weeping Soul beasts. Before that, he had thrown 10,000 into Xiong Da's spatial pagoda. He didn't expect that this guy would be snatched away by someone else. This made Xiong Haizi extremely angry and he fiercely reprimanded him. However, scolding was one thing. In the end, he was still his son. At this time, he was glad that he hadn't thrown all 30,000 Weeping Soul beasts to this guy. Now, it seemed that the remaining 20,000 Weeping Soul beasts were simply lifesavers. After Xiongda returned, Xiong Haizi directly stuffed all 20,000 Weeping Soul beasts into a spatial bottle that he had to leave his spiritual imprint on before handing it over. At present, among the 10,000 demon people who had handed in the mission, Xiongda indeed had the most Weeping Soul beasts. The person in second place only had 7,000 Weeping Soul beasts, but he had caught them with his own ability. This person could be considered pretty good. There was one thing that had to be said. For all the spatial pagoda, the user who left their spiritual imprint could only put it in and check the number of Weeping Soul beasts they had. As for the others, they couldn't even check the number of Weeping Soul beasts in other people's spatial pagoda. This included Xiong Haizi. Regarding this matter, the High Priest had sent a trusted aide over. This person had received the High Priest's authorization to check the number of Weeping Soul beasts in any spatial pagoda. In fact, the High Priest's trusted aide's real purpose in coming this time was to extract all the Weeping Soul beasts from the spatial pagoda and transfer them to a specially made spatial pagoda with a larger interior space. Then, he would return to the Black Mosquito Star and hand it over to the High Priest. Therefore, this person had the authority to extract all the Weeping Soul beasts from the spatial pagoda. The spatial pagoda that the 10,000 demon people had handed over had all been publicly checked by him. Then, the Weeping Soul beasts inside were taken out and stored in the spatial pagoda that he carried with him. As the number of Weeping Soul beasts in each spatial pagoda was publicly announced and recorded, the spiritual imprints of the demon people competitors were also conveniently erased. These spatial pagoda had to be left to Xiong Haizi so that he could think of a way to send a second batch of demon experts into the Weeping Soul Cave to work as laborers. At this moment, there was only 2 hours left until the deadline. Chapter 2746. No one can take advantage of public anger. As for the spatial tower that Xiongda took out in front of everyone, everyone knew what it was. However, knowing was one thing, but they couldn't say it out loud. After all, Xiong Haizi was the leader of Black Mountain Star, so he couldn't go against him. However, this matter was too fake, and all the demon dwellers who participated in the competition were extremely dissatisfied. They didn't dare to go against Xiong Haizi, but they hoped that the guy called Zhang Wuji could forcefully push Xiongda down. Even though that guy's methods weren't honorable, he was just playing a borderline game. Furthermore, he did it openly and honorably, unlike Xiongda and Xiong Haizi, the father and son duo. It was simply disgusting. In comparison, the 10,000 over demons were more inclined to support Zhang Wuji. This was something that even Xiong Haizi and Xiongda had never expected. Unknowingly, the two of them had already incurred the wrath of the masses. Moreover, the anger of the masses was not to be trifled with. At this moment, as time slowly passed, not only the 10,000 plus devil cultivator experts, even Xiongda and Xiong Haizi's hearts slowly rose to their throats. At present, all of the other 10,000 demons had already handed in their missions, and all of the spatial pagodas had been counted in front of everyone, and the rankings were out. If that guy didn't come back within 2 hours, then even if the number of weeping soul beasts in the small space pagoda that he turned in later did indeed exceed Xiongda's 20,000, this matter could be considered a done deal. The Black Mountain Star Saint trial qualification would belong to Xiongda. A game has to have rules. Who told you to be late? It was precisely because of this that Xiongda and Xionghaiji, father and son, were extremely nervous at this moment. This was because they didn't know if there were more than 20,000 weeping soul beasts in the spatial pagoda in Zhang Wuji's hands. After all, when Xiongda saw it with his own eyes, there were about 16,000 of them at the dead end. However, for the rest of the time, even if they continued to capture them one by one, it was estimated that it would be about time after capturing more than 16,000 of them. There was no way the other party would be able to use the same trick a second time. But what about before that? If the other party had done it once before, then Xiongda's qualification to enter the Holy Sun trial would most likely be lost. This was also the reason why the father and son duo were so nervous. Of course, it wasn't that Xionghaiji didn't think about sending people to secretly kill that brat. However, Xionghaiji had a late-stage Black Hole Realm level 7 expert by his side. In the entire Black Mountain Star, although there were at least 20 Black Hole Realm experts, only 3 had reached the Black Hole Realm level 7. Xionghaiji was a level 9 expert, and he had 2 other level 7 experts under him. However, this was useless. Even if Xionghaiji were to personally take action, he would not be able to kill the other party in a short period of time. At that time, if there was a large commotion, it would definitely be seen by the other devil experts. He couldn't just kill all the demons, could he? Putting aside the fact that they were all from the Black Mountain Star, the most important thing was that they had already caused such a huge incident in the Weeping Soul Cave. How were they going to convince the other demonic cultivators to enter the Weeping Soul Cave to capture the Weeping Soul Beast? If he couldn't complete the task given by the High Priest, that would be the real trouble. It was precisely because he had considered these factors that Xionghaiji had no choice but to give up on the idea of secretly sneaking over and killing that pair of master and servant. However, he was not completely unprepared. In any case, there had been a large number of spatial pagodas in the Weeping Soul Cave before, and this matter had to be investigated. In Xionghaji's opinion, the person who had secretly done this was most likely attracted by the High Priest's leak of information, and had nothing to do with this pair of master and servant. However, that was not important. Who could be sure of framing someone? This was Xionghaji's plan. If the pair of master and servant did not return within 2 hours, then it would be fine, but if they did, humph, regardless of whether the number of weeping soul beasts in the spatial pagodas that Zhang Wuji took out exceeded 20,000, Xionghaiji had no intention of letting this pair of master and servant go. His precious son was not someone who could be bullied as they wished. Head leader Haiji, I think it's about time. How about, you announce the final candidate for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial right now? Just as there was only an hour left, the trusted aide sent by the High Priest was obviously a little impatient. He turned his head and glanced at the head leader of Black Mountain Star, Xionghaiji, and then said, "The High Priest is still waiting. I have to hurry back and report." Hearing this, Xionghaiji couldn't help but secretly rejoice. No matter what, he had to first obtain the qualifications for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. As for Zhang Wuji and his servant, once this matter was settled, he would be able to deal with them freely when they arrived. Thinking of this, Xionghaiji immediately smiled and nodded. At the same time, he stood up immediately. Just as he was about to announce the final result, 2 figures flew over from the distant horizon like meteors and landed directly in front of the Government Affairs Hall. They were only 200 meters away from the temporary high platform where Xionghaiji and the High Priest's trusted aide were. Wasn't it Yi Xian and Li Mosquito who had finally returned in time? The more than 10,000 demon cultivators in the square, when they saw Xionghaiji stand up and was about to announce the final result, all of their faces were filled with disappointment. But at this moment, when they suddenly saw Yi Xian and Li Mosquito appear, their hearts trembled. No one knew who shouted Zhang Wuji's name in excitement. Immediately after, the other devil cultivator rankers all started to shout in response. In just a short breath of time, the three words Zhang Wuji resounded throughout the entire plaza of the Government Affairs Center. Such a scene, even Yi Xian was shocked. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly remembered that this Zhang Wuji seemed to be him. It was a name he casually gave when he registered, but it had only been a month, and he hadn't done anything. Why was there so many cheers in the blink of an eye? At the same time, as the 10,000 demon cultivators cheered Zhang Wuji's name in unison, Xiong Haizi, who was on the high platform, suddenly changed his expression. He faintly had a bad feeling in his heart. As a person who had been in a high position for a long time, he was naturally very clear about the people's hearts. From the looks of it, this guy called Zhang Wuji had clearly won the hearts of the people. Under such circumstances, if he were to go against him, under the anger of the more than 10,000 demon dwellers below, the matter of him secretly manipulating things might be exposed in public by some one of them. Everyone knew it was one thing, but if it was exposed in public, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. At this moment, he suddenly understood the meaning of those 5 words, "Don't bully the anger of the public." Chapter 2747. The trial qualifications are in hand. Zhang Wuji. Zhang Wuji. With the arrival of Yi Xian and Li Mosquito, the 10,000 demons in front of the plaza were inexplicably excited and cheered loudly. This scene greatly surprised the trusted aide sent by High Priest Huiguo. He gave Yi Xian a deep look, then took the spatial pagoda he had tossed onto the stage and began to examine it in front of everyone. As his spiritual power entered the spatial pagoda, his eyes lit up. He looked up at Yi Xian again and reported the number of weeping soul beasts inside, Zhang Wuji, 23,467. Oh, Zhang Wuji, complete victory. When they heard that Yi Xian had indeed lived up to everyone's expectations and crushed Xiongde, who had cheered so arrogantly, the 10,000 demon powerhouses below immediately cheered again. They felt as if they had vindicated the resentment in their hearts and felt completely comfortable. Although Xiong Haizi was the leader of Planet Black Mountain, these demon powerhouses still understood the principle that the law could not punish the majority. Furthermore, this matter was originally the fault of the father and son duo. Therefore, the 10,000 demon powerhouses in the plaza did not conceal their support for Yi Xian at all. This made Yi Xian, who did not quite understand the situation, feel a little embarrassed. He only felt that the demon powerhouses of Planet Black Mountain were too enthusiastic and too likable. Leader Xiong Haizi, what do you think about this matter? The trusted aide of the high priest turned to look at Xiong Haizi. He naturally knew that the matter with Xiongde was due to the former's cheating. If it were anyone else, he might have gone with the flow and helped push the boat, but this person called Zhang Wuji clearly had an extraordinary background. Not only did he have a black hole realm powerhouse by his side, he also seemed to have a good reputation on Planet Black Mountain. Therefore, the trusted aide of the high priest did not intend to play any tricks in this regard. He did not want to end up with unnecessary trouble in the end. That would be meaningless. The high priest had already given this Xiong Haizi a spatial pagoda that didn't have a spiritual restriction seal. Even so, this Xiong Haizi was able to screw up this matter. Why should he blindly worry behind him and even offend him? At this moment, he turned to look at Xiong Haizi. Although he did not finish his words, it was clear that he was urging him to quickly announce the Black Mountain Planet's participation in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial in front of everyone. After that, he would be able to bring the spatial pagoda with the large-capacity space pagoda containing the 30 million weeping soul beasts. To be able to harvest such a large number of weeping soul beasts this time, the high priest would surely be pleasantly surprised and would definitely reward him handsomely. Thinking of this, the trusted aide of the high priest was simply anxious to return home. Xiong Haizi clearly understood the other's meaning, but he was extremely unwilling in his heart, and even the corners of his eyes twitched. After looking at the 10,000 or so demon dwellers below, Xiong Haizi secretly remembered a few of the most arrogant fellows. He took a deep breath and then said with a heavy expression, "Before this, there was a large number of spatial pagoda robberies in the underground Weeping Soul Cave. This chief suspects that this matter is related to TCH. Too shameless. This is clearly a covert operation. If you want to talk about robbing the spatial pagoda, anyone can do it, but Zhang Wuji is absolutely impossible. What's the matter? The people around him are helping to herd the sheep, is there a need to rob? But Xiongde, I clearly saw him rob with my own eyes." "Woo! Brother, the unlucky person you're talking about is me. My spatial pagoda was stolen by him. But I don't have 20,000 weeping soul beasts in there, where did he get them? Too shameless, we don't accept this." Without waiting for Xiong Haizi to finish speaking about his suspicion that Yi Xian was the mysterious robber who robbed the spatial pagoda, the 10,000 devil cultivator below immediately began to make a ruckus, even revealing the truth of Xiong Da's robbery in front of everyone. Xiong Haizi immediately became nervous and subconsciously glanced at the trusted aide of the high priest beside him. After discovering that the other party was looking at him with a meaningful smile, Xiong Haizi's heart skipped a beat, and he could no longer remain calm. He naturally knew about Xiong Da's robbery. This brat only had his own spatial pagoda robbed, and then he followed suit and robbed others, intending to take it back to complete the task. But if this was done by someone else, it would be fine, but if he, Xiong Haizi's son, did it, it was inevitable that the high priest would not think too much. If he suspected that the 1,100 or so unaccounted spatial pagoda were related to him, then this matter would really be difficult to explain. Thinking of this, Xiong Haizi did not dare to continue to tangle on this matter and quickly announced in front of everyone, the final candidate for the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial is Zhang Wuji. When they heard that Xiong Haizi had finally compromised, the 10,000 or so demon dwellers below immediately cheered. They were not happy for Yi Xian, but for themselves. No matter what, although Zhang Wuji had a shepherd by his side, he was at least open and aboveboard. Moreover, he had personally thrown the 20,000 weeping soul beasts into the spatial pagoda one by one. Losing to him was better than losing to Xiongde, who had a good father behind him. This matter could be considered as settled. The right to participate in the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial had ultimately fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. There are still 2 months before we head to the Black Mosquito Star. In order to ensure this, Zhang Wuji, during these 2 months, you are not allowed to take a single step out of Black Mountain City. This chief must ensure your safety. After all, the Holy Sun trial is of great importance. You must understand this. Looking at Yi Xian, Xiong Haizi spoke. Although his expression was calm, there was clearly a trace of cold light that quietly flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yi Xian suddenly understood and immediately sneered. His words were pleasant to hear, but his opponent's intentions were clearly completely different. In this competition for the Holy Sun trial, he was first, and Xiongde was second. If he died, Xiongde would naturally replace him. Not allowed to leave Black Mountain City for 2 months, with Xiong Haizi's strength and methods, even with the Li Mosquito Star, it would be very easy for him to kill Yi Xian. However, although everyone was well aware of this, Yi Xian could not point it out. Otherwise, he would be tactless. Therefore, after hearing this, he frowned and did not say anything. Instead, he nodded. Then, under the guidance of 2 demon dweller experts appointed by Xiong Haizi, he walked towards a residence. The moment he turned around, Yi Xian's gaze subconsciously swept over the trusted aide of the high priest who was cupping his hands and bidding farewell to Xiong Haizi. Just now, he had clearly seen the other party move all the weeping soul beasts from his spatial pagoda into a spatial pagoda that he carried with him. Since that was the case, he could basically confirm that the existence that needed these weeping soul beasts was the high priest of the Black Mosquito tribe, Gule. However, all this was not the main point. The main point was that the trusted aide of the high priest had clearly come with the intention of taking away all the weeping soul beasts. Furthermore, not only was the other party about to leave Black Mountain Star, he seemed to be alone. Chapter 2748. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Another Robbery. High Priest Hue Gulei's trusted aide was not weak, being at rank 1 Black Hole Realm. However, for Yi Xian, a rank 1 Black Hole Realm was too weak if he wanted to rob the other party. As long as Ba Chai attacked, the other party would be dead for sure. Besides that, the Black Mosquito Star was quite far away from the Black Mountain Star. With the speed of Yi Xian's Purple Cave shuttle, he could definitely catch up to the other party halfway. Moreover, the Purple Cave shuttle had a concealment array, so it could appear near the other party without anyone noticing. At the thought of this, Yi Xian immediately made up his mind. There were at least 30 million weeping soul beasts. If he could really rob them, he would really be rich this time. He definitely could not miss this opportunity. With that in mind, he and Li Mosquito were quickly brought to a small, independent courtyard. The courtyard had walls, and as soon as the two entered, a small team of 10 demon scouts immediately rushed over and stood around the courtyard like guards. It looked like protection, but this was clearly house arrest. Yi Xian snorted coldly, then closed the courtyard door and entered the residence in the courtyard with Li Mosquito. According to his estimation, even if Xiong Haizi wanted to kill them, he would not rush over immediately. At the very least, he would have to wait for the situation to blow over. After all, there were still 2 months before they left for the Black Mosquito Star, so there was no hurry. At the very least, Xiong Haizi would definitely not come over in the next few days. Since that was the case, it was the best time to rob them. However, although he had perfect oscillation, he could not protect Li Mosquito and leave quietly. Moreover, Li Mosquito also needed to stay here and occasionally make some noise in the courtyard. If there were 10,000 people coming to visit, they would have to find an excuse to stop them. Therefore, Li Mosquito could not leave. After giving him some instructions, Yi Xian immediately activated his perfect oscillation ability. His figure flashed as he charged out of the small courtyard and towards the horizon. Fortunately, the demon star did not have a star defense array like the human administrative stars. Otherwise, Yi Xian would not be able to leave quietly. After leaving Black Mountain Star, Yi Xian immediately summoned the Purple Hole Shuttle and activated the concealment array to speed along the way. Since his personal interstellar communication network had already connected to the internal interstellar network of planet Black Mountain, he already knew the star map of the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Even without the Li Mosquito leading the way, Yi Xian would not go in the wrong direction on his own. After leaving the starry sky for a distance, Yi Xian stopped in a star field that didn't have a devil domain. He put away the Purple Hole Shuttle, then took out the Black Mosquito ship and the Black Wind ship with a wave of his hand. The reason for this was because in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he planned to have the Black Mosquito ship's Mount Naibua and the Black Wind ship's Barakai attack together. After taking out the 2 bastions, he immediately activated the concealment array. After all, they were too big. It would not be good if they were seen by others. After doing all this, Yi Xian entered the Black Wind and brought Babakai, who was overseeing the ship, with him. After exiting the Black Wind, he waved his hand and put it into his undying world. Only then did he lead Babakai into the Black Mosquito. As soon as they entered, Barker rushed over and cupped his hands. Master, Lu Wenshuan has made a breakthrough in the space folding array. He has refined a small private warship and asked me to give it to you. He is currently continuing his research in the Demon Nest, a small private warship with a space folding array. Upon hearing this news, Yi Xian was overjoyed. He hurriedly took a small space box from Barker and gave a few instructions. Only then did he bring Naboshin and Babakai out of the black mosquito. With a wave of his hand, he put the black mosquito into his undying world. Yi Xian was very interested in this small private warship that Lu Wenshuan had refined. However, he had more important things to do at the moment, so he could only put this matter at the back of his mind for the time being. After summoning the Purple Cave Shuttle, he entered it with Naboshin and Babakai and immediately rushed in the direction of the Black Mosquito Star. Half a day later, under Yi Xian's full control, a warship finally appeared in front of them. Based on the speed and grade of the warship, it should be the personal warship of the High Priest's trusted aide. Prepare to attack. Yi Xian immediately approached with the speed of the Purple Cave Shuttle. When the distance between the two sides was less than a kilometer, Yi Xian maintained this speed and then activated space oscillation with a thought. Space oscillation was originally an offensive method that only large warships could use. However, the black hole shuttle that Yi Xian had fused into the Purple Cave Shuttle during his fifth fusion had this ability. However, its range was not large, only a kilometer in radius. Therefore, Yi Xian had to get within a kilometer before he could use it. Wang, as the Purple Cave Shuttle's space oscillation ability was activated, the space within a kilometer radius with the warship as the center began to hum at a high frequency. Under such circumstances, the warship in front of them was like a small boat in a storm, swaying up and down violently. If this kind of space oscillation was used by other warships, the Purple Cave Shuttle's concealment state would immediately be removed after entering the area of the oscillation. However, if the Purple Cave Shuttle used space oscillation itself, its concealment state would not be affected because its body was the source of the oscillation. In other words, the Purple Cave Shuttle was not exposed at all. Under such circumstances, the other party clearly thought that he had encountered a natural space oscillation, so he immediately escaped from the warship. After putting away the warship, he was about to leap out. At this moment, Naboshin and Ba Chai, who were already prepared, disappeared from the Purple Cave Shuttle in a flash. When they reappeared, they were sandwiched between the trusted aide of the Black Mosquito Tribe's High Priest. At the same time, Yi Xian roared through the Purple Cave Shuttle sound transmission system, "Stop, this is a robbery." Naboshin. Robbery? Are you kidding? Naboshin was originally the leader of the demon people on the Black Mosquito Star. This trusted aide of the High Priest from the Black Mosquito Star obviously knew him, so he cried out softly when he saw him. At first, he did not seem to believe the robbery, but when he saw the aura in Ba Chai's body, which was full of Black Hole Realm Level 9 Perfection cultivation, his expression changed immediately. Then, he roared at Naboshin, "Naboshin, do you want to die? How dare you rob the High Priest's weeping soul beast? I understand, it must be the two of you who attacked on the Black Mountain Star. So noisy." Chapter 2749. Epic Grade Dongshu Shuttle. Yi Xian's figure appeared at the first moment. With a grab of his hand, he swept all the treasures that fell out of the demon beast's body into his unlucky realm. Then, after cutting out the demon beast's brain core with ease, Yi Xian directly raised the Devil Blood Star Tear's sword and absorbed all the blood essence in the demon beast's body. He let the corpse fall into the void, then waved at Naboshin and Ba Chai. The three of them entered the Purple Hole Shuttle at the same time and quietly left. This was the first Black Hole Realm Demon Beast's brain core that Yi Xian had obtained. He was not in a hurry to throw it to the devouring system to extract the spiritual origin energy within. Instead, he stored it in a small spatial box. Vaguely, he had a feeling that this Black Hole Realm Demon Beast's brain core would definitely be of great use in the future. Then, Yi Xian looked through his spoils of war. The other items did not attract his attention and he threw them all into his undying world. Finally, Yi Xian's attention landed on a small spatial pagoda that looked exactly the same. This small spatial pagoda also had a Grade 4 spiritual seal on it. Yi Xian immediately erased it and refined it, leaving his own spiritual seal and spiritual imprint. Finally, he looked at the weeping soul beasts and realized that there were actually more than 34 million weeping soul beasts. In addition to the 4 million weeping soul beasts stored in the other spatial pagoda, the total number of weeping soul beasts in Yi Xian's hands was actually more than 39 million weeping soul beasts. That was close to 40 million weeping soul beasts. We're rich, we're really rich this time. Such a large number of weeping soul beasts made Yi Xian dance with joy and cheer uncontrollably. Although he was happy, he quickly calmed down. Without a doubt, robbing the trusted aid of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest was like poking a hornet's nest. Although he had an alibi and basically no one would suspect him, it was always better to be careful. In addition, the killing intent of Black Mountain Star's big leader Xiong Haizi also needed to be resolved. With Li Mosquito alone, she was clearly not a match for the other party. Yi Xian decided to bring Mdineboshin and Ba Chai with him. However, whether it was Mdineboshin, Li Mosquito, or even Ba Chai, it was no longer appropriate for them to show themselves. In the past, Yi Xian would have had to use the Black Mosquito or the Black Wind to transfer them into his undying world. But if they did that, they would have to take the bastion out first. That would be troublesome, and it wouldn't be wise to reveal the bastion's location. Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to solve this problem in the past, but now, with the appearance of the small private battleship that Barker had given him, everything was no longer a problem. With Yi Xian's current cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to keep a universal star-grade expert into his undying world. The only exception was if the expert was placed in a treasure with an internal folded space, which was equivalent to an independent space. Then, the treasure would be refined before it could be stored. Since Old Man Lu had made a breakthrough in his research into folded space, and had created a small private battleship with a folded space, then Yi Xian could use this battleship to fuse with the Purple Cave Shuttle for the 6th time. Once it was complete, his Purple Cave Shuttle would also have a folded space. When that time came, not only would the Purple Cave Shuttle's interior space be larger, but Mdineboshin, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, and the others would be able to pass through the shuttle and be absorbed into Yi Xian's undying world. In this way, if he needed to summon them, he would only need to use the Purple Cave Shuttle. He wouldn't have to worry about the risk of his 2 bastions being exposed. Yi Xian grew excited at the thought. Without further ado, he steered the Purple Cave Shuttle to a remote location. Once the 3 of them were out of the shuttle, he took it into his body and tossed it to the fusion system, along with the battleship he'd just received from Barker. At the same time, he tossed in a mountain of planetary core sources as energy for the fusion. Very quickly, the system's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Discovered treasure that can be fused. Small private battleship, Purple Cave Shuttle, void stacking ship. Do you wish to fuse? It was only now that Yi Xian realized the small private battleship was originally called the void stacking ship. It was a fitting name indeed. As he sighed, he immediately gave an affirmative reply. Then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Command confirmed. Purple Cave Shuttle beginning 6th fusion, progress 1. At this point, Yi Xian was finally able to relax. According to his calculations, this fusion would take at least 10 days to complete. After all, this was the 6th fusion, and the time needed to complete would increase exponentially. However, Yi Xian obviously didn't have such a long time to waste here. After all, something big had happened, and he wasn't sure if Xiong Haizi would go to the small courtyard where he was under house arrest to check it out. If he really went, everything would be over. Because of this, in order to increase the speed of the fusion, Yi Xian threw level 8 legendary planetary core sources to the fusion system as energy for the fusion. Anyway, he already had plenty of such legendary level 8 planetary core sources. He hoped that the level of the planetary core sources he threw in was so high that the fusion speed would increase quickly this time. This was also a choice he had no choice but to make. As for whether it would be effective or not, Yi Xian had no idea at all. After doing all this, he, Naboshin, and Ba Chai hid in a secluded place, quietly waiting for the result of the sixth fusion. What caught Yi Xian off guard was that after only half a day, the familiar system's voice rang in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Fusion successful. Epic Star Battleship Dongshu Shuttle has been obtained. Done. Done so quickly. The surprise came so quickly that even Yi Xian was a little caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment. Without a doubt, this was the result of him using the level 8 Black Star Core origin as the fusion energy. After all, he usually used level 1 and level 2 items. This time, he suddenly used a level 8 Black Star Core origin. The quality of the fusion energy increased so quickly, so the fusion speed naturally increased correspondingly. However, wasn't the increase from 10 days to half a day a bit too much? It seemed that if he was in a hurry to complete the fusion in the future, he could try using a level 9-colored planetary core source. The fusion speed would probably be even faster. Other than that, what made Yi Xian even happier was that after this fusion, the Purple Hole Shuttle, which was originally only at the Starry Sky Legend level, had finally leaped to become an epic level treasure like his battle weapon and battle armor. Chapter 2750. Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans in the Wrath of the High Priest. After the sixth fusion, the Dongshu Shuttle was almost the same as the previous Purple Hole Shuttle in terms of appearance, but the changes inside were huge. This kind of private small battleship was basically only 100 meters in diameter and 300 meters in length. The space inside was also the same. However, excluding the space occupied by some functional areas and equipment, the real cabin was actually not very big. It was only 100 meters in radius, which was about 10,000 square meters. But now, the space inside the Dongshu Shuttle had been increased by 100 times because of the perfect folding array. Moreover, it had 3 floors, top, middle, and bottom. From the inside, it felt like a small space fortress. The top floor was the main control room, and the middle floor was the power room and some other empty cabins. As for the bottom floor, it was a huge square. Of course, if necessary, it could be divided and used for storage. With such a large space, even 10,000 demon dwellers could fit in it. Of course, in that case, there would not be much space for them to move around, and they would have to stay in their own cabins. After a round of inspection, Yi Xian immediately took out the Black Mosquito Shuttle again. Then, he let Gue Hai Idao lead the 1,000 demon slaves under his command into the Dongshu Shuttle. They set up camp on the middle floor and cultivated with all their might. In the future, if he encountered something that required more manpower, Yi Xian would not be restricted by the inconvenience of taking out the space fortress. In addition, seeing that Gue Hai Idao could lead the 1,000 demon slaves out to carry out missions, the wretched mosquito butcher also took the initiative to invite Ying. Yi Xian thought that this guy was weird and could sometimes take charge alone, so he directly agreed. Very quickly, Gue Hai Idao led his 1,000 demon slaves into the second level of the Dongshu Shuttle. As for Yi Xian, he just brought Mount Nabu, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito to the first level above. Then, he activated the Dongshu Shuttle that had activated the concealment formation and quickly rushed towards Black Mountain Star. After arriving at Black Mountain, Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Dongshu Shuttle into the undying world in his body. Then, he activated the perfect vibration skill again and quickly entered the interior of Black Mountain Star, heading toward Black Mountain City. At this point, only a single day had passed since he'd left and returned. After quietly returning to the small courtyard where he was under house arrest, Yi Xian asked Li Mosquito. After learning that Xiong Haizi hadn't come in the past day, he finally relaxed. No matter what, no one would suspect him and Li Mosquito for the assassination of the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest's trusted aide. After all, they had not left this small courtyard the entire day, and there were many demon dweller scouts guarding the courtyard. There was no doubt about that. Just as Yi Xian was rejoicing, a large number of Demon Dweller scouts suddenly roared from outside. Their footsteps were hurried, and it seemed to be quite noisy. Just as Yi Xian was feeling suspicious, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Xiong Haizi walked in with large strides with a sullen face. This immediately made Yi Xian secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had returned in time. If he had been a little later, this matter would have been exposed. Xiong Haizi obviously came with a purpose this time. After entering the courtyard and seeing Li Mosquito, he immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be because the matter of the high priest's trusted aide being assassinated midway had been exposed. Xiong Haizi suspected Li Mosquito, so he immediately rushed over. Seeing that she did not leave, he was disappointed and began to ponder other matters. Team leader, what's going on? Listening to the movement outside, it seems to be quite noisy. Yi Xian sneered in his heart and immediately asked. The high priest's special envoy was assassinated on the way back to the Black Mosquito Star. He only had time to secretly send a message to the high priest with a secret technique before he was killed. Xiong Haizi was still muttering to himself, so he only casually replied. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart suddenly beat wildly. He actually didn't notice that the other party had sent a private message. It seemed that it was done using a secret technique. However, he didn't know what the content of the private message was, which was very important. Unfortunately, the content of the private message only had the word Nai, but even so, the result is very clear. It must be the people of the Black Nai tribe. Relying on the fact that their holy son is the only one who successfully obtained a certain kind of spiritual inheritance the first time he entered the Saint Devil Forbidden Land, their future development is limitless. This Black Nai tribe is simply becoming more and more rampant. Just as Yi Xian's heart was beating wildly, the answer he wanted to know was directly said by Xiong Haizi. The other party obviously had a purpose for doing this. Halfway through, Xiong Haizi paused and glanced at Yi Xian before continuing, Zhangwu Ji, right now, a spy from the Black Nai tribe has infiltrated my Black Mountain Star. You'd best be careful. The high priest has already ordered a strict investigation. If you encounter a spy from the Black Nai tribe, kill them on the spot. So, I advise you not to run around, otherwise, even this leader won't be able to protect you. In other words, this was clearly a preventive measure. First, he would put on a show on the surface, then secretly get rid of Yi Xian and push everything to the so-called spy from the Black Nai tribe. It was indeed a good plan. Yi Xian immediately sneered, but his expression did not change. He hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands at Xiong Haizi and said, Leader, Li Mosquito is just a senior that I met by chance in the Black Mosquito Star field and befriended. The two of us hit it off, so she agreed to help me obtain the right to enter the Black Mountain Star field to participate in the Black Mountain Star trial. Now that she has fulfilled her promise, she already has the intention to leave. Coincidentally, the situation on Black Mountain Star here is strange, so it is inconvenient for her to stay, lest she arouses suspicion, so, what I mean is, if I stay here, I will be protected by the demon scouts sent by the leader, so there won't be any safety issues. Since Li Mosquito wants to leave, I wonder if the leader will allow her to leave. Well, hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiong Haizi was immediately overjoyed. He was worried that there was a rank 7 black hole realm expert here who would make a move on Yi Xian. He was afraid that the commotion would be too great, and it would be difficult to get away with it. Since this boy was courting death, he took the initiative to ask the black hole realm expert to leave. Naturally, he could not ask for more. However, no matter how happy he was, Xiong Haizi did not show it on his face. He even pretended to hesitate for a moment, then sighed and said, Of course you can leave, but the situation outside is chaotic, so you don't have to send me off, lest you encounter a spy from the Black Nai tribe. It won't be good if something unexpected happens. Chapter 2751. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Killing intent descends, it's so chaotic outside. I don't dare to run around. I hope you can send another scout team to guard outside. Yi Xian sneered inwardly, but his face was full of smiles. He said to Xiong Haizi, since Li Mosquito has left, I'll start my closed-door training. If I can reach the first level of the meteor state in 2 months, I'm sure my chances of becoming the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son will be greatly increased. This is also the glory of the Black Mountain planet. In other words, he seemed to be saying that he would definitely win the 10 Great Demon Planets trial and become the new holy son of the Black Mosquito tribe. Unexpectedly, Liang was now beginning to take a pinching stance, requesting Xiong Haizi to assign even more Devil Dweller scouts to protect him. Xiong Haizi despised him in his heart, but the more Yi Xian acted like this, the more at ease he felt. He immediately agreed and sent another group of demon cultivator scouts, instructing them to protect this small courtyard and ensure Yi Xian's safety. Only then did he walk out of the small courtyard with Li Mosquito and soar into the sky above Black Mountain Star. Li Mosquito was a late-stage Star Cave State 7th level expert. Since she was going to leave, he naturally had to see her leave the Black Mountain planet with his own eyes. In fact, as soon as the two left, Yi Xian closed the courtyard door, returned to his room, and activated his perfect vibration skill. He immediately jumped up and followed behind. He followed the two all the way to the atmosphere of the Black Mountain planet. Xiong Haizi stopped there, but Li Mosquito went straight out of the atmosphere and into the outer space. Yi Xian didn't stop for a moment. When he passed by Li Mosquito, he secretly sent her a voice transmission, asking her to follow. Then Yi Xian led Li Mosquito into the void and arrived at the back of a barren planet. He took out the Dongshu shuttle and let Li Mosquito enter it. Then, he put away the shuttle and hurried back. Originally, Yi Xian had thought that Xiong Haizi would make a move against him as soon as possible. That was why he had been so anxious and hurried all the way back. Who would have thought that after returning to the house arrest courtyard, he would have to wait for a full half a day, but Xiong Haizi still hadn't shown up. He was obviously busy dealing with the Black Nai tribe spy. As for Yi Xian's matter, since Li Mosquito had left, he could deal with it at any time. Naturally, he would put it aside and leave it hanging. At this moment, Xiong Haizi would never have imagined that Yi Xian was also hesitating in his heart. He had been pondering whether to take him in or kill him this time. If the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest's trusted aide hadn't been killed, killing this Xiong Haizi would have been enough to vent his hatred. However, it was clearly not the right time to do so now. First, his trusted aide had been killed. Then, even the Black Mountain Star's high priest had been killed. This matter would probably instantly enrage the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest and high priest. When that time came, there would be big trouble if they personally came to investigate. Those two fellows were supreme existences of the Origin realm. Even if Ba Chai and the others joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for them. If something fishy were to be discovered, it would be impossible to clean up the mess. The risk was too great. Since that was the case, he could only take him in. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately began to prepare a level 10 slave seal. Fortunately, he had several level 9 slave seals in his possession for emergencies. There were also many other seals below level 9. Therefore, in just a few days, he finally used one of the level 9 slave seals to successfully condense a level 10 slave seal. Just as he finished all this, Xiong Haizi arrived. He almost didn't make it in time, which caused Yi Xian's heart to tighten as he became vigilant. It seemed that he still had to make some more preparations for the slave seals in his possession. After this matter, it would be best to condense a few more level 10 or even level 11 ones as backup. If he were to encounter such a situation again, it would be really depressing if he were to be restrained because he did not prepare enough slave seals. From the very beginning, Xiong Haizi had been determined to kill Yi Xian. As a result, even the place that Xiong Haizi chose to imprison him was an extremely remote small courtyard. In addition, the demon scouts guarding outside were all his men. Li Mosquito was also not present. Therefore, in Xiong Haizi's opinion, killing the other party today was a done deal. There was no more suspense. However, this brat had not shown any respect in front of him. Therefore, Xiong Haizi did not plan to leave immediately after killing him. At the very least, he wanted to let the other party have a taste of his own methods before killing him. It would also let the other party know the consequences of being disrespectful to a Black Hole Realm rank 9 leader. Wait outside. No matter what happens inside later, just pretend that you didn't hear anything. I'm going to torture that brat properly. Standing outside the small courtyard, Xiong Haizi gave instructions to the demon scout standing guard outside. Then, he worriedly used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation before walking in. That brat is a little mischievous. It won't be good if someone hears him if he howls too loudly. With that in mind, Xiong Haizi entered the courtyard and closed the door behind him. Leader, you're finally here. I've been waiting for 2 to 3 days. Actually, Yi Xian was already alarmed when the other party used his mental energy to set up this simple soundproof formation. It was precisely because of this that his words were very casual. In any case, he couldn't hear them from the outside. You knew I was coming. Xiong Haizi frowned. Yi Xian's calm behavior made him feel slightly uneasy, but he could not figure out what was wrong even after thinking hard. How do I only know you're coming? I even know that you purposely arranged for me to stay in such a remote courtyard so that you won't alarm anyone when you kill me. Shrugging his shoulders, the smile on Yi Xian's face grew even wider. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, the leaders should have already informed the scouts and guards outside. No matter what they hear later, they should just pretend that they didn't hear anything, right? But even so, Big Leader still used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation before stepping in. From this point of view, Big Leader probably wants to torture me before killing me, right? Brat, what are you playing at? Do you think I won't dare to kill you just because you're bluffing? What was even stranger was that as he spoke, he was actually laughing non-stop. He didn't have the slightest awareness that he was about to be killed. This kind of strangeness caused Xiong Hei to be bewildered, and his heart to immediately become even more furious. What right did an ant that was only at the peak of the 9th rank of the Star Core realm have to be so arrogant in front of him? No, I'm not bluffing. The smile on Yi Xian's face became even more brilliant. He looked at Xiong Hei and said, I really want to thank the leader, because all the preparations you've made are actually. It's exactly what I want to do, but it's not convenient for me to do. Chapter 2752. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Come over and give me a squeeze, thank you, team leader. As Yi Xian expressed his sincere thanks, the smile on his face vanished as an intense wave of mind power surged out of his body. This was a sign that all the mind power in the mind source core and his sea of consciousness was leaking out of his body. Thanks to this powerful activation, a high-grade oppressive aura formed a wave of mind power that enveloped Xiong Haizi's body. Although his mind power was far inferior to his opponents in terms of quantity and cultivation base, Yi Xian's source core grade was a 4th grade 1, while Xiong Haizi's had only undergone a single transformation. His 2nd grade source core was far inferior to Yi Xian's 4th grade mind power. Xiong Haizi exclaimed in surprise. His face was full of shock as he suddenly realized something. No wonder you are so arrogant, kid. No wonder that Black Hole Grade 7th grade entity took the initiative to form a good relationship with you. Your innate talent and mind power is actually so astonishing. In the entire Black Mosquito tribe, the only person with a 4th grade mind source core is the High Priest. Your innate talent and mind power isn't even comparable to that of the Black Knight tribe's holy son. If you were allowed to enter the Demon Emperor planet's forbidden land, I'm afraid that you would definitely obtain some sort of mind power inheritance. If your mind source core breaks through to the 5th grade one day, I'm afraid that even the Demon Emperor would be alarmed. Such a monstrous talent is really shocking. However, because of this, you will definitely die today. The enmity between us is already very difficult to resolve. The greater your potential, the stronger my desire to kill you today. Xiong Haizi's expression gradually turned sinister as he said this. Do you know why I'm telling you all this? It's because I want to tell you that you originally had such a bright future. The more you act like this, the more painful it will be for you when you die. So what if you have a 4th grade mind power? Although the grade is high, the quantity is too little. It's not even worth mentioning. Zhang Wuji, you're destined to die in my hands today. Speaking up to here, a smile once again surfaced on Xiong Haizi's face as he sighed endlessly. TSK TSK TSK, killing such a monstrous genius, this feeling is truly wonderful. Even though I don't like your face, I have to admit that at least your reminder made me know how outstanding I am. Under such circumstances, I have a general idea of what kind of attitude I should show others when I go to the Black Mosquito tribe in the future. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Xian also sighed. Originally, I really wanted to kill you, but since you at least reminded me, this can be considered a reason for me to decide not to kill you. So, you can be considered to have saved your own life, you dog shit luck. Idiot. Whoosh. As the last 2 words came out of his mouth, Yi Xian did not hesitate to summon the Dongshu shuttle. Almost at the same time, the 3 Black Hole Realm powerhouses, Ba Chai, Mount Naibua, and Li Mosquito, who were already prepared inside, suddenly rushed out and surrounded Xiong Haizi in the middle in a triangle formation. At the same time, they urged their mental powers to wrap around him. Mount Naibua. Li Mosquito. This. Xiong Haizi obviously knew about Mount Naibua, but as far as he knew, Mount Naibua was clearly not in the 1st universe, but at the front line of the 3rd universe of the human race. In addition, wasn't Li Mosquito, a Black Hole Realm rank 7 powerhouse, personally sent out of planet Black Mountain by him not long ago? Even if he could sneak back in, could it be that the Demon Dweller scouts he had stationed outside were dead? How could they not even know that she was under house arrest in this small courtyard? Of course, all of this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that in addition to these 2 people, there was an unfamiliar demon powerhouse who was in the same realm as him. This gorgeous formation, coupled with being caught off guard, caused Xiong Haizi's figure to be suddenly trapped. Of course, part of the reason for this was the effect of the mental suppression activated by Yi Xian. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian raised his hand and shot out the level 10 slave seal. It instantly touched Xiong Haizi's forehead and disappeared in a flash. Everything was settled now. After a while, the confusion in Xiong Haizi's eyes disappeared, and he regained his clarity. He obediently walked in front of Yi Xian and respectfully called him master. All right, everyone can go back. He will accompany me here, so it's not convenient for you to show yourself. After completely putting down his worries, Yi Xian directly let Mount Naibua, Ba Chai, and Li Mosquito return to the Dongshu shuttle that was suspended in the air above the small courtyard. He then waved his hand and kept it in the undying world in his body. He then turned around and sat down on a recliner in the courtyard. After lying down, Yi Xian shook his legs slightly, causing the recliner to sway gently. He pointed at his arm and said, Haizi, come over. Pinch it, it's a little sore. Yes, master. Xiong Haizi obediently walked over and squatted by the side. He carefully pinched and did not dare to say a word. Don't call me that in the future. After all, this is your territory. When people are around, you can just call me Wuji. I'll call you Leader Xiong. As for when there's no one, it's up to you. With a grin, Yi Xian enjoyed Planet Black Mountain's leader's massage while closing his eyes slightly. Tell me about the weeping soul beasts and the high priest. Tell me everything you know. This was what he was most concerned about. Similarly, on Planet Black Mountain, this was the only thing that could arouse Yi Xian's interest. There was basically nothing else. Yes, Master. Xiong Haizi responded and immediately told him everything he knew. Yi Xian occasionally asked a few questions, but the final result disappointed him greatly. Although it was confirmed that the existence who needed these weeping soul beasts and the spatial pagoda was indeed one of the two origin realm experts of the Black Mosquito tribe, the tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei. However, as for why Hui Gulei needed these weeping soul beasts and what other uses they had, even Xiong Haizi had no idea. Yi Xian was worried that the other party had not thought of this and did not take the initiative to say it. Therefore, Yi Xian even asked a few questions specifically. However, the final result was still the same. This greatly disappointed him. At the same time, the suspicion in his heart grew stronger. If even Xiong Haizi, the leader of Planet Black Mountain, did not know, then what kind of trick was the high priest, Hui Gulei, playing? Chapter 2753. Bold unfilial son. Previously, before Xiong Haizi entered this small courtyard, he had only used his mental power to set up a simple soundproof formation. Therefore, if someone came from outside, he could still push the door open with a light push. Of course, because there were two teams of 20 Devil Cultivator scouts guarding outside, ordinary people would naturally not be able to enter and would be stopped. However, this did not include the young master of Black Mountain City, or even the entire Black Mountain Star, the big bear that Yi Xian thought of. Xiong De originally did not know that his father had come to deal with Yi Xian today. He only found out after asking, so he immediately rushed over. He also hated Yi Xian to the core. Previously, he had tricked him in the underground Weeping Soul Cave, and later on, he had even snatched the qualifications to enter the Black Mountain Star's Holy Sun trial. It was precisely because of his deep hatred that Xiong De rushed over as soon as he heard that his father was coming over. He also wanted to vent his anger and humiliate Yi Xian before he was killed. Who would have thought that when he pushed open the door, the scene inside would be so terrifying? That guy called Zhang Wuji was lying on the recliner like a woman, while his own father was actually squatting at the side and massaging his arms as if he was trying to flatter him. For a moment, Xiong De felt his mind explode, and his entire person was in a mess. He stood there with his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open, as if he had just been struck by lightning. "Father, what are you?" After being stunned for a few moments, Xiong De's face turned pale and he subconsciously asked. However, in reality, he already had an answer in his mind. At this moment, Xiong De thought of the rumors that had been secretly spreading in Black Wind City in the past few years, saying that his father liked men. If that wasn't the case, why didn't the leader, Xiong Haizi, remarry even though young Master Xiong De's mother had been dead for decades? It was clearly inconvenient. He couldn't possibly marry a male devil cultivator to be young Master Xiong's mother, right? Xiong De used to scoff at these rumors. However, the scene before him made him believe these rumors. Moreover, he believed them almost instantly. Apart from this explanation, was there any other reason that made sense? As for this guy called Zhang Wuji, his father should have hated him the most, but now he was treating him like this. If this wasn't because he was successfully bewitched by this guy's manliness, then what else could it be? For a moment, a monstrous anger surged in Xiong De's chest. When he thought of the dirty scene of this damn guy and his father naked together, Xiong De's whole body trembled, and he felt like he was about to explode. All of this fell into the eyes of Yi Xian. However, he was obviously mistaken. He thought that the reason why Xiong De was so angry was because he had taken away the right to participate in the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint. As he thought of this, the expression on Yi Xian's face immediately eased up, and his gaze towards Xiong De also became gentle. To be honest, this kid was actually quite pitiful. He had been robbed for no reason. Later on, his mental strength had probably suffered a lot. He had even been forced to learn how to rob others. But in the end, he had still lost the right to participate in the trial of the Black Mountain Star Saint. Now that he thought he could take revenge, he didn't expect to suddenly see his own father acting like this in front of his enemy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed faintly and said loudly, "Xiongde, what happened before is in the past. Now, your father and I have turned weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. If we really want to talk about it, you are just a junior. Forget it, I won't argue with you anymore. In the future, we will all be family. There is nothing to be embarrassed about." There was nothing wrong with these words. Even your father had become my servant. If we aren't family, then what are we? But in Xiongda's ears, this was not the case at all. The family he understood was a family of three. Could it be that his father had been bewitched by this kid to such an extent that he wanted to marry someone who was about the same age as him to be his mother? The key was that this person, was a man. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xiongda's eyes were about to split open. He no longer had the mood to pay attention to Yi Xian. After all, in this matter, the most important thing was his father's attitude and decision. Therefore, after Xiongde glared fiercely at Yi Xian, he directly looked at his father, Xionghazi. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Father, give me a word. Do you want this man or me, your biological son?" These words, Xiongde practically roared out loud, so even the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside heard it. At this moment, they were all squeezing at the door to look inside. When these devil cultivator scouts saw the situation inside the door, heard Xiongda's words, and then thought about the words that had been secretly spread in Black Mountain City for the past few years. As a result, they almost instantly understood, and an expression of sudden realization surfaced on their faces. No wonder there were 20 devil cultivator scouts guarding outside, but the team leader was still worried and set up a simple soundproof array before entering the small courtyard. No wonder even so, he still deliberately reminded them that no matter what sounds came from inside, they were not allowed to enter. They had to pretend that they did not hear anything. After all this time, it turned out. TSK, what a good mood. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside immediately had strange expressions on their faces. However, thinking that this kind of thing was not suitable for them to watch, they quickly retreated to the two sides of the courtyard door. However, without exception, their ears were all opened, and they carefully listened to the movements in the courtyard through the open courtyard door. "Pa! You unfilial son, why aren't you apologizing to Wuji?" The crisp sound of a slap rang out, scaring the 20 devil cultivator scouts on both sides of the courtyard door. Their expressions immediately became serious. Immediately after, the team leader Xionghazi's thunderous roar came from inside. He actually called Xiongde an unfilial son, which confirmed their guess. One had to know, because Xiongda's birth mother had passed away early. Since he was young, the team leader Xionghazi had always doted on him. It could be said that in the entire Black Mountain Star, as long as Xiongde wanted it, there was basically nothing that Xionghazi couldn't get. It was also because of this reason that Xiongda's domineering personality was formed. But today, at this moment, in this unexpected small courtyard, Big Boss Xionghazi, who had never even loudly reprimanded Xiongde, actually gave Xiongde a ruthless slap on the face for that guy called Zhang Wuji, and even called him an unfilial son. It seemed that the team leader had truly met his true love this time. With that thought in mind, the 20 devil cultivator scouts outside the courtyard immediately exchanged glances, secretly becoming vigilant in their hearts. In the future, on Black Mountain Star, other than young Master Xiongde, there would be another existence that they absolutely could not offend. Chapter 2754. Cleansing Weeping Soul Cave. Because of Yi Xian's existence, Xionghazi and Xiongde almost turned against each other. At first, Yi Xian didn't understand what was going on, but when he heard Xiong Da's unintentional words, he suddenly understood and broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, he originally planned to move to Xiong Da's mansion to live. Fortunately, he didn't, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. It was precisely because of this that Xiong Da finally stopped talking about this matter. In any case, although this guy called Zhang Wuji had taken away his father's soul, he was still tactful in the end and didn't move to the Black Mountain Star's mansion to be his stepmother. As for Xiong Heizi wanting to keep such a disgusting thing outside the Black Mountain Star's mansion, as his son, he couldn't do anything about it. The storm of this matter calmed down very quickly. Yi Xian still lived in the original small courtyard, and there were still 2 teams of 20 demons guarding outside day and night. But the nature was completely different from before. Previously, it was house arrest, but now it was real protection. In fact, after these 3 days, the Black Mountain Star's boss, Xiong Heizi, would come here whenever he had nothing to do. Every time he came, he would carry something in his hand. With one look, one could tell that it was filled with delicious food and drinks. This was just because Yi Xian casually asked what special delicacies there were on Black Mountain Star, and as a loyal demon slave, Xiong Heizi took the initiative to buy them. All of this was originally very normal, and Yi Xian enjoyed it with a clear conscience. But in the eyes of others, it was clearly this Zhang Wuji had just been favored, and the Black Mountain Star were in their honeymoon period. Regarding this, many of the devil cultivator experts who had supported Yi Xian's side and expressed their regret. A devil cultivator youth who originally had a great future ahead of him could clearly rely on his strength to fight, but in the end, he chose such a path and relied on selling his butt to live. Thinking about it made people sigh endlessly. In these 3 days, most of Yi Xian's time was used to condense the slave seal. This time, subduing Xiong Heizi was an unexpected and temporary decision, but it was this temporary decision that almost made him fail to prepare a 10th level slave seal in time. After learning this lesson, Yi Xian decided to properly prepare the slave seal in his hands. In a short span of 3 days, he'd created another level 10 slave seal. In addition, there were also quite a few level 9, level 8, and level 8 slave seals. But this was obviously still not enough. Yi Xian didn't plan to continue condensing the slave seals here. He planned to sneak into the underground Weeping Soul Cave and enter the depths. He would release Li Mosquito, Naboshan, Ba Chai, Gue Haidao, and the 1,000 fiend slave experts under his command. He would give each of them a small spatial pagoda and let them split up to capture the Weeping Soul Beast. Then, he would settle his own matters in the Weeping Soul Cave with peace of mind. On one hand, it was to condense the slave seal. Yi Xian's plan was to produce at least 2 level 11 and 2 level 10. As for the other level 9 and below, it would be enough to have some backup. The reason why he prepared 2 11th level ones was because he considered that the Demon Emperor planet, might very well have a 9th level origin realm perfect 9th level existence. He was already at the pinnacle of the 9th realm and could step into the 10th realm at any time. Therefore, if Yi Xian were to use a level 10 slave seal to subdue him, it might not be completely safe. Therefore, he had to prepare 2 level 11 slaves to be absolutely safe. Of course, it didn't mean that he had the intention to subdue such an existence. According to his estimations, such an existence wasn't much different from the Demon Emperor. With Yi Xian's current strength, although there was a possibility of successfully subduing it, the danger was just as great. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, he wouldn't have used such a method even if he was beaten to death in a life-and-death situation. But it was better to be prepared. In addition to this matter, he also planned to try to break through the 9th level perfect core realm in the Weeping Soul Cave, to see if he could enter the second great realm, the Meteor Realm. Previously, when Yi Xian had advanced so quickly, there was indeed a situation where his foundation was unstable. However, after such a period of time had passed, the problem of his foundation being unstable no longer existed. This was the best time to break through to the second great realm. Of course, the main reason why he left Black Mountain City was because Yi Xian couldn't stand the way the Demon Emperor experts looked at him when they saw him. In these 3 days, while Yi Xian was condensing the slave seals, he also went out to walk around Black Mountain City as if he was relaxing. As a result, the Demon Emperor experts he met all avoided him as if he was a ghost. Among them, Yi Xian even saw many of the Demon Emperor experts who had clamored to support him at the Black Mountain City Plaza. However, only a few days had passed, and when these Demon Emperor experts saw him again, their eyes were all ready. It really made one sigh. Yi Xian even had a feeling that if he continued to stay in Black Mountain City like this and went out a few more times, he would definitely be driven crazy by those strange gazes outside. On the 4th day, Yi Xian couldn't stay any longer. He called Xiong Haizi over and gave him some instructions. Then, he quietly left Black Mountain City alone, heading towards the northern wastelands where the Weeping Soul Cave was located. Calculating the time, there were only 50 days left before he had to go to the Black Mosquito tribe's main planet, the Black Mosquito Star. In these 50 days, his mission was still very important. He had to hurry. After half a day of hurrying, Yi Xian finally entered the Weeping Soul Cave again. Due to the unexpected assassination of the High Priest's trusted aide, whether it was the High Priest's forces or the Black Mountain Star's forces, the most important task was to hunt down the Black Nai tribe's spies. The experts dispatched by the High Priest were active in the nearby star fields outside the Black Mountain Star. And the 10,000 Demon Emperor scouts under the command of the Black Mountain Star's leader, Xiong Haizi, had just started a carpet search inside the Black Mountain Star. Using both sides at the same time, they swore to find the Black Nai tribe spies hidden in the dark. Otherwise, they would not give up. Under such circumstances, the second round of capture of the Weeping Soul Cave by the Black Mountain Star was temporarily put on hold. At present, there was not a single Demon Emperor expert in sight in the entire Weeping Soul Cave. Only a large number of Weeping Soul beasts' mournful howls could be heard. With the departure of the 10,000 Demon Emperor experts, the Weeping Soul beasts that were almost extinct in the outer area could be seen gradually, but they were still extremely rare. Therefore, after Yi Xian entered the Weeping Soul Cave, he did not stop at the outer area. Instead, he directly rushed towards the deepest part of the underground cave. After another half a day, Yi Xian finally entered the core area of the Weeping Soul Cave. The mournful howls that entered his ears were endless. Chapter 2755. The second great realm. Following the appearance of the Dongshu worship, the 1,000 or so demonkin experts that Yi Xian had kept in the cabin all walked out one after another. Li Mosquito, Naboshin, and Ba Chai, the 3 black hole realm peerless existences, as well as Gue Haidao's 1,000 demon slaves army. Everyone was given a small spatial pagoda by Yi Xian. In any case, he had snatched more than 1,000 pagoda previously, and all of them had their rank 4 mental seals removed. Now, anyone could use them. Yi Xian then gave the same instructions. The 1,000 demon slaves army was originally fully organized, consisting of 10 100-man squadrons and 110-man squadrons. Now, there was no need for them to be divided into groups at the last minute. In the blink of an eye, they spread out in a carpet-style encirclement, spreading out in all directions. As for Li Mosquito, Naboshin, and Ba Chai, they were free to move about. With their strength, even if they were alone, the speed at which they captured the beasts was extremely impressive. Yi Xian could already see another bountiful harvest coming soon. With the large army going to capture the Weeping Soul beasts, Yi Xian naturally didn't have to do it himself. He had more important things to do, and that was to break through his personal cultivation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian prepared to break through to the first stage of the meteor realm in one go. His figure flashed, and he quickly found a remote corner in the deepest region of the Weeping Soul Cave. After capturing the small number of weeping soul beasts in the surroundings, Yi Xian directly sat down cross-legged in the deepest part of the corner. Because he was breaking through to the next great realm, the star core origins that Yi Xian used to absorb the star core origins were all Class 7 purple star core origins. Furthermore, he threw them out one cube at a time. Of course, he also had better Class 8 black star cores and Class 9 9-colored star cores. However, he was only breaking through to the second great realm, so Yi Xian didn't plan on using those legendary star core origins. Otherwise, if he raised a crafty one, it would be even more difficult for him to break through in the future. After all, this was the early stage. He couldn't be too extravagant. As he threw out the level 7 purple star core origin, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Discovered star core origin. Do you want to collect it immediately? Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately gave an affirmative answer. Then, he closed his eyes and began to practice the cultivation method of the incomplete Dongshu scripture. His consciousness gradually entered the distant void that exuded an ancient aura. Screech! This time, the giant tortoise, which was so large that it was almost as large as an entire universe, did not appear. However, Yi Xian heard a high-pitched and ear-piercing cry of a tortoise. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth apart. It shook the entire quiet and simple void, faintly bringing out a rumbling sound in the void. As the high-pitched cry of a tortoise resounded, right in front of Yi Xian's vision, in the middle of a vast and empty star field, a small purple object was reflected in Yi Xian's vision. This was clearly a star core. It was extremely small and glowed with a dark purple color. For some reason, at this moment, following the high-pitched cry of a tortoise, it began to slowly rotate on its own, and its speed became faster and faster. It was this rotation that caused the dark purple color to appear as if it was flickering, which attracted Yi Xian's attention. In fact, this small purple star core had always existed. However, because it was too small before, it had never attracted Yi Xian's attention. At this moment, Yi Xian's gaze was focused on the dark purple star core. After a few glances, a trace of understanding arose in his heart. If he was not mistaken, this star core should represent the state of his cultivation of the Dongshu scripture. Yi Xian was now in the star core state, so this star core was only a small star core. If Yi Xian entered the 8th stage of the black hole state in the future, then this small dark purple star core would most likely evolve into a real black hole. At this moment, as this dark purple star core rotated rapidly, strands of purple star core source energy drifted over from the vast void around it. The suction force produced by the rotation of the dark purple star core was sucked in and absorbed. These strands of purple star core energy should be the source of the level 7 purple star core that Yi Xian provided to the devouring system to absorb and break through to the next realm. Right now, as large amounts of purple star core source energy were being sucked in, the rapidly rotating dark purple star core's volume was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it had become much thicker, and it was still increasing rapidly like a rolling snowball. In the context of the starry sky state, a practitioner's cultivation state was related to the stars in the universe. After the star core state was the meteor state. If there were no accidents, Yi Xian's cultivation state would break through to the meteor state. Then, in the inheritance shadow that appeared in his sea of consciousness, this rapidly rotating dark purple star core would grow to the size of a small meteor. For a small star core to grow to the size of a small meteor, this process would obviously take a very long time in the real universe. Right now, because of the rapid rotation of the dark purple star core and the appearance of the strands of purple star core source energy from the void around it, this process was extremely shortened. However, it was still a transformation from a star core to a meteor. No matter how fast it was, it could not be completed in a day. Yi Xian was very clear about this, so he was not in a hurry to succeed. After all, this was a breakthrough of a large realm. If he was too impatient, the effect would be the opposite of what he wanted. In the following time, Yi Xian tried his best to calm down his state of mind. He concealed his spirit and qi, and kept neither sadness nor joy. From beginning to end, he watched all the changes happening and changing with a peaceful attitude of an outsider. Under his gaze, the purple star core source energy from the void around it continued to drift in, and the small dark purple star core was constantly growing. Time slowly passed by. 1 day. 3 days. On the 15th day, following a buzzing sound in Yi Xian's mind, the tiny star core that could no longer be seen had shockingly turned into a small purple meteor. Finally, it stopped rotating at a high speed. Its rotation speed decreased, and it reached the speed of a normal star. Then, the inheritance shadow that appeared in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness quickly began to blur, and finally disappeared completely. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's eyes, which had been closed the whole time, suddenly opened, and a faint purple light flashed in them. There was no need for him to feel it carefully. Yi Xian had already felt a surge of powerful power surging in his body. After 15 days of closed-door cultivation, he finally leaped into the second realm of the starry sky state. Chapter 2756. Mysterious Bloodhorn. In just 15 days, Yi Xian made a breakthrough in his cultivation and successfully entered the second major realm of the starry sky level cultivation. All this made him extremely excited. However, Yi Xian did not end his closed-door training immediately. He had just entered the meteor realm, so what he needed to do the most now was not to feel and display the great power he had just obtained, but to continue stabilizing it. After calming down, Yi Xian quickly closed his eyes again and activated the pure power in his body. He operated it according to the cultivation method of the second major realm of the Dongshu fragment, the meteor realm, and repeated it over and over again. 3 days later, Yi Xian had completely stabilized his cultivation at the first level of the meteor realm. Then, he began to condense the slave seals. Although he still had several level 9 slave seals in his hands, and the number of slave seals below level 9 varied, it took Yi Xian 8 whole days to condense 2 level 9 slave seals to level 11. After obtaining 2 level 11 slave seals, Yi Xian began to condense level 10 and level 9 slave seals. This process took another 6 or 7 days. In the end, when he had 2 level 11 and 2 level 10 slave seals, and even more level 9 and level 8 slave seals below level 10, Yi Xian finally opened his eyes and ended his closed-door training. Calculating the time, it had been a full 33 days since he entered the underground Weeping Soul Cave. There were only 17 days left before he had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. With the end of his closed-door training, Yi Xian began to capture weeping soul beasts in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. His mental suppression was extraordinarily effective. Every time, he would only act when he encountered more than 1,000 weeping soul beasts. Before he knew it, another 7 days had passed. There were only 10 days left before they had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. Yi Xian finally discovered that there were not many weeping soul beasts left in the huge underground Weeping Soul Cave. No matter how many weeping soul beasts there were, they could not withstand such a large-scale capture. At present, their numbers were almost exhausted. Even if they could gradually recover in the future, it would not be possible in a short time. Yi Xian immediately sent a signal to all the demon slaves to gather around him. Soon, 10-man demon slave squads returned one after another. Half a day later, all the demon slaves, including Li Mosquito, Naboshin, and Ba Chai, had returned. All the space pagodas in their hands were all handed to Yi Xian. When the final numbers were summed up, even Yi Xian was shocked. This time, there were actually more than 20 million weeping soul beasts entering his account. As a result, in addition to the previous harvest, the total number of weeping soul beasts in his hands now reached a terrifying 60 million. Although only 1,000 demon people were captured this time, they were all active in the core area of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. In addition, all the demon slaves were in groups of 10. They carried out an organized encirclement and annihilation. In addition, Lee Mosquito, Naboshin, and Ba Chai, the 3 black hole realm powerhouses, assisted like sheep herding. Therefore, in a short 40 days, the harvest of 1,000 demons was only half of the previous 10,000 demon powerhouses. The difference in efficiency was like heaven and earth. With this great surprise, Yi Xian immediately kept all the space pagodas in his body. Then, he let Gue Haidao lead the entire 1,000-man demon slave squad to return to the Dongshu shuttle that he had summoned with a wave of his hand. Just as he turned his head to look at Lee Mosquito, Naboshin, and Ba Chai, wanting to signal them to enter the Dongshu shuttle as well, he stored the Dongshu shuttle back into his body and returned home. Lee Mosquito suddenly stepped forward and reported, "Master, we found something in the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave, but we didn't dare to act on our own." "What's the situation?" Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked. "After circling this area for more than a month, we found a pattern." Lee Mosquito nodded and quickly explained, "We discovered that although the Weeping Soul beasts in the Weeping Soul Cave seem to be wandering around casually, there's an area that they won't go to. Even if we use our mental power to chase them away, they won't go near that area. They'd rather be captured by us on the spot than to escape or move in that direction." The 3 of us went all the way in that direction and soon found a secret passage. It should lead to the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. There was only one direction, and after walking for a long time, we did not see a fork in the road. At this point, Lee Mosquito paused for a moment, then continued, "However, after walking for a while, we found a very strange mental pressure in front of us. It had to be at least the aura of a level 4 mental restriction, and a very large one at that. Otherwise, it would not be able to emit such a strong mental pressure. Therefore, we did not dare to act rashly. After hesitating for a while, we retreated. A large level 4 mental restriction." Yi Xian frowned and immediately became restless. Even a fool could immediately understand the meaning of a large restriction set up by a level 4 mental restriction that appeared in the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave. Other things aside, there was definitely something good in the restriction. And it was very likely to be related to the large number of Weeping Soul beasts outside the restriction. Since there was a treasure hunt, Yi Xian naturally would not let go of this opportunity. At that moment, he rushed to the deepest part of the underground Weeping Soul Cave with Lee Mosquito, Naboshin, and Ba Chai. Soon, a small fork in the road appeared in a remote corner in front of them. It was hidden in the corner, and if one did not pay attention, one would not be able to find it. After entering the fork, a narrow path that was not very wide appeared under their feet. After the 4 of them walked for more than 10 kilometers, Yi Xian indeed caught the aura of an obscure level 4 mental restriction. Moreover, this aura began to become stronger as the 4 of them continued to move forward. After another few dozen kilometers, an irregular circular area about 10 meters square suddenly appeared in front of them. At the end of this area was the natural cave wall. Clearly, this was the end of the entire underground Weeping Soul Cave, and there was no way forward. At the center of this area of more than 100 square meters was a bluestone altar that exuded a simple and unadorned aura. The altar was hexagonal in shape and only had a diameter of about 10 meters. On the flat altar platform was a large blood-colored horn that was about 10 meters long. It was exactly the same as the small horn on the heads of all Weeping Soul beasts. However, this blood-colored horn was clearly not illusory, but a real thing. A thought immediately flashed through Yi Xian's mind. Could this horn be left behind by a certain Weeping Soul beast after its illusory body was refined? If that was the case, how terrifying would this Weeping Soul beast's body be? Chapter 2757. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Exploring the restriction node. Yi Xian could not help but think of a gigantic Weeping Soul beast as he stared at the blood-red horn in front of him. According to the ratio between a normal weeping soul beast and the small black horn that was obtained after this beast was refined, the owner of the blood-red horn on the altar was simply gigantic. Although it was not as gigantic as the giant star tortoise or the golden giant dragon of the human race's technology faction, which could destroy a star system with just a wave of its hand, its body was at least the size of a gigantic star. It was a gigantic weeping soul beast the size of a star. How terrifying was its power! Even so, this gigantic weeping soul beast's body was still refined by someone, leaving only a blood-red horn that was about 3 meters long here. In that case, how powerful would the existence that refined its body be? Forget it, there's obviously no answer to all of this. Perhaps this terrifying gigantic weeping soul beast was already killed countless years ago, so there's no need to dwell on these meaningless questions. After a moment of fascination, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and threw the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind. Then, his gaze fell on the blood-red horn on the altar again. Although he did not know the function of the horn that was left behind after the weeping soul beast's body was refined, Yi Xian always had an intuition that this thing would definitely be of great use to him in the future. Therefore, he could not give up on this gigantic blood-red horn in front of him no matter what. He had to get his hands on it. However, the entire altar was enveloped by a layer of invisible mental power restriction, and the aura that it emitted clearly indicated that it was a level 4 mental power restriction. This meant that the entire altar was tricky and could not be easily broken. In order to break this mental power restriction that enveloped the entire altar, the power used had to be at least level 4 mental power. Otherwise, it would be useless no matter how powerful the power was. It was like using a wooden chisel to chisel iron. Even if the iron was only a small piece the size of a table, and the chisel was as big as a mountain, the result would be obvious. However, level 4 mental power did not necessarily mean that this formation could be broken. With Yi Xian's current strength, even if he extracted all the level 4 mental power in the mind source core in his sea of consciousness, he would not be able to construct such a gigantic level 4 mental power restriction. The level mental power restriction that the High Priest previously left in each of the star space towers was just a small part, so it could even erase his cultivation as long as his level 4 mental power restriction was level 4 mental power restriction. Was level of mental power. The reason for this was because the High Priest knew that there was no demon dweller powerhouse with level 4 mental power on planet Black Mountain. That was why he was so assured. However, this was not possible now. Even though Yi Xian's level 4 mental power was like a chisel made of iron, his chisel was too small. The level 4 mental power restriction that enveloped the entire altar was like a large door plank. One could imagine how difficult it would be for a chisel the size of a nail to chisel through a large metal door plank. Regardless of whether it was a mental power restriction or a divine sense restriction, the method to break this kind of restriction was basically the same. If the level of power needed to break the formation was high enough, the stupid method would be to grind it down bit by bit, but that would take a lot of time and effort. The other method was to find the node of the restriction, which was the eye of the formation. That was usually the weakest point. If one used all their strength to pierce through it, it was very likely that the entire restriction would be broken and the node would collapse. The entire restriction would no longer be able to function normally, which would be tantamount to self-destruction. However, the eye of this kind of restriction, which was the node, was basically a very weak point. Only a powerhouse who had a deep understanding of the restriction path could find it after analyzing it in a short period of time. Although Yi Xian had dabbled in formations and restrictions a long time ago, that was before the starry sky background. All of his experience and knowledge were no longer applicable after entering the starry sky background. Nevertheless, although he could not do it, he had 3 black hole realm powerhouses with him. Perhaps one of them had some understanding of starry sky restrictions. With that in mind, Yi Zhuan immediately looked at Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Ba Chai and asked, "Have you studied mental power restrictions? Can you help me find the restriction node of this level 4 mental power restriction?" The 3 of them looked at each other. Then, Lee Mosquito smiled bitterly. With our attainments in mental power restrictions, it shouldn't be difficult to find the restriction node of this mental power restriction that's only 30 feet in radius, but the problem is that our levels of mental power are not high enough. At this point, Lee Mosquito shook her head and smiled bitterly. It's a level 4 spiritual power that built this spiritual power restriction. We're all level 2 spiritual power. It's impossible to extend our spiritual power inside and explore the patterns of the restriction. Once level 2 spiritual power touches it, it'll be destroyed immediately. In other words, without level 4 mental power, we won't even have the chance to follow the patterns of the restriction. Yi Xian was disappointed when he heard this. He'd planned to have Lee Mosquito, Ba Chai, and Ba Chai try, but to no avail. If it really didn't work, then he'd leave Black Mountain and release the Black Mosquito Bastion. Then he'd enter and bring Du Wenxuan here to try. After all, Du Wenxuan's knowledge of formations and restrictions was profound. But now, it seemed that this was even more impossible. At the very least, Lee Mosquito, Naboshin, and Ba Chai had level 2 spiritual power, but Old Man Du was a proper human cultivator. He didn't even have the spiritual power of a devil cultivator, so how could he analyze the restriction patterns? It was no wonder that the other party had set up a level 4 spirit restriction and did not care about it here. It seemed to be incomparably at ease. Thinking about it, on a demon dweller planet like Black Mountain Star, where would they find a demon dweller expert with level 4 spirit strength? In the entire Black Mosquito tribe, only High Priest Griskel had level 4 mental power. If Grey Bone was here, then with his cultivation at the first level of the origin stage, he would probably be able to break through this level 4 mental forbid dance with brute force. But now, it was Yi Xian. Although he also possessed level 4 mental forbid dance, he could only use the power of finding the restriction node to break through it. Since Lee Mosquito, Ba Chai, and Ba Chai couldn't do it, Yi Xian could only do it himself. With a sigh, he extended a small, invisible tentacle of his mental power toward the altar in front of him. Chapter 2758. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Obtaining the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn. The entire altar had a diameter of around 30 feet, which was 9 meters. As for the formless level 4 spirit restriction, it was an invisible bowl that covered the entire altar. The bowl had a diameter of 9 meters, so one could imagine how large the area around it was. The spiritual power circuits and runes on the level 4 spiritual restriction were as thin as strands of hair and densely packed together. Just by imagining such a scene in his mind, he would have a general understanding of the complexity of the entire level 4 mental restriction circuit and the runes. The strand of spiritual power that Yi Xian extended was also invisible and as thin as a strand of hair. Who knew how long it would take for it to travel around the surface of the spiritual restriction above the altar? Not to mention the time it would take to analyze and deduce. Therefore, he only roughly wandered around the circuits and runes on the surface of the restriction before immediately withdrawing the strand of invisible mental energy that he had extended out. He sank into vexed contemplation. According to Yangming's estimation, it would take at least years to figure out where the nodes of this large-scale level, for mental power restriction were located. It was no wonder that the other party was so confident. Even though this small altar was standing here, it was extremely difficult to get the huge blood horn inside. Even with level 4 spiritual power, it would take at least a few years to analyze the restriction nodes. Of course, that was excluding Origin Realm level 4 spiritual power powerhouses like Huigule. However, Yi Xian's intuition told him that such a huge Weeping Soul blood horn would be very useful in the future. If he could not get his hands on it, he would not be satisfied. One had to know that this kind of thing was not a mineral that could be obtained just because one wanted it. Such a large Weeping Soul bloodhorn might not be unique in the world, but it was probably impossible to find another one that was similar to it. Since trickery won't work, how about using brute force to break the restrictive spell? As he quickly calculated in his mind, Yi Xian quickly thought of the other two mental attack skills that he'd obtained with the Perfect Shock and the Absolute Shock. They were the Annihilation Spear and the Destruction Vortex. He had already used the latter. In an instant, he had extracted 99% of the mental energy from the mental source core in his sea of consciousness, turning it into a mental whirlpool. At that time, even Ba Chai, a black hole realm 9th stage expert, had been delayed for a few seconds. The Annihilation Spear was different. The Annihilation Spear didn't absorb a large amount of mental power to form a mental vortex. Instead, it turned into a tiny dot that stabbed out like the tip of a spear. In this case, a large amount of mental power was extracted, but the attack was aimed at the smallest point. If the attack had hit the level 4 mental restriction on the altar, it might not have been able to withstand the attack and would have disintegrated immediately. However, Yi Xian wasn't sure if this method would work at all. From his point of view, be it the Annihilation Spear or the Perfect Shock, they were merely skills that utilized mental power. They weren't even secret techniques, so they shouldn't have such a powerful effect, right? If other demon powerhouses had heard this, they would have been angered to death on the spot. One had to know that even the holy sons and high priests of the 10 great demonic tribes only possessed 1 or 2 types of mental power skills. This included the other higher-ups of the demonic tribe, such as the great commanders of the 10 great demonic tribes, and the members of the royal family of the demonic emperor planet. Moreover, their mental power skills were basically inherited from the demonic Saint Forbidden Land. The opportunity to enter the demonic Saint Forbidden Land only came once every 100 years, and they wouldn't be able to obtain an inheritance every single time. Usually, they would only be lucky enough to obtain a mental power skill inheritance after 4 or 5 consecutive times. Among the demonic tribe, those who possessed mental power skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities were the higher-ups. Moreover, even the royal high priests, who possessed the most skills, secret techniques, and divine abilities, had only mastered a dozen or so types of skills and secret techniques. Most ordinary demonic tribe powerhouses could only use simple mental wind blades, mental attacks, mental shrouds, and the like when they used their mental power. On the other hand, although Yi Xian's Annihilation Spear was obtained when his spirit core broke through to the 3rd level, and it wasn't a secret spiritual technique, but a spiritual skill. However, for an ordinary devil cultivator, it was definitely a spiritual technique that they yearned for even in their dreams. Even some holy sons and high priests might not possess it. Yi Xian didn't know much about this, so he wasn't very confident. However, no matter how unconfident he was, this seemed to be his last chance. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the matter on the demonic emperor planet was over before coming up with a solution. Who knew if there would be other unforeseen circumstances when the time came? At this thought, Yi Xian immediately gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try with the Annihilation Spear. If it didn't work, he would have to give it up for the time being. After making up his mind, he immediately recalled the way to use the mental power skill of the Annihilation Spear in his mind. Following that, he began to use the mental power in his sea of consciousness. Unknowingly, the mental power source core that was suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness started to rotate faster and faster along with the circulation of the mental power. In the end, a small mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental power source core shot out from his sea of consciousness. Like a dense and heavy strand of hair, it surged toward the formless level 4 mental restriction that shrouded the altar in front of him. Whoosh, the sound of a mirror shattering rang out, and the level 4 spirit restriction that enveloped the altar actually shattered. It was like a steel needle piercing through a thin layer of glass, and without any suspense, it shattered in the blink of an eye. Following the shattering, a large amount of pure level 4 negative karma energy began to disperse. A portion of it enveloped Yi Xian's body, making him feel as if he was bathed in a warm spring breeze. With luck in his heart, Yi Xian immediately leaped onto the altar. With a wave of his hand, he kept the 3-meter-long weeping soul blood horn into his undying world. Then, he sat cross-legged on the altar. After the restriction collapsed, a large amount of pure level 4 mental power source core appeared. It was useless for Li Mosquito, Naboshan, and Bachai to absorb it as they couldn't digest it. However, it was a great supplement for Yi Xian. Soon, as he closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, rapidly operating the mental power source core in his sea of consciousness. The large amount of pure level 4 mental power that was dispersing around the altar seemed to be attracted by some invisible force and rapidly dispersed into Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Chapter 2759. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The throbbing of the Forbidden Land. The Devil Royal Star was the holy land in the hearts of countless devil dwellers. It was the only holy land. Not only because the royal family of the demonic dwellers lived here, but more importantly, it was said that the Forbidden Land of the demonic dwellers was located on the demonic Emperor Star. The Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star was actually an independent parallel plane. It was not in the first universe where the demonic dwellers lived. However, in the depths of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star, there was a miniature wormhole that led to the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star. Moreover, this miniature wormhole was very stable. Every demonic dweller could enter it once every 100 years, and they had to return within a year. Even if they did not return, they would be forced out by the rules of this space. However, this miniature wormhole was controlled by the royal family of the demonic dwellers. Therefore, ordinary demonic dwellers were not qualified to enter at all. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave of the distant Black Mountain Star. He used the spiritual skill of the Annihilation Spear to break the level 4 spiritual restriction. Then, he waved his hand and kept the huge Weeping Soul Bloody Horn in his undying world. The entrance of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star suddenly shook without warning. From the depths of the Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star, there seemed to be an extremely mournful howl faintly coming from the other end of the wormhole. Two royal demonic dwellers who were sitting cross-legged on the left and right of the entrance of the wormhole opened their eyes at the same time. They were both at the late 7th level of the Origin Realm. At this moment, they opened their eyes at the same time and cried out softly. Their eyes flashed with uncertainty. What a strange mournful howl. Even the entire Forbidden Land of the demonic Emperor Star trembled for a moment. What is that? Calculating the time, the Crown Prince has been in the Forbidden Land for half a year. Could it be that he met with an accident inside? This matter must be reported to the demonic Emperor immediately. As they spoke, one of the two royal demonic dwellers immediately shook his shoulder and disappeared in an instant. Black Mountain Star. The depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. Yi Xian was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed on the empty altar after he took away the Weeping Soul Blood Horn. Presently, there were only 7 days left before he would head to the Black Mosquito Star. In other words, after he obtained the Weeping Soul Blood Horn that was around 3 meters in size, he had already meditated on the altar for an entire 3 days. It took him less than 2 hours to collect the pure level 4 mental energy that had dispersed due to the collapse of the level 4 mental energy restriction on the altar. In the following period of time, he used up all the Weeping Soul beasts he had absorbed. At this moment, a small spatial pagoda that contained 1,000,000 Weeping Soul beasts floated in front of him. In the past 3 days, whenever one Weeping Soul beast that Yi Xian had enveloped with his mind energy and rapidly absorbed the mind origin energy disappeared, a second Weeping Soul beast would immediately be sucked out of the small spatial pagoda and continue to be absorbed. At first, because Yi Xian was unfamiliar with the process, he took one Weeping Soul beast at a time. Later on, it was a few dozen, until the last 100. Now, this process of sucking out 100 Weeping Soul beasts at once and absorbing the mind origin energy that formed their forms had been going on for 2 whole days. The ground around the altar was densely covered with a thick layer of small black horns the size of a thumb. Each small horn represented a Weeping Soul beast that had been completely absorbed by Yi Xian. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of these small black horns around the altar. However, Yi Xian continued with his eyes closed. Only the small spatial pagoda floated in front of him. At the same time, a level for mental energy extended from his sea of consciousness and enveloped the 100 weeping soul beasts that had long since lost their forms. During these 3 days, Li Mosquito, Naboshin, and Bachai did not leave either. In fact, the 3 of them had been doing the same thing as Yi Xian for the past 3 days. Yi Xian gave each of them a small spatial pagoda, including Gui Hai Dao. Each small spatial pagoda contained 100,000 weeping soul beasts. In any case, he already had more than 60 million weeping soul beasts. It was only a few 100,000, so it really did not matter. The reason for this was that Yi Xian had taught them the method of directly using mental energy to refine weeping soul beasts. However, without the help of the devouring system, although they could successfully absorb the mind origin energy in the weeping soul beast forms after learning Yi Xian's method, the efficiency was much, much lower. After 3 days, Yi Xian had already absorbed tens of thousands of weeping soul beasts, but the ground in front of the 3 of them was only littered with a few dozen small black horns the size of a thumb. After all, Yi Xian could absorb 100 weeping soul beasts at a time, while the 3 of them could only absorb 1 weeping soul beast at a time. Furthermore, their absorption speed was not as fast as Yi Xian's. The reason Yi Xian had done this was because he wanted to see if he could transform his mind source core before heading to the Black Mosquito Star. If he succeeded, his mind source core would reach level 5 in one fell swoop. Even the Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Hui Gulei, only had a level 4 mind source core, which was the highest level in the entire Black Mosquito tribe. Although Yi Xian had a level 4 mind source core as well, the amount of level 4 mind source core stored in it was too little. His source core was only the size of a soybean. Although High Priest Hui Gulei also had a level 4 mind source core, Yi Xian simply couldn't be certain that his mind power would not be probed by his opponent using some sort of secret mind technique. Ordinary demons naturally didn't have this ability, but Hui Gulei was a high priest of a demon tribe who could enter the sacred devil forbidden area once every 100 years. Thus, it wasn't impossible for him to use his mind power to perform a soul searching on a demon powerhouse. If this was really the case, then many of Yi Xian's secrets would be exposed to his opponent's probing. Plus, as long as he appeared and Hui Gulei really had this sort of secret mind technique, he would definitely use it on Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had just broken through to the 2nd level of the meteor grades, yet he already possessed a level 4 mind source core. It would be hard for such a monstrous talent not to attract attention. Plus, the unforeseen situation on the Black Mountain Star would make Hui Gulei suspicious, even if he was a fool. Because of this, when Yi Xian had obtained the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, he had decided to take out a large number of Weeping Soul beasts to see if he could transform his mind source core once again. As long as he succeeded, his mind source core would reach level 5 and surpass Hui Gulei's. Then, even if his opponent had this sort of secret mind probing technique, it would be ineffective against Yi Xian. Chapter 2760. Extreme joy begets sorrow. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, another 2 days had passed. There were only 5 days left before they had to leave for the Black Mosquito Star. As the time was approaching, Li Mosquito, Naboshin, and Bachai had already stopped collecting the Weeping Soul beasts and were waiting anxiously. On the ground around the altar where Yi Xian was sitting cross-legged, there was a thick pile of small black horns. At a glance, there were already close to 100,000 of them, but he still had no intention of stopping. Currently, there were still 100 weeping soul beasts floating in front of him, wrapped in his spiritual power. They had long lost their physical forms and were about to be completely collected. If this continued, the last 5 days would simply pass in the blink of an eye. At that time, they would most likely delay the important matter of going to the Black Mosquito Star. After all, it would take a day to return to Black Mountain City from the depths of the Weeping Soul Cave. Looking at each other, Li Mosquito, Naboshin, and Bachai immediately made a decision. At most, they would wait 4 days. If Yi Xian still did not end his closed-door cultivation after 4 days, they could only try to cautiously remind him. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire mind was completely immersed in his knowledge sea. In the past 5 days, as one weeping soul beast after another was refined by the devouring system, it absorbed a large amount of spiritual origin energy and poured it into his sea of consciousness. At the same time that it continued to nourish his sea of consciousness, it was like a trickle that flowed into the spiritual origin that floated above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. His consciousness had almost always been in a floating and intoxicated state. To use a very vulgar phrase to describe it, it felt so good that it was bubbling. As mentioned before, absorbing the spiritual origin of the weeping soul beasts was different from decomposing and extracting the spiritual origin from the demon's brain nuclei. Generally speaking, the demon's brain nuclei that Yi Xian threw to the devouring system to decompose and extract the spiritual origin energy were basically a sea of them. After this sea of spiritual origin energy was completely decomposed and extracted, once Yi Xian gave the command to extract it, the devouring system would often pour it all into his knowledge sea in an instant. It was as if a flood dam had collapsed. The huge impact at that moment was simply indescribable. Perhaps the devouring system was doing this on purpose because this kind of bold and decisive method was obviously the most obvious and effective way to expand the sea of consciousness and temper its strength. Unlike that kind of pain, the devouring system did not cut off the spiritual origin energy that he had absorbed from the weeping soul beast. After accumulating a certain amount, he handed it over to Yi Xian and allowed it to rush into his knowledge sea. Instead, it was done in real time. Whatever amount of spiritual origin energy he had absorbed from the weeping soul beast was immediately transferred into his knowledge sea. Therefore, even if he absorbed 100 of them at a time, the amount was not large. However, the advantage was that it could last for a long time. Not only was it gentle, this gentleness was endless. In comparison, the method of absorbing the spiritual origin from the demon's brain was like drinking strong alcohol that burned the throat. It was satisfying, but it would more or less cause some damage to the throat. But using the weeping soul beast's method of absorbing spirit source was like drinking a bowl of mildly warm millet. That kind of soft and comfortable feeling was fascinating. For 5 whole days, Yi Xian was immersed in this feeling. His entire body was so comfortable that he felt like he was floating in the air. The hidden injuries that he had suffered from using the demon's brain to absorb the spiritual origin had all been healed a long time ago. In fact, some of them had even been healed. In short, his knowledge sea was now completely free of all the minor hidden injuries. It couldn't be any more healthy. After 5 whole days of absorbing nearly 100,000 weeping soul beasts, the spiritual origin core that had been suspended above his knowledge sea had grown from the size of a soybean to the size of a pinky finger. Although it was still unremarkable, it was about twice as big as before. Even though the quantitative change was already so obvious, the qualitative change that Yi Xian had been hoping for still hadn't appeared. Another half a day passed. When the number of weeping soul beasts that Yi Xian had absorbed reached the 110,000 mark, he was finally completely disappointed. 110,000 weeping soul beasts had all turned into the purest spiritual origin power that had been absorbed by him. The spiritual origin core suspended above his knowledge sea had already shrunk from the size of a soybean to the size of 2 grains. However, the 4th source core transformation that he had been anticipating still hadn't happened. It seemed like he was really getting a little impatient. After all, his spiritual origin core had just undergone its 3rd transformation and become a great 4-source core not too long ago. Indeed, compared to the average demon powerhouse, the probability of his source core transforming was much, much higher. However, it wasn't to the extent that he could transform whenever he wanted. If that was the case, would it still be a spiritual origin core? As soon as he thought about this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had indeed been a little possessed. However, the past 5 days hadn't been in vain. After absorbing the spiritual origin power of 110,000 weeping soul beasts, the spiritual origin core in Yi Xian's knowledge sea had doubled in size. This meant that the total amount of his Great Four mind power had doubled. Although this doubling of his mind power wouldn't be reflected in his cultivation base breakthrough, as he mainly cultivated the Dongshu cultivation method. If he wanted to break through his cultivation base, he would need to break through his Dongshu cultivation method. However, just because he hadn't broken through his cultivation base didn't mean that his combat strength hadn't increased. His total amount of Grade 4 mind power had doubled. Even though Yi Xian was still at the first stage meteor stage, his current combat strength was definitely much greater than it had been 5 days ago. This wasn't a bad thing, as this was a cheat. Although his actual combat strength had increased, his cultivation base hadn't changed at all. He hadn't changed at all, not hidden it. No matter whether it was the human race or the demon race, he reckoned that no one else would be able to do such a thing. Just as Yi Xian sighed in his heart and was about to leave, the dark purple spirit core that was the size of a fingernail that was suspended above his sea of consciousness suddenly changed. Boom! A thunderous explosion was heard, shaking Yi Xian's entire knowledge sea. His consciousness, which had been caught off guard, was nearly shaken by this loud explosion. After recovering from his shock with great difficulty, Yi Xian once again looked towards the spirit core above his sea of consciousness. The scene that entered his eyes instantly caused him to be completely dumbfounded. His entire body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. It was gone. This was simply a case of extreme joy turning to sorrow. The dark purple spiritual origin core, which had been the size of a fingernail, was actually completely gone. It seemed as if it had been completely destroyed by the explosion. However, in the air above his knowledge sea, there were now wisps of dark purple mist, which seemed to be a cross between a gas and a solid substance, exuding a mysterious aura. As he was extremely shocked, Yi Xian immediately opened his eyes. He was worried that what he had just seen in his knowledge sea had been an illusion. Chapter 2761. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio destroyed and rebuilt when Yi Xian's consciousness entered his sea of consciousness again. The scene that unfolded before his eyes was exactly the same as what he had seen when his consciousness had retreated in shock. Everything in his sea of consciousness was still the same as before, except for the fingernail-sized dark purple spirit source core that had been suspended in the air above his sea of consciousness. Instead, there was a dark purple substance that was somewhere between a gas and a solid, yet it wasn't quite the same as a liquid. It looked like jelly in a different form as it floated in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, swaying faintly. Yi Xian's heart sank when he saw this. A demon core was as important to a demon as the primordial spirit of a human powerhouse. If the primordial spirit was gone, how could one still live? Of course, the reason Yi Xian was fine after his demon core had been destroyed was because he wasn't a demon. However, this didn't mean that he was fine. Without a demon core, how could he survive in the demon world? It was like a bright star suddenly appearing in the night sky. It was simply too eye-catching. As soon as it appeared, countless demon powerhouses would flock over in an instant. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Xian's back. Something big had happened. Without the demon core, he would definitely die in the demonkin star field. With this kind of fear, Yi Xian tried to circulate the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. In the end, he actually sent out a mental wind blade with a thought, cutting a small hole in the wall of the underground cave. Ha! His demon core had been destroyed, but his mind power hadn't been affected in the slightest. This result caused Yi Xian to be completely stunned. His heart, which had almost reached his throat, finally calmed down. It was good that he still had his mind power. At the very least, he wouldn't be mistaken for a human spy. After all, the demonic people would only determine if a person was a human spy based on whether or not they had any mind power. They wouldn't cut open a person's brain to see whether or not there was a mind power source core inside. Out of caution, Yi Xian then performed all the mental power skills and secret techniques he had mastered, including perfect shock, absolute shock, and so on. Of course, the destructive vortex was out of the question as it consumed too much of his mental power. Once he used it, all his mental power would be drained. That was not something a human could do. The result was the same as usual. Although the mind source core in his mind had disappeared, he was able to use all his mind power without being affected. In other words, he no longer had to worry about exposing his identity. Even so, his spirit core had turned into a dark purple jelly of varying sizes that floated in his sea of consciousness. This kind of strange situation still caused Yi Xian's heart to become extremely uneasy. Actually, a solid source core was more reassuring and reliable. Thousands of jelly-like chunks of mind origin source made Luo Yunyang feel nervous and on edge. As he felt apprehensive, Yi Xian had no choice but to ask for help from the devouring system. He immediately ordered the system to appraise the jelly in his knowledge sea. Soon, the system beeped in his mind. The appraisal results were out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fourth transformation of the mind source core is in progress. Destruction followed by establishment. A grade 5 source core is being condensed. What? He actually congratulated him. Destruction followed by establishment. The fourth transformation of the source core is in progress. A grade 5 source core is being condensed. The pleasant surprise came so quickly that Yi Xian was completely dumbfounded when he heard the system beep in his mind. He had originally given up helplessly, but he had never expected that the fourth transformation of the mind source core would come so late at the last minute. Although this method was a little frightening and the process didn't seem like it could be completed in one day, the thousands of jelly chunks of various sizes in his knowledge sea would probably continue for some time. However, this didn't matter. At the very least, the system's beep was congratulatory, which explained the problem. Even though Yi Xian's mind source core wasn't a true grade 5 source core and was still in the process of being condensed, it was still a quasi-grade 5 source core. The Black Mosquito tribe's high priest, Wigiliai, only had level 4 mind power. Even if he used a secret mind technique similar to a soul-searching technique, it would still be impossible for him to investigate Luo Yunyang's mind source core and find any suspicious points. Although there had been some twists and turns in the process, Yi Xian had still achieved his goal in the end. This was a blessing in disguise. When he considered that the process of condensing a grade 5 source core might take some time, Yi Xian didn't continue to waste time on this. His consciousness was still in his knowledge sea anyway, so all he could do was watch. He simply couldn't do anything. Under such circumstances, his consciousness immediately withdrew from the sea of consciousness and opened his eyes. When he got up and looked down, he saw a thick layer of small black horns piled up all around the altar. Every one of them was the size of a thumb, but they were densely packed together in a large pile. If one had a phobia of fear, one's scalp would probably go numb. Yi Xian froze for a moment before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected that he would unknowingly use up so many weeping soul beasts this time. With a wave of his hand, he took out the small space box containing the small black horns. Then, he put away all the small black horns on the ground around the altar. After some calculations, he realized that he had used up exactly 110,000 weeping soul beasts this time. 110,000 weeping soul beasts had only allowed his mind source core to transform from grade 4 to grade 5. Compared to the previous consumption, this was a huge increase. It seemed like the next time he wanted to transform his mind source core from grade 5 to grade 6, he would need to consume millions of weeping soul beasts. Fortunately, he had more than 60 million weeping soul beasts in his possession. This would be enough for him to upgrade his mind source core from grade 6 to grade 7. If he included the demonic brain cores that he obtained from killing demonic powerhouses in the future, Yi Xian's mind source core would be able to transform from grade 7 to grade 8. When he thought about that day, he got excited. Even the current demon emperor of the demonic race only had a grade 7 mind source core. If his mind source core could be upgraded to grade 8 one day, then the amount of mind source power stored within it would be enough to suppress the demon emperor with a secret mind suppression technique. Besides, as his mind source core transformed a few more times, he would obtain even more powerful mind secret techniques and mystic abilities. When he thought about that day, Yi Xian got really excited. After putting away the small space box containing the large number of small black horns, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the problem of time. When he did some calculations, he realized that there were only 4 days left before he had to head to the Black Mosquito Star. Cold sweat started to form on his forehead. He had nearly messed up something big. Chapter 2762. Black Mosquito Star. After disappearing for more than a month, the Black Mountain City had almost forgotten about Yi Xian's existence. When he left, he announced that he was going to make a breakthrough in seclusion. In order to cover for him, the head leader Xiong Haizi had sent 2 teams of 20 demon dwellers to guard the small courtyard for more than a month. At this moment, Yi Xian had returned to the small courtyard in a state of perfect oscillation without alerting anyone. Therefore, when he opened the courtyard door and walked out, everything was perfectly concealed. No one knew that he had gone to the underground Weeping Soul Cave again this month. Not only had he captured most of the Weeping Soul beasts, even the Weeping Soul blood horn on the altar in the deepest part of the Weeping Soul Cave had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Seeing Yi Xian appear, and his cultivation obviously breaking through, jumping from the 9th level of the Star Core realm to the 1st level of the Meteor realm, the 2 teams of 20 demon dwellers guarding the door all cupped their hands and congratulated him. However, the expressions on their faces were clearly a little strange. This group of people had all believed that Yi Xian had an ambiguous relationship with the head leader of Black Mountain Star, Xiong Haizi. In fact, this matter had already spread out. Not only on Black Mountain Star, but all the 10 demon dwellers' planets of the Black Mosquito tribe had heard the news. Yi Xian still didn't know about this and was still kept in the dark. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy on the spot. After leaving the small courtyard, Yi Xian went straight to the head leader's mansion on Black Mountain Star. Along the way, the demon dwellers' experts he met all pointed at him behind his back. This made Yi Xian feel quite depressed, but there was nothing he could do. When the guards in front of the head leader's mansion saw him coming, they immediately turned around and entered the courtyard in a panic. After a while, head leader Xiong Haizi came out to greet him with a face full of smiles. Behind him, Xiong Da was gritting his teeth. However, considering that Yi Xian was about to leave Black Mountain Star, although Xiong Da's face was full of hatred, this time, he restrained himself and did not explode verbally. After being led by Xiong Haizi into the conference hall, Yi Xian took a seat in the guest seat and then asked about the itinerary to the Black Mosquito Star. Xiong Da had originally followed them in, but after hearing a few words and seeing that the two were only talking about business and were not whispering sweet nothings to each other, he also seemed to feel bored. After a short while, he got up and left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately lowered his voice and asked Xiong Haizi about the search for He Naxing's spy. Of course, it was mainly about the actions of the High Priest. Sigh, we still haven't found the Black Naixing's spy. Master, according to my calculations, they should have already left. Yi Xian naturally could not reveal everything to Xiong Haizi about him robbing the Space Pagoda and killing the High Priest's trusted aide midway. Therefore, as Yi Xian's demon slave, he did not know about this matter. At this moment, he sighed and continued, the people sent by the High Priest have all withdrawn a few days ago. After all, the trip to the Demon Emperor Star is imminent. At that time, the High Priest will lead the team, so this matter can only be put aside for the time being. Well, during the time I'm away, you just do as usual. If there are any other abnormalities, remember them for the time being and report to me when I return. After confirming that the High Priest had not found anything, Yi Xian was relieved. Finally, he asked about the specific time to go to the Black Mosquito Star. The Black Mosquito Star is a long journey. After leaving the Black Mountain Star, it will take about 2 days. If there's nothing else, we can actually set off now to avoid any delays along the way. If that happens, we will miss the deadline. Xiong Haizi nodded and paused for a moment before continuing. If Master is willing, I can send a company of 100 demon scouts to escort you. They should be able to reach the Black Mosquito Star within 2 days. There's no need for an escort. Since there's nothing else, I'll set off immediately. When Yi Xian's personal communication system connected to the Black Mountain Star's network, he had already downloaded a copy of the Black Mosquito Tribe's star domain. He already knew the location of the Black Mosquito Star, so he did not need a guide. As such, Yi Xian immediately left the Black Mountain Star's leader's residence. He soared into the air and rushed out of the star's atmosphere. The Black Mosquito Star was the main star of the Black Mosquito Tribe. It was also the largest of the 10 demon stars of the Black Mosquito Tribe. This could be seen from the fact that the Black Mosquito Tribe was named Black Mosquito instead of Black Mountain. The reason why the Black Mosquito Star was named Black Mosquito Star was because there was a satellite orbiting around it. That satellite was a Devil Beast star called the Mosquito Star. It was precisely because of the Mosquito Star that the Black Mosquito Star was named Black Mosquito. The Mosquito Star was the home of the Li Mosquito. It had been captured from the Mosquito Star by the Black Mosquito Tribe's Grand Commander, Third Order Origin Realms Wu Feng Tai. Later, it was thrown into the Black Mosquito Star Bastion as a guardian beast. The leader of the Black Mosquito Star Bastion was the Grand Commander of the Black Mosquito Tribe. He had 100,000 demon scouts under his command, and more than 1,000,000 demon soldiers under his command. As for the High Priest, Huigyul, his position on the Black Mosquito Star Bastion was transcendent. Though he didn't involve himself in the affairs of the tribe and only sat in the sacred magic hall of the Black Mosquito Tribe's temple, even Grand Commanders Wu Feng Tai, who was a Third Order Origin expert, had to obey his orders. Unlike the Black Mosquito Star, the satellite that orbited the Black Mosquito Star was the Mosquito Beast Star. Its atmosphere was filled with countless Black Mosquito magical beasts. However, these Black Mosquito magical beasts were basically existences that had yet to develop intelligence. Only an extremely small number of Black Mosquito magical beasts with powerful cultivation had developed intelligence. Therefore, the entire Mosquito Beast Star did not have the slightest order. It was completely an undeveloped, barbaric planet. Outside the atmosphere of the Mosquito Beast Star, there were several demon scout teams from the Black Mosquito Star patrolling all year round. Once they discovered some Black Mosquito demon beasts that had developed intelligence and rushed out of the planet's atmosphere and tried to escape, they would immediately capture them. On the Black Mosquito Star Bastion, almost every demon with any status had a mosquito beast as a means of transportation. Of course, some of these beasts had developed sentience, while others hadn't. They were simply captured, tamed, and used as a means of transportation. It was for this reason that the sentient Black Mosquito beasts on the Mosquito Star Bastion held a towering hatred for the demons of the Black Mosquito Star Bastion, and perhaps even all demons. Chapter 2763. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations gossips. Although the use of technology by the demons was not as good as that of the human race, the Starry Sky Network was also divided into different levels. The Black Mountain Star and the other demon stars were the lowest level network, while the Black Mosquito Star's superbrain had built a tribal network that connected to the main network of the Demon Emperor Star and controlled the 10 demon stars. Therefore, when Yi Xian arrived at the Black Mosquito Star, he only needed to go to the administration center and directly report his name. After the Black Mountain Star's qualification for the Son of Saint trial test was confirmed, an official report was made immediately. In fact, even without the official report of the Black Mountain Star, Yi Xian only needed to report Zhang Wuji's name when he arrived, and he would be able to get through without any hindrance. Because his name was already well known in the entire Black Mosquito tribe, accompanied by all kinds of rumors. After registering at the administration center of the Black Mosquito Star and verifying his identity, he would be given a small black token. With this small black token, Yi Xian could get a temporary residence outside the sacred magic hall of the Black Mosquito Tribe's ancestral temple. This was a courtyard with 4 sides. There were a total of 10 rooms and 2 halls, one for meetings and the other for the dining hall. The 10 rooms were for the son of Saint Trial Takers selected from the 10 demon stars of the Black Mosquito Tribe to stay temporarily. When Yi Xian received the identity token from the staff member of the administration center, the other party's ambiguous gaze had already made him feel uneasy. When he arrived at this small courtyard, the uneasiness in his heart immediately grew stronger. Of the 10 candidates who were going to the Demon Emperor Star to participate in the Black Mosquito Tribe son of Saint Trial, except for the one who was not here, the other 8 had all arrived. When Yi Xian arrived, it was lunchtime. The waiter assigned him a room and then led Yi Xian to the dining hall. In an instant, the 8 or 9 candidates who were eating inside all turned to look at him. At first, they were stunned. Then, their expressions brightened. Some looked at him with disdain, some looked at him with contempt, and some shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Only one person stood up and waved at Yi Xian in surprise. This person sat alone at a table in the corner, while the other 7 sat together at 2 tables. It was obvious that this person was an unsociable existence. Furthermore, his unsociability was passive. It wasn't that he was a loner, but rather, he had been pushed aside by others. Otherwise, if he was really an aloof person, he wouldn't have raised his hand to greet Yi Xian in surprise when he saw him enter. However, Yi Xian had a good impression of this person after he glanced at him. He was fair and clean, and did not have a vicious aura. More importantly, compared to the disdainful and mocking expressions of the other 7 people, this person who was fair and clean had a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, after frowning, Yi Xian immediately walked over. One shouldn't slap a smiling face, let alone when the other party welcomed him so warmly. However, just as his butt touched the stool, Yi Xian regretted it. Wuji, don't bother with those self-righteous fellows. Yi Xian had just sat down when the other party called out fearlessly. This made Yi Xian feel very uncomfortable. However, after thinking about it, perhaps it was because of this person's naturally warm personality, so he didn't say much. However, the other party's voice was a little too soft, which made Yi Xian feel a little strange. Before he could regain his senses, the person spoke again. Wuji, I've long heard that you're extraordinarily handsome. Now that I've met you, it's true that your reputation is not as good as your reputation. Oh, right, let me introduce myself. Luan Jiafang is Hao Fangfang, from Black Roar Star. Black Roar Star's leader, Hao Deshuang, is my father. Don't worry, Luan Jiafang is different from Black Mountain Star's Xiong de Luan Jiafang is not so narrow-minded. I'll definitely introduce myself to Yi Xian first. While speaking, this sissy who called herself Hao Fangfang took the opportunity to pass a bowl and chopsticks to Yi Xian. Her slender fingers quickly hooked in his palm, and she threw a flirtatious glance at him. Bang, bang. Yi Xian's heart shook violently. His body subconsciously stepped back, and he almost fell on the spot. However, the stool he was sitting on flipped over. How could this person just be warm? It was practically gay. Not only was his thoughts impure, but he also seemed to want to act as a matchmaker for his father. Yi Xian suddenly had the urge to immediately slap him to death on the spot. With his face darkening, Yi Xian didn't even look at this guy anymore. He turned around and walked to another empty table. He felt even more regretful. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Sure enough. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, Hao Fangfang's face instantly showed a touch of hidden bitterness. However, she didn't take it to heart. She got up and was about to move to this table as well. It was also at this time that an expert dressed as a demon steward entered the restaurant and casually said a few words. The general idea was that with the arrival of Zhang Wuji from the Black Mountain planet, the 10 prospective saints who were going to the Demon Emperor planet to participate in the Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial had all arrived. The date of departure was set to be 7 days later. The prospective saints who didn't have black mosquito pets were advised to reserve their black mosquito pets within these 7 days, whether they were going to capture them personally or buy them. When the time came, this black mosquito pet would follow the prospective saints into the Saint Devil Forbidden Land to participate in the trial. Yi Xian really didn't know about this. Now that he knew, he immediately sent an order to the personal star communicator in his body to connect to the star network of the Black Mosquito planet. He also gave the order to search for conditions. Soon, the result came back. It turned out that the Black Mosquito planet's Holy Sun trial had always had this tradition. Every prospective saint who participated in the trial could bring a black mosquito magical beast as a pet into the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. In fact, it was the same for other demon tribes. For example, when the prospective saints of the Black Wind tribe entered the trial, they would usually bring a black wind beast with them. On the one hand, the Forbidden Land of the Holy Demons was an independent space with a vast area. A pet could be used as a means of transportation. On the other hand, while the Forbidden Land of the Holy Demons wasn't full of dangers, it wasn't peaceful either. With a pet that had been tamed, one could order the pet to stop the enemy when necessary so that one could escape. That was a way to save one's life. Of course, this method of abandoning one's pet to save one's life could only be used once. No one could bring more than one pet into the Forbidden Land. There was no need to check one by one. Even if a prospective saint used a spatial treasure to carry a large number of pets on him, he would not be able to enter the Saint Devil Forbidden Land. He would be automatically excluded by the rules. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a little worried. He didn't know if the restrictive rules of the Saint Devil Forbidden Land could sense the undying world in his body. If they could, then Yi Xian would not be able to participate in the so-called Black Mosquito Tribe's Holy Sun trial this time. Chapter 2764. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Entering the Mosquito Beast planet, Wuji, don't tell me you don't have your own black mosquito pet beast. Hao Fangfang approached Yi Xian as soon as the demon warrior in the butler's attire left. Although he was a sissy, he was quite good at reading people's expressions. He immediately saw the problem and sat down next to Yi Xian. He reached out and patted the back of his hand. This is a little troublesome. Although the Black Mosquito Beast planet sells mosquito beasts, they are basically only at the star core grade. What's the difference between having a mosquito beast and not having one? However, it's too dangerous to enter the Mosquito Beast planet and capture them temporarily. Also, taming them takes time, but it doesn't matter. Hao Fangfang didn't mind when he saw Yi Xian move his hand away without batting an eyelid. Instead, he smiled awkwardly and said, "Fortunately, I have 2 mosquito beasts here. One is at the 4th level of the planet grade 7, while the other is at the 3rd level of the satellite grade 8. I've already placed a mental seal on them, so they can be controlled with a thought. Since I can only bring one in, I'll give the satellite grade 8 one to Wuji. However, although I have the authority to erase the mental seal on its brain, you'll have to place a new mental seal on it if you want to control it. Otherwise, it won't be able to be stored in the beast ring or used. You'll have to rely on yourself to think of a way to get help from a powerhouse with a high-level source core on the Black Mosquito Star." Although these words sounded simple, they actually revealed a lot of information. Yi Xian immediately performed a conditional search and quickly understood everything. It turned out that the mosquito beast's greatest value was that, after the mental seal was placed on its brain, it could be controlled by a demon warrior whose cultivation base was much lower than its own. For example, Hao Mang Mang, who was at the 3rd level of the meteor grade, could control a black mosquito beast, which was at the 4th level of the planet grade 7. As for the beast ring, it was a magic treasure unique to the demon tribe. It could be used to store tamed demon beasts that had been imprinted with a mental seal. Of course, stronger demon warriors could also store them directly into their bodies. Imprinting mental seals usually required a demon warrior with a level 3 source core or higher to do so. Otherwise, if one's level of mind power was too low, the seal would fail. Even if it succeeded, the black mosquito beast, which had a mental seal on its brain, could still break through the mental seal. In the past, the black mosquito beast ring, the black mosquito tribe's high priest Wigulii, had had a mental seal. At the time, he had only had a level 3 source grade 3 source core. At the time, he had only been level 3 source grade 3 source levels. At that time, the slave seal that Yi Xian had condensed was also condensed from the 3rd level of spiritual force. That was why they were able to melt each other and dissolve the spiritual restriction that the high priest, Grayskull, had left in the Lee Mosquito's magic core. Book Beast, Mu was 2. His source core was already at level 5, so he could definitely imprint a mental seal on the black mosquito beast's brain. As for the black mosquito beast, he wanted to visit the black mosquito beast's homeworld anyway, so he would have to capture it himself. The beast ring wasn't a precious treasure on the black mosquito star. It was like an ordinary spatial box in the human world, so it could be purchased with some demonic spirit black crystals. There's no need for that. Since it is my black mosquito beast, I will capture it myself. After rejecting Hao Fangfang's offer, Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to eat anymore. He immediately got up and walked out of the restaurant. He planned to buy a beast ring right away and head to the Black Mosquito Star's satellite planet to capture a black mosquito beast. Of course, he could have just used the black mosquito beast as a pet, but Huiguliai had seen it before, so he had to drop the idea. What shameless boasting. Capture it yourself. You're just a salesman. Do you really think you're a demon prodigy? You can't say that. The periphery of the mosquito star is filled with ordinary starcore grade mosquito beasts. No matter what, this guy is still a level 1 meteor grade. He could just casually capture a starcore grade mosquito beast and bring it over. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. What's the point of capturing a starcore grade mosquito beast? Can it be used as a means of transportation? Can it save lives in times of danger? I think it's because it's not enough time to sell its ass. Otherwise, why didn't Black Bear prepare this? As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the 7 candidates sitting at the 2 tables opposite him started mocking him one after another. He frowned and immediately stopped in his tracks. He turned to look at the 7 people at the other 2 tables and sneered. What's the highest level mosquito beast among all of you? What? You want to compete with us? What a joke. Apart from you, the highest level pet beast among the 9 of us is the galaxy grade, the 7th major realm. What, can you capture a galaxy grade mosquito beast? The few demons immediately started mocking him again. Hao Fangfang, who was at the side, frowned. These guys obviously had bad intentions. That galaxy stage black mosquito pet was the pet of another guy who had not arrived yet. This guy belonged to Zuoliqing, the only son of the black mosquito tribe's great commander Zuofeng Tai. Zuoliqing clearly wasn't here, but these 7 people were using his galaxy-grade mosquito beast as a scapegoat. If Yi Xian agreed, it would be tantamount to provoking Zuoliqing. No matter what the result was, he had already fallen into their trap. Unfortunately, just as Hao Fangfang was about to mention it, Yi Xian cupped his hands and spoke first. What's a mere galaxy-grade mosquito beast? We'll know in 7 days. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian turned around and left the restaurant. Behind him, the 7 fellows' wild laughter resounded endlessly. Oh, you've been fooled. Just as Yi Xian was about to jump up, Hao Fangfang caught up with him. She stared at Yi Xian resentfully and said, I wanted to remind you, but I didn't expect you to be so quick to talk. That galaxy-grade mosquito beast doesn't belong to the 7 of them. It belongs to the guy who hasn't arrived yet. He's the only son of the great commander Suofengtai. His name is Suoliching, and he's the one who has the highest chance of becoming the Black Mosquito Tribe Saint. Not only does he have a good talent for spiritual power, but his cultivation has also reached the 9th level of the satellite grade, and he's about to reach the 4th level, the planet grade. To tell you the truth, he's also a candidate for the Black Mosquito Tribe Saint. We're only following him to accompany him in his studies. Now that you, his study companion, are provoking him, think about it yourself. You'll be in trouble later. Chapter 2765. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The mosquito tide. The mosquito beast star also had an atmosphere, but it was black. It was formed by a mating gas emitted by the mosquito beasts. Outside this black atmosphere, there were 2 demon scout fleets from the Black Mosquito Star roaming around all year round. Once some of the black mosquito beasts that had developed intelligence tried to escape the atmosphere and leave this environment, they would be captured and even killed on the spot. The Black Mosquito Planet was completely used by the Black Mosquito Tribe as a planet to rear pigs and dogs. As long as one was a demon, they could enter the Mosquito Planet to hunt as they pleased. After all, there were too many black mosquito beasts on the planet. It was impossible to capture all of them, so there were no restrictions. Of course, once they entered, they were responsible for their own life and death. The sea of mosquito beasts was a huge threat, so it was rare for a demon to enter alone to hunt. Even Origin Realm existences like the High Priest Uegu and the Great Commanders Suofengtai did not dare to enter the depths of the Black Mosquito Planet's surface because there was an Origin Realm Black Mosquito Beast Emperor there. Yi Xian had also searched for the Black Mosquito Beast Emperor on the Black Mosquito Planet's official interplanetary web, but he did not obtain any valuable information. Basically, there were only 2 or 3 articles that mentioned its existence. After entering the Black Mosquito Planet's atmosphere, their field of vision immediately changed. The sky and land were filled with black mosquito beasts. Even the phrase, "a tide of mosquito beasts," was not enough to describe the vastness of this scene. Ordinary young mosquito beasts were only the size of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. After they grew up, they would be the size of an adult human. However, even after reaching adulthood, a mosquito beast that had yet to develop intelligence would still look like a giant mosquito from head to toe. The reason why the Lee mosquito evolved a human head and 4 limbs was that it had developed intelligence and embarked on the path of evolution of a mosquito beast. Therefore, whether the mosquito beasts on the mosquito planet had developed intelligence could be determined by whether a part of their body was human. Basically, mosquito beasts that developed intelligence would first evolve their head into human form, then their limbs, and finally their torso. In the end, they could evolve into an existence that was exactly like a human or a demon. However, if necessary, they could instantly transform into the original form of the mosquito beasts. The original form of the mosquito beasts was obviously the strongest in terms of speed and combat power. For example, when the Black Wind battled with Taikai, the Lee mosquito had transformed into its strongest mosquito form for a brief moment. Mosquitoes were originally meant to fly in the sky. It was their nature. Therefore, after entering the mosquito beast planet, the mosquito beasts that appeared in front of them were basically the kind that had not developed sentience. Those that had developed sentience already had the consciousness to hide themselves, and could only be found on the ground below. The deeper they went, the deeper the land, the stronger the mosquito beasts. Even for the mosquito beasts that flew in the sky, the higher they flew, the weaker they were on the outskirts. The deeper they went, the stronger the mosquito beasts would be. After Yi Xian entered the atmosphere of the mosquito beast star, he looked left and right. He saw that the surroundings were filled with low-level mosquito beasts and there were no traces of demon cultivator experts. Moreover, the atmosphere of the mosquito beast star behind him was also covered in a thick layer of black gas that could isolate him from probing. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he immediately took out the Dongshu shuttle and released the Lee mosquito. With a wave of his hand, he kept the Dongshu's shuttle back into the undying world in his body. When he was doing all of this, not a single black mosquito beast attacked Yi Xian. This was because when his figure passed through the black atmosphere of the planet, Yi Xian had already activated a perfect vibration, concealing his figure and all of his aura. Amongst the countless black mosquito beasts around him, he was completely transparent and did not exist. This is the Black Mosquito Planet. As his figure was released from the Dongshu shuttle by Yi Xian, the Li Mosquito was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed in excitement. After all, he was a rank 7 black hole realm being. Furthermore, he was a black mosquito demon beast that had gained sentience. His body exuded a unique aura. Perhaps humans and demonic humans could not sense it, but as a black mosquito demon beast, he was the most sensitive to it. As soon as the Li Mosquito appeared, all the low-level black mosquito magical beasts in the surrounding void immediately retreated far away, leaving a 100-meter radius empty space. In this area, only Li Mosquito and Yi Xian were present. However, more and more black mosquito beasts were gathering outside this area. The sound of Ji Yi's wings flapping behind his back resounded incessantly, revealing an extremely excited feeling. Yi Xian had a strange look on his face, but he did not ask any questions. We black mosquito beasts have a very strict hierarchy. Low-level mosquito beasts are born to suppress and control low-level mosquito beasts. As if seeing Yi Xian's confusion, the Li Mosquito suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and continued. However, although the low-level mosquito beasts respect the high-level mosquito beasts, they also have a passionate desire to protect them. Therefore, although they have retreated far away, they are unwilling to leave. This is a natural instinct of their bloodline. They want to protect me. Isn't there a mosquito emperor? Why would a rank 8 black hole realm want to protect me? Yi Xian was stunned. Although he understood what the Li Mosquito meant, he still did not understand, so he immediately asked. How would these low-level mosquito beasts know whether a mosquito emperor is a mosquito emperor or not? They only gathered because they sensed a powerful aura around them. At this moment, even if I told them to die, these poor bastards wouldn't refuse. At this point, the mosquito beast's expression dimmed, and it continued in a gloomy voice, as low-level magical beasts, our fates are far too different from those of the demons. Even though there's an origin realm mosquito beast emperor, it's insane, and it can't do anything for us mosquito beasts. On the other hand, there are quite a few black mosquito magical beasts that have developed intelligence, and they gather around it of their own accord. As a result, quite a few of them are accidentally killed by it every year. Back then, I was almost killed by that origin realm mosquito beast emperor, so my heart grew cold, and I prepared to leave the mosquito beast planet, but I was captured by the high priest of the black mosquito tribe, Griskel. In the end, a psychic seal was placed on my core, and I was thrown into the black mosquito bastion as its guardian. Now that I think about it, all of this happened hundreds of years ago. Who would have thought that I, Li Mosquito, would be able to return to the mosquito planet one day? What a pity, it's been hundreds of years, but the planet is still the same. There is no doubt that countless innocent mosquito beasts have been captured and enslaved by the demons in the past hundreds of years. When I think of my own kind in this abyss of suffering, I feel sigh. Chapter 2766. Mad Mosquito Kingly Mosquito's sigh made Yi Xian feel awkward. Speaking of which, he had come to the mosquito planet to capture a black mosquito magical beast to enslave. Master must have come to the black mosquito planet to capture a mosquito beast, right? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Li Mosquito pointed it out. Just as Yi Xian smiled awkwardly and was about to explain, Li Mosquito changed the topic. Master, you don't have to mind. Because you are different from those demons, Li Mosquito will not mind. Instead, I will be happy for the ones you have chosen. After all, following Master is the only way for them to have hope. It is better than being stuck on the mosquito planet. If possible, Lee Mosquito would like to see you take away all the mosquito beasts on the mosquito planet. Lee Mosquito's words were unintentional, but Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. A magnificent scene of mosquito beasts covering the sky and swarming the enemy flashed in his mind. He could not help but be moved. Does Master really want to take away all the mosquito beasts on the mosquito planet? Seeing Yi Xian's expression, Lee Mosquito was stunned for a moment, then her eyes lit up. That's right, why didn't Lee Mosquito think of this before? The entire tribe is destined to be enslaved by the demons forever if they stay on the mosquito planet. Rather than that, it is better to take a group of mosquito beasts that have developed intelligence and leave this place. They can be the fire seeds of the tribe's bloodline inheritance. If we find a suitable planet in the future, we can let them live and cultivate in a different environment. Although more mosquito beasts are still enslaved here, at least the hope of the entire tribe has been sown. Master, please help Lee Mosquito and take some of my tribe members away from this place, okay? Lee Mosquito actually knelt down in front of Yi Xian at the end of her sentence, her face full of sincerity. As for Yi Xian, he was stunned for a moment before the expression on his face gradually became strange. He didn't know why, but he had the feeling that he was doing something bad to abduct people. Li Wen's words were filled with righteousness, but he didn't seem to think so in his heart. He completely wanted to abduct a group of powerful mosquito beasts to be his fighters. Cough, cough, as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately coughed a few times awkwardly before he continued, I'll leave this matter to you. Fortunately, the first level of the Black Mosquito ship, the Myriad Prison, has been emptied out. The space is large enough to fit around 10 million Black Mosquito magical beasts. In other words, he was hinting to Lee Mosquito that it would be best if she left with 10 million mosquito beasts. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but blush at such a shameless move. He felt his face heating up a bit. However, 10 million mosquito beasts isn't a small number. I only have 7 days. Even if the mosquito beasts on this planet are like a tide, covering the sky and covering the sun, I'm not afraid of exposing myself if I take out the Black Mosquito ship, but I'm afraid there won't be enough time to drive them all away one by one. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian immediately pointed out the biggest problem. He spread his hands in front of Lee Mosquito and said, You just said that you want to take away the fire seed of your tribe. Naturally, you want to take away the fire seed with you. It's best if it's an existence that has developed sentience. This kind of existence won't be as easy to deal with as the low-level mosquito beasts around us. You just need to release your aura and they'll obediently follow you. Master, you don't have to worry about this. Lee Mosquito didn't care about Yi Xian's doubts at all. She even laughed and explained, the low-level mosquito beasts flying in the sky are useless even if we take them away. What I want to take away are the elite mosquito beasts on the ground. The strongest among them are like me, at the 8th realm, Black Hole realm. The weakest are at the 3rd realm, Satellite realm. About 40% of them have developed sentience. Of course, the degree of sentience is limited. Back then, the Lee Mosquito was the existence with the highest level of intelligence on the entire mosquito beast planet. Hence, the other mosquito beasts that had developed intelligence were basically not fully developed and were at the level of a human child. This was because the birth of a spirit by a magical beast was originally a heaven-defying act. There was a huge risk involved. For example, the Mad Mosquito Emperor had an accident during the process of developing sentience. That's why he went crazy. When Lee Mosquito had just developed sentience, he had already evolved a human head. Now, thousands of years have passed, but he's still the same. He's getting crazier and crazier, however, his cultivation realm hasn't fallen behind. A few hundred years ago, he was already at the 9th realm, peak 9th realm of the origin. I wonder if he has broken through now. At this point, Lee Mosquito sighed again, but Yi Xian was shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, Mad Mosquito Emperor. Peak 9th realm of the origin. Doesn't that mean that even Hue Gu Lu and Zhuo Feng Tai are like ants in his hands? he can crush them with just a lift of his hand. Of course. If they weren't afraid of this guy, do you think Huegu Lu and Zhuofengtai would let the countless mosquito beasts on the planet go wild and not capture them? Li Mosquito curled her lips and continued, we demons are not just the mosquito beasts. There are also other demons in the demon domain. Although we're not as powerful as the demon domain, we're at least a tribe with the strongest members of our tribe. But you don't seem to have answered the question I just asked. Is it about the 10 million mosquito beast fire seeds? Li Mosquito smiled again. Don't worry, Master. Although the Mad Mosquito Emperor is crazy, he has a large number of elite mosquito beasts around him. I was one of them, but I almost died at his hands. At the moment of life and death, I had an epiphany and evolved from the level of a human child to the level of an adult. That's why I wanted to leave in despair. Although the 10 million elite mosquito beasts on the ground maintain a certain distance from the Mad Mosquito Emperor, they're resting with him at the center. As long as we can subdue the Mad Mosquito Emperor, when he enters the Black Mosquito ship's myriad prison, the other 10 million elite mosquito beasts will automatically follow. We won't have to waste time and effort to drive them away. In that case, we won't even need half a day, let alone 7 days. What? Subdue the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Yi Xian was immediately shocked, and his expression changed. That's a supreme existence at the 9th level of the origin stage, and it's about to reach the 10th level. Although a level 11 slave seal can definitely subdue it, the key point is, it's impossible for us to have the chance to do so. Before the slave seal comes into contact with its body, I'm afraid this matter will be exposed. More importantly, he's crazy. After being provoked like this, if he goes crazy. Chapter 2767. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Crimson Mad Mosquito Overlord, you don't have to worry about that. I'm very familiar with the Mad Mosquito Overlord. After all, I left from here. Hearing that Yi Xian was worried about this, the Li Mosquito Overlord immediately smiled. When I left, among the 10 million elite mosquito beasts in the core area of the mosquito planet, even if they developed intelligence, they only had the intelligence of a child. If that wasn't the case, I wouldn't have felt so lonely here after gaining the intelligence of an adult. That's why I decided to leave. They're just a bunch of elite mosquito beasts with the intelligence of a child. When the time comes, you can use the perfect vibration to conceal your presence. Since I'm one of them, these elite mosquito beasts won't be on guard against me. As for the Mad Mosquito Overlord, it's even more so. He's completely insane, so there's no way he'll be on guard against me. In addition, even if those elite mosquito beasts produced an existence with adult human intelligence in the past few hundred years, this matter is also without any suspense. With the intelligence of an adult, they'll understand their situation better. I only need to explain the current situation of the mosquito planet to them. When the time comes, not only will they not stop us, they'll even help us. After all, as an advanced mosquito beast with mature intelligence, there's no way I'll harm my own race. Everything is for the future of the mosquito beasts, that makes sense. I don't know what to say. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. It seems that I can't find a reason to stop you. In that case, let's do it. Whoosh. As he spoke, Yi Xian shot out a level 11 slave seal and sent it into the Li Mosquito's body. He warned, I'll wrap this slave seal with a layer of spiritual force. When you use it, use your own spiritual force to wrap it up and send it out of your body. At the same time, shatter the spiritual force membrane. As long as it can enter the Mad Mosquito Emperor's body, we'll have succeeded. Of course, I will always be by your side. If you fail on your side, I still have another level 11 slave seal here. However, this is our last chance. I hope we won't use it. Otherwise, if we fail again, it will be really troublesome. Don't worry, Master, it's just a mad mosquito. Even if it's 9th rank origin realm, it's still mad. We'll succeed. She covered her mouth to hide a grin at Yi Xian, then turned and began to descend toward the mosquito planet below. Yi Xian immediately used his perfect vibration technique and followed. The further down they went, the fewer mosquito beasts there were. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the horizon. What entered his eyes was a dense cloud of mosquito beasts that covered the sky. Even without the thick black atmosphere of this mosquito beast star, no devil cultivator would be able to see him even if he took out the black mosquito star. And Yi Xian relaxed a little at the thought. At this moment, Li Mosquito had already flown towards the deepest part of the continent. She even deliberately maintained her speed so that Yi Xian, who was behind her, could catch up. The latter did not dare to delay any longer and immediately followed closely behind. Along the way, they encountered a lot of black mosquito magical beasts. Most of them were in the form of mosquitoes, but there were some that had evolved into human parts. However, most of them only had a human head. This meant that although they were elite mosquito beasts that had developed spiritual intelligence, their intelligence was only at the level of a 7 or 8-year-old human child's. In the face of a powerful mosquito like the Li mosquito, who clearly had a mature intelligence, the elite mosquito beasts did not have any intention of stopping her, allowing her to continue forward. As for Yi Xian, who'd used the perfect shock mental skill to conceal his figure and aura, he followed closely behind Li Mosquito. Half a day later, the master and servant had entered the deepest core of the entire black mosquito planet. Almost all the mosquito beasts they could see had developed intelligence. Other than those that had evolved human heads, they could occasionally see mosquito beasts that had evolved a pair of human arms or a pair of human legs. However, none of them had complete limbs. The Li mosquito was unique in this place. At the end of the planet, at the base of a mountain peak, the figure of the mad mosquito emperor finally appeared in Yi Xian's line of sight. It was a gigantic ailanthus tree. Its canopy covered an area of more than 100 miles. Furthermore, there was not a single mosquito beast in this area. The only thing that existed was a gigantic blood-red mosquito beast that was about 10 feet in size. This gigantic mosquito beast had also developed intelligence, but it only had a human head. This meant that its intelligence was only at the level of a 7 or 8-year-old human child. And it was crazy. That's right, it had to be crazy. Because this human head, which was obviously male, was covered with dense red hair. It was fluffy and messy, like a bird's nest. Any sane existence would definitely not look like this. As for his cultivation level, with Yi Xian's cultivation at the first level of the meteor realm, he couldn't sense it at all. In his senses, the aura emitted from the other party's body was like a vast and mighty ocean, as if there was no end to it. It's been a few hundred years, but it's still the same. It hasn't changed at all, including its cultivation. It's still at the perfect level of the 9th level of the origin realm. Li Mosquito was at the 7th level of the black hole realm, after all. There was only a difference of 1 level between them, so she could still sense the mad mosquito emperor's cultivation. At this moment, Li Mosquito sighed as she flapped the wings on her back and quickly approached the mad mosquito emperor. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and immediately followed. He was quite confident in his perfect spiritual shock technique. When they passed by the edge of the area covered by the giant ailanthus tree, the nearby elite mosquito beasts, who had evolved a pair of human arms or long human legs, all looked in their direction. They looked at Li Mosquito and confirmed that it was really one of their kind, and that its intelligence level was higher than theirs. After that, they slowly moved their gazes away. Although they were a little confused as to why Li Mosquito was approaching the mad mosquito emperor, they clearly had no intention of stopping it. Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but his heart started to beat uncontrollably as he got closer and closer to the mad mosquito emperor. Faintly, an uneasy feeling surged into his heart. Before he could figure out where the uneasiness in his heart came from, Lee Mosquito had already approached the Mad Mosquito Emperor's side, and from a distance of more than 10 kilometers, she had already raised her hand and shot out the level 11 slave seal.